here, facing the ancestral tablets she wasn't allowed to approach, she poured out her resentment, helplessness, and pain to her father during those dark years. It was also here that she first met Zhang Guoqing as a child. And it was here, fighting back tears, that she made up her mind to entrust her life to Zhang Guoqing. Zhou Jiao walked to a corner and gently ran her fingers over the deep marks scratched into the wall. Back then, she had carved her sorrow and hatred here with all her strength, leaving scars on both the wall and her heart. Remembering all this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness for her younger self. Blinking away tears, Zhou Jiao looked up at the beam on the ceiling and forced a small smile. Thankfully, her father had returned, and his ancestral tablet was no longer there. She should be grateful. There was no need to drown in hatred anymore. Noticing Zhou Jiao was gone, Zhang Guoqing quickly excused himself from the crowd and followed her inside. Seeing her standing quietly, he gently patted her and said softly, "Let's go. It's all in the past. Later, we'll take down Dad's old tablet. Everything is behind us now. Let's look forward. Yes, it's all over. We'll never come back here again." Zhou Jiao stepped outside, taking one last deep look at the room before gently closing the door. With a creak, the door shut, as if sealing away all those old memories. Zhang Guoqing picked up the basket and led her back to the main entrance. They stood watching as the clan leader and others busied themselves opening doors and windows, while the women whispered among themselves. Today was a big day for the Zhou family, the reopening of the central door to welcome a new family member. While the women chatted, the men were cleaning the ancestral hall. The Zhou clan leader turned and saw the couple with their basket, greeting them with a smile. "The auspicious hour hasn't arrived yet. When your father comes, we'll add him to the family register. Just wait a bit longer, they'll be here soon." Zhou Jiao smiled and replied gratefully, "Granduncle, sorry to trouble everyone. Thank you for all your hard work today." The clan leader shook his head. "No trouble at all, we're all family. Child, it was our Zhou family's fault for not looking after you, letting you suffer so much. Good child, don't forget you said you're a Zhou. Always remember, we share the same roots and blood. If you ever need anything, come to us old folks for support. Don't carry everything alone anymore. Now that your father's back and your family is reunited, our ancestors will watch over and bless you." Zhou Jiao nodded solemnly. "Granduncle, I'll always remember that I'm a Zhou. No matter where I go, I'll remember my roots and my home." Good child. With your father and you, the main branch of the Zhou family is still strong. When you have time, discuss with your father whether you want to move your branch's ancestral graves here. Granduncle, I think it's better not to. They're resting peacefully, let's not disturb them. As long as we younger ones know where our ancestors are and remember to pay respects during festivals, that's enough. Zhou Jiao understood the clan leader's intentions, but she had no intention of discussing moving the graves with her father. Her father was the only surviving direct descendant. In the capital, he could visit the graves himself. Besides, Zhou Jiao village wasn't really their ancestral home. Their main branch had always been in the capital, and before that, their ancestors came from the south. Zhou Jiao village only became a branch because her great-granduncle stayed in the northeast as an official. Tracing back, the main branch never had ancestors buried in Zhou Jiao village. It was actually the side branch, like old Master Zhou's line, who should have returned after the family split when her great-grandfather died. Now, the Zhou family members in the village were only closely related by blood to the southern branch. They were of the same clan, but that was all. If you really traced it back, big families often had bitter feuds, and who knew if the main and side branches had once been mortal enemies. In Zhou Jiao's view, the Zhou family genealogy was already messy enough. Their main branch probably had their own family records. She often wondered how her grandmother, Gu Mingzhu, had found the old Zhou clan leader here in the first place. How did her scholarly grandfather, Zhou Jinyu, figure out who his relatives were? After being forced by the Gu family, could they really trust the Zhou clan? Was it just because of a cousin relationship that they dared entrust their son? No wonder her grandaunt Lu Shiji could never find her father. Who would have thought that the Zhou family, who had lived in the capital for generations, would have ancestral roots in the northeast. The clan leader also understood that there was no way the main branch would move their ancestors' graves here. Still, he held onto a sliver of hope, wishing Zhou Jiao might persuade her father. Now that Zhou Xiaozhong from the main branch was successful, if the ancestral graves were moved to Zhou Jiao village, the main and side branches could truly become one. Then, Zhou Xiaozhong would surely help the clan, and the Zhou family could rely on him in times of trouble. But all those hopes had been ruined by that fool Zhou Jiaren. A golden opportunity was wasted. The clan leader guessed that the old clan head had seen this possibility back then, which was why he took the risk to shelter the child, hoping the main and side branches would unite. Well, you have a point. Just remember to come pay respects during festivals. I'll go inside to check on the preparations. When your father arrives, let me know. The clan leader smiled, knowing that pressing further would only make them uncomfortable. He went inside, shaking his head and giving a bitter smile to the two elder clan members. There was no hope of convincing Zhou Xiaozhong. Zhou Jiao had refused outright. This matter was hopeless. The main hall was filled to capacity with two large tables. As the atmosphere grew livelier, everyone relaxed and began to mingle, toasting each other. Zhou Xiaozhong glanced around and saw that old Cheng, old Master Lin, and his in-laws were all getting along harmoniously. At the other table, old Madame Cheng was happily chatting with Lin Lishan and Zhang's mother. Seeing that everything was in order, Zhou Xiaozhong exchanged a look with Zhang Guoqing and quietly slipped out. Once outside the main hall, Zhou Xiaozhong listened to the lively chatter inside, let out a hearty laugh, sighed quietly, and shook his head as he made his way toward his daughter's room. He recalled how his beloved Jiao Jiao had just now furrowed her brows, looking like she wanted to say something but held back. He couldn't help but worry if he didn't talk to her. With everyone gathered in the main hall, it was the perfect chance for a private father-daughter conversation. As for anyone noticing his absence, with his son-in-law Xiao Wu there, he felt reassured. Zhou Xiaozhong pushed open the outer sitting room and called out, "Jiao Jiao, are you resting? Dad's here." Zhou Jiao hurried out, grabbed his arm, and checked his expression. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, she breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "Dad, why did you leave the table so soon?" "I'm fine, really." Zhou Xiaozhong smiled and tapped her on the forehead. "You're my daughter. How could I not know you've got a belly full of questions for me? Just as well, I have some things to tell you too. Whatever happens in the future, just relax. As long as your old man is here, there's nothing for you to worry about." Zhou Jiao shot him a sideways glance, pouting. "I know how capable you are, Dad, but I still worry you might miss some details. And there's no need for you to tell those clan elders and the clan head in Zhou Jiao village that you're available if they need anything. You don't owe them anything. Haven't they kept track of how we've lived all these years? The clan head even asked me today to persuade you to move the ancestral graves from Beijing to Zhou Jiao village. Do they really think I'm that gullible? The main branch's graves have never been moved to the side branch's land. Yet today, they dared to suggest we enter the ancestral hall and the family register. Do they think we're easy to push around? I refused them outright. If it weren't for wanting to make it clear in Zhou Jiao village that we're not a side branch, I wouldn't have agreed to enter the ancestral hall at all. Our main branch should have our place in the family register, it's just that we can't find it now. I didn't get a chance to see the full register today, but I'm determined to copy it down in the future so my younger brothers can pass it on. Dad, when you go back this time, do your best to give me a few brothers. I'll make sure to raise them myself. Our main branch has to restore its honor." Zhou Xiaozhong burst out laughing and followed her into the inner room. After sitting down, he said, "Silly girl, you really think your old man is that naive?" "That was just being polite. As for the old clan head's branch in Zhou Jiao village, keep an eye on them. If they ask for help, do what you can. We can't forget the kindness the old clan head showed us back then. I still remember how well he treated me. Your grandmother must have trusted his character." Zhou Jiao nodded. "I know. There'll be plenty of chances to repay that kindness in the future, leave it to me." "Dad, when you went to find Lu Shiji, did old Madame Lin know? When she found out our in-laws were from the Zhou family in Beijing, did she react at all?" Zhou Jiao simply didn't believe that when the two families met, neither side would mention the Zhou family in Beijing. Grandpa Zhou was always talking about his Beijing roots. Would Gu Rui really not be suspicious? And when the two old men from the Zhou family saw Gu Rui looking at Gu Mingzhu, could they really not suspect anything? If her father had just taken one more step, he could have learned the truth. What was Gu Rui's motive? And thinking back over the past 17 years, about the cold treatment she'd received, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but question Gu Rui's intentions. Zhou Xiaozheng sneered. She probably figured it out the first time she saw me, kept asking where I was from, where I grew up. All your great-uncles have met me. Who would believe they weren't curious? They all know I'm a descendant of the Zhou family in Beijing. How could they not suspect? I was the only one kept in the dark, never realizing how much I resembled her. As for finding your great-aunt, I always made inquiries in secret. And your great-aunt, and she never got along. Now I finally understand why. No wonder the two old men were close, but the families never really interacted. Zhou Jiao nodded, falling into thought. After a while, she said, the Gu family's side branches have grudges against us. Back then, they were in Jiangnan and managed to keep their property safe. There must be some hidden story, or else Gu Rui wouldn't have dared not to acknowledge you. They're cold-blooded to the core. 40 years ago, they abandoned their cousin. 40 years later, they left their own granddaughter out in the cold. They took our family's savings, knew you'd had an accident, but still clung to the money. Gu Rui's character is awful, greedy, selfish, cold-blooded, and clever. Try to keep Mom away from her. There's something else I should tell you, so you're not caught off guard if it comes up in the future. The Gu family had a missing daughter, Gu Rui's own younger sister. Something disgraceful must have happened, and the family refused to acknowledge her, telling everyone she was dead. But in the end, all her property was swallowed up by the Gu family. When Mom was 8, she ran into her by chance at the children's group, and they got to know each other. No one else knew about it. The woman never married, and when she died, she left some overseas inheritance to Mom. The rest of her property in China was all taken by the Gu family. Last time Mom came, she gave me the password and keys, told me not to tell anyone, and even if the Gu family mentioned her, to pretend I'd never heard of her. She was afraid you'd make her hand it over to the authorities, so she never dared tell you. I've always wondered about this. How did an unmarried woman in those days end up with so much wealth? She never went abroad, so where did the overseas inheritance come from? I'm telling you this because I'm wondering what happened to the Gu family's fortune back then. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. I understand the Gu family situation now. Since your mom wants to keep it secret, afraid I'd hand it over, you just pretend I don't know. Seems I have a pretty good image as a father. I need to hurry back to Beijing to settle my identity, so I can't stay here long. The Gu family probably still has assets somewhere, but don't go looking for them now. Even if you find them, don't let it show. Once I announce my identity in Beijing, who knows how many people will be watching us. Maybe someone's already making moves. That's why I'll make the donation public as soon as I get back, to avoid future trouble. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Xiaozheng began to explain the intertwined histories of the Zhou, Gu, and Cheng families. Finally, seeing Zhou Jiao frowning, he said, the Cheng family has 2 sons, Cheng Xijin and Cheng Xiyu, and a daughter, Cheng Ruzhu. After all these years of searching and judging by their names, it seems they still have some loyalty to us. As for the future, we'll see how things go. Get along with them as you see fit. They're not counting on us to support the Cheng family anyway. The 2 sons have bright futures and are both good men. Zhou Jiao understood. I get what you mean. I trust great-aunt. As for the others, we'll see. If she could rush here overnight on military orders, that's true loyalty. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled with satisfaction. When we go to the capital at the end of the year, we'll visit your grandparents' graves. Let them see that our Jiao Jiao not only looks like your grandma, but is even smarter. Zhou Jiao grinned proudly at him, not forgetting to praise herself. Dad, you should say our family has good roots. None of us are anything but smart. Haha, that's right. Our family has good roots. We're all smart. I have to leave in a hurry this time, and I don't know when I'll be back. You must be careful on your own. If anything happens, Remember to find your uncle Zhao Chuangguang. If things get really serious, just run to the capital. As long as I'm there, even if you killed someone, your dad will have your back." Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. "Dad, your daughter isn't the type to start a fight at the drop of a hat. Don't worry, your daughter is clever. You be careful on your trip too, don't let your guard down. When things are settled, send me a telegram to let me know. You don't need to say much, just send the word good. Zhou Xiaozhang patted Zhou Jiao's head gently and said, "Your great-uncle is the second in command in the military district. He said he and his wife will handle the Gu family's matters cleanly. The reason I'm going back is just to show everyone that there are still members of the Zhou family in the capital. Don't worry, with him there, nothing will happen." Seeing Zhou Jiao relax, Zhou Xiaozhang let out a big sigh of relief, half amused and half exasperated. He took out a key that old Lady Cheng had given him. "This is the key to the wicker trunk. Keep it safe. I've set all the combination locks to 0. All the keepsakes your grandparents left are inside the trunk. You must protect them well." After he finished speaking, Zhou Xiaozhang got up and put his suitcase on the table. Before he could open it, he saw Zhou Jiao, looking serious, open the wicker trunk and measure the inside and outside with her hands. He chuckled. "Don't bother, your old man already checked, there's no hidden compartment. I've thought of everything you could think of. Unless you take the whole trunk apart, just wait until everyone leaves before you try. If you're interested, study the seal and this little key." Zhou Jiao pulled out the key and examined it closely. It did look familiar. Where had she seen it before? Zhou Xiaozhang watched her with a smile, not in a hurry to open the trunk, curious to see how clever his daughter really was. Suddenly, Zhou Jiao jumped up, rushed to the wardrobe, opened a secret compartment, and, under the cover of the compartment, took out the little key her mother had left her. She compared the two keys and stared at her father in shock. "Dad, did Great-Aunt and the others not notice, or are they pretending not to know? And what was the original combination for the lockbox?" Zhou Xiaozhang looked at her with pride and joy in his eyes. "My Jiao Jiao is really smart. Your great-aunt probably knows this is a special key, but can't guess which bank it's for. When she gave it to me, she avoided your great-uncle and cousin and slipped it to me in secret. The combination for the lockbox was my birthday, April 18th, 418. Your grandma told your great-aunt. There must be a letter hidden in the wicker trunk. I think the seal and the Gu family jade pendant are all connected. Don't touch anything now. Tonight, when we stay in the county, you and I will open the trunk together. Don't let your mom or Xiaowu know. We'll need tools to open it, and we can't let anyone see it's been tampered with." Zhou Jiao nodded excitedly. "We don't care about the money, but if we find Grandma's letter, that would be great." I knew she'd have a backup plan. She couldn't have failed to realize that some of the Zhou clan would be selfish and not send you to Great-Aunt's place. Maybe Great-Aunt forgot, or maybe Grandma hinted at it and she didn't pay attention. My Jiao Jiao is smart. All right, everything will be clear tonight. Hurry and pack 2 changes of clothes, don't bring anything else. If you forget something, let Xiaowu come back for it. I'll take you to stay in the county for a couple of days. I have to go back to the capital tomorrow. If there's nothing urgent, don't come back. As for Ping'an's 1-month celebration, I probably won't make it. When I come back at the end of the year, our whole family will celebrate together. Is there anything else you want me to do?" Zhou Jiao thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No, I just hate to see you go. Dad, just wait for me in the capital." She lowered her head, suddenly feeling down. Zhou Xiaozhang sighed and gently stroked her head, reluctant to leave. "How about you come back to the capital with me this time and only return after the new year? Or you and your husband could forget about college. Dad can arrange for you to join the performing arts troupe with your mom, and Xiaowu's dad can get him a good job." Zhou Jiao hugged her father's waist tightly and leaned against him. "No, I'm your daughter. I can't let myself back down. I want to make you proud. I'm the granddaughter of Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu. I can't ruin their good name. From now on, the girls of the Zhou family will inherit our scholarly tradition, and the boys will carry on Grandpa's legacy." Zhou Xiaozhang suppressed his reluctance and comforted her. "All right, then Dad will wait for you in the capital. Once you're settled there, we'll let Xiaowu go home first, and you can stay with Dad. Zhou Jiao let go of him and grinned. Dad, if Xiaowu heard you say that, he'd call you a biased father-in-law. But I like hearing it. My daughter always comes first. That kid just got lucky, that's all. Otherwise, when you get to the capital, there'll be a line of suitors after you. Seeing her spirits lift, Zhou Xiaoeng teased her. Zhou Jiao suddenly remembered something. She took out 2 property deeds for courtyard houses and handed them to him. Dad, let's submit these together with Grandma and Grandpa's donation papers. Maybe we can get our ancestral home back. Zhou Xiaoeng laughed heartily and ruffled her hair. Dad's records show 1 courtyard on road under his daughter's name, another under his wife's name. I've already sorted it all out. Don't feel guilty toward Grandma Zhou. The deeds she gave me were already void. I spent a lot of effort to get them reissued. Your grandparents knew all about it. Otherwise, they would have asked for them back long ago. The gold your grandma gave and all we've done is enough to repay their kindness. Visit her when you can during the holidays. I'll send her money every year for support. After saying this, he leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Seeing her eyes widen in delight, he couldn't help but pat her head again. Zhou Jiao quickly grabbed his arm. Dad, don't forget to check on the ancestral home's land, okay? No wonder her dad had been so hard to find this year. He really was capable. Got it. I'll take you to see it when we're back in the capital. I've been out a while, I should head back. You finish packing and keep your valuables with you. I'll have your mom help you pack Pingin's things. Don't overthink things. As long as you're safe, I'll be at ease. Okay, I understand. Dad, go get something to eat. Let Mom keep Great Aunt company. Pingin's clothes are all in the wardrobe, no need to pack them. Zhou Jiao walked her father out, watching until he entered the main house before hurrying back to her room to pack. Thinking about going to the county, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but hum a little tune as she quickly packed her son's formula, clothes, and supplies. She dug out 4 new coats from the wardrobe and packed clothes for herself and her husband. As for the valuables, they were quite safe. When she finished, she looked at the pile on the chair and couldn't help but laugh. There was no way she could fit all this into her space. Before even entering, Zhou Xiao was already hearing waves of laughter coming from the inner room. Beside him, Zhang Guoqing, with his sharp ears, caught a few snippets of conversation. Seeing his father-in-law's bewildered expression, he couldn't help but quietly chuckle to himself. The 2 men entered the inner room. Zhou Xiao looked at the laughing women and cheerfully said, Auntie, it seems you and Jiao Jiao really hit it off. So, what do you think? Isn't our Jiao Jiao both clever and beautiful? I knew you'd like this child. I'm not just bragging about my own daughter. There really isn't anyone who can compare to our Jiao Jiao. Old Madame Cheng nodded with a big smile. She really is a good child. Our Jiao Jiao is blessed. And with the Zhang family's character, this marriage is a good one. Her in-laws are good, and the partner she's found is good. Xiaowu, I think you're excellent. You 2 grew up together, childhood sweethearts. In the future, you must support each other well. Zhang Guoqing nodded earnestly. Great Aunt, don't worry. I'll take good care of Jiao Jiao and the child. You just watch, if I ever don't do well, you can give me a good beating. Old Madame Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Great Aunt believes you. I can tell you're more mature than others your age, and you know what you want. Your parents raised you well. You 2 must be filial to them in the future, especially you, Jiao Jiao. Xiaowu's parents have entrusted their outstanding son to you, so you must live well with him and never forget your parents' kindness. Your parents are busy with work, so they can't always look after you. If you 2 ever run into trouble, don't be afraid, come to your great aunt. If I can't help, there's still your great uncle, and if that's not enough, our whole family will support you. As long as you walk the right path, our Gu family will never be forced into a corner again. Hearing this, Zhou Jiao nodded repeatedly. Thinking of the Gu family and her own paternal grandparents, she was momentarily lost in thought. She knew she should always leave herself a way out. Life is too long, and there are too many uncertainties. She absolutely couldn't let her own children or future siblings repeat the same mistakes as the Zhou and Gu families. Zhang's mother was deeply moved by old Madame Chang's words. This was what a true elder should be. Sensing the mood had grown a bit heavy, Zhou Jiao guessed his daughter was worrying about the future again. He quickly shoved the box he was carrying into Zhou Jiao's hands. Seeing her look up at him in surprise, he playfully tapped her on the forehead and complained, "What are you thinking about? Kids should just eat and drink well, let your old man handle everything else. This is something your grandparents left behind. You keep it safe for me. Your mom and I aren't that careful, so make sure you look after it." Zhou Jiao frowned, glancing a few times at her mother, who didn't seem to care and just smiled at her. Relieved, she suddenly remembered the family heirloom jade pendant and the Zhou family seal inside the keepsake. She was about to speak, but swallowed her words, deciding to wait until later when she could talk to her father alone. There were many questions she hadn't yet discussed with him. There was no rush. Seeing her put the box away, Zhou Jiao recalled how his daughter had seemed like she wanted to say something earlier. He more or less guessed what she was thinking and smiled to himself. If his daughter had thought of it, how could he not have? That was exactly why he handed it to her directly. There were many things that couldn't be discussed with others. He'd have to find time to talk it over with her privately. Noticing it was almost time for lunch, Zhou Jiao turned to Zhang's mother and said, "Second sister-in-law, it's time to eat. Let's all head out. After lunch, you can come back and chat with Jiao Jiao some more." Hearing this, Zhang's mother slapped her forehead and said with a laugh, "Look at me. Let's go, everyone. Let's eat first. We can come back and have a good chat with Jiao Jiao and her great-aunt after. Come on, let's get something in our stomachs." Zhou Jiao carried her son to see them out, then returned to the inner room. After putting her son down, she thought for a moment and fetched the two boxes, staring at them in deep thought without opening them. The two boxes were both popular styles from the Republican era. One was a plain, square suitcase woven from willow, and the other was a combination lock case that must have come from overseas. She remembered her grandmother had used an ordinary wooden box to store the Gu family heirloom jade pendant and the Zhou family seal. She shifted her gaze to the willow suitcase, lost in thought. The willow suitcase had been well preserved over the decades. Its surface gleamed, likely from being frequently polished by her great-aunt, who missed its owner. There wasn't a single splinter, and even the tiny lock hole was shiny and free of rust. She pondered, if she had been her grandmother, who had faked her death with a plan and left home with her valuables, she would have needed a large suitcase for her belongings in addition to the combination lock case. Unless the willow suitcase had some special meaning, there'd be no need to bring such a rough-looking box along, given her grandmother's status at the time. It couldn't hold anything heavy, nor was it suitable for valuables. So why did her grandmother keep it with her until her death, along with the combination lock case? Could it be that her grandfather, in his misfortune, had brought it when he came looking for her? Zhou Jiao frowned, thinking hard, feeling around each of the four corners for any hidden compartments. In the end, she could only smile wryly. She had imagined her grandmother would have left some clue about her father's whereabouts in the box, or at least a letter for him. As the Gu family's only daughter, raised as a son, her grandmother would surely have considered the possibility of something happening to her. If the Zhou family didn't return the child, how would Lu Shiji find him? The Gu family's betrayal was real. How could she have naively trusted Zhou Jiaran? She had been willing to give up a fortune just to get her child back. She definitely wouldn't have trusted Zhou Jiaran. So why hadn't she left a backup plan? Zhou Jiao wanted to open the box to check for hidden compartments, but the key wasn't with her, so she'd have to wait for her father to return. She had a feeling her talented grandmother must have left a letter behind, but her great-aunt had never thought to break open the box, or maybe she'd forgotten the hint her sister once gave her. Zhou Jiao let out a deep sigh. She wanted to find even a few words for her father, to give him some comfort. He might look cheerful and calm on the surface, but she could still feel his pain and sorrow. Forced into a corner again and again by their own kin, her grandmother, her father, and now herself. The Gu family, the Zhou family, they all forgot that it was the legitimate branch who raised the side branch. Just thinking about it made her grit her teeth in anger. Did her father not understand? In the Zhou family ancestral hall, seeing the high and mighty ancestral tablets from afar, she suddenly felt it was all so absurd. She wondered if the ancestors up there would look down on their own cousins. Neither she nor her father liked to show their wounds to others. They both endured everything in silence, just as they endured all the unfairness. Maybe if her grandmother had left a letter for her father, it would bring him some comfort. At least the two of them still had the love of close blood relatives. After putting away the suitcases, Zhou Jiao gently patted her son, her mind racing. This time, she was determined to have her father work hard to have more children, to raise her younger brothers well. The Zhou family in the capital couldn't fall in her generation. If it really wasn't possible to have brothers, she decided she'd have a son herself and have him take the Zhou surname. After hearing about the Gu family's fate, she had only one thought: from now on, the Zhou family in the capital would only be the Zhou family in the capital. As for other relatives, if they wanted to stay in touch, fine. If members of the Gu family died at her doorstep, she'd just walk away with a smile. The main hall was packed with 2 large tables, and as the atmosphere grew livelier, everyone relaxed and started to mingle, toasting each other. Zhou Xiaozhang glanced over at Old Master Cheng, Old Master Lin, and his in-laws, all chatting happily together. At the other table, Old Madame Cheng was deep in conversation with Lin Lishan and Zhang's mother, clearly enjoying themselves. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Xiaozhang shot a look at Zhang Guoqing and quietly slipped out. Once outside the hall, Zhou Xiaozhang listened to the chatter inside and burst out laughing, then sighed softly and shook his head as he made his way to his daughter's bedroom. He thought of how his beloved Zhao Jiao had just furrowed her brow, wanting to say something but holding back. He couldn't rest easy without talking to her. With everyone gathered in the main hall, it was the perfect opportunity for some father-daughter time. As for anyone noticing his absence, with his son-in-law Xiao Wu there, he had nothing to worry about. Zhou Jiao shot him a sideways glance and pouted. "I know you're amazing, Dad, but I still worry that you might miss some details. And there's no need to tell those Zhou family elders and clan leaders that you're available to help them. You don't owe them anything. Don't they know how we've been living all these years? The clan leader even asked me today to persuade you to move the family graves from the capital to Zhoujia village. Does he think I'm stupid? The main branch has never buried their dead with the side branches, yet today they dared to ask for a place in the ancestral hall and the family register. Do they really think we're easy to push around?" I refused outright. If I hadn't wanted to make it clear in Zhoujia village that we're not a side branch, I wouldn't have agreed to go to the ancestral hall at all. We're the main branch, we should have our own place in the family register. It's just that it can't be found now. I didn't get a chance to see the whole register today, but I'm determined to copy it down in the future and pass it on to my younger brothers. Dad, when you go back, try to give me a few brothers. I'll raise them myself and will restore the honor of our main branch. Zhou Jiao quickly got up, ran to the closet, opened a hidden compartment, and, using it as cover, took out a small key her mother had left her. She compared the 2 keys and looked at her father in shock. Dad, did Great-Aunt and the others not notice, or are they pretending not to know? And what was the original combination for the lockbox? Zhou Xiaozheng looked at her with pride in his eyes. My Jiao Jiao is really smart. Your great-aunt probably knew this was a special key, but couldn't guess which bank it belonged to. When she gave it to me, she did it secretly, avoiding your great-uncle and your cousin. The combination for the lockbox was my birthday, April 18th, 418. Your grandma told your great-aunt. There must be a letter hidden in that wicker trunk. I think the seal and the Gu family jade pendant are all connected. Zhou Xiaozheng sighed, gently stroking her head, and said reluctantly, "How about you come back to the capital with Dad this time, and return after the new year? Or you and your husband can skip the college entrance exams. Dad can arrange for you to join the art troupe with your mom, and Xiaowu's dad can find him a good job." "I know. I'll take you to see it when we're back in the capital. I've been out for a while, I should head back. You finish packing and keep your valuables with you. I'll have your mom come help you pack Pingin's things. Don't overthink things as long as you're well, I'll be at ease." "Okay, I understand. Dad, go grab a bite to eat. Let Mom stay with Great-Aunt." Ping'an's clothes are all in the wardrobe, no need to pack them. Zhou Jiao pulled her dad along, seeing him off until he entered the main house, then hurried back to her room to pack. Thinking about going to the county town soon, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but hum a little tune as she quickly packed up her son's formula, clothes, and supplies. She dug out 4 new coats from the closet and packed clothes for herself and her husband. As for the valuables, they were perfectly safe. When she finished packing and looked at the pile on the chair, she couldn't help but laugh. There was no way she could fit all of this into her space. Mother Zhang watched as Zhou Xiaozheng came in, grinning from ear to ear, and shook her head to herself. Thank goodness Zhou Jiao is such a sensible and well-behaved child. Otherwise, with a father who spoils her like this, she'd really be worried about how her daughter might turn out. She'd never seen anyone dote on their daughter this much. Old Cheng saw Zhou Xiaozheng's beaming face as he entered and teased him. Feeling better now that you've seen your daughter? I bet you wish you could shrink Jiao Jiao down and carry her around in your pocket. Zhou Xiaozheng chuckled. My Jiao Jiao has a good temperament, but whenever something happens, she tends to overthink and keeps it all to herself. I know she worries about me, so I made time to talk to her, just so she doesn't let her imagination run wild. With that, he turned to look at Father Zhang, simply gazing at him without saying a word. Father Zhang shot him a sideways glance, grumbling, You just want to take your daughter to the county town for a few days, don't you? Go on, go on. Staring at me like that, am I not allowed to enjoy my drink? Come on, Brother Zhang, your in-law here is out of words. Let me toast you. We've known each other since we were kids, and I know both you and your wife are honest, good people. I won't say anything fancy these days. I'll probably have to head back soon. There are some good friends from the provincial capital waiting for me at the house in the county town. I want to leave my child in their care and take her around the county for a couple of days so she can get a feel for the place and not get bullied. Honestly, I'm not at ease leaving her behind. After I go, I'll have to rely on you and your wife to look after Jiao Jiao. She may seem mature, but she's still young, so please keep an eye out for her. After finishing his drink, Father Zhang shot him a playful glare and said with a smile, Don't worry. She's a good kid, she'll be fine. Once you leave, I'll let you take your precious daughter to the county town, all right. Since getting to know Zhou Xiaozheng, Cheng Xijin had never seen this cold-faced king show such tender affection for his daughter. She lowered her head, stifling a laugh. He made it sound like he was worried she'd get bullied, but with the way Jiao Jiao looks at people and the way she talks, it's obvious she's not someone to mess with. He just wants an excuse to take his daughter to the county town and enjoy himself. He sure knows how to spin a story. Lin Lishan smiled apologetically at Mother Zhang. Sister, I'm sorry. My husband and I won't have any time off until after the new year, so we just wanted to take them to stay there for a few days, see what else they might need, and get everything ready for the kids. Once the new year's over and Xiaowu starts work, we won't have to rush around. Please don't take it the wrong way. Mother Zhang patted her hand inside. They say all parents' hearts are the same, and I understand where you're coming from. Don't worry about it. Get everything sorted so you can focus on your work. This child is so sensible and sweet. I really like her. As long as she's here, I won't let her suffer. When she's older, I'll have Xiaowu take her and her mother to Beijing to visit you. Old Lady Cheng smiled at them and said softly, That's good. It's a blessing for Jiao Jiao to have in-laws who get along so well and understand each other. Xiaowu's mother, you're truly blessed. Look at your 3 sons, all capable and filial, and your 2 daughters-in-law, both beautiful and kind. With so many grandchildren, you and your husband have a wonderful life ahead. Mother Zhang nodded happily, beaming. Hearing you say that makes me feel so happy. Thinking back on all the hardships when I was young, now I can smile even in my sleep. After a few rounds of drinks, Mother Zhang and her 2 daughters-in-law got busy serving lunch. By the time everyone finished eating, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The men gathered in the main room to chat, leaving Huang Suilan and Lin Juhua to clean up. Mother Zhang, Old Lady Qing, and Lin Lishan headed to the west wing, to Zhou Jiao's bedroom. As soon as Lin Lishan walked in and saw the clothes laid out on the chair, she scolded her. Didn't we agree to wait for me to help you pack? Why didn't you take a break? Zhou Jiao flashed her mother a sweet smile and helped old lady Cheng sit on the kang. Great aunt, come rest on the kang and let's have a chat. Then she took out a set of keys and handed them to Mother Zhang. Mom, I'll be staying in the county for a few days. Here are the keys to my room, keep them with you. You don't need to keep it locked, just take whatever you need. I'm not taking much, just a few changes of clothes. If the kids at home want candy, it's in the drawer outside. Use the stove as you like, my parents still have plenty of coal tickets. If anything comes up, I'll send word and you must come to the county. Also, my eldest sister is having her housewarming next Sunday, let me know if I need to prepare anything. Mother Zhang watched her chatter away and waited for her to finish before saying, don't worry about a thing, just go and stay for a few days. If there's anything, I'll come find you in the county. I've already got everything ready for your sister's housewarming. You 3 brothers haven't split up the family, so there's no need for gifts. If you're busy in the county, just ask your sisters to help you tidy up, don't be shy about it. You haven't fully recovered from childbirth, so don't get too excited and forget to take care of yourself. Stay away from cold water, too. Oh, you kids. I think I'd better go with you to the county, and I'll tell your sister to check in on you from time to time. The more Mother Zhang talked, the more worried she became. She quickly stood up and said to old lady Cheng and Lin Lishan, Jiao Jiao's great aunt, sister, you two keep Jiao Jiao company. I'll go pack up and head into town with you. With that, she smiled at them and hurried out. Hey, Mom, the keys, Zhou Jiao called after her, holding the keys, half amused and half exasperated. Old lady Cheng watched the scene with a smile and said warmly, Jiao Jiao, even though you married young and the Zhangs are a farming family, they're truly good people. You've married well. Now I can finally give your grandmother some peace of mind. You'll have a good life here. If you ever need anything, don't worry, I'll make sure you have it. Don't try to save money, just focus on getting your health back. Zhou Jiao climbed onto the kang and leaned against the old lady. Great aunt, I'm not short on money. Mom gave me plenty. All I need is for you to stay healthy and keep us company. Old lady Cheng stroked her hair, her eyes reddening. She said softly in the end, it's still you who's had to suffer. Look at you, so thin and pale, and you didn't get to rest properly after giving birth. If your grandparents were still here, you wouldn't have to lift a finger. There'd be people to take care of you. Child, let's go back to Beijing. There are people at home to look after you. This time, your father will be staying at the courtyard house, and there's no shortage of help. I'll be able to see you more often. Zhou Jiao forced a smile, pushing down her sadness. Great aunt, I want to try making my own way for a bit. I'll be back in Beijing soon, just wait for me. I don't need much in life, things are good now. Dad has a lot to deal with when he goes back, so you and great uncle, with all your experience, please help keep an eye on him for me. Dad likes to keep things bottled up, he's used to it, but I worry. I'm afraid he'll push himself too hard for me or for the Zhou family. Please help me look after him. Titles and positions don't matter, what's important is that he's safe and well. And while Mom's still young, keep urging them to give me a few more brothers or sisters, that's fine too. I'll take good care of them in the future. When Lin Lishan heard this, she didn't know whether to feel embarrassed or angry. Her face flushed bright red as she glared fiercely and said, You really worry about everything, don't you? I'm your mother. Stop worrying about us and just live your own life well. Don't make us worry about you all the time. I know how stubborn you are, your dad doesn't even dare force you to come home. We'll wait for you for 2 years. Even if the sky falls, you both have to come back to me. Your great aunt is right, you and Xiaowu don't need to pull strings or ask for favors like others if you go back. At the very least, you could join the art troupe. But you insist on relying on yourself. Girls shouldn't be so headstrong. All I want is for you to have an easy life, to live however you want. But you insist on taking the hardest road. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and she lowered her head to wipe away her tears. Zhou Jiao stepped forward to help her mother wipe her tears, making her laugh. Back on the Kong bed, she looked at the 2 elders in front of her and spoke in a low but firm voice. Mom, I understand how you feel, and I know you care about me. But I want to try things on my own. I want to see what I'm capable of, to find my own path in life. If I keep relying on you, I'm afraid I'll lose my drive and ruin Dad's reputation. Now that I know what happened to my grandparents, I'm even more certain that I made the right decision. Everyone faces hardships in life. I have to learn from the lessons of those before me and think carefully about the future. I'm still young, I want to give it a try. Without my parents' protection, can I, Zhou Jiao, really shoulder the responsibilities of being a Zhou family daughter? Besides, I have more support than most people. I have you, great aunt, and everyone else. Even if I get hurt or tired, I'll always have a place to rest. Please trust me and be happy for me. Old Lady Cheng sighed, then happily stroked Zhou Jiao's cheek. Shan, you should be proud. You have a daughter to be proud of. Jiao, you're so much like your grandmother, stubborn as a mule. But remember, we don't need to be perfect in everything. When you run into trouble, it's okay to avoid it. If one road is blocked, try another. Being too rigid leads to breaking. Throughout history, those who succeed are the ones who can bend and adapt. If your grandparents had gone abroad back then, our family wouldn't have suffered so much. With their money and the friends they made while studying overseas, they wouldn't have died so young. Your great-aunt is old now, and she often regrets being too proud and eager for revenge back then. Zhou Jiao shook her head and comforted her, great-aunt, don't regret it. My grandparents had a strong sense of duty to their country. They knew there's no home without a country. Their spirit is admirable and worth remembering. But I'm not like them, I just want a small, happy family, for everyone to be safe and sound. Haha, good. Wishing for peace is good. A peaceful life is a blessing. Your dad has me watching over him, and you just need to keep yourself safe here. If you ever run into trouble, just run to Beijing and find your great-aunt. I still have some connections after all these years. There's nothing we can't handle. Zhou Jiao grinned and winked at her, teasing, great-aunt, you sound just like my parents, always telling me to run to Beijing if anything happens. Aren't you afraid I'll stir up big trouble? Don't worry about me. I'm slow to anger and don't make enemies easily. Life is hard for everyone. There's no need to pick fights. Besides, by now, the whole county probably knows I have powerful backing. Who would dare mess with me? They used to call me Golden Doll. I wonder if they've changed my nickname by now. Old Lady Cheng burst out laughing. Who gave you that nickname? Your grandfather had a nickname too, Jade Gentleman. His name was Jia Heng, courtesy name Jinyu. Later, everyone called him Zhou Jinyu instead of Zhou Jiaheng. When the girls saw him, they were too shy to call his name, so they'd just shout, "The Jade Gentleman is here." We used to tease him, saying he was as handsome as Panin, and he'd complain that it was all his friends' fault for making a fuss. Your dad has a nickname too, Northeast Tiger. Lin Lishan joined in, laughing, Auntie, everyone knows Jiao as Golden Doll. If you mention Golden Doll in the county, people will tell you how to find her. But if you ask for Zhou Jiao, not many know that's the same person. She's been bothered by that nickname for ages, always saying she'd rather be called Mud Doll than Golden Doll. Zhou Jiao quickly changed the subject, afraid they'd keep teasing her. Great aunt, are you taking the military plane back again this time? Will my parents be able to go with you? Yes, we're taking the military plane tomorrow. There's enough room for everyone. It's a pity little Ping'an is too young, otherwise you could all go back together. We're lucky this time. The plane's dropping off supplies and will be empty on the return trip. Today is the second day of the month, and in 10 days Ping'an will be 1 month old. Are there any customs here? Has your mother-in-law said how she wants to celebrate? Zhou Jiao shook her head. She hasn't mentioned anything. She handled the 3-day celebration too. I don't really know about these things. The village kids seem to celebrate pretty casually. I haven't seen anything special. In the north, there aren't many customs, but in the south, on this day, you shave the baby's head, give them a name, and send red eggs to friends, family, and neighbors. We should prepare something from our side too. Lin Lishan nodded. Auntie, my mom said for the 1-month celebration, we should prepare a gold lock, red eggs, and a few sets of new clothes, and bring Jiao and the baby back to our family's home for a visit. Her dad and I thought about it and decided to postpone the visit until the end of the year. We'll leave the gold lock for Jiao to use on the day, and we were planning to give money to Zhou's mother to prepare red eggs. but now the plan's all messed up. Old Lady Chung thought for a moment and asked, "When do you have to return to your unit at the latest?" Lin Lishan smiled sheepishly. "Actually, I wasn't supposed to have any time off this time. I swapped 2 days with a colleague and applied for 7 days, so I managed to get 15 days in total. I'm almost out of time. I was planning to call Beijing in the next couple of days and report after the fact." Zhou Jiao immediately understood what they were planning and quickly said, "Great Aunt, Mom, don't rush to decide, let me finish. Right now, Dad's situation is the most important. You all need to go back, don't mess up the original plan. Men don't pay attention to details, and I won't be at ease if you're not there. I've already made plans for the baby's 1-month celebration. Mom, you keep the gold lock for me. I'll give money to someone in the county to prepare red eggs and send them to the village. Great Aunt, don't send anything from Beijing after you go back. I'll be returning at the end of the year anyway. After the 1-month celebration, there's still the first birthday. There's no rush. What matters most is Grandpa and Grandma's situation and Dad's situation." Old Lady Chung looked at Zhou Jiao's serious face and was delighted. "All right, we'll do as you say. Your dad is the most important. Great Aunt knows what to do. We'll listen to you." Zhou Jiao nodded happily. "It's settled then. Don't mention any of this to Dad. Mom, just tell him everything's ready so he can focus on his own business." In the main hall, Zhou Xiaozhang glanced at his watch, planning to take the children home early. It would get cold and dark soon, and it wasn't convenient with both the elderly and kids around. Besides, Zhao Chuangang was probably already growing impatient waiting for them in the county town. Finally, when there was a lull in the conversation, he looked over at old Chung, stood up and said, "Second brother Zhang, we'll head back to the county first. Once it gets dark, it gets freezing, and it's not easy with the elderly and children. We'll be off now. If anything comes up, just have Xiaowu write me a letter or send a telegram. And when you have time, you and second sister-in-law should come visit us in the capital." Father Zhang hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Old Zhou, why don't you stay the night? You've barely warmed the seat, and you're already rushing off. What's the hurry?" Zhou Xiaozhang chuckled and tried to persuade him, "We're all family here, no need to worry about warming the seat or not. We're not being polite, that's why we're eating and leaving. Next time, when we have more time, we'll sit down and chat properly. Right now, we really have to go as someone's waiting for us in the county." Father Zhang could only glare at her helplessly, then turned to old Lin and old Chung and said, "Uncle Lin, Uncle Chung, I won't keep you this time. Next time, you must stay at my place and we'll continue our chat." Old Chung stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Once I retire, I'll come over whenever I have free time. Several of our in-laws are in the capital, so you must come visit often. Old Lin keeps saying he's waiting for you to come drink with him. Don't forget." Old Master Lin nodded cheerfully. "It's a promise. I'll definitely come. When you're about to set off, just send a telegram first, no way you'll get lost. I'll pick you up at the station myself." Zhang Guoqing watched as the group headed out the door. He hurried into the room and saw his mother-in-law and Zhou Jiao all packed and ready to go. "Jiao Jiao, congratulations, you're finally free." Zhang Guoqing grinned and made a playful gesture toward her. Zhou Jiao quickly glanced outside, then shot him a look. Zhang Guoqing understood and nodded, taking the bundles and luggage from both of them. "Where's Great Aunt? Don't get so excited you forget our son." Lin Lishan burst out laughing. "Your Great Aunt is with Ping'an." She was afraid Jiao Jiao would run off and forget the baby. "Mom, I trust you most. Just in case Jiao Jiao treats our son like a bundle and leaves him behind, you take care of your grandson. Jiao Jiao can help Great Aunt, and I'll be on guard the whole way." Once Zhou Jiao and the others left, Zhang Guoqing brought the luggage back to the room, checked the stove, and, seeing nothing amiss, headed outside. At the gate of the courtyard, the Zhang family was busy saying their goodbyes. Father Zhang was still chatting happily with old Master Lin and the others. In the end, it was Zhou Xiaozhang who pulled him into old Master Lin's car so they could continue talking on the way back to the county. Otherwise, those two could have chatted until dark. Zhang Guoqing drove a car full of womenfolk, trailing slowly behind. Every now and then, he glanced at Zhou Jiao, who was beaming with joy, and couldn't help but laugh to himself. She must have been stifled these past days. Now, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the scenery, humming one tune after another, from "The East is Red" to "The Waters of Honghu Lake," her mood clearly soaring. "Jiao Jiao, how about the love song of Kongding?" Zhou Jiao laughed, then after a moment, opened her mouth and sang, "On the rolling hills, a drifting cloud. The moon is curved, drifting as you please." Old Madam Chung and the others joined in harmony from the back seat, and together they finished the song. Lin Lishan clapped enthusiastically and praised, "Jiao Jiao, when you come to the capital, you must help Mom perform on stage. What else can you sing?" Zhou Jiao quickly waved her hands. "Mom, don't think your daughter is good at everything, I only know a little. Please don't make me embarrass myself." Zhang Guoqing disagreed. "Mom, don't listen to her, she knows a lot. Honestly, even your arts troupe leaders would want her on stage." "Oh? Xiao Wu, tell Mom more. She always hides her talents. How will anyone know how good she is if she doesn't show off?" Zhang Guoqing laughed. "She just doesn't like to show off. She's really talented. You'd never guess what her best skill is: languages. Her Russian and English are so good, she can chat with anyone. She taught herself by secretly learning from others. If you put her with someone who speaks another language for 10 days or half a month, she'll be able to converse fluently." Old Madam Chung wasn't surprised her brother-in-law could speak 5 languages, and he picked up southern dialects after hearing them just a few times. But Lin Lishan was amazed. "This child. I never knew she had such skills. What else? Xiao Wu, tell Mom." Zhang Guoqing glanced at Zhou Jiao, and seeing she didn't object, continued, "Besides languages, she's curious about everything. Take musical instruments, she can play the suona, eru, harmonica, you name it. Anything the school music teacher can play, she can too. If you show her someone playing the piano a couple of times, she can probably play it just as well. Even the school principal praised her calligraphy, but she's never shown off outside. Her writing is much better than what you see on couplets. There's a lot more. Once you discover it, you'll feel like you've given birth to a prodigy." Lin Lishan laughed heartily and turned to old Madam Chung. "Auntie, did she inherit this from her grandfather?" Old Madam Chung smiled and nodded. "Probably more than that. Jiao Jiao's ability to keep a low profile is a good thing. Don't go telling others about it. Fame is a heavy burden. For example, if people know you have a photographic memory, some will become wary of you. Being too outstanding isn't always good for one's future. Hiding your talents is the smart way. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind." We learned that lesson from her grandfather. Our family must always remember it. She sighed, then instructed Zhou Jiao, "Great Aunt has seen your grandfather's brilliance, but he was too sharp, no one wanted to get close. Outstanding people don't like living in someone else's shadow, and the mediocre are jealous. That's what it means when people say heaven is jealous of talent. Your grandfather was a living example. If you want to walk your own path, you must hide your light, keep a low profile, and wait until you're strong enough to stand on your own. When you have the strength, then you can do as you please. Great Aunt figures you know a lot. You're even smarter than your grandfather. He was truly a prodigy, smooth sailing all the way, but ended up too proud. The hardships you've endured are actually a blessing. They've taught you humility and realism. How many gifted people in this world actually succeed? Look at Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. Your grandmother was raised by her father to be strong-willed and never admit defeat. But for a woman, that's too exhausting, a heavy burden to bear. It's only now, after living so long, that Great Aunt understands these things. You're a girl. Take time to rest, look around you, and always remember, contentment brings happiness." Zhou Jiao replied earnestly, "Great Aunt, I'll remember. I always tell myself, the sky is vast and I am small. You're not small, you have Xiao Wu and he has you. Together, you're a perfect match. Neither of you is insignificant. Great Aunt isn't telling you to hide everything. When you need to show your skills, don't hold back." As they neared Zhang Meili's courtyard, Zhang Guoqing smiled and changed the subject. "Mom, up ahead is Big Sister's house. Next Sunday, they'll be having a housewarming, so we need to start preparing. Mother Zhang, who had been listening to Zhou Jiao and old Madame Cheng's conversation, snapped back to attention when she heard her son. Looking at the nearby courtyard, she said, "It really is close to your second sister's house." "Yeah, just 2 houses apart. You can hear each other calling. When they're off work, I'll take you to see them." "All right, I'll have a word with your big sister and ask her to keep an eye on you too." Xiao Wu, remember, Jiao Jiao hasn't finished her month of postpartum rest yet. Don't go wandering around, and keep her away from cold water. "What about meals?" Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Don't worry, Mom. If things get inconvenient, we'll go back to the village right away. The baby's 1-month celebration is coming up soon anyway." He stopped the car. "We're here. Mom, you take care of Ping'an. I'll handle the luggage, everyone else, just go inside. Jiao Jiao, go check out the study and the canopy bed, you'll love it." Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiaozhang came out quickly. "Auntie, second sister-in-law, go on in." "Jiao Jiao, come with Dad, let's see if you like it." Zhang Guoqing watched his father-in-law lead Zhou Jiao inside, then smiled helplessly at old Madame Cheng and the others, who were already used to it and just smiled as they followed them in. Zhou Xiaoyang brought Zhou Jiao into the courtyard, pointed at the flower bed and said, "This belongs to that old man." Before he left, he told Xiao Wu to take good care of it. "Jiao Jiao, don't waste your energy on it. We grow flowers for fun. If you let a hobby become a burden, it's just not worth it." Seeing his daughter nod obediently, Zhou Xiaozhang smiled in satisfaction and led her to the kitchen. Pointing inside, he said, "See, the kitchen's big enough, right? There's a traditional stove and a modified coal briquette stove. Don't use the traditional stove, the firewood can easily prick your hands. The coal stove is better, and we have plenty of coal tickets. Just put the briquettes in, no need to watch the fire. If you need to change the briquettes, let Xiao Wu do it, don't burn yourself." Zhou Jiao nodded with a bright smile. She knew that, in her father's eyes, she was still just a little girl. He probably wished he could even eat her meals for her. Zhou Xiaoyang led her to the cellar entrance and whispered, "This is basically a basement. I've stored 400 jin of rice and flour in here. Eat as much as you want, don't give any away, keep it for yourself. These boxes are all good prawns and yellow croaker. Remember to keep them hidden inside, don't let anyone in. If I weren't leaving tomorrow, I'd plan to buy you more seafood and fine grains to enjoy slowly. If you don't feel like cooking rice, just make some vermicelli. There are also big dried fish in the storeroom for you to eat at your leisure. The small ones left are all bones, no meat, do what you want with them. Give them away or whatever. Dad, it's more than enough, no need to buy more. Take some prawns with you this time, they make a nice gift," Zhou Jiao said quickly. Zhou Xiaozhang shook his head firmly. "No, these are for you, so you can eat them whenever you want. I don't need to give anyone gifts. Don't move anything from this basement to the village and don't talk about it. Xiao Wu already knows, just listen to him." After locking the cellar door, Zhou Xiaoyang took her to the storeroom. As soon as he opened the door, the smell of fish hit them. After waiting a while for the smell to dissipate, Zhou Xiaozhang pointed at the large dried fish hanging inside. "These are for you. The seafood on the floor is for your uncles in the provincial capital. When you go back, do you need to prepare anything for Great Aunt? You can't go empty-handed. I think you should take something. I still have some tea, take that too," Zhou Jiao suggested. Zhou Xiaozhang glanced outside and lowered his voice. "If I take things back, I'd have to give some to your grandmother too. There are too many people, not enough to go around, better not to give anything. Last time, you guys prepared plenty, that's enough. When you go back to Beijing, remember not to bring anything. Don't think that just because they mail a few parcels it's a big favor, just the interest on our family's money could pay for hundreds of parcels. They gave gifts for Ping'an's 1-month celebration, and you returned the favor. We don't owe them anything. It's not that I'm stingy, but if we keep bringing big packages to the Lin and Gu families, they'll think we're clueless and easy to take advantage of." Zhou Jiao nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Then just prepare a few boxes of good tea, it won't be too conspicuous, and take them to Great Aunt and the others. I think Great Uncle likes tea. I was going to give Great Aunt some donkey hide gelatin, but never mind, there's plenty of time." Zhou Jiao chuckled and tapped her on the head. My girl is so clever. All right, let's go check out your study and bedroom in the main house. Let's not use the secret compartment from Professor Lu's blueprints just yet. We'll design our own when there are fewer people around. Zhou Jiao followed him to the main house, whispering, Dad, let's not bother with the secret compartment for now. It's not necessary. When I have time, I'll make a small hidden spot in the cellar for some things. Seeing the crowded living room, Zhou Xiaozheng changed the subject. There are some good books in the study, take a look. Professor Lu's family has even more books. If he ever wants to sell them, that'd be great. We'll collect them slowly. Old books are cheap these days, nobody reads them anymore. In the living room, everyone was happily chatting, listening to old Master Lin tell stories from the battlefield. Father and daughter quietly slipped away to the study. As soon as they entered, Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up. She excitedly looked at the bookshelves, ran to the desk, and gently touched the surface, taking in the whole study. Her face flushed with excitement, her eyes curved in a smile as she ran to the books, checking the titles one by one. Worth it, so worth it. This study alone is worth it. Dad, you're amazing. How did you even find this? Seeing his daughter so rarely lose her composure, Zhou Xiaozheng grinned. There are still a few things missing. Can you think of what? Zhou Jiao nodded happily. We're missing the 4 treasures of the study and good paper. I'll look for those when I go back to Beijing, no rush. Oh, that old man, why didn't he leave more calligraphy behind? This big desk just makes me want to start writing. Put your embroidery tools on the king, and you'll have everything you need. The courtyard is small, but we'll make do for now. Later, Dad will set up a beautiful study for you. Zhou Jiao shook her head, still excited. It's not small, it's enough. No rush to put out the embroidery tools. I'm not that interested in embroidery these days, just enough for daily use. I plan to follow your advice and start practicing calligraphy and playing chess. Good idea. When I get home, I'll buy you a set of the 4 treasures and a Go board and mail them to you. Zhou Jiao quickly refused. No, those things are fragile. I'll buy them in the provincial capital. I'm afraid you'll buy the expensive ones again. When I go back to Beijing, you can come with me to pick them out. Zhou Xiaozheng spread his hands helplessly. All right, I'll listen to my daughter. After all, you're the eldest. Seeing his daughter so happy warmed his heart. This was how his girl should be. Zhang Guoqing had already heard the father and daughter talking in the next room. After waiting a while and seeing no one come in, he came out with their son in his arms. Sure enough, the study was just to her liking. Dad, bring Jiao Jiao in to see the bedroom. Zhou Xiaozheng reluctantly pulled Zhou Jiao away from the study and into the bedroom, noticing that her earlier excitement had faded. He shot his son-in-law a proud look. Zhang Guoqing smiled to himself. Jiao Jiao doesn't like it? Zhou Jiao sighed. No, it's all good stuff, valuable too. That old man really was a spendthrift. Luckily, he sold it to us. Pieces with this much historical value are hard to collect. The old lady's family must have been quite well off. Look at all this good wood, a whole set of bedroom furniture. Her parents must have put in a lot of effort, only for it all to be abandoned. Like parent, like child, the descendants are following the same path. Zhou Xiaozheng burst out laughing. If people heard you, they'd say we're ungrateful after getting a bargain. Go pack your suitcase. There's some fabric and odds and ends in the wardrobe. Sort them as you see fit. I'll go out and keep the others company. Zhou Jiao smiled sheepishly. Dad, let's take everyone out to eat tonight. No need to cook dinner. All right, I'll tell Xiaowu. You just focus on packing and remember to keep the important things separate. Watching her father leave, Zhou Jiao happily ran to the wardrobe. Brother, where did all this stuff come from? There's so much. Looks like we'll save a lot of money. Zhang Guoqing gently laid their son on the bed. From Uncle Zhao Chuangguang. Don't tell anyone. Just organize everything and keep it in the wardrobe. Mom already gave a lot to Zhao Yuan. These are all good things, keep them for later. Zhou Jiao nodded and put everything neatly on the top shelf, then started sorting their own clothes, making sure to lock all the suitcases in the wardrobe. Zhang Guoqing leaned against the Kang. Jiao Jiao, I think we'll have to change the furniture again. There are a lot of people who know their stuff. Zhou Jiao touched the mattress. It was pretty soft. Watching their son's eyes dart around, she said, "Let's use it for now. For now, focus on the village house. The sooner we split from the family, the sooner we can move in. Look, Ping'an really likes it here." Zhang Guoqing looked at the little one, shielding his head with his hand. The baby didn't cry, just stared at him with bright eyes. "Jiao Jiao, I think our son is really smart. He's not even a month old and already so alert. Son, you even know how to appreciate things." Zhou Jiao leaned close to Zhang Guoqing's ear and whispered, "Dad doesn't want to give anything to Grandma Lin, so to keep it low-key, I plan to give some tea to Great Uncle. How much do you think is appropriate?" "What kind of tea?" "Give tea Guanyin. Take 2 boxes of the best for Dad to drink himself. For Great Aunt, give 3 boxes of a slightly lesser grade, but make sure the packaging is nice. See if there's anything else inconspicuous for Dad to take back." Zhou Jiao blinked, thought for a while, then suddenly pulled out a coat in surprise. "This is the coat I altered last time, what do you think? It was meant for you, but you and Dad are about the same size." Zhang Guoqing immediately grabbed the coat and put it away, shaking his head. "No way, this was the first coat you made for me when you got here, no one else gets it. Even if you gave away all the gold, not this coat." Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at him, laughing as she patted him. "All right, you're the most important, okay? I won't give it away. Once I'm out of confinement, I'll knit you a sweater and make you clothes, all warm brand. Zhang Guoqing gave her a sidelong glance. "That's more like it. But forget the sweater, it's too much work. If you have time, knit one for Dad, he'd be over the moon. Check if there's anything else inside, there should be." Zhou Jiao shook her head firmly and whispered in his ear, "Dad's too sharp, can't give him anything. It's not that I don't trust him, but there's no need for more people to know. This is our little secret." Zhang Guoqing checked his watch and got up. "I'll drive over to Grandpa Wang's to get some liquor. Say it's for my father-in-law's health. If they ask about you, just shake your head and don't say anything. I'll be back before dinner." Zhou Jiao quickly stopped him. "Take something with you, don't go empty-handed." "What do they like?" "Haha, what they like most, we just happen to have. Do you have any of the special liquor Grandpa sent last time? Give me a bottle, and I'll take some seafood too. See if there's an extra army coat." Zhou Jiao stood up, took an army coat from the wardrobe, and handed it to him along with a bottle of liquor. Zhang Guoqing wrapped the liquor in the coat and went to the storeroom, grabbed a small bamboo basket, stuffed in 3 large yellow croakers and some small dried fish, and headed out. Driving down the road, Zhang Guoqing pondered what his father-in-law might need. Besides liquor, he figured he should ask Old Man Wang for advice. After all, the old man was a martial artist and surely knew a thing or two about keeping fit. The car sped all the way to Old Man Wang's house. Zhang Guoqing parked, walked in, and called out loudly, "Grandpa Wang, are you home? It's Xiao Wu. If you're here, give me a shout." A booming voice came from inside. "You rascal, what are you doing here again? Hurry up and come in. Why aren't you up in the mountains today?" Zhang Guoqing entered the main room and hopped right up onto the Kong bed, acting like he was at home. "No one from the village went up the mountain today. We have to wait a few days. I was missing you, so I brought you some things to show my respect." Old Man Wang chuckled, wagging a finger at him. "Out with it. You brought such heavy gifts, you must want something. Other than tiger pelts, tell me what it is. I'm really not here to ask for your tiger skins. I just wanted to discuss something with you. You know my father-in-law, Zhou Xiaozhen? He spent decades working hard away from home, and I'm sure his health isn't great. He's heading back tomorrow. What do you think I should prepare for him?" Old Man Wang slapped him on the shoulder. "Good kid, I knew you were filial. I'll give you some more of that tiger bone wine from last time. I've also got some good pelts at home. Take them and have someone make a little vest for him to wear inside for warmth. Don't bother with pants. It's hard for soldiers to move if they wear too much." With that, the old man went into the inner room. Zhang Guoqing sipped some hot tea, his eyes lighting up. This tea must have come from the deep mountains. A moment later, Old Man Wang came out with a bundle of pelts, a big bottle of badger oil, and a jar of wine. He set them on the Kong. "Take these back and see how best to use them. There's not much wine left. Once it's gone, that's it. If you hear of anyone taking down a big cat, Remember to get a bone for me, and I'll make you more tiger bone wine. Zhang Guoqing felt a bit embarrassed to take everything. Grandpa Wang, just give me a few pelts, that's enough. I won't be shy about the wine and badger oil, but could you spare me some of this tea too? Don't be so polite. Last time you were shameless enough, weren't you? Take them all, piecing them together might not even make 2 vests. The rest at home aren't good enough for you anyway. Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. After a while, not seeing Wang's eldest son, he asked curiously, "Where's Uncle? Has he already gone up the mountain? Has he gone deep into the mountains this year? I don't feel safe letting him go alone, so he's just been around the outskirts. In a few days, he'll head into the deep mountains with a few others from Tiger Valley. Are you thinking of going up the mountain again? Stick to the outskirts. If you really want to go deep, you need at least 10 good men. Don't go messing around." Old man Wang glared at him worried. Zhang Guoqing nodded quickly. "I know, I wouldn't dare go alone. Those wolf pups block the road deep in the mountains. I haven't gone deep in 2 years. Grandpa Wang, is there any way to drive the wolf packs further up? I hear them howling halfway up the mountain, sometimes even see their tracks. On snowy days, the villages at the foot of the mountain are in real danger." Old man Wang sighed. "When I was young, there was a wolf disaster. The Taoist from halfway up the mountain led hundreds of people with old rifles up there, but all they could do was drive the wolves away. You can't kill them. If you do, the wolves will take revenge. If it happens now, only the army can help. Back then, after I killed a wolf, I had to take a detour for 2 days to hide my scent before I dared go home. It's best to avoid them if you see them. Hunters fear wolves most. Do you still take the old path into the deep mountains? Are there any shortcuts?" Old man Wang shook his head. "The old path is still the safest. Other routes are dangerous just to scout. I'd guess there are at least 100 wolves in Dakingshan. Even my dog, De Huang, won't go near them. Where do you go these days? If you must go, head toward the neighboring county. Other than wild boars, there's nothing too dangerous there. My son was born and I haven't really gone up the mountain since, just caught some pheasants and rabbits around the edges. It used to be safe halfway up, but now it's risky. I'll have to check the terrain again and find a spot. If I don't go soon, I'll lose my hunting skills. My grandpa would scold me in my dreams if he knew." Old man Wang laughed heartily. "When you have time, go up with the experienced guys. They're planning to go deep with some ginseng diggers, safety in numbers. All right, you'd better hurry back and take care of your father-in-law. Remember to tell him not to drink too much tiger bone wine at once, just a small cup with dinner each day. Badger oil fried with potatoes is good for stomach problems." Zhang Guoqing stood up and watched as the old man packed tea leaves into a jar, using waste paper as a wrapper. Zhang's eye twitched. Such good tea, and he was using half a pound at once. He quickly tried to stop him. "Grandpa Wang, take it easy. This is great tea, you could eat it as a meal. Save some for yourself." "No worries. I'll go pick more next Qiming festival and roast a new batch. My skills aren't great, but if someone who really knows what they're doing roasted it, it'd be top grade. That wild tea tree looks scraggly, but the leaves are fragrant, almost as good as the best tea from Wang Baiwan's family in the old days. I can pick over 20 pounds every Qiming, just enough to last the year. You've probably seen that tree, just didn't notice it. It's not far from the back of my house. You're good enough at it. Where would we find a tea master around here anyway? Where did you learn to roast tea? It's popular in the south, but up here in the north, it's rare." Old man Wang handed him the wrapped tea. "I learned it traveling when I was young. Now that I'm old and have nothing to do, I roast it for myself. If you like it, come back after Qiming next year." Zhang Guoqing took the tea, grabbed the pelts and wine jar, and left old man Wang's house in high spirits, heading back to the county seat. He drove straight to the tailor's shop in a small alley. Seeing there weren't many customers, he brought the pelts inside. The tailor put down his work as soon as he saw Zhang Guoqing. "You're here early. Your clothes won't be ready for another 2 days." Zhang Guoqing smiled apologetically. "Don't get me wrong, master. I'm here today to ask a favor. Could you rush these pelts for me? I need 2 inner vests by tomorrow." The tailor thought for a moment and shook his head. "I really can't finish them by tomorrow. There's a family getting married, and they just brought fabric this morning for the groom's suit. Does your wife know how to sew? It's simple, just piece them together. If you don't have a sewing machine, bring the pieces here and I'll sew them up for you. They're just for wearing inside anyway. Zhang Guoqing shook his head regretfully. We're leaving the Northeast tomorrow. I'll have to think of something else. Well, see if anyone at home can piece them together. Bring them over and I'll sew them up. You'll also need to buy some fabric to take back. Go home and check. If there's really no way, bring them over tonight and I'll rush one for you to take tomorrow. Zhang Guoqing slapped his forehead, picked up the pelts and said, All right, I'll go home and see if we have any fabric. If not, even one vest will do for now. He stopped by the supply store to buy a packet of needles and a spool of black thread, then hurried home. He decided to ask his wife for help. Her sewing skills were excellent, and if not for worrying about tiring her out, he wouldn't have bothered the tailor. He parked the car, bundled everything up so nothing looked suspicious, wrapped the small wine jar inside, and hurried toward the main house. Zhou Jiao watched as he smiled straightforwardly at everyone and headed straight into the inner room, not paying much attention. He just sat there, listening to Elder Chung talk about biographies and their idle chatter. If he knew his daughter was busy rushing to make his padded jacket at that moment, he'd probably have jumped up, worried his precious girl might hurt her hands or eyes. When Zhou Jiao saw him hurry in, holding a bundle of fur, her eyes lit up. Since their son was asleep, she slowed her steps and walked over to Zhang Guoqing. You found mink fur? You're amazing. Quick, put it on the table and let's have a look. I found a tailor, but he couldn't finish it by tomorrow. So I had no choice but to bring it back for you to see. Are you allowed to sew before your confinement is over? If not, I'll take the fabric back to the village and ask second sister-in-law. Zhou Jiao opened the bundle and checked the contents, picking up a few pieces of mink fur and comparing them. It's fine. I made some clothes for the little girl at home a few days ago. As long as it's not embroidery, just a couple of pieces like this won't matter. You'll see when I get started. I'm picky about other people's work. The colors have to be matched well to look classy. With that, she walked to the bed, took out some military green fabric from her space, and moved it to the table. See? Everything's ready. I'll be done soon. You put these things in the cabinet for now. We can tidy up tonight. After Zhang Guoqing put everything away, he sat beside her and watched as she quickly threaded the needle, snipped 2 pieces of fabric with scissors, and put away the rest. Her hands flew, and in no time, she'd made 2 models of military green padded jackets. He checked his watch in disbelief. It hadn't even been 15 minutes. Next, he watched her arrange the strips of mink fur, moving them back and forth on the table. He realized she was planning to create a gradient effect. Zhou Jiao swiftly sewed the fur onto the fabric, picked up the green jacket, spread it out, and started stitching the fur on. Soon, it was done. She shook it out, then sewed any excess fur inside the jacket. After half an hour, the 2 padded jackets looked so refined you couldn't tell they were handmade. The stitching was as straight as if done by machine. Zhang Guoqing was amazed. I've heard you're good at needlework, but this isn't just good, this is master level. 2 jackets in less than an hour. Take a break, I'll go find some buttons for you to sew on. Zhou Jiao smiled as she watched him busy himself with the buttons. Master level? She was already planning to use some red silk from her space to make a full-month outfit for their son, with a simple tiger embroidered on it and a gold lock pendant. It would look so festive, just in time for the new year in the capital. Seeing there was some pure white mink fur left, Zhou Jiao measured it with her hands. 2 pieces sewn together could make a scarf for her mother, very elegant. She found some light-colored fabric in her space, cut a long strip, and got to work. By the time Zhang Guoqing finally came back with some buttons, Zhou Jiao was nearly finished. He took the finished scarf and examined it closely. The seams were so well done you couldn't tell it was pieced together. It looked just like something from a store. This white one will look great on you. Later, I'll find some sable for you, maybe even enough for a short coat if we're lucky. It'll look amazing. Zhou Jiao grinned. Okay, I'll wait for your fur. It'll be so warm. Too bad I can't make shoes, or I'd make you some furry boots, light and warm, not heavy like army boots. Last time I tried army boots, I was afraid I wouldn't have the strength to lift my feet. Zhang Guoqing looked at her petite frame and burst out laughing, nearly collapsing on the table. Worried about waking their son, he stifled his laughter so hard the table shook. It gave him an idea. He should find a shoemaker to make some lightweight boots. Zhou Jiao laughed softly with him. It's not strange at all. Don't you think army boots weigh at least 20 pounds? And army coats are warm, but after getting used to down jackets, they feel so heavy. Imagine me with an army hat, boots, and coat. Could I even move? Just picturing it made Zhang Guoqing laugh even harder. He hurried outside and burst out laughing in the yard, unable to stop until he was exhausted. When he straightened up, he saw Zhang Mother and the others looking at him worriedly, which only made him laugh more. Old Cheng asked curiously, Xiao Wu, tell us what's so funny that you're laughing like this? Zhang Guoqing hurried back to the living room. It's nothing, just something funny. Zhou Jiao said she tried on army boots and they were so heavy she was afraid she couldn't lift her feet. With her tiny frame, I can imagine. Then she asked me to picture her in an army hat, coat, and boots. Could she even move? The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Everyone burst out laughing except Zhou Xiaozheng, who looked worried. So, have you come up with a solution? The child still needs to build up her strength, she's too frail. Zhang Guoqing nodded. I have. I'll find a shoemaker to make some boots. For hats, we can knit them and line them with fur to keep warm. As for the army coat, she can just wear it when going out. Good. Once her confinement is over, make sure she exercises. Even new recruits can't run at first, but they get used to it. I'll check if I have any lightweight warm clothes at home. In Xinjiang, they have sheepskin boots and gloves. You can use those for now. I'll see if I can find someone from Xinjiang to bring some back. Zhang Guoqing shook his head. No need. I can get them made locally, and it's faster. No need to trouble anyone or owe favors. There's plenty of fur here, and we can pick the colors she likes. Lin Lishan frowned, thinking for a long time before saying, leave it to me. I can have someone mail them directly. Xiao Jiao's right, I never thought of this before. When I wore them, I thought they were heavy too. Mom, go see what Jiao Jiao made, and you'll see there's no need to find anyone. She's so skillful. Lin Lishan, Zhang Mother, and old lady Cheng went into the bedroom and saw Zhou Jiao blushing and smiling shyly at them. She must have heard the conversation outside. Old lady Cheng immediately noticed the two padded jackets on the table, guessing they were for Zhou Xiaozheng, with fabric scraps and sewing supplies still on the table. You're still in confinement. Leave the sewing for later. Don't do it next time. But your handiwork is really good. Mink, too, very warm. Old lady Cheng nodded approvingly as she touched the jacket. Zhou Jiao quickly nodded. I know, I won't do anything complicated or that strains my eyes. This was simple, just a few stitches, and it's for my dad to wear inside. Old lady Cheng smiled as she touched the fabric-covered buttons, nodding to herself at Zhou Jiao's thoughtfulness. Your dad didn't dote on you for nothing. Good girl, you deserve it. Having a daughter is wonderful, sons don't do this. Your dad will be over the moon. Besides your dad, who else are you making things for? Catching old lady Cheng's glance at Zhang Mother, Zhou Jiao understood. I wanted to make some for both my parents and in-laws, but I didn't have enough material, and I'm still in confinement. I was worried you'd all scold me for not taking care of myself. Xiao Wu and I plan to collect more fur and make them for everyone after my confinement, just in time for winter. Old lady Cheng smiled. That's the right way to think. Take care of yourself first. There'll be plenty of chances to show your filial piety later. Zhang Mother quickly waved her hands. Don't bother making anything for us. Your parents are always working outside and need it more. We just stay indoors all winter and don't need these. Once you're out of confinement, you can knit your dad some sweaters and long johns. Your mom's always at work and won't have time. If you're good at needlework, you can help out when you're free. Zhou Jiao grinned and teased, Mom, you forgot. You should say, I'll be waiting for your gift and accept it happily. Be careful, if you talk like this, I'll take it seriously and forget about you. Zhang Mother laughed. All right, I'll listen to you. We'll do it in the spring. For now, focus on your dad's things. Jiao Jiao, I'll have Xiao Wu take me to your eldest sister's place. You stay and chat with your great-aunt and the others. I'll be back soon. Zhou Jiao quickly got up, watched her leave, and breathed a sigh of relief, making a face at her mother. She took a scarf from the wardrobe and handed it over. Mom, this is for you. See if you like it. I didn't have enough material for a jacket, so don't be mad or think I don't care about you. I just worry Dad's had it tough all these years and might get cold, so I wanted him to have something warm for his chest. Otherwise, he'd freeze during winter drills without a coat. Don't knit Dad's sweaters and long johns, I'm faster. Once I'm done, I'll mail them to you. Make sure to check if Dad's stomach is okay and remind him to take care of himself. I heard badger oil scrambled with eggs helps with stomach issues. I've prepared some. And you and Dad shouldn't save the ginseng, stew it with chicken and eat it. I want to buy more for Great Aunt too, but time's too tight and you're leaving tomorrow, so I didn't get everything ready. Lin Lishan stroked the scarf, loving it, and listened to Zhou Jiao's endless instructions. All right, little housekeeper. I'll take good care of your dad. You're so young, how can you worry about everything? Old Lady Chung nodded in agreement. You're still young, don't worry about preparing things for us. Great Aunt isn't an outsider, and we don't lack anything at home. Mailing things back and forth is a hassle. I'll make sure your dad gets checked, and we'll use the ginseng too. If you need anything, write to me, don't worry about us. I have my own savings and a good salary, and it's easy to buy things in our compound. If you need anything, I'll send it to you. Don't buy formula for the baby either. Oh, don't worry about formula, we have more than enough. Mom brought some last time and Xiaowu bought more. I even gave some to my mother-in-law for the kids at home. We have plenty of brown sugar and fabric, our cabinets are stuffed. Great Aunt, Mom always buys things by the cartload. We're well stocked, really. Don't send anything else, if we run out, I'll ask you. Lin Lishan laughed and rolled her eyes. Silly girl, anyone who didn't know better would think you're buried in stuff. Just those 2 or 3 bolts of fabric, you couldn't even make a few pairs of underwear, let alone fill a cabinet. Auntie, don't listen to her, don't send anything yet. If I can't buy it, I'll ask you. She just hates it when I buy things and always frowns at me. Mom, keep a low profile. And you, take care of yourself. You're so thin, a strong wind could blow you away. You haven't rested at all this month, your face is still sallow and thin. Stop worrying about your dad and focus on yourself. If you can stay in town, don't go back to the village. If you don't want to cook, just eat at Chef Pang's, doesn't cost much. Keep the kitchen stove going and always have something stewing. If you're hungry, just go eat. Let others wash the clothes and bedding, I've already arranged it with Aunt Chung. If your in-laws weren't so particular, your dad would have hired someone to take care of you. This time, focus on recovering. Close the door and ignore everything else. Once you're through the full month, come straight to us, I've already told Xiaowu, and he agreed. Got it. Zhou Jiao smiled sweetly. Mom, don't get worked up. Your daughter's smart, soon you'll see me all chubby. Lin Lishan sighed helplessly. You're smart, but you're too soft-hearted and always thinking of others. You're only 17, you can act spoiled and be willful. No need to be so mature. Do what you want, don't wrong yourself for others. Zhou Jiao giggled and winked at old Lady Chung. Mom, it's a good thing Great Aunt's here. If anyone else heard, they'd be shocked. Don't worry, I won't let myself be taken advantage of. If I ever am, I'll write to you and you can help me get even. Zhang Guoqing strolled slowly with his mother toward Zhang Meili's house, occasionally reminding her how to remember the landmarks along the way. As they walked, his mother gradually became distracted. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, Xiaowu, how much did your father-in-law spend on that courtyard? It's so bright and tidy inside. He's really generous. Zhang Guoqing smiled. Mom, he only has one daughter, of course he's generous. I heard that when Jiaojia was born, he was over the moon. He hasn't seen his child for so many years, and now, seeing how much she's suffered, his heart aches for her. Naturally, he wants to give her the best. He spent 800 yuan on that courtyard, and I figure he spent about the same again furnishing it. Except for the furniture, everything else is brand new. The old Zhou family must be kicking themselves now. Back then, I never imagined marrying Jiaojia would be such a blessing. I just liked her character, and you two grew up together. Turns out she's a real treasure worth more than gold. But I can't help feeling uneasy, worried that her family is too strong and you'll end up being the one who suffers. Zhang Guoqing hugged her as they walked. Mom, you should trust Jiao's character, and my judgment too. Look at how my father-in-law and mother-in-law treat me. My father-in-law treats me like his own son. These past few days, he's been quietly telling me who I can rely on, handing over all his connections to me. He even told others to look after the three of us. So don't worry, they're not that kind of people. Jiao takes after her dad. You can see what she's like. His mother finally smiled. Xiaowu, are there any cheaper houses in your area? Your eldest and second sisters live nearby. Maybe your second brother could buy a place there too. That's what I was thinking. Houses here rarely go up for sale. You should ask Big Sis. She knows a lot of people and has good connections. Mother and son arrived at Zhang Meili's door and knocked. A child ran out, saw them, and called out happily, Mom. Grandma and Uncle are here. Zhang Guoqing picked him up. Ziwen, why haven't you boys come back to the village to see your uncle? Zhang Ziwen hugged his neck. We have school. Uncle, I haven't seen you in so long, I missed you. Mom said we had to wait until you weren't busy before visiting. Uncle's almost done with work. When you're on break, come play at my place. Has your mom bought you snacks? What do you eat at home? No snacks. Mom says now that we bought a house, we have to save money. We haven't had fried dough sticks or buns for breakfast in ages. Yesterday we ate the seafood you brought. Dad gave some to Grandpa, but there's still a lot left at home. Uncle, I'm big now, put me down. With that, he wriggled to the floor. Zhang Guoqing saw his mother heading to the kitchen to find his sister, so he followed his nephew inside. He saw the three brothers doing homework. When they saw him, they all crowded around, shouting excitedly. Zhang Guoqing quickly motioned for them to quiet down. He felt the bedding on the kang, frowning slightly at how thin it was. Then he relaxed and smiled. You three sleep together? Isn't it cold at night? The youngest, Zhang Zizong, piped up, Uncle, it's warm underneath but cold on top. Second brother always steals my quilt. Zhang Ziwen glared at him. Uncle, we're not cold. The three of us hug each other and it's really warm. Sit down and rest. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. How did you do on your exams this time? If you did well, there's a reward. Tell Uncle your scores. I got all 100s. Second brother only got 100. Big brother hasn't had a 100 in ages, just 90-somethings. Dad says it's because he's learning harder stuff now and needs to keep working. Zhang Guoqing pulled out a wad of cash and praised them. Wow, my nephews are really making me proud. Here's a reward for each of you, spend it as you like. If you keep up the good work this term, there'll be more rewards. Not just for you, but for Shizi and the others too. So Ziwen, don't push your brothers aside. He gave each of them 2 yuan, then handed Ziwen a pound of sugar coupons and 3 Wenjin grain tickets. When Ziwen hesitated, he said, You're the oldest, so you keep the tickets. Make sure to use them before they expire. Buy sugar and keep it at home for when you want a treat. The grain tickets can be used at the restaurant across the street to buy buns. If anyone asks where you got them, just say your uncle is Zhang Guoqing. They won't give you trouble. Got it? Ziwen held the tickets, looked at his eager brothers, and said, We have to ask Mom before we use them. If she agrees, I'll take you out for buns tomorrow morning. Zhang Guoqing watched them cheer and jump around, then left the room and wandered into the kitchen, where he saw the corn cakes his sister had made and sighed. Zhang Meili saw him and grinned, pulling him to sit. Sit down. Mom said Uncle Zhou and the others are leaving tomorrow, so after you rest, go back and see if they need help. Mom will stay with me for a bit so we can chat. Zhang Guoqing swallowed what he was about to say and finally remembered the heated room. Sis, how's your heated room coming along? Nothing to prepare, next week will do. Zhang Guoqing looked around, puzzled. Where's your coal stove? Zhang Meili glared at him. We have firewood, why buy coal? I put the stove in the new house's storeroom. Before, we couldn't burn wood in the hallway, but now we're on the first floor, so we can. Why waste money on coal? What about your supply coupons for the rest of the year? How many did you get? Zhang Guoqing frowned. Zhang Meili shook her head. I gave them all to Meihao, not many anyway. Not enough to use. Firewood is free. If you need coupons, I'll ask around and get some for you. Suddenly, Zhang Meili's eyes widened. Wait, I just saw you have a pile of coal at home. What are you up to? Zhang Guoqing laughed. Mom, look at Big Sis. Don't worry, I'm not up to anything, just asking. Don't try to give me handouts. I have money, just don't want to waste it. Zhang Meili eyed him suspiciously. Zhang Guoqing surrendered. Okay, I know you have money. We're siblings, no need to be so guarded. Don't worry. Sis, buy the banquet ingredients later. I'll prepare a few dishes for you. Don't get mad, I'll go hunt wild chickens and rabbits. He thought about what he could prepare and figured it'd be enough. You handle the veggies. I'll take care of the meat and fish. Don't argue with me. I'll hunt them myself, won't cost a thing. Ask Mom, Dakingshan is like our backyard. His mother and sister burst out laughing. You little rascal, always bragging. Don't worry, Big Sis has it all arranged. Just show up on the day. Ziwen and his brothers peeked in from outside. Hearing their mother laugh, they came in, each holding their reward money. Mom, Uncle rewarded us for doing well in school. Before she could say anything, Zhang Guoqing quickly stopped her. Sis, don't discourage the kids. This is between me and my nephews. Shizi and the others get rewards too if they do well. Let the kids buy some snacks. If they keep up the good work, I'll take them to the provincial capital during the holidays. Zhang Meili saw how happy the kids were and let it go. Did you thank your uncle? Keep the money safe. Zhang Guoqing laughed as they all thanked him noisily, signaling them to run off before their mother started lecturing them. After the kids left, his mother comforted Zhang Meili. Don't feel bad. You know what Xiao's like, he's always brought meat over. He knows what he's doing. I just came to remind you to visit him often and see if there's anything you can help with. You don't need to say that, Mom. He's my brother, of course I'll help. Is the courtyard at home finished? If there's nothing to do, you should come stay in town for a few days. Once the in-laws leave, there'll be more space. And what about second brother's job? Is he commuting every day? His mother pointed at Zhang Guoqing. Xiao has it all sorted. There's a room at his work for him, but he usually goes back to the village. Don't spread it around yet. Once he's officially confirmed in 3 months, it'll be set in stone. She continued, Xiao's always thinking about your heated room. If he wants to help, just accept it. Our family's doing well now, so stop secretly giving me money. Of my 5 kids, you've had it the hardest, no dowry, and you kept helping the family after getting married. Now your brother wants to help you, let him. Jiao's even more generous. She lets me use anything in her house, even tells me where the secret stash is in case I need money or coupons. People in the village used to say I favored Xiao, but look who's the most thoughtful now. Zhang Meili nodded, smiling. Mom, you're blessed. Meihao's in-laws just said yesterday that you and Dad are getting better with age. Our Zhang family is really on the rise. It's time for you to enjoy life. Zhang Guoqing checked his watch. Mom, let's head back. They're probably waiting for us for dinner. Sis, don't bother preparing anything, we'll go. He took his mother and headed out. His mother called back to Zhang Meili. I'll come see you in a few days. Think about what else you need. I'll get your dad to bring it. Don't see us off, go make dinner for the kids. After saying goodbye, Zhang Guoqing's mother hurried home, pulling him along. Zhang Guoqing steadied her. Mom, don't rush, it's close. Talk to Big Sis privately. Those few hundred yuan of mine aren't urgent. It's not like the money will grow sitting at home. I saw Ziwen and the boys' quilts are thin and narrow, and their clothes are flimsy. They bought a house, but haven't even had buns. Tell her to prioritize the kids, don't let them go without. His mother sighed, looking at the passers-by in patched clothes, their faces no better than hers. Then she looked at her son, dressed in new clothes, his face glowing with health. He looked more like a city person than the city folk. She realized he was comparing their family to others. All right, I know what to do. Your big sis is doing fine. She's just paying off the house, not starving. Don't keep giving her money. Unless it's an emergency, don't get carried away. Helping in a crisis is one thing, but if you try to support all 4 of your siblings, it'll never end. I saw you hand out a wad of cash today. How much will you make in a month? You still need to save for your own family. Zhang Guoqing nodded, understanding her point. In the bedroom, Zhou Jiao watched as old Madame Cheng took Lin Lishan to the kitchen. Her son was still asleep, so she quickly took advantage of the quiet to tidy up and prepare a gift for her father. Returning to the table, she casually pulled out several pairs of insoles that the original owner had made and began sewing fur onto them. Having a pair of thick, warm insoles in the dead of winter gave her peace of mind. Her hands moved swiftly as she pondered how her father had rushed straight here as soon as he returned. He probably lacked everything. Thinking of this, she stood up and peeked outside to make sure no one was paying attention to the bedroom. She hurriedly took out a bolt of thick, dark gray woolen fabric and laid it on the king bed, planning to make a Zhongshan-style overcoat and a pair of black trousers. He could wear a military coat over them when going out, and once he arrived, take off the military coat. Perfect. If she hurried, she could finish by tomorrow so he could take them with him. Zhou Jiao kept her ears pricked for any sounds outside as she quickly cut the fabric, using one of Zhou Xiaojing's military uniforms to measure the size. Once she was sure it was right, she started cutting. Glancing at her son sleeping in the corner and listening to the lively conversation outside, Zhou Jiao smiled slightly and worked even faster. The material was thick and sturdy. She nodded in satisfaction, imagining how handsome her father would look in it. Once she knitted a sweater to match, it would look even better. By the time Lin Lishan brought in the food, Zhou Jiao had finished most of the work. Hearing footsteps in the study, she quickly stashed everything away in her space and stood up to return to the table. Mom, you're back so soon? Has Xiwu come back yet? Let him take you all to Master Pang's for dinner. I'm fine here, you all go ahead. Lin Lishan tidied up the insoles on the table and complained, You child, you never listen. Didn't I tell you not to do anything? I'll prepare your father's things when we get home. You just focus on recovering. Xiwu and his mother just came in, and they're getting ready to take some seafood to Master Pang's. We're just waiting for you to finish eating, then we'll go. Zhou Jiao hurriedly ushered her out to the living room, where she saw an extra couple had arrived. She immediately realized it was Zhao Chuangang and his wife. She glanced at her father, who gave her a slight nod. Zhou Jiao walked up with a bright smile. Uncle Zhao and Auntie, right? I've been inside all this time and didn't know you'd come. Please don't blame your niece for not coming out to greet you. As soon as Zhao Chuangang saw Zhou Jiao, he stood up, beaming at her. The more he looked, the more he regretted his earlier blindness. This was exactly how his brother Zhang's daughter should be. She had the same gentle and gracious demeanor as his own wife, clearly a good girl. Hearing Zhou Jiao call them uncle and aunt, he was about to correct her when his wife, Jin Huimin, hurriedly brushed past him. Jin Huimin stepped forward, took Zhou Jiao's hand, and looked her over carefully. Then she turned to everyone and said, Everyone, look, doesn't Jiao Jiao look just like my daughter? Zhang, don't forget, when this child was born, I said I'd be her godmother. Zhao Chuangang quickly chimed in, That's right, Zhang, don't forget. She's everyone's daughter. Jiao Jiao, remember to call us godfather and godmother. If you call me uncle again, I'll be upset. When your godmother takes you to the provincial capital to meet everyone, we'll say you're our own. Your parents could never have such a sweet and gentle daughter. It must be fate. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly waved his hand. You too, take your gifts and go home. Always trying to steal my daughter as soon as you arrive. Who said I agreed? You can bring it up, but I never said yes. Listen, hurry and take our Jiao Jiao back to her room, or she'll be snatched away. At this, everyone in the living room burst out laughing. Old Master Cheng pointed at Zhao Chuangang. You Zhao boy, you don't need to steal. Jiao Jiao is already your niece. When you get home, tell your father that Zhou Jinyu's son and granddaughter have been found. He'll understand. Zhao Chuangang scratched his head, frowning as he asked Old Master Cheng, Are you talking about young Master Yu from Beijing, Zhou Jinyu? Are you sure? My father knows Brother Zhang, but he's never mentioned young Master Yu being married. Only his older brother had children, but they were killed. The Zhou family ancestral hall isn't even in the northeast. When my father goes to Beijing, he visits the suburbs to pay respects. Old Master Cheng glared at him and pointed at his wife. You explain it to him and tell him to talk to his father. Looks like my brother-in-law never got in touch with Luocheng back then. That old fool, always going to pay respects. After all those times drinking with me, I thought he already knew my sister and brother-in-law were married. How can he still be so muddle-headed at his age? Old Madam Cheng smiled and tried to calm him down. Don't be angry. It's possible he thought your brother-in-law never made it out of danger. He took his sisters to Gedi, so far from the northeast, and Luocheng really couldn't have gotten the news. It's not his fault. Haven't we always been secretly searching for the child? How could he know? Old Madam Cheng took Zhao Chuangang aside and explained everything from the early years up to finding Zhou Xiaozheng. The couple listened in shock, and Jin Huimin held tightly to Zhou Jiao's hand the whole time. Old Master Lin kept pulling Old Master Cheng, asking him to explain the relationship between Zhao Luocheng and the Zhou family. Old Master Cheng glanced at Zhou Xiaozheng, who was also watching him closely, and sighed. Xiaozheng's aunt is Zhao Luocheng's cousin, first cousins on their mother's side. She was the only daughter, and her younger brother died before coming of age. Back then, Xiaozheng's grandfather opposed the marriage, saying that with 2 wives in the main family and no strong backing, the descendants wouldn't prosper. He was probably worried about the family line, so he didn't follow the ancestral rules and bring the younger brother from a concubine's branch back to the ancestral home, which led to trouble. Zhao Luocheng was very close to his cousin. His family was originally from Nanjing, also in Jiangnan. Because of this connection, we used to gather in Jiangnan as kids. Later, his family moved to Shanghai, and Zhou Jinyu's family went abroad, so we lost touch. After liberation, the 2 families only met during Qiming to pay respects. Who knew that Muddlehead never even looked at the gravestone, which clearly had both their names? I really wonder who he was crying for every time he left with red eyes. Zhou Xiaozheng lowered his head and snickered. Now he understood why Zhao Chuangang had mistaken Jiao Jiao's identity. It was in his genes. After old Madam Cheng finished, Zhao Chuangang jumped up and shouted, "Brother Zheng, do you look like your mother?" Now I get it. When you came home, the old man said you looked like someone from the past. I thought he had an old flame outside. Now I finally understand why he treated you so well. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly stood up and covered his mouth, scolding with a laugh. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't say such things in front of the youngsters. Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Old Madam Cheng pointed at Zhou Jiao and said with a smile, Jiao Jiao looks most like her grandmother. If your father saw her, he'd definitely call her sister. He loved the osmanthus cakes my sister made. Does he still like them? Zhao Chuangang broke free from Zhou Xiaozheng's hand and shouted, he still loves sweets. My sister always had pastries sent from Shanghai for him. Then he called out to Zhang Guoqing, Xiaowu, help your godfather get a coat for my daughter and bring out my grandson. Let's go to the restaurant and celebrate your father-in-law's return to his roots. Seeing his father-in-law had no objections, Zhang Guoqing quickly went inside to fetch a coat, packed up the baby's bottle, formula, and diapers, wrapped his son tightly in a small quilt, and brought him out. Zhao Chuangang was already waiting at the study door. When he saw the baby, he reached out to take him, carefully cradling the sleeping child as he smiled at his wife, who was glaring at him. Here, take a look, don't be anxious. The baby's asleep, let's keep it down. Isn't he adorable? Jin Huimin covered her mouth in delight, nodding as she looked at the baby. She took off a jade pendant from her neck and gently put it around the baby's neck. Zhou Jiao saw it was a piece of mutton fat jade, clearly worn and nurtured for years, and hurried forward to take it off and return it. Zhao Chuangang dodged away with the baby, muttering, Daughter, don't take it off. Your godmother has worn this since she was a child, it's for the baby's protection. Jin Huimin held Zhou Jiao back and pretended to be angry. What, you dislike that your godmother wore it? This is for the child, just try taking it off. Zhou Jiao could only smile helplessly and tried to persuade her. This jade is too meaningful. I can't accept something so precious. Jin Huimin handed her the coat from Zhang Guoqing. Enough, just take it. Your godmother has plenty of good things, next time I'll bring more for you. I never had a daughter, but now my wish has come true. We really hit it off, I wouldn't bother with anyone else. Once your confinement is over, your godmother will take you to your uncle's homes to collect red envelopes. Zhou Jiao saw his daughter looking to him for help, a smile flashing in his eyes as he nodded slightly. He knew his Zhao Jiao was lovable. Even someone as proud as Jin Huimin adored her. Zhou Jiao smiled as she put on the coat and said to Jin Huimin, "All right, I'll listen to godmother. Should we get a big bag ready for our trip to the provincial capital?" Jin Huimin laughed heartily, hugging Zhou Jiao and ruffling her hair. "Of course. We'll bring your husband and the baby and get 3 red envelopes from each family." "That's my girl, so clever." "Sister, this daughter is ours now. My own brat is yours to pick from, take them all if you want." Lin Lishan nodded happily. "Yes, this daughter is ours. You know, you and Jiao Jiao really do look like mother and daughter. With you as her godmother, I can rest easy. You must look after her." "Of course I'll look after my own daughter. You and brother Zhang can go back to work without worry. With her godfather and me here, anyone who tries anything will have to answer to us." "Jiao Jiao, in a while I'll bring your 2 brothers over. They're 15 and 13. You help me keep an eye on them. When we get to the provincial capital, they'll show you around the compound, and everyone can see my daughter." Zhou Jiao grinned as she finished dressing and replied, "All right, when I go to the provincial capital, if I run into trouble, I'll just say who my godmother is. Everyone better watch out." "How's that for swagger?" Jin Huimin burst out laughing, pulling her outside and calling to everyone, "Let's head to the restaurant. It's almost time for dinner." Zhou Xiaoheng saw that Zhang Guoqing had locked up the house, so he called for old Master Qing and the others to get ready to leave. Not wanting his in-laws to feel awkward, he pulled Father Zhang along to follow the old master out the door. A group of people exited the main gate and headed to their cars. Everyone got in, with Lin Lishan driving one car, taking the womenfolk with her, following the lead vehicle towards Master Peng's place. Inside the car, Mother Zhang sat in the front passenger seat, holding the child and listening to the women chat, her thoughts a jumble. She recalled the mountain of gifts in the living room and the pile of lavish presents the Cheng family brought over at noon. She quietly wondered what kind of return gifts they should prepare. She also worried about whether her eldest son and his wife had managed to get everything ready as she'd instructed before leaving. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoheng was in the last car. Zhang Guoqing was driving, with Zhao Chuangguang and Cheng Xijin sitting beside him. The 3 chatted as they drove. Once they passed the intersection, Zhou Xiaozheng told Zhang Guoqing to swing by the Zhao family's place and pick up Zhao Dashan. The car stopped at the Zhao house. Zhang Guoqing ran into the courtyard and saw Yao Dashan in the living room. "Uncle, where's Aunt Cheng?" "She's not off work yet." "Looking for her?" "She'll be back soon." Zhang Guoqing grabbed his overcoat and pulled him outside. "My dad and Uncle Guang are waiting in the car. Let's not wait for Aunt Cheng, we'll go eat first." Zhao Dashan hurriedly locked the courtyard gate and got in the car with him. After greeting everyone, Zhao Dashan curiously asked Zhao Chuangguang, "Didn't you insist on going home this morning? When did you come back to town? Why didn't you call me?" Zhao Chuangguang replied smugly, "As soon as you said Zheng Ji and Cheng Ji were going to the Ancestral Hall today, I figured they'd be heading back to Beijing soon. So I rushed back with my wife. If Zheng Ji came back and didn't see her, believe me, my wife would nag me forever." "How about that? Pretty smart, right?" Zhao Dashan shot him a look of disdain. "You really are afraid of your wife." "I'm a good man. Only good men are afraid of their wives. Don't tell me you're not afraid of your little red pepper." "Hey, where is she anyway?" "At work. Women always have so much going on, never get off on time." Zhang Guoqing dodged the potholes in the road, speeding towards the eastern outskirts of town. It was the baby's first time out, and he was worried. Plus, Zhou Jiao hadn't eaten anything yet, so he needed Master Peng to prepare some postpartum food for her. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he felt. Taking a shortcut, they finally caught up with the main group, stopping at the courtyard gate. Zhang Guoqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Master Peng had chosen a good location for his house. Otherwise, just the sight of 6 cars rolling in would have drawn a crowd from the village. Master Peng, hearing from his apprentice that a group of cars had arrived at the gate, was both surprised and nervous. He hurried to the door and, seeing Zhang Guoqing inside, finally relaxed. He was used to having guests only after dark. This broad daylight commotion had his heart pounding. Xiao Wu, hurry and bring your elders in to rest. You come with me to the big room. We can set up 2 large tables in there. There's even a heated Kong bed for the baby to lie on. With that, Master Peng led everyone into the largest room in the east wing. The room was indeed spacious, with 2 tables set up and the Kang bed neatly tidied. Zhang Guoqing nodded in satisfaction and asked, Great-granduncles, do you have any dietary restrictions? I'll have Master Peng check with you about what dishes to prepare. Everyone shook their heads and looked to Elder Qing and the others to see if they had any special needs. Elder Chung smiled and pointed at Elder Lin beside him. Old Lin, you tell him. I can eat anything, no restrictions. See if there's anything you need. Elder Lin nodded at Master Peng. We're not picky about the dishes, just take care of the ladies. For us men, make sure there's good liquor. That's all. Oh, and remember to prepare some postpartum food first. Zhang Guoqing followed Master Peng out with a bamboo basket. Master Peng, please bring my wife some nourishing soup and rice first. Use the seafood in this basket as you see fit. Also, please prepare a few dishes suitable for the elders. Have your apprentice serve the cold dishes and liquor first. Don't worry, I'll show you my best skills today. Xiao Wu, I've got bear paw and old hen stew ready. Do you want some? It's a bit pricey. Even if you had Buddha jumps over the wall today, I'd want it. As usual, I'll pay after the meal. Zhang Guoqing handed him the basket and went back inside. From a distance, he could hear Zhao Dashan talking about Master Peng's family history. Entering the room, Zhang Guoqing went over to the king and found his son fast asleep at the head of the bed, completely unfazed by the surroundings, truly adaptable. At the foot of the bed sat his mother and the others, chatting happily. Zhou Jiao winked and smiled at him. Zhang Guoqing grinned back. He could tell she was in high spirits, looking energetic and radiant. He whispered, there'll be bear paw later, you're in for a treat. Anything else you want to eat? Zhou Jiao glanced around carefully and whispered, if there's flying dragon soup, that'd be great. There should be. I just saw some prepared flying dragon among the ingredients. He made a mental note to pack up everything Zhou Jiao liked to take home later. After a while, 2 apprentices brought in liquor and cold dishes. Once everyone was seated, Zhou Xiaozheng waved Zhang Guoqing over. Tonight, we can drink without worry. If we get drunk, the ones at that table who don't drink much can take us home. Guang will stay at the guest house with the elders tonight, and tomorrow afternoon we'll head to the provincial capital together. Xiao Wu, fill your great-granduncle's glasses. Zhang Guoqing opened a jar of liquor and started pouring baijiu for the men at both tables. Lin Lishan saw he was about to pour fruit wine for the women and quickly said, we ladies can take care of ourselves. You go over there and keep an eye on the elders, don't let them drink too much. Zhang Guoqing nodded and returned to his seat. Seeing him back, Zhao Chuangguang stood up and raised his glass. Jingji, this first glass is to celebrate your escape from hardship, your reunion with family, and your return to your roots. His words made everyone laugh and stand up to toast. After the first round, Zhao Chuangguang praised Zhang Guoqing as he poured more drinks. My son-in-law is so thoughtful. Xiao Wu, sit down, we can pour for ourselves. Raising his second glass, Zhao Chuangguang said, for this second glass, I have to say something. I'm really happy tonight, so happy to finally see our Jiao Jiao. Wife, let's toast Jingji and sister-in-law and thank them for giving us a daughter. Zhou Xiaozheng stood up with his glass. Now, that's not right. What do you mean, we gave you a daughter? Remember, I'm the real father, you're the godfather. For the sake of all the paper money you burn every year, let's drink. Jean Huimin burst out laughing and quickly explained to everyone. Then she stood up, clinked glasses with Lin Lishan, and said loudly, Zhangji, here's to your safe return. Your little sister drinks first as a toast. Zhao Dashan laughed heartily. Well said. Let's all drink to Zhangji's safe return. After everyone finished, Zhou Xiaozheng raised his third glass. This third glass is for everyone. No need for words, my gratitude is in the wine. After 3 rounds, the apprentices brought in the hot dishes, and Zhou Jiao urged everyone to eat. Zhang Guoqing, with sharp ears, faintly heard Zhou Lin's voice outside. He glanced at the 2 elders at the head table and suddenly realized something. He tugged at Zhou Xiaozheng and silently mouthed, "Zhou Lin." Zhou Xiaozheng understood, nodded, and watched as Zhang Guoqing got up and opened the door. Sure enough, Zhou Lin and Li Aiguo were outside, about to come in with a jar of liquor. Zhang Guoqing quickly pulled them in. "Uncle Li, Uncle Zhou, glad you made it. My dad was just saying he regretted you couldn't join us today because of work. Come in, Uncle Dashan took the day off and is already here. Now that you're both here, tonight we really can drink to our heart's content." Zhou Xiaozheng smiled and told the staff to add 2 more chairs. He pulled the 2 men to sit beside him and Zhang Guoqing. "Sit down. Zhou Lin, where did you get this liquor?" Zhou Lin pointed at Zhang Guoqing. Zhao Dashan exclaimed happily, 50-year-old aged liquor. "You've come at the right time. Qingji, Guang, this is Zhou Lin's private stash. Let's drink it all tonight." Li Aiguo complained to Elder Cheng and Elder Lin, "Elders, why didn't you let us know you were coming last night? When we heard from the staff today, we rushed to find you, but heard you'd gone to the village. When we got to Xiaowu's house, they said you'd returned to town. We checked the guest house, no sign of you. Finally, we found Zhou Lin and learned about Xiaowu's new place. But when we got there, the gate was locked. Luckily, someone told us you'd headed to the eastern outskirts, so we managed to find you." Elder Cheng smiled and reassured him, "You've had a hard time. We're here on private business, no need to trouble you. You're busy enough with work as it is. Just pour yourselves a drink, and let's continue." Once everyone was seated, Master Peng personally brought in the bear paw dish. "This is bear paw stewed with old hen, simmered for 2 days. Please try it, elders." Elder Cheng opened the lid, and a rich aroma wafted out. He ladled a small bowl, picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, and tasted it. The fatty part melted in his mouth, the tendons were chewy but tender, and the flavor lingered long after swallowing. "No wonder Mencius said, 'Fish I desire, bear paw I also desire. If I cannot have both, I will give up fish for bear paw.'" Everyone at the table took a small bowl and savored it. Zhao Chuangguang gave Master Peng a thumbs up as he drank the soup. The flavor was just right, rich but not greasy. He thought of the last time his aunt tried to make bear paw, but it turned out like pig's feet. What a waste. Zhou Xiaozheng saw that the 2 jars were quickly finished. Seeing his daughter sipping the soup with her eyes closed like a contented kitten, he was overjoyed and quickly asked Master Peng, "Is there any more?" "Bring 2 more jars." Master Peng shook his head with a wry smile. There was only 1 front paw, and it had been hard enough to get. After Master Peng left, Jean Huimin whispered, "I always thought bear paw tasted like pig's feet, but it seems the chef's skill is the key." Old Madame Cheng laughed. "This is stewed with old hen and other ingredients. If it were braised, it really would taste like pig's feet. The best is Buddha jumps over the wall, but you hardly see that anymore." After being deprived for so long, Zhou Jiao found any meat delicious now. As for Buddha jumps over the wall, she actually had some in her space. She remembered the time Zhang Guoqing took her to a private club, and they ordered a table full of dishes, packing up a big jar of Buddha jumps over the wall to take home. Back then, half the table was vegetarian. Now, if anyone spent a fortune to treat her to a table of vegetarian food, she'd be furious. Those were not good memories. After Zhou Lin and Li Aiguo finished toasting everyone, Zhao Chuangguang quickly said, "Zhou Lin, pour the good liquor you brought. If my son-in-law is thinking about it, it must be good." Zhou Lin grinned and pointed at Zhang Guoqing. "Xiaowu, help Uncle Zhou pour for everyone, let them all have a taste. Don't be stingy, your aunt already saved 5 jin for you." Zhang Guoqing happily agreed. He picked up the 20 jin jar and started pouring. Luckily, he was strong enough to carry it around both tables without tiring. Once everyone's glasses were full, the room was filled with the aroma of fine-aged liquor. The taste was mellow, sweet, and smooth, with a clean finish and no bitterness. Everyone praised it, and by the time the jar was empty, faces were flushed and spirits were high. Zhao Chuangguang rolled up his sleeves, slapped the table, and shouted, "Except for the two elders, it's time for the men to start the drinking games. Brothers, tonight we don't go home until we're drunk." With that, everyone stood up to toast the elders, then egged Zhao Chuangguang on to drink 3 cups first. Zhang Guoqing had already brought several jars of liquor to the table for them to help themselves. He took the baby from Mother Zhang so the women could eat and drink. After the baby finished his formula, the room was filled with laughter and clinking glasses. After several rounds, Zhou Xiaodong left Zhang Guoqing to look after everyone and took Zhou Jiao and the baby back to the small courtyard. Outside, night had already fallen, and the courtyard was shrouded in darkness. Apart from their own cars, there were 2 other vehicles parked outside. Seems like there are always well-off people, no matter the era. The nearby village was already dark, not a single light to be seen. As their car drove closer to the county town, more and more people appeared on the streets, and lights glowed from every household. Zhou Xiaozheng was driving. He glanced over to see Zhou Jiao, rubbing her forehead, and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Zhou Jiao had inherited his calm, quiet nature, which was why he'd used the excuse of taking the child out for some air. When the car stopped at their doorstep, father and daughter returned to the main house. They both let out a sigh of relief at the same time and exchanged a smile. After settling her son, Zhou Jiao took a wicker trunk from the wardrobe and set it on the table, just as her father came in holding some tools. She nervously clenched her hands and held her breath, watching him intently. Zhou Xiaozhang carefully emptied the trunk, then reached into each of the 4 corners, feeling around. Soon, he picked up a damp cloth and gently wiped along the edges. After a while, a seam began to show. Using a small knife, he cut along the lines and pried up the inner lining, finally exposing the trunk's hidden compartment. He put down the tools and used hot water to gently wipe away the glue until there was no trace left. After waiting a moment for the watermarks to disappear, Zhou Xiaozheng said softly, "We're finally about to uncover the secret. Jiao Jiao, come help Dad hold the trunk." Zhou Jiao held the trunk steady, holding her breath, watching admiringly as he dismantled it. When the entire bottom panel came off, they saw that the thin wooden base was covered by several layers of oilcloth. Father and daughter were both stunned. Imagining it was one thing, but actually seeing the black oilcloth, knowing it was hiding secrets from decades ago, was truly shocking. Zhou Xiaoyang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, they were slightly red. He picked up the knife and, once his hands stopped trembling, carefully cut through the glued seams of the oilcloth. Standing in front of him, Zhou Jiao could hear her father's heart pounding. She watched anxiously as he removed the thick layer of black oilcloth. "Don't worry, I'm fine," he reassured her. "Your grandmother should have put everything here. Just in case, we'll have to open the lid next. Hold the lid down for me while I put the bottom back together." Zhou Jiao nodded. Over an hour later, watching her father restore the trunk so perfectly that no trace of tampering remained, both of them breathed a huge sigh of relief. Zhou Jiao went to the wardrobe and took out a black combination lockbox, setting it on the table. Zhou Xiaozheng fiddled with it for a while, but soon discovered that any attempt to open it would leave marks. He shook his head at her. After clearing the table, they unwrapped the double layers of oilcloth, finally revealing the truth: 2 document folders wrapped in newspaper. Zhou Xiaozheng opened one and took out a letter. He handed the rest to Zhou Jiao, then pulled out the letter and, after reading it, couldn't help but get up and walk into the study. Worried, Zhou Jiao watched his back, then picked up the letter. The page was filled with tiny, dense characters. "Zheng'er, by the time you read this letter, your mother will have already reunited with your father, watching over you from afar. So don't be sad. To you, my only son, I feel deep regret that I couldn't watch you grow up and start a family of your own. If only time could turn back. By the time you finish this letter, I don't know if our Zheng'er is still a babbling child or already a refined gentleman. Remember, the last of the Gu family's assets must never be revealed to outsiders. Remember not to flaunt your wealth and learn to endure. Your father and I only hope you'll live a safe and comfortable life." By the time Zhou Jiao finished reading, Tears were streaming down her face. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes, then carefully folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. She emptied the contents of the document folder and picked up 3 photographs. Seeing her young grandparents, she could no longer hold back her emotions and broke down, sobbing quietly at the table. Zhou Jiao composed himself and returned to the room. He patted his daughter's back, took the photos from her hands, and looked at his mother's smiling face in the picture. He took a deep breath, forced back his tears, and smiled to comfort her. "Look, you really do look like your grandmother. Don't cry." She wanted us to face everything with a smile. "Jiao, do you think I look like her? And look at your grandfather's eyes and eyebrows." With red eyes, Zhou Jiao looked up at the photo of her grandparents. "And he didn't lie to us. Grandpa and Grandma really were a perfect match, just like the stories say. Dad, you inherited all their good traits. I look most like Grandma. These must have been taken when they were abroad, right?" From the background, yes. Back then, there wasn't such good photography in China. These 3 must have been taken while they were studying overseas. "You really do look like your grandmother. If you don't look closely, you could be mistaken for her. No wonder your great-aunt lost her composure when she saw you." After chatting for a while, Zhou Jiao saw his daughter's mood improve and put the 3 photos back in the envelope. He started to go through the remaining documents and bank certificates, sighing, "Your grandparents should have left the country back then. With all this, they could have made a comeback sooner or later. There was no need to struggle alone. Keep all of this safe. Don't tell anyone except me. Right now, we can't access the overseas bank certificates or safety deposit boxes. Apart from what's hidden in the old Gu family house, don't touch anything else. If anything is lost, so be it. Safety comes first. Now that I've come back, there are definitely people watching you in secret." Seeing his serious expression, Zhou Jiao nodded solemnly, knowing how important this was. After repeating his instructions several times, Zhou Jiao saw her determined look and smiled with satisfaction. "All right, don't be too nervous. Dad has enough money for you to live well. If I didn't, I really would use these. Jiao, my precious girl deserves to be a little princess." Feeling his deep affection, Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. Zhou Jiao took a small box from the lockbox, opened it, and handed it to her. "This jade pendant, seal, and little key are related to the overseas inheritance. Keep them on you at all times, don't give them to anyone. Dad, you should wear them around your neck and keep them yourself. I'm afraid I'll lose them." He shook his head. "I can't keep them. First, as a soldier, I can't wear them, and I only keep my own talisman in my undershirt pocket. Second, your mother would ask questions if she saw them. It's safest with you. Anyway, they'll all be yours eventually. If your grandmother were still alive, she'd leave them to you. You look most like her. If you have a younger brother in the future, you can decide whether to give him something." Zhou Jiao didn't argue. She'd deal with the future when it came. She took the jade pendant and seal and put them on. Watching him wrap up the things he wouldn't take back, sealing them in oil paper, then using a knife to pry open a brick in the wall and hide them inside before restoring it perfectly, she went over to take a look and gave her father a thumbs up. Zhou Jiao raised his eyebrows proudly. "That's not all. I'll come up with a better design tomorrow. You haven't seen all your old man's skills yet. Those gold bars have been hidden for decades. No one but your mother ever found them. As for the 2 trunks, we'll take them back the same way they came. There's no shortage of smart people in this world." Zhou Jiao nodded proudly. Her father really was impressive, thinking of everything. Seeing the now empty wicker trunk, she slapped her forehead, hurried to the wardrobe, and put the things she'd prepared inside. Zhou Jiao watched his daughter fuss over what was for herself and what was for others, smiling with both pride and affection as he saw the brand new padded jackets and insoles. When she finished, he teased, "Dad's little sweetheart, your old man's off to suffer now." Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. She really couldn't stand all that noise. She felt sorry for her father. When she tried to walk him out, Zhou Jiao quickly stopped her. "I'll go out by myself. The wind's strong outside. When you're home alone, remember to keep the study door closed, and whatever happens outside, don't come out." After making sure she understood, He left the main house, closed the living room door, checked the courtyard lights, then went to the kitchen to turn on another light. A moment later, Zhou Xiaozheng stood in the courtyard, looking at the brightly lit house, finally at ease as he walked out into the night. In Master Peng's courtyard, Zhang Guoqing had already come out 3 times under various pretexts, but still hadn't seen his father-in-law return. He was growing increasingly uneasy. His wife and her father had been gone for 2 hours now. Had there been a break-in at home, or had something happened? At last, he heard the sound of a car approaching in the distance. He rushed outside, and after a while, saw the car stop and his father-in-law get out. Overjoyed, he called out, "Dad, is everything all right at home?" Zhou Xiaolong looked at the snowflakes on his head and complained, "What are you doing out here in this cold? Get inside, quick. Nothing's happened at home. Come in and have some hot soup." Zhang Guoqing hurried after him, sighing inwardly. This doting father always lost track of time when he was with his daughter. He could already imagine what tomorrow's farewell would look like. As soon as Zhao Dashan saw them come in, he picked up 2 cups of liquor and handed them over. "Jingji, you're late. Have a drink to warm up." "So, is everything settled?" Zhou Xiaozheng took the drink, smiling. "Sorry, we're leaving tomorrow, so I chatted a bit longer with Zhou Jiao and lost track of time. Come on, let's keep drinking." Zhao Dashan grumbled to himself. What could they possibly have talked about for over 2 hours? He couldn't imagine how 2 people as taciturn as them could chat for so long. Zhou Xiaozheng began making the rounds with Zhang Guoqing, starting with old Master Cheng. He thanked the old man respectfully and toasted him. When he finished, he had Zhang Guoqing refill Cheng's glass. The 2 of them worked seamlessly, one pouring, one drinking. When they reached Zhang's father, Zhou Xiaozheng solemnly toasted him, then sincerely thanked him and his wife for taking care of his daughter. He even took the wine jug from Zhang Guoqing and refilled his in-law's glass himself. Zhao Chuangguang, standing nearby, caught on and stepped forward. "Second brother Zhang, let's have a drink too. Thank you and your wife for always looking after our girl. Let's keep in touch from now on. If you ever need anything, just let me know and I'll be there." Zhang's father happily raised his glass and drank, then refilled Zhao's glass. "This one's for you. Come by the house whenever you like. If Xiaowu ever misbehaves, don't hesitate to scold or even spank him. Treat him like your own son." Zhao Dashan chimed in, "Hear that, Xiaowu? You're the youngest here. If you mess up, all us uncles will take a stick to you." Zhang Guoqing grinned. "That's only right." After another drink, Zhou Xiaozheng turned to Li Aigua and Zuolin. "From now on, I'll have to count on you uncles to look after Xiaowu. Don't be fooled by his size, he's still young. If he does anything wrong, don't hesitate to set him straight." Seeing everyone agree cheerfully, Zhou Xiaozheng led Zhang Guoqing over to Cheng Xijin. He stopped Cheng Xijin from standing up and said to Zhang Guoqing, "This is your uncle, my real brother. You'll meet your second uncle and little aunt in the future, too. Come, fill your eldest uncle's glass." After Zhang Guoqing refilled the glass, Zhou Xiaozheng greeted Cheng Xijin. He said to Cheng Xijin, "Brother, our family's small. When the kids return to Beijing, we'll have to trouble you again. Treat him like your own son." Cheng Xijin was surprised at first, but quickly understood and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, brother." Zhou Xiaozheng patted him on the shoulder, and the 2 exchanged a smile. Seeing Zhou Xiaozheng down several drinks on an empty stomach, Cheng Xijin pulled him aside under the pretense of chatting and shot Zhang Guoqing a look. Zhang Guoqing understood and quickly brought over Zhou Xiaozheng's bowl and chopsticks, setting them in front of him. Cheng Xijin raised an eyebrow at Zhou Xiaozheng and rolled his eyes. "All right, your son-in-law is my nephew-in-law too. Don't show off. Eat something." Zhou Xiaozheng ate a few bites before putting down his chopsticks, then patted Cheng Xijin and continued making the rounds with Zhang Guoqing. The banquet didn't break up until after 10 at night. The whole group then noisily made their way to the county government guest house, with several drunken men singing an off-key version of Returning from Target Practice. Old Master Cheng, sitting in the front car, laughed heartily and teased old Master Lin. "Old Lin, remember when we were young? You could sing as well as any of them." Old Master Lin glared at him, insisting he sang even better, and that his daughter Lin Lishan was the star of the family. She got it from him. At the guest house, Li Aigua and the others arranged the rooms and gave instructions to the staff before taking their leave. Zhou Xiaozheng checked the time and discussed with his wife. They decided not to return to the small courtyard. He pulled Zhang Guoqing aside. You take your parents home. Jiao Jiao should be asleep by now, so your mom and I won't go over. We'll head back in the morning. Zhang Guoqing quickly said, my parents insist on going back. They won't feel at ease otherwise. I'll take them back later. You and mom should stay at your own place. It's more comfortable there. Zhou Xiaozheng glanced around, then lowered his voice. I need to talk to your Uncle Guang tonight. If Jiao Jiao asks, just say it's about Uncle Guang's father and our family. Got it? Zhang Guoqing nodded in understanding and followed him over to his parents. As Zhou Xiaozheng gave him instructions, what to do if old Master Zhao came to Beijing, how to handle social obligations, Zhang Guoqing listened carefully. Seeing everyone up ahead chatting together, the two of them stopped to talk. Zhou Xiaozheng pulled Zhang's father aside and whispered a few words in his ear, to which he nodded repeatedly. Zhang's parents said their goodbyes to everyone and left with Zhou Xiaozheng and his wife. The two couples chatted quietly until they reached the gate, where Zhang's father insisted on seeing them off no further. After they got in the car and Zhang Guoqing had driven a short distance, Zhang's father said, just take us straight back to the village. They're leaving tomorrow, so I need to prepare some return gifts. Dad, let me handle the gifts. It's late. Why not stay in the county for the night? Big brother and second brother are still at home. Zhang's mother shook her head. No, your car can get us there in no time. And don't worry about the gifts. I already had your sister-in-law prepare them this afternoon. I'm just worried we didn't prepare anything for Jiao Jiao's godfather. Zhang Guoqing stopped the car and turned to them. Don't go overboard this time. They're in the military and can't carry much. Besides, with so many relatives, it's too much trouble. They came and went in a hurry. It's understandable if we don't give much. As for the provincial capital, my father-in-law prepared seafood that's still at the courtyard. We'll send that with them tomorrow. Any other gifts can wait until New Year's. Zhang's mother hesitated, glancing at her husband. Isn't that a bit too little? Old Master Cheng brought so many gifts. Jiao Jiao's godfather brought a whole mountain of stuff to Xiao's place. Her husband laughed. Silly woman, even if her godfather brought a mountain, it's not worth as much as the jade pendant we gave for Ping'an's safety. Didn't you see how Jiao Jiao jumped up to return it to her godmother? Zhang Guoqing saw his mother looking even more unsure and quickly reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. I saw my father-in-law nod his approval. We have plenty of things more valuable than that jade pendant. My father-in-law has already secretly given Jiao Jiao a lot. We're not short on these things. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. With that, Zhang Guoqing started the car and headed back to the village. It was freezing to stop out here at night. In the car, Zhang Guoqing began to recount how Zhao Chuangang had mistaken the eldest granddaughter of the Lin family, and how the Lin family responded, how old Madame Lin flaunted her own family's wealth, his mother-in-law's simple-mindedness and her trust in the Lin family, the relationship between old Madame Lin, Gu Rui and Gu Mingzhu, as well as the grudges within the Gu family. He then went on to analyze the Lin family's motives and old Madame Lin's hypocrisy. He suspected there was more to the story back then, something that made old Madame Lin afraid to acknowledge her own nephew, let alone meet her own granddaughter. Now that he understood the Lin family's actions, he explained why he had to go to the capital at the end of last year. When he finished, the car fell silent. The Lin family's behavior left Zhang's mother dumbfounded and speechless. Zhang's father instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to realize he hadn't brought his pipe. After a long while, Zhang's father sighed and said quietly, "These young ladies from big families really are complicated. Luckily, your mother-in-law is a bit simple-minded. That's actually a good thing. No wonder I noticed Jiao Jiao's godfather never really paid much attention to old Master Lin. I always wondered about that. How could he recognize his daughter at first sight, but never once visit Jiao Jiao? Go on. Listen to your father-in-law and head to the capital at the end of the year." He's a shrewd man, he won't steer you wrong. Just remember to discuss everything with Zhou Jiao first. Zhang Guoqing explained, the reason I prepared such generous gifts last time was to repay all the favors we've owed them over the years. Zhao Jiao's grandmother prepared a set of gold jewelry and some jade pendants as a gift for Ping An's third-day celebration. The two of us bought century-old ginseng and 2 wolf pelts as return gifts, just so we wouldn't owe them anything. After my father-in-law found out, he told me that the interest from his savings alone would be enough for the Lin family to send Zhao Jiao packages every day. He said that only the Lin family owes them, not the other way around. Zhou Lin also told me my father-in-law made his fortune before marrying, not by relying on his wife's family. Now, apart from old Master Lin, my father-in-law holds the highest official position in the Lin family. This time when we go back, we'll be staying in a small courtyard with a car assigned to us. So don't worry and don't mention this to anyone. As long as we know in our hearts, that's enough. Hearing this, Zhang's father stared at the back of Zhang Guoqing's head in shock. His youngest son really was blessed beyond measure. Thinking back to how Secretary Li and the others had treated him that evening, he suddenly understood everything. He thought about the events of the night, then asked uneasily, Xiao Wu, do you think Zhao Jiao's godfather might have ulterior motives for getting close to your father-in-law? You can never tell what officials are thinking. People's hearts are unpredictable. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. He hadn't expected his honest father to start doubting everyone. He then explained Zhao Chuangong's background, his wife Huang Huimin's family, and gave his father a full rundown. Considering that his father would be interacting more with the county's bigwigs in the future, Zhang Guoqing went on to tell him about Zhou Lin and some of the other prominent families in the county, explaining their backgrounds in detail. After listening, Zhang's father sighed, no wonder you said your big brother's job needs to be handled carefully. Xiao Wu, listen to your old man, eat only as much as your stomach can hold. Even if your big brother lands a good position, it's useless if he can't handle the relationships. Just keep things steady. Listen to Zhao Jiao and settle your big brother's job as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the policies get stricter later, you'll end up owing even more favors. With all those cars coming and going today, everyone saw it. There's no way to keep a low profile now. Once you brothers all start working, your mother and I will just stay at your place in the county and watch the gate. No one will be able to find us. Mother Zhang let out a laugh, but then said worriedly, what about your uncle and little uncle? What's your plan for them? Will they ask us for help? And who knows how your big aunt is doing these days? She married so far away, we can't even visit. We sent a gift for Ping An's third-day celebration through someone, but haven't received anything back. Father Zhang frowned and said, if your big brother or little brother asks, just say you don't know. Say that Xiao Bin's dad arranged it for the second brother, and the eldest brother's brother-in-law helped him out. Our Xiao Wu just knows a few more people and put in a good word, that's all. Don't say anything else and don't get involved. If your big aunt or little aunt asks, say the same thing, don't say a word more. As for your big sister, she's in the neighboring county. In a few days, I'll go visit her myself. Zhang Guoqing asked if he should drive him over the day after tomorrow. Father Zhang quickly refused. After thinking for a moment, he said, you can't go. With your new clothes and driving a car, your aunt's family would make a huge fuss. She's not very sensible, and all the daughters-in-law she found are the same. Your uncle said that, even after splitting the family, the daughters-in-law and daughters still go crying to your aunt for money. Aunt Zhang Danny was the only daughter in this generation of the Zhang family, and by rights shouldn't have married far away. But she was born during troubled times, and the conditions in Zhangjia village were poor. Grandpa Zhang was a capable man, and to make a living, he often went deep into the mountains to hunt and sell his catch in the provincial capital, where he met Aunt Zhang's future father-in-law, a restaurant chef. It was said the other family only had one son, and the young man seemed honest and reliable. When the proposal came, Grandpa Zhang didn't think much and agreed. 2 years later, when the family moved back to their hometown, Grandpa Zhang suddenly realized his daughter had married too far away and regretted it deeply, but it was too late. Once a daughter is married off, there's no going back. The only consolation was that her in-laws and husband were good, honest people. Even when times got chaotic, they always found ways for Aunt Zhang and her husband to return home in disguise. After Aunt Zhang had her third son, her in-laws passed away. A few years later, Grandpa and Grandma Zhang also died, and gradually Aunt Zhang stopped coming back unless there was something important. She had 3 sons and 2 daughters. While most families struggled to raise children in those days, her family managed well thanks to her father-in-law's early savings. The children all grew up smoothly. But just as the children were grown and married, hard times hit. Aunt Zhang and her husband were honest folks, but all their daughters-in-law were shrewd and calculating. Both daughters married into poor families, choosing looks over character or family background, and their husbands were all slick talkers. After the family split, Aunt Zhang and her husband lived with their eldest son, but the younger daughters-in-law were always worried the elders would favor the eldest. The eldest daughter-in-law resented her sisters-in-law for always coming over to take advantage, and the 2 daughters would also come empty-handed and leave with full hands. Arguments and fights became more frequent. A few years ago, the 3 daughters-in-law finally had a huge fight, dragging the 3 brothers into it as well. Aunt Zhang got caught in the middle and was accidentally hit, which finally alarmed Uncle Zhang. He borrowed an ox cart, took a whole load of Zhang family members over, and gave the 3 brothers a good beating, which finally quieted things down. In the past 2 years, the 3 nephews hadn't even come by for New Year's, and Aunt Zhang had only come to Zhang Guoqing's wedding, staying just one night before hurrying home the next morning. Thinking about it made Father Zhang worry. He had no idea how his big sister was doing now. Last year, when she visited, she kept saying she was fine. He'd been busy and hadn't had time to visit, but now that he had some free time, he really wanted to check on her. She was his only full-blooded sister, and the more he thought about it, the more concerned he became. As soon as the car stopped not far from the Zhang family's gate, Zhang Guofu and his brother heard the sound of a vehicle outside. They hurriedly grabbed a kerosene lamp and rushed out. Zhang Guoqing got out of the car and helped his mother out. Just as he turned around, he saw 2 dark shapes darting out from the gate, with a bit of light between them. Startled, he quickly shielded his mother behind him. But when he heard his second brother shout, "Dad, Mom," he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Zhang craned her neck to the side, watching her 2 eldest sons approach the light. She realized it was them, both bundled up in military coats, and couldn't help but feel both amused and annoyed. Zhang Guoqing followed them into the courtyard, pulling his mother along into their house. Inside, he quietly told his mother where he had put everything. After that, he stacked a bunch of storytelling and peking opera tapes on top of the phonograph, then carried it into his parents' bedroom. Father Zhang, who was just about to undress for bed, was startled at the sight and complained, "Why are you bringing all this over? Take it back to the county." Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Why take it back? We'll be back in a few days anyway. Dad, I'll leave the phonograph here in your room. There are plenty of tapes and records in my room too. Mom knows where they are. If you're bored, just listen to them. And don't worry if it breaks, I can fix it. Nothing lasts if you use it too much." "Take it back, I don't have time to listen." Father Zhang waved his hand, urging his youngest son to take it away. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "If you buy something and don't use it, that's what's really a waste. I've got the coal stove burning in my room. If you want to use it, just help yourself. Don't worry about using up the coal. I've got plenty of coal coupons, so use as much as you want. The wine is hidden at the bottom of the cabinet. If Mom won't let you drink, sneak your eldest and second sons into my room for a drink. There are peanuts in there too. If you're bored, go check my room and use whatever you need." Father Zhang hurriedly pushed him out. If this went on, there'd be nothing left in the house. He told him to hurry back and drive carefully. Mother Zhang saw her youngest son off and locked the door. When she returned to the bedroom, she found her husband fiddling with the phonograph. She smiled and asked, "Do you know how to use it? Want me to show you?" Father Zhang hesitated, then shook his head. It was too late at night. The noise would disturb the kids. He'd wait until morning and call his eldest and second sons over so the three brothers could listen together. The old couple crawled into bed. Father Zhang listened to his wife mutter about household matters, occasionally responding. Before falling asleep, he kept thinking about his own father. In the dead of night, Zhang Jiao village was silent. The sound of the car coming and going woke up quite a few residents at the foot of North Mountain. Some grumbled quietly, while others were envious and full of praise. The family most disturbed was Uncle Zhang's, who lived closest to the Zhangs. Uncle Zhang and his wife were still awake, discussing their eldest son's bid to become the village accountant. Hearing the car, Aunt Zhang whispered, "Your second brother's family is really doing well. I saw your second brother and his wife get into a car from afar today. Now, little five must have brought them back. Coming back so late at night, who knows where they went?" She waited a while, but when her husband didn't respond, she sighed. After a while, when she saw the car leave, she nudged her husband and asked curiously, "Do you think someone else is leaving in the middle of the night? Why didn't your second brother's wife let them stay over until tomorrow?" Uncle Zhang, seeing the curiosity in her eyes, knew he couldn't stay silent any longer. "That must be little five heading back to the county. Zhou Jiao bought a house in the county for his daughter. He took Zhou Jiao and the others to the county today. Second brother and his wife definitely wouldn't stay there, so little five brought them back." Aunt Zhang gave her husband a hard pinch. Uncle Zhang felt wronged. What did he do to deserve this? Even in the dark, Aunt Zhang could sense his resentment. "Why didn't you let me have a son like little five?" Father-in-law really had an eye for people. He always said little five would be the most successful. Now he even has a house in the county. Uncle Zhang sighed inwardly. How is this his fault? He remembered what Accountant Zhang had told him in private and wondered if he should find an excuse to avoid his wife for a while. He was really afraid that next time, she wouldn't just pinch him, she'd whack him with a stick. "Honey, do you think little five, who sees big officials every day, is going back to work in the city? Otherwise, why would Xiao Zhang buy a house for Jiao Jiao? Second brother built a house for little five, after all." Oh no, she's finally hit the nail on the head. Uncle Zhang felt bitter inside. That's possible. This place can't hold little five and his wife. Sooner or later, they'll go back to the capital. Aunt Zhang sighed deeply. Guofu and Guoqing will probably move to the city too, right? With little five's personality, he'll definitely drag his two brothers and sisters along. I heard Meili wanted to buy a big house, but didn't have the money. As soon as little five found out, he rushed home with the money, not even wasting a day. Our kids are good, but they don't care for their sister like that. When Meili was buying her house, Jiao Jiao's mom wasn't even married in yet, but little five still went all out to help her. Now he'd help even more. Uncle Zhang hadn't heard about this and asked, "Who told you that?" "Sounds like gossip." Pfft, Aunt Zhang scoffed, emphasizing, "Meili's sister-in-law, Zhang family's eldest daughter-in-law, told me." It's absolutely true. Little five even told his sister not to worry about paying the money back. She wouldn't need to for years. When I told our daughters-in-law about it, guess what? They all shut up and didn't dare say a word. I've figured them out. Our Xioli is really pitiful. If she ever needs help, she'd be better off asking little five and his wife than her own sisters-in-law. Uncle Zhang quickly covered her mouth and warned, "Don't say things like that out loud. It'll hurt the kids' feelings. We're getting old, we'll need them to take care of our daughter." "Honey, I know. I'm just telling you. When I say little five is better than our own sons, I mean it." Xioli came back today and told me little five brought over 3 big yellow croakers and some prawns for her in-laws, saying he hadn't seen his sister in a while and was worried. He chatted and flattered them until they were laughing out loud, then left in a hurry without even eating. The silly girl asked me what to do. Her in-laws told her yesterday to visit her family more often. See? That's a brother looking out for his sister. Would any of our sons think of that? Uncle Zhang hid under the covers, laughing. "You're right, only little five would do things like that. My younger brother says little five often brings wild chickens and rabbits for Xiufang, saying they're for the nieces and nephews. That kid's been clever and loyal since he was little. No one else can match him." I really envy second brother's wife. It's not just about having a good son, you need a good daughter-in-law too. Zhou Jiao is wonderful, so thoughtful and gentle, always smiling and so filial. Even Zhu Hua, with her temper, says Zhou Jiao is great. One good daughter-in-law can inspire all the kids to be filial. Look at Zhu Hua. Before Zhao Jiao joined the family, she was so prickly. Now, she's always smiling. Uncle Zhang shivered at her words and laughed. Don't. Whenever you say Zhao Jiao is gentle, I remember that day. Let's not talk about them. What about our eldest? If I step down and he takes over, what do you think? Aunt Zhang immediately shook her head. After thinking it over, she decided her husband couldn't step down yet. After all, it wouldn't do for Zhangjia village to have a father as deputy team leader and a son as accountant. Who would trust a father and son with all the accounts? The eldest daughter-in-law hadn't thought of this and was still happily assuming her husband would definitely win. She figured everyone would vote for Xiao Dash, except for a few families with different surnames. Even the relatives wouldn't let all the benefits go to one family. Around 4 a.m., old Zhang got up. Just like every other day, he went to check the backyard. It had snowed last night and the early morning was biting cold. Old Zhang picked up his iron shovel to clear the snow. Usually, Zhang Guoqing would be the one to get up early and do this chore. Out of habit, old Zhang glanced to the side, only to remember his youngest son wasn't home. He chuckled to himself. Turns out, he really wasn't used to the kid being away. He stood in the front yard and looked at the east and west wings. There wasn't a peep. He felt a pang of regret that his eldest son wasn't home either. Otherwise, he'd be up already, keeping him company and nagging him not to do the work himself. Suddenly, he remembered all those winters over the years. His eldest son would not only get up in the middle of the night to clear their own yard, but would also go help out the elderly folks in the village who lived alone. Thinking of this, old Zhang picked up the pace, planning to check in on the village elders. As dawn broke, Zhang Guofu and his brother got up and came outside. Seeing the yard spotless, they immediately thought of their father. Both smacked their foreheads in annoyance, then hurried to wash up, eager to find their dad. Mother Zhang came out of the main room and, upon entering the kitchen, heard her two sons muttering. She smiled and said, "It's fine, we're just getting old and don't sleep much. You two still have work to do in the yard today. Sleep in a bit if you can." The second son, Zhang Guoqing, saw his sister-in-law come into the kitchen to help their mother with breakfast. Thinking of his wife, who was still fast asleep, he frowned and headed back to their room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Juhua already up and dressed. When she saw him come in, she gave him a bright smile, which finally put his mind at ease. "Let me go to the backyard to cook pig slop first. If you need anything, just call me. And remember, don't tire yourself out," Lin Juhua said before hurrying outside. Little Shirt 2 poked his head out and chirped, "Dad, I want to go to the county to see Uncle. Big Brother said we could sneak along with Grandpa and Grandma today." Zhang Guoqing was startled and quickly tried to soothe him. "Son, listen to Dad. Once your uncle's guests have left, I'll take you to the county. You can't sneak out. If you get snatched by traffickers, we'll never find you again." Little Shirt 2 stared at him with big eyes, hesitating. "You'll really take us to see Uncle? Grown-ups always lie to kids. Big Brother says lying is wrong. When has anyone in our family lied to you? When have I ever lied to you?" "I'll take you tomorrow," Zhang Guoqing promised, though he still felt uneasy. He figured he'd better go talk to Shizi. After all, that clever kid might really lead his brothers off to the county if he wasn't careful. After pacifying his son, he ignored his daughter's protests and hurried off to find Shizi. He pushed open the door to his nephew's room and saw Shizi already dressed, helping Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu put on their sweaters. When he saw Zhang Guoqing come in, Shizi greeted him with a smile. "Shizi, listen to your second uncle. Don't go to the county today, okay? If you sneak your brothers out and they run off and get lost, what then? Wait until the guests have left, and tomorrow I'll personally take you all," Zhang Guoqing said. Shizi immediately realized Little Shirt 2 had spilled the beans and gave him an embarrassed smile. Seeing Shizi's goofy grin, so much like Xiao Wu's, Zhang Guoqing felt uneasy. After thinking it over, he sighed, "Fine, When your grandma goes to the county this morning, you can tag along. But you must keep an eye on your brothers, don't let them run off. And remember, your uncle has guests, so be on your best behavior." Shizi nodded quickly and shot a warning look at his two noisy brothers. Zhang Guoqing left the yard and busied himself for a while before suddenly remembering Shizi was supposed to be in school today. Why was he thinking of taking his brothers to the county? Had he been talked into it by those little rascals? Early that morning, old Zhang finished clearing Zhang Wu's yard with his iron shovel, then went to help two more elderly neighbors. As he listened to them praise his youngest son, he hummed a tune happily as he walked, stopping now and then to clear more snow. The early rising villagers saw him and smiled knowingly, greeting and teasing him as they passed. Uncle Zhang hadn't slept well the night before and got up early to check on things at the team office. As he stepped outside, he saw his second brother with a shovel slung over his shoulder, humming a tune and looking cheerful. He grumbled, "What's this? Taking over for your youngest son?" Old Zhang, noticing his brother dressed for business, asked curiously, "Big brother, where are you off to?" Uncle Zhang rolled his eyes. "Did you forget today's the first big market day? The team leader said yesterday we should see if there's anything worth selling. I have to go check it out. Not everyone's as lucky as you." Old Zhang was unfazed and, smiling, pulled his brother aside for a chat before they each went about their business. Uncle Zhang strolled leisurely toward the village and ran into the team leader. The two of them went to the team office, where they met old accountant Zhang and a few others. The village cadres sat down to discuss not only what the team should sell, but also the year-end distribution of grain and dividends. Zhou Jiao village had already handed in their public grain, and with winter setting in, the team leader was racking his brains to find ways to get more money so everyone could have a good new year. They were all waiting for the market to open. As he listened to the discussion, Uncle Zhang kept quiet, just making sure nothing was being overlooked. After a while, everyone turned to look at him. He finally made a decision. "We won't sell any of the grain. Let's sell all the mountain goods we harvested in the fall, plus the ropes, straw sandals, and other odds and ends we've accumulated. We can get through the winter without those. Let's distribute all the grain so everyone has enough to eat. There are still several families in the village who've borrowed grain. If we don't help them, they won't make it to next summer." Uncle Zhang had originally wanted to suggest his second brother's family buy up the mountain goods to save everyone some trouble. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. It would draw too much attention, and he knew his brother preferred to work behind the scenes. After the team leader finished, seeing no objections, he continued, "Once we've sold everything today, we'll start slaughtering pigs and distributing grain tomorrow morning. Same as before, the accountant will do the math first, then you all check the accounts. Remember to set aside what the team will need for spring and distribute the rest." Uncle Zhang immediately asked, "Third uncle, what about the group hunt? What did the other two villages say? The New Year's coming up fast, shouldn't we schedule it soon?" The team leader thought for a moment. Their village would need Xiaowu to lead the younger men. With the New Year less than 2 months away, nothing could go wrong. Figuring Xiaowu's guests would only stay a few more days, he said, "When will Xiaowu from Second Zhang's family be free? Those guests from the capital aren't planning to stay for 10 days or half a month, are they? I want Xiaowu to take the younger men up the mountain for practice, with you older folks supervising. After this year, it'll be hard to get him to lead a team again." Uncle Zhang caught his meaning and quickly said, "No, don't worry. That kid will help as soon as you call." This time was just unexpected. All the relatives are leaving today, even his father-in-law. He'll be free after that. The team leader looked at him, smiling and shaking his head. With all these people from the capital around, folks in the county were scrambling to make connections. Free? That kid was sharp. He'd probably use the chance to get his big brother a job in the county. Saying his second brother's job was arranged by his sister's father-in-law, who'd believe that? He kept taking leave to run to the county. It was obvious he was pulling strings. He could already guess that Second Zhang's eldest son had landed a cushy job, and before the new year, Xiaowu would be back for the paperwork. So many people would kill for a chance to get into the city, throwing money at it and still getting nowhere. Second Zhang was truly blessed. One son had arranged everything for the whole family. They'd really left the mud behind. Accountant Zhang smiled knowingly and changed the subject. If there's nothing else, I'll go check the accounts. The sooner we finish, the sooner everyone can celebrate. After the meeting, the team leader said to Uncle Zhang, if you see Xiao Wu, tell him not to run off these next few days. If anything comes up, he should put it off. Uncle Zhang agreed and headed to old Zhang's house. In the main room, old Zhang was listening to the gramophone, happily directing his two sons as they packed up local specialties. When he saw his big brother come in, he quickly invited him to sit on the king. Big brother, is there something you need? Not really. Xiao Wu's in the county, right? If you see him, tell him the team leader wants him to take the team up the mountain in the next few days, Uncle Zhang said, leaning against the wall. Old Zhang was taken aback and started to worry. He knew that in the next few days, Xiao Wu would be busy in the county helping his big brother with work matters and handling household registration for the family. Where would he find time to go up the mountain, let alone stay overnight? Seeing his brother's troubled face, Uncle Zhang frowned. What? You're not happy to have him lead the team? Don't forget, the team leader said everything else can wait. Zhang Guoqing, seeing his father's dilemma, quickly smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry. My dad's not unhappy, he's just worried Xiao Wu won't be back from the provincial capital for a few days. Zhou Jiao's godfather insisted the couple stay there for a few days. Right now, the whole family's in the county, and we don't know what other plans there are. My dad's just worried about delaying village business. Don't worry, as soon as someone from our family sees Xiao Wu in the county, we'll let him know. Zhou Jiao has a godfather? How come I never heard about that? Zhang Guoqing thought to himself, there's a lot you don't know. Seeing his uncle staring at him, he had no choice but to explain the relationship between Zhao Chuangguang and Zhou Xiaozheng. After hearing the explanation, Uncle Zhang decisively said to let Zhang Guoqing handle his own affairs. He even found an excuse to comfort himself. Without Xiao Wu, it's not like the village has no one else to lead the hunt. The three Zhang men burst out laughing. After talking about Zhang Guoqing starting work in a few days, old Zhang changed the subject before his brother could respond and asked about Zhang Danny's situation. Among the three Zhang brothers, Zhang Danny was closest to Uncle Zhang and often turned to him for advice. As deputy team leader, Uncle Zhang frequently interacted with other village leaders, and if any relatives were involved, he'd ask around and usually knew about Zhang Danny's situation ahead of time. Uncle Zhang shook his head. Last month I heard someone say the two of them are the same as always. Both are in good health, so I didn't ask further. As long as Danny and her husband are doing well, it's not our place to interfere. Those nephews of ours are ungrateful, claiming they can't control their wives. I say they're just unfilial. If your wife doesn't listen, beat her, and if she still won't obey, divorce her, see if that doesn't make her behave. I thought about going over, but your sister-in-law said those kids resent us. As long as Danny's fine, we shouldn't get involved and risk being disliked. I think she's right. Why, are you thinking of visiting? Old Zhang handed him a pipe. I am. Danny's probably lost her early savings, and I want to give her some money. If we brothers don't go, she'll have no one to back her up and might suffer. She hasn't come home these past 2 years except for Xiao Wu's wedding. Even for the baby's third-day celebration, she sent someone with a gift instead of coming herself. I figured I'd use the return gift as an excuse to visit. Every family has its troubles. I thought she'd have fewer problems marrying into a small family, but who knew her own kids would be the problem? She's our only sister. I just want to bring her home so she doesn't have to slave away for the Liu family. Uncle Zhang thought to himself, with all the drama at the Zhou family, Danny should have heard by now and come over. But for some reason, she hasn't shown up. He and old Zhang agreed to wait until after the baby's 1-month celebration to see what happens. If she still doesn't come, they'll go visit her themselves. In the county town courtyard, before dawn had even broken, Zhang Guoqing was already up and jogging along the street. Along the way, he saw quite a few elderly people lining up outside the grocery store. He greeted several familiar elders as he ran past. While jogging, he observed the shops and passers-by, listened to people's conversations, and got a general sense of the current living standards and habits in the county. As the sky brightened, he saw some households opening their courtyards. The sounds of adults talking and children shouting drifted out. He slowed down and jogged home with breakfast in hand. Before he reached his own gate, the men from the neighboring houses on both sides happened to step out. Seeing him approach, they both greeted him warmly. He quickly stopped, waited for them to come over, and greeted the two middle-aged men cheerfully, calling them uncle, as he smiled and observed them. Wang Dashing, from the courtyard on the left, had dealt with Zhang Guoqing before. He grinned and pointed to the other man, introducing, "Up so early for a run? You're full of energy, young man. Xiao Wu, this is Uncle Chen from the courtyard on your right. He works at the Grain Bureau, and his wife's at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. If you need to buy anything, just ask Uncle Chen." "Old Chen, this is Zhang Guoqing, the kid I mentioned, his nickname's Xiao Wu." Old Chen nodded and smiled. Who hasn't heard of the famous Zhang Guoqing? I should have recognized you when I saw you. He winked at Zhang Guoqing. He explained to Wang Dashing, "I saw him a few days ago when I was eating at the restaurant up front. My wife mentioned a new family moved in next door. A young man named Zhang Guoqing, looks energetic, with a young wife and a newborn son. As soon as I heard, I figured it must be the same person." Zhang Guoqing had long known that the residents in this area were fairly well off. But seeing these two still surprised him a little. Not to mention Wang Dashing from the meat factory. Just look at Old Chen, short and stocky, with a healthy, rosy complexion, none of the sallow thinness common these days. Their clothes were well-made and free of patches. Clearly, wealth gaps existed in every era. After listening, Zhang Guoqing immediately smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, it's fate. Who would have thought we'd meet again as neighbors? I hope you and Uncle Wang will look after me, the junior, from now on. Where are you two off to this early?" Old Chen laughed even more at Zhang Guoqing's words, pointed ahead, and said, "I don't know what Old Wang's up to, but I'm off to buy breakfast." Wang Dasheng slung an arm over Old Chen's shoulder and started pulling him along. "Come on, I'm getting breakfast too. Xiao Wu, go on inside, don't let your breakfast get cold. If you ever need a hand, just shout in the courtyard." Zhang Guoqing nodded with a grin. Only after they'd left did he head inside. Standing in the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing saw there was no movement from the bedroom. He took the buns to the kitchen and kept them warm in the pot. He figured they'd gone to bed late last night, and Zhou Jiao was probably still asleep. Sure enough, when he went back to the bedroom, Zhou Jiao and their son were still sound asleep, not noticing him at all. He smiled silently, tiptoed around tidying up, then carried the family's laundry and the baby's diapers out to the well in the courtyard. After washing the clothes and tidying up the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing saw it was still early. He went to the study, picked up a book, and started reading, glancing toward the bedroom from time to time. When Zhou Jiao woke up and saw the baby was still asleep, she hurried to the bathroom. Hearing her, Zhang Guoqing came in with a smile, and she rushed off to wash up. By the time she finished, Zhang Guoqing had already set out breakfast for both of them, and even prepared a bowl of bird's nest porridge for her. The couple sat in the living room, eating breakfast together. Zhou Jiao looked at him and couldn't help but advise, "You shouldn't get up so early, you're not getting enough sleep. Why don't you sleep in the study? And don't wait for me for breakfast in the future, just eat first." Zhang Guoqing looked at her with mock grievance, silently staring. Seeing her laugh, he complained, "You don't care about me anymore. So heartless, you even want to sleep in separate beds. Now you want to take away my chance to have breakfast with you. Think about it. How long has it been since we've spent some real time together? There's always a third wheel around." Zhou Jiao burst out laughing, playfully hitting him. "See, you're hitting me again, but you don't even kiss me anymore." The couple joked and teased each other as they finished breakfast, then tidied up and went back to the bedroom. Zhang Guoqing started discussing with her whether they should prepare some New Year's gifts for their relatives to take home. He figured today was market day, so he could buy some local specialties and pack several big bags, one for each family. Especially since Zhao Chuangang had brought over a pile of gifts, It wouldn't feel right to let them go home empty-handed. The seafood was bought by his father-in-law, not really from them. Zhou Jiao frowned, troubled. She hated dealing with these trivial matters, but as a housewife, she had no choice. In the past, aside from her mother, they didn't really have any relatives to worry about. As for her mother, just giving her money was enough. Now things were more complicated. Listen to my plan and see what you think. We just sent a bunch of stuff to Grandpa, so we can skip it this time. We don't have much income, so no one will blame us for not preparing expensive gifts. For the Chung family, I've already prepared some tea as a gift. Later, you can buy some cured meat and wild game, about 20 jin, for Dad to take back and give to the Changs. As for Godfather, let's not return the favor just yet. Everyone's in the provincial capital, they don't lack these things. Let them take back some seafood for now. And don't give my mom too much at once, or it'll be awkward next time. In the future, if we come across any rare wild goods, we can bring them as gifts when we visit. That way, it feels close and keeps up the relationship over time. What matters is the thought and the relationship itself. Later, secretly give Godfather a box of tea. He'll be happier with that than anything else. Thinking of Zhao Chuangong's personality, Zhang Guoqing realized that if he told him only he and his father-in-law had this tea, Godfather would probably value it more than any other gift. He gave his wife a thumbs up. Zhou Jiao continued with her own plans. After her confinement, she would personally make 2 sets of clothes for Zhao Chuanggang and his wife for the new year, and prepare jade pendants as gifts for her 2 god brothers when they met. That way, it wouldn't seem stingy, and the gifts would be thoughtful, both face and substance. The only problem was the jade pendants. Those she had were all keepsakes and quite valuable. The one from Grandma Lin was suitable, but it was meant for Ping'an. Zhang Guoqing shook his head and whispered, "In the box Grandpa left us, besides the Zhang family heirlooms we can't touch, there are some jade pendants Grandma collected. We can pick 2 less conspicuous ones to use for now." Zhou Jiao was a bit reluctant. Those had been handed to her personally by the elders. She wanted to save Grandpa Zhang's inheritance for Ping'an to pass down through the generations. After thinking it over, she finally steeled herself and nodded. "Don't feel bad. I'll ask Professor Liu if anyone's selling buy some to keep as spares, just in case," Zhang Guoqing said, seeing her smile and reminding himself to look for more sources. Seeing there was nothing else to do, Zhang Guoqing decided to head to the market early. Rural markets opened early, and if you were late, you couldn't get good stuff. He also planned to buy extra to store in the cellar. Zhou Jiao watched him change into old clothes and head out, then closed the gate. She picked up her just-awake son to nurse him, tidied up, then set him on the kang bed and continued sewing her father's pants. Yangliaton was located not far from the fork in the road where the county town led to both the provincial capital and the neighboring county. On this market day, even people from the provincial capital and the neighboring county came here for the fair. Folks from all the surrounding villages, carrying their homegrown specialties, came to the market to trade for daily necessities. As for the townspeople, they came specifically to buy authentic local products. It was said that in earlier years, every household in Yangliaton had a unique craft. Their woven baskets and winnowing trays were especially sturdy. If you accidentally stepped on them and flattened them, they'd bounce right back. The woven rattan mats, each with their own patterns, were even sold all the way to the capital. Every time there was a big market in Yangliaton, the village's woven goods always sold out, with rattan mats being the best sellers. This year's market was just like in previous years. Stalls lined both sides of the long dirt road, packed so densely you couldn't see the end. Where the road was a bit wider, there were 2 rows of stalls side by side. Everywhere you looked, there were bundles wrapped in cloth and baskets filled with wild mushrooms and other mountain goods. People also brought homemade products like homespun cloth and insoles. At the crossroads, many vendors sold snacks. In front of the popcorn stand, children stood at a distance, covering their ears. Some elders brought their grandchildren to watch the sugar figurine artist. Everywhere, groups of women gathered around the homespun cloth stalls, comparing and discussing. Elderly ladies clutched their small denomination bills, haggling hard. The men strolled around, picking and choosing. Children clung tightly to their parents' clothes, their eyes still glued to the candy and popcorn stalls. Many people, obviously from town, squatted in front of stalls selling wild goods, cured meats, and game, bargaining over prices. Zhang Guoqing parked his car from afar. Following the crowd, he made his way toward the stalls selling coarse grains and mountain goods. He ran into quite a few acquaintances, exchanging greetings several times before hurrying to a stall to inquire. The vendor was clearly an old hand. Upon hearing that Zhang wanted fine grains, he didn't rush to quote a price. Instead, he reached into a battered bamboo basket behind him and handed over a small bag. Zhang Guoqing opened it and, seeing the contents, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After agreeing on a price and delivery time, he paid a deposit and hurried to another nearby stall. The vendor there seemed to have recognized Zhang Guoqing and watched him approach with a big grin. Before Zhang could say a word, the young man hoisted 2 large burlap sacks in front of him. He even waved to an old man selling cured meats and dried game nearby, gesturing as he did so. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. "What's this? Giving it to me for free?" The young man grinned sheepishly. When he saw the old man carrying his goods over, he rushed to help and whispered in his ear, "Uncle, let's sell everything to Zhang Guoqing from Zhou Jiao village." The old man turned to size up Zhang Guoqing. "You're Zhang Daiou's youngest, Zhang Guoqing? Why do you want all this?" Before Zhang could answer, his nephew tugged at him. "I know you're giving it away. If you buy everything, I'll give you a discount. How about that?" Zhang Guoqing just smiled and said nothing. He stepped forward to take the old man's load and chatted with him for a bit, learning that the old man was from the village next to his maternal uncles. After exchanging news about their uncles, Zhang not only bought out all the wild goods and game from his stall, but also arranged to visit his home in a few days to purchase more. When the young man learned that Zhang Guoqing was helping someone else buy in bulk, he was so excited he stuttered. Even after Zhang left, his face was still flushed. The old man knocked him on the head with his pipe. "Look at you, acting silly. He's gone. What are you staring at?" The young man covered his head and muttered in protest. That was Zhang Guoqing, a celebrity. If Zhang looked after him, he could make enough money before the new year to fix up his house. And if they got closer, he'd be Zhang Guoqing's brother, who wouldn't respect him then. Zhang's cousins always said that he was generous and always helped out anyone in need. Now that word had spread about his powerful in-laws, who wouldn't want to know him. Zhang Guoqing checked his watch. There was still some time. After locking the car, he decided to take another stroll around, to see if there was anything interesting or rare to bring back for Zhou Jiao. She'd been cooped up in confinement after giving birth, cut off from the world, and was already bored out of her mind. As he walked, he really did spot quite a few finely crafted trinkets. There were skilled artisans everywhere. Besides the exquisitely made baskets and insoles, there were also pellet drums and lifelike wooden carvings. By the time he headed back, he was already overloaded not just with the furs he'd bought, but with things slung over his shoulders, hanging from his body, and both hands full. In his left hand, he carried a large bamboo basket filled with smaller baskets, stacked sieves, toys for his son, and all sorts of snacks like roasted pine nuts. But what drew the most attention was his right hand, holding high a stick made from a sorghum stalk, with 2 rows of candied hawthorn skewered on it, and a dozen or so sugar paintings and sugar figurines on top. Reliving his childhood, he was in high spirits. Ignoring the amused looks from passers-by, Zhang Guoqing cheerfully avoided the crowds and drove back toward the county town. "Jiao Jiao, look what I've got." After moving the sacks into the cellar at home, Zhang Guoqing came in, carrying the big bamboo basket and the stick, eager to show off his treasures to Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao had just finished her needlework and was sorting through the gifts brought by Zhao Chuangguang and his wife the night before. Ever since Zhang Guoqing had returned and greeted her, she'd watched him go in and out, moving things, and had been pacing anxiously in the living room. Now, seeing him finally come in, loaded down with things on his shoulders and in both hands, she burst out laughing. This sight was truly one for the ages. Zhou Jiao reached out to take the stick, lovingly touching the bright red candied hawthorns, the lifelike sugar figurines, and the sugar paintings. Then she looked at the various baskets and animal wood carvings he took out of the big bamboo basket, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Zhang Guoqing nodded toward the inner room. What about our son? You won't be able to go today. Dad and the others will be here soon. With the year-end approaching, there'll be markets every 3, 6, and 9 days, plenty of chances. Zhou Jiao nodded helplessly and asked what he'd bought. Zhang Guoqing enthusiastically told her about the deal he'd made for the evening. He'd arranged with the vendor to deliver the grain by ox cart that night. He'd buy as much as they had, even if the price was high, at least it gave them another source. From the look of the vendor, he clearly had plenty of connections. Zhou Jiao nodded repeatedly. Grain was the most important thing. While they were in the county town, they should stock up as much as possible. Now that she had more family and people she cared about, her sense of caution was even stronger. Did you tell him to keep quiet? He's a sharp one. I told him it was for a friend and not to spread it around. Don't worry about tonight's deal. And Dad was originally planning to go to the neighboring province with Uncle Dashan. Now that plans have changed, did he tell you who to find over there? Zhang Guoqing smiled slightly and said softly, Dad already told me last night. He even gave me Lu Sanyuan's work address. I need to send him something. I'm thinking of having Mom look after our son for a few days and taking you and Uncle Dashan over there. Zhou Jiao beamed at him. She really wanted to get out for a bit. Last night, Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhao Chuangang shared a room and talked late into the night. By the time they lay down, it was already the early hours. Both of them had some ideas in mind and were full of fighting spirit. Waking up at dawn, Zhou Xiaozheng remembered that they'd be leaving that afternoon. He jumped out of bed, suddenly realizing there were still things he wanted to say to his daughter in private. Thinking of his clever little Jiao Jiao, he couldn't help but smile. Lin Lishan and Huang Huimin had just arranged to go to the big market together. As soon as they entered the room and saw her husband was up, Lin Lishan called out happily, Zhang Ji, we're going to the market. Wanna come? I'll pass. See if there's anything you want to buy, and get more for you and Jiao Jiao. As for Jiao Jiao, don't take her along, otherwise she'll get ideas and won't be able to sit still. After saying this, Zhou Xiaozheng still felt uneasy, so he reminded her to be careful and told her to meet them directly at the courtyard later. Watching his wife leave in high spirits, her laughter echoing down the hallway, he sighed inwardly. That temperament of hers hadn't changed at all. With their departure looming in the afternoon, she didn't even think about spending more time with their daughter. He wouldn't be back until the end of the year, leaving Jiao Jiao all alone in the northeast. His nose tingled with emotion, and his mood grew heavy. Thinking of his daughter, he couldn't wait to see her. Just then, the old man and the others had finished breakfast, and Li Aigua led several staff members in. Seeing them come to accompany the elders, Zhou Xiaoying knew they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. There was probably still official business to discuss, plus a lunch gathering. If he didn't leave now, he might not get another chance. Having made up his mind, he slipped out of the room, gave Xiaochen a few instructions, and hurried off to the small courtyard. Zhao Chuangang and Cheng Xijin exchanged a smile, secretly mocking their friend for sneaking off to spend time with his daughter. But thinking of how doting he was with Jiao Jiao, they couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Since they'd be heading back to Beijing that afternoon, they also wanted to give father and daughter some time alone. As Zhou Xiaozheng entered the courtyard, he saw Zhou Jiao chatting with Zhang Guoqing in the living room, glancing toward the front door. The moment she saw him, she bounded over. His face broke into a wide grin as he hurried a few steps forward, grumbling, "It's cold outside. Don't come out. You're not a little kid anymore, but still so careless. What's the rush? Dad's right here." With that, he ushered her back inside. "Dad, I knew you'd come over. Where's Auntie and the others?" After seating her, Zhou Xiaozheng said proudly, "Li Aigua and his people came looking for the old men first thing this morning, so they're busy entertaining them. I saw the situation and slipped away. Your aunt and the others all went to the market. They'll come straight here later." Zhou Jiao pointed smugly at the things on the table. Dad, look. My brother bought these for me. He went to the market early this morning. Zhou Jiao glanced over and nodded. That kid sure knew how to play the good son-in-law, making his Jiao Jiao so happy. If he'd known she liked these things, he would have gone himself. He shot Zhang Guoqing a look. Oh my, is he planning to move the whole house? Xiao Wu, stop packing. You can't take everything today. The women will definitely buy a bunch more stuff. Listen to Dad, just leave it for now. Let them see your good intentions, that's enough. Zhang Guoqing laughed heartily. It was rare for his father-in-law to even acknowledge him, and now he'd come out with this. Dad, they brought a lot of stuff when they visited. If we can't take it all, I'll just mail it. Just then, the voices of children and Zhang's mother could be heard outside. Before they could go out, Zhang's mother came bustling in, with several kids excitedly rushing into the living room behind her. Uncle, Auntie, we're all here. Zhou Jiao happily pulled them over, checking their hands to make sure they weren't cold, then pointed at the candied hawthorn on the table. See that? Your uncle bought those for you. Except for the 3 sugar figurines on top, the rest are all yours. The kids cheered and jumped with excitement. Zhang's mother quickly called out, keep it down. If you're too noisy, there won't be any left. Behind her, Zhang's father followed in with 2 big bags. Zhang Guoqing hurried to take them. Dad, didn't I say I'd handle it? I went to the market first thing this morning. Zhang's father glared at him. This is our family's goodwill as in-laws. You're the younger generation, that's your filial duty. It's not the same. I've already packed it up so they can take it back when they leave. With that, he pulled Zhou Xiaozheng, who was watching the commotion, over to the 8 immortals table. He still wanted to have a chat with his in-law. In the living room, Zhang's mother sat the kids down and gave them a few instructions, then hurried after Zhou Jiao to the bedroom to check on her grandson. With all the noise, she wondered if the child had woken up. Zhang Guoqing shook his head helplessly and continued packing, chatting with the kids as he worked. Shizi, you didn't have school today? Why didn't you bring your little sister along? Shizi munched on a candied hawthorn and grinned. Grandma and the others are leaving today, so I came to see them off. There's no class at school today. Uncle, where's Grandma? Zhang Guoqing lowered his voice. Don't slack off on your studies. They went to the market early and will be back soon. There's no time to take you today, too many people. Shizi just grinned, his eyes darting around. Uncle, my eldest uncle works just up the street. I want to go find him. Did you ask your grandma? Listen to her. Shizi took his younger brothers to the bedroom. Seeing little Ping'an awake, they crowded around to look, then whispered to Zhang's mother, Grandma, can you take us to find Auntie? Zhou Jiao looked at him in surprise, then at the other kids, and immediately understood they wanted to go out. She took some money and sugar coupons from her pocket and handed them over. Don't go to your aunt's, no one's home. Take your brothers to the supply and marketing cooperative at the street corner. When the guests leave this afternoon, I'll have your uncle take you to the market. Still worried, she smiled apologetically at Zhang's mother. Mom, could you take the kids out? It's rare for them to come to town. Take them for a stroll and see if there's anything good. Zhang's mother glared at her. Go where? They're still holding candied hawthorn. You always indulge them. Go chat with your dad, we'll take Ping'an outside. Zhou Jiao watched her mother-in-law carry the child out. Shizi, you and your brothers play at home for now. After Grandma and the others leave this afternoon, I'll have your uncle take you to the market. If there's not enough time, he'll take you around the county, okay? Auntie, I'll take my brothers to keep Grandma company. If Uncle has time, he can take me. If not, it's fine, Grandma will get upset. Seeing him nod with his head down, Zhou Jiao felt a bit sorry for him. She brought a small basket of roasted seeds and candies to the guest room, watching the kids happily play with her son, and finally felt relieved. Zhang's mother glared at her again, but Zhou Jiao was used to it and just smiled back. Let her glare, she was probably secretly delighted anyway, since that was her own grandson. Zhou Jiao calmed her thoughts and strolled back into the living room. By now, Father Zhang had finally started chatting with Zhang Guoqing, and the father and son were deep in conversation. She glanced over at Zhou Xiaozheng. As soon as she saw her father signaling to her with his eyes, her own eyes lit up. At last, her father-in-law had left her father alone, leaving Zhang Guoqing and his father to talk. She quickly walked over and pulled her father along, the two of them happily heading to the bedroom. "I'm leaving this afternoon. While there's no one around, I want to tell you a few things. In the future, when you go to the provincial capital, if anyone mentions your grandmother, just push it on to me. Your safety comes first. When you go back this time, besides our usual letters, for important messages, I'll teach you a method. Don't tell anyone else." With that, Zhou Jiao took out a book and handed it to her, pointing to the numbers on the pages and the lines above and below. He explained how, if there was an emergency and it wasn't convenient for outsiders to know, she could send him an urgent telegram, and how to hide words in letters if there was something she didn't want others to see. After making sure she understood, he told her to keep the book safe. As for this general-use version, he could just buy another one when he returned to Beijing. Zhou Jiao then gave her some advice on how to get along with Zhao Chuangang and his wife. When he heard that Zhou Jiao planned to make 2 sets of clothes and buy 2 jade pendants as return gifts, he was both pleased and distressed. He was happy that his daughter had grown up and handled things so thoroughly, but also distressed. After all, making 2 sets of clothes by hand would be exhausting for his precious daughter. He hurriedly stopped her, telling her to just pick the designs and let the tailor handle it, paying extra if needed. Seeing her father's jealous expression, Zhou Jiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she'd finished his overcoat last night. Now, hearing him fuss about how tiring it would be, she could only wait until he was about to leave to tell him. Zhou Jiao stood up, squatted in the corner, and continued organizing the secret compartment from last night. After a while, he stood up to see Zhou Jiao waiting by the door. He felt secretly proud of how clever his daughter was. He beckoned her over and taught her again, then whispered in her ear, "Don't even tell Xiao Wu about this. I've put 2,000 yuan in there for you as emergency funds. In the future, you can keep your own private savings here, no one else can open it." Zhou Jiao frowned and muttered, "Why are you giving me so much? I have money. You have a lot of expenses out of town, you can't be short on cash. Who knows when Gurui will pay back the family savings." Zhou Jiao stood up, pulled her back to the table, and told her, "Just spend it as you need. Besides her, I have other plans. No matter what you think in your heart, you can't slip up when it comes to how you address people. Grandma is just a code name. Don't go around calling Gurui by name, or you might accidentally let it slip." Seeing his precious daughter cover her mouth and giggle, blinking away, he ruffled her hair and laughed along with her. "Dad, I think Grandpa knows something. He was acting a bit strange last night." Zhou Jiao thought about his father-in-law's character and nodded. "Don't get involved in the Lin family's affairs. There will be trouble in the future. Your eldest uncle inherited your grandmother's shrewdness and your grandfather's straightforward temper. Do you think someone like that can be manipulated by your grandmother? Your second uncle is a bit timid, afraid of his wife, and very soft-hearted. Your second aunt is ambitious, but incompetent, extremely vain, and a fair-weather friend. Your grandmother was strongly against their marriage at first, but within 2 years of getting married, she and her mother-in-law were as close as real mother and daughter. Now that I've been promoted, the Lin family is bound to have their own ideas. Last night, when your grandfather saw Zhao Chuangang, he probably realized that the Cheng, Zhao, and Zhou families have all become connected through us. But so what?" Seeing the slight smile on her father's lips, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but break into a grin herself. It seemed her worries were already on his mind. Then, thinking of unpredictable dangers, she glanced outside and whispered, "Dad, whatever you do, don't take sides. Maybe the Chung family has helped you, but back then, Grandma Gu's family saved Aunt's life twice. Even if there's a generations-old alliance between the 3 families, that's all behind the scenes. What use is Zhuo from the Zhou family? Their influence is fading. The Zhao family and their in-laws, the Huang family, are both powerful in the provincial capital. With an outstanding son leading the way, they can advance or retreat as needed. Now that you've come back and been promoted so quickly, how many people are secretly waiting for you to make a mistake? Don't pick a side. Stability is the most important thing right now. There will be plenty of chances to revive the Zhou family. You're only 40 and already have your own courtyard. If you keep rising steadily and remain neutral, that's the right path for you. Don't be in a hurry to make achievements. Even if you do, can you really get promoted several times in 2 years? Our family should just aim for stability. It may look like we have the Lin and Chung families behind us, but it's just you alone, and that's not enough. You can't trust anyone, so don't. People's hearts change easily. You must be careful when you're out there. Zhou Jiao raised his eyebrows, smiling as he nodded. He finally understood just how exceptional his daughter was. She could piece everything together from just a few clues and see the whole situation clearly. So, what do you think the Zhao family's next move will be in the provincial capital? Tell me, if it were you, would you choose to advance or retreat? Zhou Jiao narrowed her eyes and said softly, I can't guess which side they'll choose for now. They're probably in contact with all the major factions. Actually, the Zhao family has already reached out to the Qing family. It's no surprise they met at the Ancestral tomb. Yesterday, Uncle Guoqing must have mentioned you and the Cheng family to his family when he got home. Uncle Guoqing is a good man, upright and open. The way he looks at me is like a beloved junior, full of joy. His wife, on the other hand, looked me over without curiosity, probably after being prompted by her elders, and wanted to become my godmother. She didn't discuss it with Uncle Guoqing first, so he was a bit surprised. Aside from Uncle Guoqing's sincerity, the Zhao family's next step will be to strengthen their ties with us, ideally by making you owe them a favor. From what I see, the Zhao family head is quite smart. He's quietly getting close to the Chung family, staying neutral on the surface, but not making any decisions yet. They're waiting for an opportunity. Uncle Guoqing's older brother is probably still watching from the sidelines, still hesitating. If it were me, I'd do the same. Let's just wait and see. Zhou Xiaozheng was silent for a moment after hearing this. Seeing Zhou Jiao looking at him nervously, he patted her head. You have a good eye for people. But one thing, the Zhao family still isn't quite strong enough. What you lack now is experience. When you come home at the end of the year, I'll introduce you to some people in the compound. With your intelligence, you'll understand at a glance. Uncle Guoqing is a good man. Last night, he secretly told me not to get involved in those messy affairs. As for Uncle Guoqing, just follow what I told you. Sometimes, owing someone a favor is a strategy too. He paused, seeing her frown in thought, and smiled. Don't overthink it. Some things you'll only understand after seeing enough and moving in higher circles. That's the difference between children from established families and ordinary ones. Those from established families look at things from the top down. Ordinary families look from the bottom up. You're already outstanding. When he finished, he saw Zhou Jiao blinking her eyes and couldn't help but laugh heartily. After a while, Zhou Xiaozheng hesitated, thought for a bit, and then carefully asked her, Jiao, let me ask you something, don't feel pressured. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Zhou Jiao looked at her father's worried face and was at a loss for words. I haven't decided yet. Finding a job is like a woman's second marriage. Finding the right in-laws isn't easy. I need to look around more, ask around. Dad, help me find a good family, will you? Zhou Xiaozheng looked at his daughter's serious little face as she joked and burst out laughing again. All right, so do you have any preferences? And what are your strengths? Immediately, Zhou Jiao mimicked him proudly, curling her lips into a smirk and raising her eyebrows with a cocky tilt. Oh, my strengths? There are plenty. I'm a master of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My needlework is second to none. There's no instrument in the world your daughter can't play, and I can recite poetry at will, fluent in 5 languages. How about that, old man? Your daughter's not bad, huh? Zhou Xiaoying tried hard to hold back his laughter, then suddenly rattled off a string of foreign languages. He didn't think his daughter was just joking. This child really did hide her talents well. Zhou Jiao was stunned for a moment, but quickly responded in foreign languages too. The father and daughter went back and forth until Zhou Jiao, eyes wide and pounding the table in frustration, cried out, "That's not fair." Only then did they stop. Not bad, you really are fluent in 5 languages. Don't be upset, sweetheart. When you're as old as your dad, you'll be able to speak every language in the world with ease. Pfft. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Dad, that's too much. The whole world? I'd be happy just to be as good as you. No, this is a gift we share as father and daughter. Your great-aunt said your grandfather was even more impressive. For you to have learned all this just staying in this county is already remarkable. You haven't traveled to as many countries as I have. In the future, if you get the chance to travel, it'll be easy for you. Just remember, never show all your cards, always keep something in reserve. That's your trump card. You're doing well now. Remember, too much cleverness can bring harm. Don't overthink things. Most importantly, take care of your health. Zhou Xiaozheng said seriously. Seeing that he didn't ask who she learned from, Zhou Jiao didn't explain. Several teachers at the county school had taught her, plus Aunt Yi had given her some tips in secret. In fact, besides Russian, English, French, German, and Japanese, she also knew some minor languages. What surprised her was that her father knew so many international languages and had traveled to so many countries. She had some idea of the missions he'd carried out over the years. Seeing his daughter nod in understanding, Zhou Xiaozheng sighed. He really didn't know what to do with this precious child. Too much intelligence brings its own troubles. No wonder she was so thin, just skin and bones. She worried too much and thought too deeply. After a while, Zhou Xiaozheng took out an envelope and handed it to Zhou Jiao, signaling her to keep it. When she poured out the money and remittance certificates inside, Zhou Jiao glared at him. Didn't you just give this to me? I don't want it. What if you run out of money when you're away? Dad, I really don't need money. Even if you have money here, there's nothing to buy. You keep it. When I go back to Beijing, you can take me shopping. Zhou Xiaozheng tapped her with his finger. These past few days, it's always been Xiaowu paying for meals. I figure you guys have at most 500 left. Don't sell the gold you've stashed away. Keep it as a reserve. I'm giving this to you, so just take it. Your mom and I live and eat at the base, and we're too busy to go shopping. What's the point of keeping the money? Once you're out of confinement, go out and about, and don't be stingy if you want to buy something. Also, see if Xiaowu's family has any distant relatives, an honest, middle-aged woman alone, with no kids to worry about. Hire her to help with the baby and housework, pay her 20 yuan a month, agree on 6 months, and if she's suitable, keep her on. Originally, I was going to have your Uncle Guang introduce an auntie, but that won't do. Your in-laws might have opinions. Hiring their distant relative is helping their side, which is different. It's fine if your in-laws stay for a few days, but don't be silly and try to keep them living with you. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Be generous with money and gifts, and show them more respect. Zhou Jiao pouted unhappily. I don't like strangers in the house. Heh, silly girl. If you don't hire an auntie, how can you go out whenever you want? There's so much housework, how will you manage? Listen to your dad. There's a room by the kitchen for the auntie to live in. You'll be in the main house, so it won't affect you. It's not easy to find the right person, so take your time. No rush. You can hire someone after the family splits next year. Zhou Jiao nodded. She took all the certificates, but pushed the rest back to him. Dad, I'll keep the certificates, I need those. I really have enough money. Look, we have the house, we have food, there's still the 2,000 you gave me. What else do I need to spend on? I don't like keeping money around. There's nothing good to buy here anyway. Zhou Xiaozheng thought for a moment, grabbed a handful and stuffed it back into the envelope, placing it on the table. All right, what your dad gives you, you keep. Once you're out of confinement, your godmother will take you shopping in the provincial capital. With her spending habits, no amount of money is enough. Even if she buys you things, you'll need to buy her a return gift. There's never such a thing as too much money. Money gives you confidence. Spend it as you like. You're my only child. You'll never run out no matter how you spend. Take care of your health, eat well. When I get back, I'll have someone send you some supplements. Don't bottle things up. If you don't like someone, just ignore them, don't wrong yourself. If you're not comfortable here, take the baby and come home. Watching him nag on and on, Zhou Jiao lowered her head and secretly wiped away her tears. After a moment, she looked up at her father with a bright smile, nodding all the while. Zhou Xiaozheng sighed inwardly. Seeing her slightly red eyes and nose, he thought her smile looked forced. If he hadn't just returned to his post, he wouldn't be following this 2-year plan. But knowing her temperament, he couldn't push her. She'd dwell on the smallest things, turning them over and over in her mind. Going to Beijing in the short term wouldn't be good for her. Better to wait. 2 years would be enough for him to settle things. Suppressing his reluctance, Zhou Xiaozhang coaxed her with a smile. "Sweetheart, when you come to Beijing, I'll take you to the temple fair. Just the two of us, no one else. The temple fair is so much fun, there's everything there. In Beijing, there's roast duck, hot pot, and even Western coffee and milk tea. I'll take you to find good food, and then to a tailor to have a qipao and long skirts made for you. Dad, you have to take me to buy calligraphy supplies, and you have to teach me Go. We'll go look for chess manuals together. And I love reading, take me to the old book stalls." Zhou Jiao played along cheerfully. "You little bookworm. All right, let's make a father-daughter pact. Dad will wait for you to come home at the end of the year. I've already arranged the train tickets with your Uncle Guang. He'll see you off when the time comes." Hearing noises outside, Zhou Xiaozhang knew his wife and the others were back. He hurriedly told Zhou Jiao to put things away, gave her a few more reminders, and, full of reluctance, could only say a few more words. Looking at Zhou Jiao's still young, innocent face, Zhou Xiaozhang felt a pang of guilt. If only he'd come home 2 years earlier, he could have brought his daughter back and kept her close. She could have enjoyed her single life, living freely and colorfully in the compound. But then he thought of his son-in-law and little grandson and felt a bit comforted. He was actually quite satisfied with this son-in-law. He'd protected Jiao since she was young and taken good care of her after they married. That made up for any shortcomings. As for ability, did it really matter? Who could be more outstanding than his own daughter? Lin Lishan struggled in, carrying a large basket and a big bag slung over her shoulder, panting as she hurried inside. As soon as she reached the bedroom door, she put everything down and exclaimed, "Oh my, I'm exhausted." Zhou Jiao quickly poured her a cup of hot water, frowning in confusion as she looked at her. "Where's Xiaowu? Why didn't he help you carry things? And where is everyone else?" Zhou Xiaozhang glanced out the door and shook his head with a wry smile. "You really are her mother. I heard your eldest aunt didn't go to work today. Xiaowu and his dad took the kids to her place. They probably didn't want to disturb you and your dad, so they didn't say anything. Your mother-in-law is in the guest room watching the kids. I got off the car by myself first. Those ladies bought even more and went straight to the guest house. We agreed to have lunch at the guest house cafeteria. I rushed back just to make your meal. This won't do, Zhang. We really need to hire someone. With Jiao staying here, she can't even eat properly," Lin Lishan complained. Zhou Xiaozhang nodded. "All right, I'll talk to Xiaowu in a bit. When they come back next year, we'll definitely hire someone. For now, we'll just have to make do." He gestured across the room. Lin Lishan caught on, rolled her eyes, then suddenly stood up, opened her bag, and started taking things out one by one. "These are gifts I found out about from the locals, things needed for a baby's 1-month celebration. By the way, your great-aunt and godmother have all prepared their gifts too. They said they'll bring them back and have someone deliver them on the day." Zhou Jiao looked at the rattles, tiger head shoes and hats, and several sets of little padded jackets and couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, are you sure Ping'an can use all these?" "Dad, just the wooden toys. We already have 2 sets at home. And as for clothes, his wardrobe is already stuffed full." Zhou Xiaozhang pinched a bright red little jacket between 2 fingers, looking unimpressed. "It's fine, 1 outfit a day. If there are any ugly ones, just give them away as gifts. These can be given away." Lin Lishan slapped his hand away. "Your aunt said he has to wear red on the day. This is the best I could find. You can't get silk ones here, so just keep this as a backup." She ignored him and took out a box from her bag, handing it to Zhou Jiao. Jiao, this is a gold lock for the baby to wear around his neck on his 1-month day, along with some old coins. I'm not sure what the customs are here, so I added a few jade pendants too. Keep them safe for now. Don't touch the red envelopes inside until the day. I've given the red eggs to your Aunt Qing, she'll bring them over that day. Your godmother is so enthusiastic, she said she'd prepare everything herself. Honestly, she's treating you like her own daughter, even wanted to take you back to the provincial capital. It took your great-aunt's persuasion to talk her out of it. Zhou Jiao glanced at her father, who gave her a reassuring nod, and she felt much more at ease. I did the math. For the 1-month celebration, there'll be your grandma's family and your great-aunt's family from Beijing, your godmother from the provincial capital, your dad's 3 brothers, and your Aunt Qing here in the county. That's a lot of people. Will you be able to handle it all? How about I don't go back this time and let your dad help me take leave? Even if they won't approve it, a demerit isn't a big deal. I'll go back after the 1-month celebration. What do you think? Zhou Jiao firmly refused. Her dad had just come back, and nothing was ready at home in the Northeast. If her mom didn't go back, what would happen to the household? Besides, it looked like they might have to move again. How could the lady of the house be absent? She had to go back. If people didn't know the situation, they might start gossiping or even get ideas. If rumors started that the couple was living apart or something, it could damage their reputation. Her dad was so outstanding, who knew if someone might try to take advantage? Her mom had to stick close to her dad and make her presence known. Zhou Xiaozheng and Lin Lishan both burst out laughing. This child really thinks a lot. But she did have a point. Rumors could be dangerous, even if it meant their daughter would be a bit wronged. Zhou Jiao said casually, "These customs are just symbols of good wishes. You're his real grandparents, of course you'll protect him. What could be more important than that? When he grows up, if he learns a few real skills from dad, that's better than anything." All right, let's go back and see how things are, then decide. Listen to Jiao Jiao. If you don't go back and make your presence known, she won't be at ease. We don't care that much about formalities. Look at us, we're doing just fine, and our Jiao Jiao is 100 times better than anyone else. Now, tell us, what's in that basket of yours? Lin Lishan was easygoing, and hearing them say this, she relaxed right away. She stopped Zhou Xiaozheng from helping and happily dragged the basket over, taking things out one by one. Zhou Jiao watched as she pulled out a sheepskin coat, 2 pairs of sheepskin boots, gloves, rice, fresh pork ribs, and then saw the 2 red marks on her mother's hands. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Lin Lishan looked at her helplessly, turning to her husband for help, mumbling, "I didn't spend much. I just got someone to take me to the village to buy these." Zhou Jiao took out her handkerchief and wiped her tears hard, smiling through her tears. "Mom, I'm just happy. The tears have a mind of their own. I love all of these, every single thing. You have to keep buying for me in the future, especially these sheepskin boots. Mom, you have great taste. Where did you find them?" Lin Lishan immediately perked up, reached out to pat her, and scolded, "Silly child, you scared me. I thought you were upset I bought too much. Haha, let me tell you, next time, let Xiaowu go find that family himself. I was out at the market with the others, and there was someone selling sheepskin boots. He didn't look like a local, probably a middleman. I bargained with him, told him I'd buy 2 pairs if he told me where to get a sheepskin coat like his. It had to look good, something for a girl. After he gave me the address, I drove there myself. The family was well off. When they heard I was a soldier buying a coat for my daughter, they sold me the one they'd set aside for someone else, no questions asked. Honestly, this place is great. The people are so honest and warm. Before I left, they even told me to bring it back for alterations if needed. Why didn't you buy one for yourself? Was it too expensive? Last year, Xiaowu said the cheapest was 200 yuan, and you had to wait for it to be delivered from the far north. Pay last year, get it this year. I turned it down. Ordinary families can't afford these coats. The homemade ones you see on the street are so ugly. This one's great. The fur collar is so warm." Lin Lishan held back until she heard the price, then proudly said, 150 yuan, cheaper than I expected. They only had one new one. We have to wear military coats anyway, so I didn't plan to buy one for myself. Ask your dad if you don't believe me. Yours weighs only 10 jin, and the black outer cloth can be changed if you want a different color. With this, you can go anywhere, no problem. Try on the boots and see if you can move around easily. When Zhou Jiao put it on, her 1.68-meter frame instantly looked shorter. The coat wrapped her all the way down past her knees. The fur collar covered her face, leaving only her big eyes showing. With the sheepskin boots, not a bit of wind could get through. She wouldn't fear even a heavy snow. She walked around easily, and with a hat on, she'd be warm from head to toe. Zhou Jiao nodded approvingly. Your mom really thought of everything, great taste. You're not very strong, but with this, you won't be cold anywhere. Even if it snows, you won't get wet. Military coats get heavy and soggy in the snow, but this is perfect, nothing could be better. Zhou Jiao laughed, glanced outside, and said in a low voice, Isn't it great? Dad, your daughter is wearing a whole county courtyard on her back. As soon as she said that, Zhou Xiaozheng and Lin Lishan burst out laughing. Zhang Guoqing saw off his father and nephews. When he returned home, he hadn't even entered the room yet when he heard hearty laughter coming from inside. What was rare and precious was that among the laughter, he could actually hear his father-in-law's voice. Mother Zhang came out holding the baby, pointed inside, and whispered, Jiao Jiao and her father have been chatting in there for most of the day. I don't know where they found so much to talk about. As soon as your mother-in-law went in with a basket of things, they haven't stopped laughing. I didn't feel right going in. It's almost noon, why don't you go in and see how to arrange things? Zhang Guoqing pulled his mother along. Come on, it's fine. Let's go in and see, there must be something funny going on. Let's go in together. Pingyan needs to be fed. Mother Zhang followed him inside with the baby in her arms, only to see her youngest daughter-in-law dressed in a sheepskin coat and boots, her big eyes peeking out. Oh my, just last night she was saying the army coat and boots were too heavy, and now she's already gone out early this morning and bought new ones. She really spends money fast. Thinking of those in the village, still wearing thin jackets in the dead of winter, what a life. These are nice. Did Mom buy them? Where did you find them? They look pretty fancy. With Jiao Jiao all bundled up, it's like she's walking around inside a little house, Zhang Guoqing joked, making everyone laugh even harder. No wonder, they'd grown up together. Mother Zhang put her grandson on the bed and affectionately patted Jiao Jiao. So warm. These must have been expensive. Xiaowu's father has had his coat for decades, can't do without it every winter. I've never seen anything this nice in all the surrounding villages. You could pass this down for generations. No wonder everyone's so happy. Zhou Jiao didn't bother to explain, just nodded and smiled. Dad, just now Brother Zhou ran into me on the road and said the old man wants us all to go to the guest house for lunch. Li Aigua and the others are waiting for you. Why don't you and Mom go over for lunch? I'll stay home and take care of Jiao Jiao. Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head. You have to go. This meal is a good chance for you to meet everyone. Jiao Jiao doesn't need to go, it's too noisy there, she won't like it. With that, he gathered his things and said to Mother Zhang, second sister-in-law, I'll take Xiaowu over. No need to prepare lunch for the old man and the others. Jiao Jiao's mom will stay here with you and help out. I won't ask you all to come. Mother Zhang quickly waved her hand. No, you two should take Xiaowu and go together. I'll stay here and look after Jiao Jiao. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Zhou Jiao thought of how Zhang's father had brought the kids. She couldn't let them eat at her eldest sister-in-law's place, and her own mother wouldn't be much help. She stepped forward and nudged her father. Dad, don't worry. My mother-in-law is here. Let Mom go with you to keep Auntie and Godmother company. I'll have Xiaowu ask his sister to come over and help with lunch. Just remember not to drink too much and make sure you come back here before you leave. No need for Xiaowu to go to his big sisters, I know the way, I'll get them myself. You all go early and come back early. Zhou Xiaowen glanced at his wife's hands, she really wasn't cut out for housework. Better to take her along than let others laugh. Seeing Mother Zhang anxiously pulling her away, he quickly said to Zhou Jiao, You stay and rest with the baby. I'll say goodbye before I leave. If you need anything, write it down and I'll send it to you. Zhou Jiao watched her father leave, reluctant to part. Looking at the now empty room, she sighed quietly. Luckily, her son was still with her. She quickly picked up the baby to nurse him, softly humming a lullaby. After he finished, he kept staring at her with his big eyes. Son, did you miss Mama all morning? From now on, Mama will always be with you. If I have to go out, I'll tell you. You have to grow up quickly, so Mama can take you out to see the world. Zhou Jiao didn't feel at all that her child couldn't understand her. In a quiet environment, with gentle words, he could feel her meaning. Every day, when she recited to him softly, he was especially calm. She remembered seeing coworkers bring their children to work. Kids with gentle parents were much calmer, while those with impatient parents cried louder. People said children took after their parents, but she didn't quite agree. She believed environment shaped a person, and parents were a child's best teachers. Her nephew in her previous life had been so well-behaved before age 3, but grew up crooked, all because of the elder's influence. As for her Ping'an, after he turned 3, she would definitely take him to the capital to broaden his horizons. It would be best if he could learn from his grandfather. He was the eldest son and would bear the family's responsibilities in the future. Zhou Jiao gently lay on the bed with her child, softly patting him and humming a lullaby as he drifted off to sleep. Her mind kept going over the events of the past few days, making sure she hadn't missed anything. She started thinking about what Zhang Guoqing had said last night about his eldest sister's family and frowned slightly. She remembered that every time Zhang Meili got married, she'd have Zhang Guoqing bring her gifts. Zhou Jiao frowned deeply. This was too much sentiment. If she really listened to Zhang Guoqing and gave her Professor Lu's old quilt, she wouldn't even know how to say it. Looking at the quilt covering her, Zhou Jiao sighed. Looks like she'd have to go to Master Feng herself, add some cotton to the old quilt, and have it refurbished. Thinking of this, she couldn't lie still any longer. Seeing her son asleep, his little hand tightly gripping her clothes, she carefully slipped out of bed. Zhou Jiao took out paper and pen from her space and carefully made a list of things to prepare in the next 2 days. She planned to give Zhang Meili 2 quilts for her housewarming. That would be a generous gift. A set of old bowls and plates for the kitchen, to be kept for Zhang Guoqing when he divided the family property. The old curtains would be washed and kept for their own yard in the village. She also had to buy some fabric at the market for the clothes she'd promised to Shizi and the others, and have the tailor rush the job. She didn't plan to make them herself, for nephews and 4 nieces would wear her out. And then there was Grandma Zhou. Zhou Jiao sighed. Thinking of the grandmother who raised her always made her feel down. Her father could just walk away, but she had to clean up the mess. She couldn't let her father's reputation suffer in the slightest. She'd have to prepare New Year's gifts, make a cotton-padded jacket for her, add 4 boxes of pastries, and secretly slip her some money. She'd also prepare the same gifts for the old clan leader's grandson, to put the Zhou family's mind at ease. Finally, before the new year, she'd have to become a knitting machine. As for her father's sweater, her mother was definitely not up to the task. This was an undergarment, after all, and she couldn't let the art troupe girls knit it. Did they think she couldn't tell the difference between the sweater they made for Ping'an and the others? The stitches looked like they'd taken all their strength. Zhou Jiao chuckled to herself at the thought. Then there were Zhang Guoqing's sweaters and pants. Not that she was picky, but of the 2 sets he had, one had a hole sewn shut and the other was made by his mother. Her skills weren't any better than her own mother's. When spring came and they went back to work, she'd want to cry just seeing him take them off. Besides, the 3 of them would be going back at the end of the year. How could she let her father lose face? Mother Zhang happily made her way to her eldest daughter Zhang Meili's house. Along the way, several old ladies stopped her to ask if the golden child was moving. When they found out she was Zhang Guoqing's mother, they all praised her youngest son. "Mom, what brings you here? Didn't you run into Xiaowu?" Zhang Meili was surprised to see her and glanced behind her, looking for others. Mother Zhang looked inside, but didn't see her husband or the children. "Where's your dad and the others?" Xiaowu was taken by his father-in-law to a banquet. Right now, only Jiao Jiao is at home with the kids. "Don't get busy yet. When your dad and the others get back, come with me to Xiaowu's place and help me out. When Chumming comes back, have him bring the kids over too." Zhang Meili pulled her to sit down and handed her a cup of hot water. Seeing how cheerful her mother was, she said, "No need. Everything's ready at home. The kids are too noisy if they go over. Just relax. Dad will be back soon." He said he was taking Shizi and the others to the supply and marketing cooperative to ask Uncle Huang about something. "I asked him, but he didn't answer." Mother Zhang nodded. She knew her husband was worried about their eldest and wanted to ask her eldest son-in-law for news. Looking around the living room, she finally remembered something she'd forgotten last time. "Meili, tell me, why did you change the date for the housewarming? Was it because of something with your father-in-law? And what's with the changes in your courtyard? I meant to ask you last time, but you distracted me and I forgot." Zhang Meili happened to have a belly full of complaints she wanted to share with her mother. Hearing this, she immediately pulled her into the bedroom. Talking about the housewarming made her angry all over again. She and her husband had asked her father-in-law to pick a date. Once he'd chosen, he informed Zhang Guoqing's brothers. But the next day, the sisters-in-law showed up, saying they were all busy on that day and asked if they could pick another date. Fine, so they'd pick again. Meanwhile, they'd just bought the courtyard and were planning to renovate. But only a few days later, Chunming's eldest and second sisters-in-law came over, asking Chunming to take care of their sons for a while, since their house was big. They wanted their youngest son to stay with them and look for work in the city. The second sister-in-law started complaining about money, begging them to lend her some, saying she was short over 200 yuan for the bride price. She said the eldest sister-in-law had lent her 100, and since Chunming's family was doing the best, they should at least lend her 150. Zhang Meili was furious. The total bride price was only 300 yuan, and the eldest had already lent the second 100. Did they think she was dead? Zhang Meili immediately said she had no money and was about to ask the eldest sister-in-law for some herself. Since the eldest had money to lend, she must not be short of cash. That made the eldest sister-in-law blush and fall silent. The second sister-in-law kept going on about how much the family had spent on Chunming's education, saying he shouldn't forget his roots now that he was successful. Chunming was so angry he said he'd go back with them and ask their father to tally it up, see who spent more, his brothers or him. He'd even worked part-time while studying to help out at home. Before he got married, all the money he earned with his master was handed over to his father. How was that forgetting his roots? Now that he'd bought a house, why did they resent it so much? Why did they say his family was doing the best? They only had 3 sons and a daughter, all relying on their salaries. Where was all this extra money supposed to come from? When honest people get angry, it's scary. The eldest and second sisters-in-law quickly dragged each other away. They thought that was the end of it. But a few days later, her father-in-law came over, asking if they'd quarreled with the eldest. The couple quickly explained. Later, they found out the 2 sisters-in-law had gone home and told their husbands that they'd just gone to see the new house in town, but Chunming had kicked them out. They didn't mention asking to borrow money or stay over. Her father-in-law was furious and went back to the village. Later, he sent word that the housewarming would be in 3 days and told the couple to notify the in-laws and relatives. But before they could notify anyone, her father-in-law came in person and said to wait a bit longer until all the brothers were free to get together and have a good talk. After all, they were brothers. Basically, he wanted them to wait until everyone could come before having the housewarming. Chunming was so angry he said none of them needed to come. Even if they did, he wouldn't host them. The housewarming wasn't about collecting gifts, he was just feeding them for free, and they still acted high and mighty. Come if you want, don't if you don't. In the end, Chunming said the house had been bought for almost a month, and if they didn't move soon, the kids wouldn't sleep well. Even his colleagues were teasing him about when they'd get to drink at his place. He couldn't wait any longer. The date was set for next Sunday. He told his father to pass the word, "Come if you want." Mother Zhang burst out laughing when she heard this, seeing her eldest daughter so angry she was in tears. She checked that no one was around, then whispered, "Silly girl, you really are silly. Your husband's brothers are all like this, and that's actually a good thing. Your husband isn't stupid, of course he'll look out for his own family. Don't get involved. However the brothers fight, don't say a word. Brothers are brothers, you're an outsider. I'm not getting involved. Who wants to deal with this mess? It's enough to drive anyone crazy. We've talked about the housewarming twice and nothing's happened. Why do they have so many issues? I think my father-in-law's a bit muddled, always wanting his sons to support each other. But is that possible? Since he came last time, we haven't been back." The kid's dad said, Let's just see if they come. If not, we'll cut off ties. If they do, just ignore them. Mother Zhang thought for a moment, then said quietly, now I understand why Xiao Wu insisted on preparing housewarming gifts. Even Zhou Jiao mentioned several times that I could pick whatever I wanted from her room. He's smart. He must know your in-laws are the problem and wants to support you. No wonder he always says you're the one who's suffered most in the family. I'm not as thoughtful as your brother. In the future, if Xiao Wu stands up for you, just let him. Take whatever he gives you. He just wants to have your back. Zhang Meili was stunned and quickly said, have my back? I'm in charge at home. You have to tell him privately to be more careful. The two of them don't know how to manage money. They used to keep giving us meat, and now they're always giving the kids money. I just heard Shizi say as little and gave them pocket money to spend at the supply and marketing cooperative. Mom, you have to talk to them. Just our family alone has more than 10 kids. If each gets 2 yuan, that's my whole month's salary. Not to mention the kids from the eldest and youngest uncles' families. Who can afford that? Mother Zhang burst out laughing and rolled her eyes. You think Xiao Wu and Zhao Jiao would be so generous to anyone but their own siblings? Don't worry. Zhao Jiao knows what she's doing. When Qingshan's wife brings her kids to Zhao Jiao's place, Zhao Jiao just gives each one a hard candy. There was much more she didn't say, and she didn't plan to. What she liked most about her youngest daughter-in-law was that she knew how to draw boundaries and understood priorities. For example, Zhou Jiao would only quietly tell her how much her grandmother had given as a gift for the baby's third-day celebration and never mention it to anyone else. She seemed generous, but always secretly hid the most valuable things. Like when she went home at the end of the year to get her dowry, she never mentioned it. Her younger brother treated her like a treasure, but she never talked about what he gave her in private. That's good. I was thinking of talking to her about how to manage the household. Now that we live close, I'll visit often and keep an eye on things. Don't let her waste her kindness on people who don't appreciate it. Zhang Meili nodded in satisfaction. Her Xiao Wu was too generous. She'd have to remind Zhao Jiao not to let him handle the money. Mother Zhang didn't dare look directly at her silly daughter. How did she raise such a fool? She really didn't want to keep talking, afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from smacking her. Let's set aside old Master Lin's worries for now. Life goes on as it always does. Whatever is meant to happen, no one can stop it. The future is uncertain for everyone. Day by day, time passed. Zhou Xiaoeng submitted his report to his superiors, and after handing over Gu Mingzhu and Zhou Jinyu's belongings, he moved into his new home. He began waiting for further instructions from above, and at the same time, started setting up Zhou Jiao's room. His beloved Zhao Jiao was with him now, and her tastes and preferences followed his. Ignoring his wife's opinions, he happily went about decorating according to his own liking, searching for things every day with great enthusiasm. Amidst all this busyness, the eldest daughters-in-law of the Cheng and Lin families, Lu Ting and Cheng Ruzhu, Qin Jingru and Lin Liang joined up, and with Lin Lishan accompanying them, they set off for the northeast, bringing bundles of gifts for the baby's 1-month celebration. Back in the capital, on the day of the Zhang family's little Pingans, Zhang Mingxuan's 1-month celebration, the Zhou family in the compound also received wonderful news. That morning, Zhou Xiaozheng welcomed an important guest. He received a document from the secretary of the highest leader. As Zhou Xiaoeng looked at the paper, stamped with a bright red official seal, tears streamed down his face. At long last, the day he had been waiting for had arrived. He, Zhou Xiaozheng, descendant of the revolutionaries Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu, had finally secured the official vindication of his parents' names. His parents had not let the world down, nor the Zhou family ancestors. Old Master Cheng had accompanied several comrades to visit. Witnessing this moment, he too was moved to tears of joy. Even though he had known in advance and had expected it, he could not help but feel overwhelmed. Gu Mingzhu had chosen her donation recipients wisely, living up to her reputation as a talented woman. For the safety of herself and her child, she had cast a wide net. The vast Gu family fortune was divided into several parts. Besides the earliest returned overseas family members, there were also the earliest grassroots de-organization, various charitable institutions, and more. Each had received her donation documents. For the sake of her only child's safety, she had spared no effort, leaving nothing to chance. Some of the donation documents submitted were the result of late-night discussions between her and Zhou Jiao. Now that everything was settled, they had not let down the ancestors of the Cheng, Gu, and Zhou families. Once Zhou Jiao had calmed down, the secretary spoke softly, "My condolences. The departed are gone, but the living must carry on. The leader specifically asked me to tell you that he has long known you were adopted by the Zhou family. When he sent you out on assignment back then, it was because he trusted you. He hopes you will continue to carry on Mr. Zhou and Madame Gu's legacy and serve the country well." After a pause, he added with a smile, "Oh, and he heard that your only daughter is still in the Northeast. He said you shouldn't worry, bring your child to visit him. He'd like to meet the granddaughter of those two great predecessors." Zhou Jiao replied gratefully, "Thank you for making this trip. Please send my regards to the leader. He's always so busy. When he has time, I'll definitely bring my girl to see him. She admires him so much. If she knew she could meet him, she'd be over the moon." The secretary nodded, then took another document folder from his briefcase and handed it over. "Here are your donation documents and the official approval. Keep them safe, they may come in handy in the future." With all matters addressed, the visitors took their leave. Zhou Jiao saw them out of the courtyard, and as soon as they were out of sight, he hurried back inside. He went straight to his study with the document folder, carefully opened it, and meticulously reviewed the papers once more. After a while, he put everything away in a secret compartment. Letting out a long breath, he leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. He went over everything in his mind and, finding nothing amiss, smiled slightly. Many of these developments had been within his Jiao's expectations. His daughter truly had a knack for such things. He missed her even more now. If he didn't have to work tomorrow, he'd have taken the train to see her right away, to share the good news and make her happy. After some thought, he picked up his pen and wrote a long letter, detailing his return to the capital and the wonderful news he had received that day. As for meeting the president, he didn't mention it in the letter. First, because correspondence wasn't secure. Second, because he didn't want to tell Jiao in advance. He worried that, knowing her, she'd start overthinking whether she should return to the capital early. He wanted her to focus on her health and not get involved in politics too soon. After finishing the letter, Zhou Jiao hurried out of the courtyard. At the street corner, he ran into old Master Cheng and his wife, both beaming with joy. Clearly, old Master Cheng had gone home to share the good news. Old Master Cheng chuckled to his wife, "See, I told you we should come a bit later." The boy would surely go out to send news to Jiao. Madame Cheng nodded repeatedly when she saw the letter in Zhou Jiao's hand. "Yes, you must write to Jiao and let her know, so she can be at ease. She's only received one telegram so far. I bet she's still worried." Before she left, this was the one thing on her mind. She was so afraid it would affect her father. "Xiaozheng, remember to send an express telegram. Don't worry about the cost, and make sure to write enough. Tell her everything went smoothly. You've received her grandparents' official vindication, and you're starting work tomorrow. Tell her more details will come in a letter in a few days. Don't send a vague telegram and make her worry. If you send it now, maybe she'll get the good news during the baby's 1-month celebration. Our little Ping'an really is a lucky star." Zhou Jiao smiled. "Auntie, you go on home first. I'll find you after I send the telegram." With Madame Cheng urging him to hurry, he strode off. The Cheng couple waited until Zhou Jiao was out of sight before heading home themselves. On the way, old Master Cheng glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then asked quietly, "Dear, has Xiaozheng gone to the Lin family yet? What's he planning?" Madame Cheng rolled her eyes. "He knows what he's doing. We all live in the same compound, why should he go over there? They keep saying she's on her deathbed, but she's still alive and kicking. She's just bored, our Xiaozheng doesn't have time to play her games." Old Master Cheng hesitated. "I just see old Lin looking so gloomy and sighing all day." Madame Cheng quickened her pace, not wanting to discuss it. She never gossiped about the Lin family in front of Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter, but that didn't mean she didn't hold a grudge. She didn't like hearing the name Gu Rui, and she disliked everyone with the surname Gu. Seeing the Lin family send their eldest daughter-in-law and youngest daughter over this time, she just smiled, mending the pen after the sheep are lost. It's too late. That won't work on her Jiao Jiao. Every time she thought of how the Lin family had ignored Zhou Jiao for 17 years, she disliked that woman even more. If Lin Lishan hadn't given birth to Zhou Jiao, she would have told Zhou Xiaozheng to divorce her long ago. She remembered how, after their adoptive parents died, her sister and brother-in-law took the three of them far away from home. All that talk about 17 years of waiting was nonsense. The Gu family owed Xiaozheng 4 lives, a debt that could never be repaid. That's why she had cut off the Gu family's dreams of officialdom all these years. She was afraid that if she took revenge, it would rebound on Xiaozheng. Now that the child was back, she wondered what face those Gus had left. Why didn't Gu Rui dare show up herself? Did she expect her nephew to visit her? Dream on. During their short stay in the northeast, Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter had always avoided talking about Gu Rui. Madame Cheng never mentioned the Lin family in front of the child. Looking into Zhou Jiao's eyes, she understood some things didn't need to be said. Heaven had been blind for so many years. Now it was finally opening its eyes. After finishing his errands, Zhou Xiaozheng strolled toward the Qing house. As he passed the Lin family, Madame Lin, Gu Rui, happened to step outside, but he didn't pause, ignoring her completely as he walked by. Madame Lin watched his back as he entered the Cheng house, glanced around to make sure no one saw, and hurried back inside. In the Cheng family's living room, Zhou Xiaozheng found a seat at random. Madame Cheng greeted him with a broad smile. Don't go home for lunch, eat here. Tonight we'll celebrate properly. If there's anything you like, tell Auntie and she'll make more. Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head. No, I start work tomorrow and still have things to take care of. I'll be heading out soon. Let's save the celebration for the end of the year. He planned to take the documents to his parents' graves, to read them aloud and let them rest in peace. Apart from visiting the mountain the day after he returned to the capital, he hadn't been back. He'd been waiting for the official papers, wanting to go alone and spend some quiet time with his parents. He also had to meet a few people that evening to catch up on the current situation in the capital and ask about some matters. For his daughter's sake, he needed to stabilize things as quickly as possible. In a small courtyard in the county town, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao enjoyed a carefree, peaceful life with their child. Aside from Zhou Jiao occasionally worrying about her father, Zhou Xiaozheng, everything else went by smoothly and uneventfully. Mother Zhang would drop by every few days to check on them, but she never really had a chance to help out. Other than the nourishing soups always simmering in the kitchen, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao planned to order takeout from restaurants until the baby's 1-month celebration. In these few short days, even if Mother Zhang felt sorry for them, she had nothing to object to. Once the baby turned a month old, Zhou Jiao would naturally start handling the housework and taking care of Zhang Guoqing's meals. In just a few days, Zhang Guoqing spent his days riding his bike around town, bringing back supplies to stash away in Zhou Jiao's secret space. The couple busied themselves like little hamsters preparing for winter. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Zhang Meili's housewarming. Zhang Guoqing got up early that morning. Last night, they'd been busy moving things from the cellar into the space and tidying up the house. Now, as he paced around the courtyard, he relaxed when he saw there were no loose ends. They'd received a telegram from Zhou Xiaozheng saying that Lin Lishan would be bringing members of the Qing and Lin families. Combined with relatives from the provincial capital, the county, and the extended family, there would be quite a crowd. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao realized this was turning into a big event, so they had to discuss it with Father Zhang and head back to the village early to prepare. Zhang Guoqing glanced at the sky and shook his head. Today's morning run was out of the question. It wouldn't be long before his father showed up with the whole family. Standing in the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing did a set of exercises, then loosened up and started making porridge. When the meal was ready, He went back to the bedroom and was surprised to find Zhou Jiao already awake. "You're up so early? Go back to sleep. Wait until I get back with some buns, then you can get up." These past few days, Zhou Jiao had been up with the baby at dawn, and Zhang Guoqing felt sorry for her. He gently pushed her back onto the bed and tucked her in. Zhou Jiao looked at him speechlessly. She wasn't like Ping'an, how could she stay in bed after waking up? "All right, I'll lie down a bit longer. Go get breakfast. Buy extra buns, the kids will be coming over early and probably haven't eaten enough. Once we get to Big Sis's place, they'll be starving." Zhang Guoqing gave her several kisses, making Zhou Jiao sweat at him before he finally let go and left. After waiting a while and making sure he'd left, Zhou Jiao quietly got out of bed, relieved that she hadn't woken her son. She washed up, made the bed, and sat watching her son. After a while, Ping'an woke up right on schedule, making Zhou Jiao laugh out loud and shower him with kisses. This child's routine was more punctual than an alarm clock. She helped him pee, wiped him clean with a warm towel, and hummed a little tune as she nursed him. Seeing how content he looked, she waited until he finished eating, then picked him up and gently patted his back, whispering, "Son, today Mommy's taking you back to our home in the village. When Grandpa and Grandma come, you have to be good, okay?" Looking at her son, Zhou Jiao's heart melted. She thought her father must have felt the same way about her, wanting to give his child the very best in the world. Not long after Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing finished breakfast, Father Zhang arrived with the whole family. Zhang Guoqing quickly brought out the buns from the kitchen. "Dad, help yourselves. The porridge is in the pot, anyone who wants some, go get it. I've prepared everything for you. No need to wait for Big Sis's banquet, it's still early." Father Zhang nodded. "Everyone, eat a bit more. Your mother, take the two daughters-in-law to the kitchen and show them around, they're new here and not familiar with things." Zhou Jiao gave her two sisters-in-law an apologetic smile. Seeing they didn't mind, she relaxed and glanced at Zhang Guoqing, who nodded back, signaling there was enough food. After telling Father Zhang, she took Ping'an back to the bedroom. After the Zhang family finished breakfast, Shizi brought his younger siblings over. Zhou Jiao asked him to help watch Ping'an, then brought out baskets of candies and snacks for the children before heading to the living room. Mother Zhang, along with daughters-in-law Huang Suilan and Lin Juhua, were touring the courtyard. As soon as they entered the guest room, Zhou Jiao quickly pulled Mother Zhang to sit on the king, inviting her sisters-in-law to sit as well. "Mom, sisters-in-law, I've added 2 quilts to the housewarming gifts. When you get there, don't say I prepared them, just say they're from the family." The 3 women burst out laughing, amused at her secrecy over the gifts. Zhang Guoqing came in to see Zhou Jiao awkwardly facing his mother and raised an eyebrow. "Mom, Dad wants us to head to Big Sis's old house early. The move is at 10 this morning. Jiao, I'll come back right after I see them settled in. Wait for me at home." Zhou Jiao breathed a sigh of relief that he'd come in. "Hurry and take everything we prepared last night over and don't say it's from us." Zhang Guoqing nodded and left. In the living room, he picked up 2 thick quilts and a bundle, then followed Father Zhang and the others out, loading everything onto the ox cart at the gate. Once Mother Zhang and the rest came out, he ran to the courtyard to say goodbye to Zhou Jiao, closed the gate, and set off with the group to Zhang Meili's house. "Xiao Wu, what's in this bundle?" "The gifts are already heavy enough, don't add more," Mother Zhang said, sitting on the ox cart and feeling the bundle through the cloth. It was still fabric inside, and she sounded worried. Zhang Guoqing and his 2 brothers walked slowly behind the cart. Hearing this, he hurried forward a few steps and said in a low voice, "We 3 brothers originally wanted to make a set of furniture for Big Sis, but the carpenter couldn't finish in time, so there's no big item. I put together some quilts. The bundle has 3 sets of clothes for the nephews to wear today. Didn't Jiao promise to make each child an outfit? They all have one. Did you bring the one for Yaya?" With her daughters-in-law present, Mother Zhang didn't say much, just gave him a light smack. "I already gave your big sister hers. The one you're holding isn't for your second sister's family, is it?" Zhang Guoqing just grinned and didn't answer, stopping to let the cart go ahead while he smiled at his older brothers. He hadn't wanted to, but Zhou Jiao had promised the kids, and he couldn't play favorites. The fabric at home was too nice to use for a few children, so he'd spent days looking for suitable cloth and cotton for these clothes. No need for his mother to say anything. He and his brothers wouldn't agree to do this again. On the ox cart, Mother Zhang opened the bundle with her daughters-in-law and sighed quietly when she saw the 3 sets of clothes. Just the 2 big gifts alone would cost a lot. These 2 silly kids, no wonder they said it was from the family. They were afraid of making their big sister feel obligated to return the favor, and also of drawing too much attention. The Zhang family certainly attracted attention, all dressed in new clothes. Passers-by on the road kept glancing at them. Zhang Guoqing quickly pulled his 2 brothers aside to take a shortcut. Zhang Guoqiang burst out laughing. "You're only noticing now? When we left this morning, half the village came out to watch. If I wasn't worried about someone stealing the stuff on Dad and Mom's cart, I'd have run off already. Let's keep our distance and follow behind." The eldest Zhang brother patted the second brother, telling him to be careful, and pointed out that their father kept looking back at them. He said quietly to Zhang Guoqing, "Your second brother left this morning in his uniform, but Dad made him change, said no one wants to see that on a festive day." After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. The 3 brothers followed the ox cart from a distance, laughing all the way. According to tradition, yesterday Zhang Chuanming's father, Accountant Zhang, arrived in the county town and spent the night in his son's new home, hoping to bring some good fortune to the new courtyard by staying there for a few days. In the early morning, Accountant Zhang had his daughter-in-law, Zhang Meili, make offerings to the gods. By the time they had quietly finished all the rituals, dawn was breaking. He hurriedly helped Zhang Chunming paste red couplets on the front gate, then took him back to the communal apartment building. Inside the building, Zhang Chuanming's second-floor room was packed with people. On the first floor, they had set up a canopy and borrowed stools for guests to sit. Many relatives and friends who arrived late simply stayed downstairs. Everyone was usually so busy, so they took this chance to catch up and chat. Accountant Zhang glanced at the sky, estimated the time, and strolled around greeting friends and family, occasionally glancing at the road outside the door. From a distance, seeing Zhang's father driving the ox cart, Accountant Zhang's face broke into a wide smile. He quickly strode forward to greet him. "My in-law, I've been waiting for you. Come on, get down first. Just tie the ox cart over there. Let's go sit under the canopy for a bit, soon we'll need to get ready to leave." Zhang's father got off the cart, beaming, and said, "I set out early this morning. Today's a big day for the kids. Brother, if you need anything, just call on my 3 boys. Your 5th came over to help yesterday afternoon. If I need anything, I'll definitely ask you. No need to stand on ceremony between us." Accountant Zhang stepped forward to help tie up the ox, leading Zhang's father inside. Zhang's mother, together with the women and children, carried bundles upstairs to help her nephew change clothes. Since the children's aunt had made the outfits for them, she wanted them to enjoy wearing them. Zhang Guoqing and his 2 brothers each carried gifts for the warming house and placed them on the gift table under the canopy. After 2 trips, they finally finished moving everything. The table was piled high with gifts from the bride's family, astonishing all the relatives and friends present. Many villagers were around, and since it was Sunday, people from the building who weren't working came and went. Everyone knew the 3 Zhang brothers. Soon, they were each pulled aside for a chat. Shizi and the other kids were already playing downstairs. Zhang's mother gave them a few reminders, then took her 3 sons back upstairs, only to find the room packed. When the people inside saw Zhang Meili's family arrive, they made excuses to leave. Zhang's mother greeted Zhang Chuanming's mother, and without much small talk, quickly helped her daughter-in-law change her grandson's clothes. Once done, she hurriedly shooed away her noisy grandson, and seeing that Yaya was already dressed in the new clothes made by Zhou Jiao, she smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Meili widened her eyes and complained, "Mom, Zhao Jiao already made clothes for Yaya. Why did you prepare outfits for all 3 kids? Shizi and the others could have worn them." Lin Juhua laughed heartily. Big sis, don't ask mom. She only found out this morning. All the kids at home got something. Xiaowu said no one could be left out. Is there anything you need help with? Just say the word. Zhang Meili quickly shook her head, grinning as she pointed at her mother-in-law. You all keep my mother-in-law company. I'm fine here. Once it's time, my father-in-law will call us and we'll head out. Zhang Chuanming's mother took Zhang's mother's hand and urged her to sit, murmuring, "In-law, don't let Xiaowu spend so much next time. Yesterday he brought over so many things, and now clothes too. Please remember to talk to him." Zhang's mother patted her hand with a smile. That's just my Xiaowu being good to his sister. She should accept it. They're real siblings, no need for formality. This time, you must stay with Meili and let her fulfill her duties as a daughter-in-law. Truth be told, Zhang's mother didn't even know what all Xiaowu had bought, but she trusted him. My daughter-in-law is wonderful, so filial. In-law, I really envy you. Look at your daughters-in-law, so capable and respectful. And your sons, even more so. You're truly blessed. We're both blessed. Life just keeps getting better. In the future, come stay in town for a few days whenever you're free, keep the kids company, and when you get bored, head back to the village. We two in-laws can go together. Zhang Meili pulled her two sisters-in-law outside and whispered, Xiaowu and Jiao Jiao aren't going to pull any stunts, are they? I've been so busy I haven't had time to check on them, and I'm worried. Huang Cuelon winked at Lin Juhua, who smiled knowingly. Big sis, nothing like that. Just a few gifts. Don't worry. Let's talk about it after the move. Are all the preparations ready for later? Zhang Meili let out a sigh of relief and waved her hand. It's such a hassle. If it were up to me, I'd just move in already. I haven't prepared much, just making do. We'll sort it out when the kids are older. She pointed to the sisters-in-law downstairs, gathered around cracking sunflower seeds. Lin Juhua stifled a laugh, and when she saw Zhang Meili's younger sister, Zhang Meihao, coming up to say something, she quickly shook her head. She knew exactly what Meihao wanted to say. Her finger kept pointing toward the canopy outside. She and her eldest sister were worried about their older sister's stubborn streak. Once the move started, even if she didn't want the gifts, she'd have to accept them. The two Zhang daughters always looked out for their brothers, and over the years had helped their family whenever they could. Before coming, Zhang Guoqing had specifically told her to make sure their eldest sister was happy today, and that the three brothers would stand behind her. Downstairs, Accountant Zhang called out that the auspicious hour had arrived and told everyone to get ready. Seeing Zhang Chunming gesturing for her to come down, Zhang Meili hurried into the inner room and pulled her mother-in-law and mother along. Come on, it's time to go. You two head down first. Big sis, help them down. I still need to carry the kettle to the new house. Everyone hurried downstairs, and on the first floor, everyone stood ready, holding something in their hands, waiting for Zhang Chuanming's father to lead the family out. The group cheerfully exchanged auspicious words as they made their way to the new courtyard. Luckily, it was winter. If it were summer, walking 20 minutes would have left everyone with heat stroke. At the new house, as soon as Zhang Chuanming's older brother saw their father leading the group over, he set off firecrackers. Zhang Meili carried the kettle inside and sprinkled water. Amidst the lively commotion, everyone entered the courtyard, looking around with curiosity. Zhang Guoqing saw that they had finished moving everything and, seeing nothing else to do, left the courtyard and headed to his second sister Zhang Meihao's house. The banquet tables for today were all set up in her courtyard, and the food was prepared there before being sent to Zhang Meili's new home. In Zhang Meihao's courtyard, her parents-in-law and a few others were busy helping out, rushing around as the firecrackers went off and lunchtime approached. As soon as Zhang Guoqing entered, he noticed that except for his second sister, the whole family was pitching in. He raised his eyebrows. He'd already arranged for Zhang Chuanming's nephews and nieces-in-law to help today, and they'd agreed, but apparently some had bailed at the last minute. Zhang Guoqing quickly went over to pull old Qin, who was so busy he was only wearing a thin shirt, and complained, "Look at you, helping out like this. It's my fault for not arranging things better. Uncle Qin, you need to take it easy. It's freezing. What if you catch a chill? Go inside. Let me handle things here." As he spoke, he pushed him inside. Old Chen laughed as he went in. He was happy seeing how Zhang Guoqing treated his siblings. He wanted to help however he could. Yesterday afternoon, he'd watched him hauling things back and forth, really putting in the effort and money. If they'd relied on Zhang Chuanming's brothers alone, everyone would be eating plain steamed buns with pickles today. His nephews had promised to help, but in the end, they just showed up for a bit and left. Luckily, the cook had brought a few helpers and was working hard to get everything done. Old Chen took a sip of water, put on his coat, and went back out into the courtyard, only to see Zhang Guoqing had taken off his own coat and was moving firewood, constantly checking for anything that needed doing, running around fetching water. He never stopped. Old Chen felt he'd judged this kid right, and after hearing more about him from Zuolin, he liked this 18-year-old even more. He glanced at his wife, who was laughing heartily at Xiaowu's jokes and at the pile of 100 caddies of coal briquettes. Old Chen quickly stepped forward to help. Zhang Chuanming's family held a housewarming banquet that filled 4 large tables in their courtyard. The festivities started at 11:30 and didn't wind down until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Guoqing had been busy all morning. After hastily toasting the elders, he rushed home. Luckily, the 2 homes weren't far apart. Zhang Guoqing watched Zhou Jiao finish her meal and tidy up, then hurried off to Zhang Meili's place. He'd thought having his 2 older brothers there would be enough, but he'd forgotten that, in the eyes of others, he was no longer the same as before. Ever since the second Zhang son started his new job this week, people had begun to notice a lot more about their family. As the guests gradually thinned out, some of Zhang Meili's colleagues who had evening shifts took their leave after a few rounds of drinks. The remaining villagers started gathering around Zhang's father, asking where Zhang Guoqing's house was and whether it was far. Zhang's father wasn't sure if he should bring so many people home. Just as he was about to ask his wife for advice, he saw Zhang Guoqing not far away, signaling to him with his eyes. Catching on, Zhang's father grinned and said, "Why so many questions? Once things wrap up here, let's all head over to my 5th son's place for a sit-down. Good chance to get familiar with the way." With that, he stood up, pulling along a few clan elders and 2 in-laws as they headed for the small courtyard. Zhang Guoqing quickly found Ziwen and Shizi, telling them to run ahead and let Zhou Jiao know to properly host the clan members. He also asked his mother to go to the courtyard first and prepare some drinks and snacks for the villagers. After making arrangements for everyone at home to head over to the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing cheerfully told Zhang Meili not to worry about anything outside and to focus on her own matters. His second sister had already made arrangements with the chef yesterday, so he just needed to wrap things up. Watching her little brother leave, Zhang Meili felt a huge weight lift from her shoulders. She hadn't expected so many people to show up today. Thankfully, her little brother had prepared thoroughly, otherwise, she'd have become the laughingstock of the county. Even toward her sisters-in-law, who hadn't lifted a finger to help and just sat around eating sunflower seeds after the meal, Zhang Meili kept a smile on her face. She reminded herself, her brothers had done all this to make sure she had a lively, joyful day and a happy life ahead. How could she let them down? As she listened to their snide remarks, she handled them with grace. After a while, she noticed several of her older brothers had also gone over to Xiaowu's place. She chuckled to herself, let them go. After they see it, they probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Touching the 2 bright red floral quilts, she knew it must have been Xiaowu who told Zhou Jiao about her needs after his last visit. Zhou Jiao had prepared all of this. From the 100 jin of coal and 100 jin of firewood each sister received yesterday, to the banquet arranged for her, not to mention the meat dishes and the copious amounts of alcohol, plus all the gifts delivered today. The expenses were no small sum. It was only because Zhou Jiao was so easygoing. If it had been the wives of the eldest or second brother, they'd have skinned Xiaowu alive. They claimed to have lent him 300 yuan, but what they were owed went far beyond that. From the kids' pocket money to now, she didn't even dare think about it. When Zhang Guoqing arrived at his second sister Zhang Meihao's courtyard, He found the chef had already tidied up, and the Chen family had locked their front door. Clearly, no one was inside. He took out a prepared red envelope and gave it to the chef, thanking him repeatedly and personally seeing them out. After watching them leave, he locked up the courtyard and hurried home. As soon as he got home, he was greeted by laughter and chatter, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of going in right away, he checked the kitchen. Sure enough, his mother, 2 sisters-in-law, and his second sister and her mother-in-law were all busy preparing food. Seeing him grinning in the doorway, his mother scolded, "You rascal, what are you running around for? Have some water. Don't worry, our Zhou Jiao is taking good care of the guests. Go check on her and let her rest a bit. She's been running around serving tea and water, and even kicked us out to prepare food, saying we'll all go back to the village after eating. I don't know what to say about that girl. She even told me to make extra so we can take leftovers home. You two are such spendthrifts." Zhang Meihao's mother-in-law laughed. "Your Zhao Jiao is just like Meihao, so hospitable. That's a good thing. She's a filial daughter-in-law, making you look good. Don't scold the kids and make them feel bad." Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "We're not upset. My mom's happy. It's my 2 sisters-in-law who should feel wronged. They've been helping her all day without a word of praise. Sisters-in-law, you've worked hard. I'll have Zhao Jiao pour you some water. If you need anything, just ask her. Don't be shy." Huang Cuilan smiled and waved her hands. "Don't say that. We didn't do much, just watched. You've been busy all day. Did your eldest sister finish cleaning up?" "All done. The chef even washed the dishes and took them away. I just saw them off at my second sister's place. That chef was great. He even cleaned up her courtyard." "Auntie, everything's fine. I locked up the courtyard, so you can relax and enjoy yourselves here." After he finished his water, his mother urged him to go inside and relieve Zhou Jiao. In the guest room, Zhang's father and several elders sat on the heated Kong, with 2 in-laws on chairs in front. One of the village elders patted the new quilt and joked, "Getting used to sleeping on this new cotton quilt? I bet you'll need to put a stone slab on it tonight just to sleep soundly." Zhang's father set his pipe on the Kang table. "I haven't actually slept here yet. The kids say it's for us old folks, but I still prefer the village. I'm just not used to it." Accountant Zheng laughed. "You old fool, don't know how to enjoy life. Your 5th son and his wife are so filial, giving you such a nice place to smoke and do whatever you want. You really don't know how to enjoy blessings. But I can tell your youngest is determined to have you live here. We've all lived long enough to read people. Your youngest daughter-in-law is genuinely sincere about having you stay." Another elder sighed. "Old Zhang, you're a lucky man. Before you married, you had a capable father. After marrying, you had 3 good sons. Now you're old and have 3 good daughters-in-law. You lack for nothing." Outside, the laughter and shouts of women and children could be heard. Accountant Zhang pointed outside. "Hear that? That's happiness. Your daughter-in-law is a real gem, generous and open-hearted. Listen to that laughter. There's nothing fake about it." As soon as we came in, she was bustling about, serving tea, telling the kids to make themselves at home. She's got a good temperament. If the kids want you to stay here, just do it. They're not distracted from you, just keep an eye on them. They're all good kids." Listening to their praise, Zhang's father felt a warm glow inside. Of course, he knew how filial the young couple was, but there was no need to brag. He wasn't boasting, but if he asked Zhao Jiao for 500 or 1,000 yuan, she'd hand it over without a word. If he said he wanted to eat something, she'd cook something different every day for a month. She'd even worry about his health and offer to take him to the hospital, something not even his own daughters might do, but she absolutely would. That was his confidence. Zhao Jiao was different from his other 2 daughters-in-law. She'd grown up without her parents and truly treated him and his wife as her own. She was also especially clever. Just now, she kept winking at him, signaling that he could bring people into the study. She even went out of her way to open the door wide, bringing out sweets and snacks, asking, "Dad, is there anything else you want? I'll get it for you." No wonder old Zhou treats her like his own flesh and blood. His 5th son was already filial, but with Zhao Jiao, he was even more so. A good daughter-in-law brings blessings for 3 generations, at the very least. His fifth son's line would prosper for 3 generations. Less than half an hour later, Zhang Guoqing chatted with his brothers outside, then came into the house. He entered with a smile, greeting each elder respectfully and sitting down to chat. These elders might not be well-educated, but Zhang Guoqing knew that their words were full of life experience, often more practical than anything in books. So, no matter how old or long-winded the elders were, he listened attentively. He thought, when he was old, if his grandchildren treated him with respect, he'd also share his own life lessons. The elders and a few middle-aged men in the room praised Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing, in turn, praised their children. For the honest ones, he said they were steady and reliable. For the lazy ones, he said they were smart and just hadn't found their path yet. Once they did, they'd be just as capable as anyone else. For the brash troublemakers, he said they were straightforward and honest, never stabbing anyone in the back, always saying things to your face, a true man's character. His words made perfect sense, making the elders laugh heartily and agree. After all, who didn't want to hear good things about their children and grandchildren? Hearing the sounds from outside, Zhang Guoqing guessed the tables were set. He stood up and said, "Come on, since you elders are here today, you have to have a drink with my dad. We've got seafood at home today, let's all have a taste. Dad, you and the elders take your time. I'll go get the wine. Don't worry about getting drunk, there's plenty of room to sleep here tonight." Old Chin and Accountant Zhang exchanged a smile. This kid was getting better and better at talking. When Zhang Guoqing came out, he saw 2 tables already set in the living room. A group of children were playing under the tables, but when they saw him, they immediately quieted down. "Hey, brothers, you're amazing. Everything's ready so quickly. Wait for me, I'll go get some good wine for you to try." Zhang Guoqing pretended not to notice the sudden silence, grinning as he spoke. The older men from the village burst out laughing, secretly relieved. Some punched Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder, joking, "No wonder everyone in the county says Zhang Guoqing is famous for his loyalty. You were just messing with us, weren't you? See, you're all too nervous. Our Xiaowu is easygoing. Ask my big brother if you don't believe me," Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. Zhang's mother and her 2 daughters-in-law brought out the dishes. When Zhang Guoqing came out with the wine, he invited everyone to the table. The meal lasted until nearly 3 o'clock. The children wandered off with Shizi to Zhang Ziwen's house, then came back to eat again after getting tired. In the end, the plates were so clean they looked washed. Zhang's father drove the ox cart, carrying the elders and young children, while the other men walked behind. After they left, Zhang's mother and the others tidied up the courtyard and locked the gate. Zhang Guoqing had already arranged for 2 horse-drawn carts to wait at the door. Zhang's mother, the 2 daughters-in-law, and the rest of the family climbed aboard and headed back to the village in a grand procession. Zhou Jiao gently lifted the curtain and gazed at the approaching Zhang family village, her heart pounding with excitement. She realized she already considered this place her true home. Thinking of Granny Zhou from the neighboring Zhou family village, she paused in surprise. Unknowingly, she had grown attached to so many people here. The baby in her arms shifted uncomfortably with the jolting of the carriage. Zhou Jiao adjusted her posture, cradled him securely, and softly hummed a lullaby. Zhang Guoqing watched her holding their son, smiling as she sang. This was a scene he had imagined countless times, and now happiness gradually spread across his face. The little family of 3 nestled together, quietly savoring this moment of warmth. The carriage slowed to a stop at the entrance of the Zhang family home. The house was still the same, but returning now, it felt especially dear. Zhou Jiao stepped up the high threshold, her heart brimming with joy. She glanced at the newly built courtyard, already thinking about how she would decorate it. She was deeply attached to this land, to the family here. As Zhang Guoqing had said, this was their root. From the moment they arrived, this had become their home. Stepping onto the earthen yard, Zhou Jiao walked toward her room in the west wing, her smile growing wider with each step. The heated brick bed, the coal stove, the laughter of her beloved family, the playful shouts of children, This was the life she had always wanted. Mother Zhang noticed Zhou Jiao walking faster and smiling brighter, and felt genuinely happy to see her daughter-in-law so delighted to be home. Her youngest daughter-in-law truly was her dearest comfort. "How is it?" "I've been heating the bed every day. The quilts were just aired out yesterday. Knowing you were coming back, I even fired up the stove before heading to town." "Oh, Mom, you're so wonderful. I love you so much. Don't even think about getting rid of us in the future. What would I do without you?" Mother Zhang laughed heartily, patting her gently. "Silly girl." The two entered the bedroom. Zhou Jiao carefully laid Ping'an on the bed, then lay down herself with a sigh of contentment. "It feels so good to be home." Mother Zhang laughed again, checked if anything was left to tidy up, and suddenly noticed the gramophone was still in Zhou Jiao's room. "Jiao, your gramophone is still here. I'll bring it over for you." Zhou Jiao quickly sat up and called, "No, don't bring it over. Let you all use it for now." "Mom, come here, come here." "What is it?" "It'll only take a second to bring it over." "Is something wrong?" Mother Zhang hurried back in. "It's nothing. There are still batteries in the cabinet. Take them with you later." "Mom, do you think I can go out now?" "Look, I've gained weight. My face is rounder. I'm healthier. Can I go out with you?" Mother Zhang looked her over carefully and said skeptically, "You haven't gained weight, but your complexion is rosier. My Jiao is getting prettier and prettier. But you still need to rest. Don't even think about going out. Finish your month of confinement in peace." Just then, Zhang Guoqing's voice came from outside. Mother Zhang muttered that he mustn't spoil her and insisted Zhou Jiao finish her full month of postpartum rest. Zhou Jiao touched her face, glanced at the door, and took out a small mirror to inspect herself. She had put on a little weight, but it wasn't obvious. Feeling her smooth, rosy cheeks, she felt a bit comforted. "Who is this? How are you getting prettier by the day? So rosy." Zhang Guoqing teased, then cupped her face and planted a big kiss. Seeing the red mark left behind, he quickly grabbed the mirror and checked his own reflection. Not bad. Still pretty handsome. He sneakily put the mirror away in the drawer. Zhou Jiao didn't notice his little antics. Distracted by him, all her attention was on him. That night, even as she drifted off to sleep, she didn't realize anything was amiss. When her two sisters-in-law smiled at her, she smiled back, thinking everyone was just happy she was home. And so, her little black history was glossed over. Years later, when she heard the story from them, she couldn't stop laughing. After feeding the baby, cleaning him up, and changing his diaper, Zhou Jiao sorted all the clothes they'd brought back and put them in the wardrobe. When she finished, she took out her notebook to jot down some notes. There were still many things she needed to discuss with Zhang Guoqing. Thinking about it made her drowsy. She put away her pen and paper, snuggled up next to her son, and soon fell asleep. When Zhang Guoqing came in, he saw their son wide awake, eyes darting around. Zhou Jiao was sleeping soundly, her cheeks flushed, her notebook not far from her hand. He noticed her slight frown and wondered what worries she was struggling with even in her dreams. He played with his son for a bit, then leaned against the bed and opened the notebook. On one page, she'd written out plans for the baby's 1-month celebration. No gifts to be accepted. That was right. She was worried about the menu. What was there to worry about? Just follow the usual customs. If things got too lively, it would be more trouble than it was worth. If it were up to him, he'd just have a nice family meal to celebrate and take the baby for a photo. Flipping back a few pages, he saw lists of numbers and codes. After a moment's thought, he realized it was a record of their family's assets. He quickly stood up and pulled out the cash and receipts from his pocket. He often forgot how much a single yuan was worth these days. His eldest sister's heated room wasn't even considered a gift, but the subsidies alone had cost nearly 10 yuan. He remembered the last time they had 2 banquet tables at Master Peng's place. With unlimited drinks, it only cost a bit over 10 yuan. Hosting a banquet at home was even more trouble. Circumstances really forced their hand. Zhang Guoqing realized that with his current spending habits, 1 month's salary wouldn't be enough to support Zhou Jiao and their son. He really would become a kept man. After tidying up, Zhang Guoqing picked up his son and kissed his chubby cheeks. "Son, Dad will make sure you never have to eat plain steamed buns and pickles." In the main bedroom, Mother Zhang finished instructing her daughters-in-law and returned to her own room, where she found her husband lounging on the bed, legs crossed, humming an opera tune. When he saw her, he glanced over and smiled. Mother Zhang massaged her shoulders, took off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed. "Everything's settled. I really am enjoying the benefits of having so many daughters-in-law. Haha. Happy, aren't you?" Of the three brothers, our daughters-in-law are the most filial. Not to brag, but even the second son's wife is the best now. Mother Zhang poured some cold water on his enthusiasm. "That's because our second son now has a government job. What's there for her to complain about? If she didn't put on a happy face and treat us well, would Xiaowu help her?" Father Zhang put down his legs and looked at her curiously. "You're pretty sharp. What makes me happiest is Xiaowu and Jiao. They really made me proud today. Xiaowu took care of everything for the Worm Room banquet from start to finish. What other family has a brother like that?" Both sides of the family couldn't stop praising him. Xiaowu looked after his eldest sister and didn't forget his second sister. He thought of everything. And Jiao, she's even more thoughtful than our own daughter. Look at the older men in the village. Who doesn't praise our Jiao? As for the second daughter-in-law, with Jiao around, she'll only become more filial. She has her eldest sister-in-law above and younger siblings below. She'll learn by example. People are always afraid of comparisons. Compare her to the daughters-in-law of my brothers. She's the best, isn't she? Do you think she'd still sneak things home to her own family now? As for you, just turn a blind eye. They're all someone's children. If she remembers her parents while making sure she's fed, it shows she has a good heart. If you really can't stand it, just remember our second son isn't foolish. You know what he's like." Father Zhang's words were gentle but carried weight, and they comforted Mother Zhang. He was right, she couldn't compare her eldest daughter-in-law's capability or her youngest's thoughtfulness. Other than her troublesome family, the second daughter-in-law wasn't really bad. She didn't visit her own family as much now, and her little girl was always neat and tidy. Seeing his wife relax, Father Zhang smiled. After a lifetime together, he knew her well. Of all 5 in-laws, she disliked the second daughter-in-law's mother the most, which colored her feelings toward the second daughter-in-law. In his opinion, the girl was clever, observant, and truly filial, a good match for their second son. The only pity was she wasn't well educated. Thinking about education made Father Zhang think of his eldest son. After spending a few days with his youngest, he realized the old clan leader was truly wise. It was a shame his own branch of the family wasn't as promising. If they'd listened to the elders, how could they not have prospered? His eldest just lacked a diploma. Now that Xiaowu suggested the eldest go to night school in the provincial capital to get a diploma and accounting certificate, Father Zhang decided to listen to his youngest. Xiaowu might be the youngest, but he was the best judge of character and the most capable. Even his own father admired him. If he said it was useful, then it must be. According to local custom, yesterday Zhang Chuanming's father, Accountant Zhang, went to the county seat and stayed overnight in his son's new house, hoping to bring some good fortune to the new home by living there for a few days. Before dawn, Accountant Zhang had his daughter-in-law, Zhang Meili, make offerings to the gods. By the time they'd quietly finished all the rituals, the sky was already getting light. They hurried to paste red couplets on the front gate, and then Accountant Zhang took Zhang Chunming back to the apartment building. Zhang Chuanming's second-floor apartment was packed with people. Downstairs, they'd set up a canopy and borrowed stools for guests to sit. Many relatives and friends who arrived late simply stayed downstairs. Everyone was usually too busy, so they took the opportunity to catch up and chat now that they were all together. Accountant Zhang glanced at the sky, estimated the time, and walked around with his hands behind his back, greeting friends and family. Every now and then, he looked toward the road at the entrance. The 3 brothers, Zhang Guoqing and his siblings, each carried gifts for the warm house and placed them on the gift table under the canopy. After 2 trips, they finally finished moving everything. The table was piled high with gifts from the bride's family, astonishing the relatives and friends present. Many villagers were around too. Since it was Sunday, people who weren't working came and went in the apartment building, and everyone knew the three Zhang brothers. Soon, the brothers were pulled aside for a chat. Shizi and the other kids were already playing downstairs. Mrs. Zhang gave them a few reminders, then called her three sons back upstairs, only to find the room packed with people. When the guests saw Zhang Meili's family arrive, they made excuses to leave. Mrs. Zhang greeted Zhang Chuanming's mother, and without much small talk, quickly helped her daughter-in-law change her grandson's clothes. Once done, she hurriedly shooed away her noisy grandson, and seeing that Yaya was already wearing the new clothes made by Zhou Jiao, she smiled with satisfaction. Mrs. Zhang smiled and patted her hand. Little Wu is giving things to his sister. She should just accept them. They're real siblings, no need for formalities. This time you must stay with Meili and let her fulfill her duties as a daughter-in-law. Mrs. Zhang actually didn't even know what all Little Wu had bought, but she kept her composure. Lin Juhua stifled a laugh. Seeing Zhang Meili's younger sister, Zhang Meihao, coming up to say something, she quickly shook her head. She knew exactly what Meihao wanted to say. Her finger kept pointing toward the canopy outside. She and her eldest sister were worried about their older sister's stubborn temper. Once the move started, even if she didn't want something, she'd have to accept it. The two Zhang daughters always looked out for their brothers, helping out their family whenever they could. Before coming, Zhang Guoqing had specifically told her to make sure their eldest sister was happy today. The three brothers would back her up. Seeing that everything had been moved in, Zhang Guoqing saw there was nothing left to do and left the courtyard, heading to his second sister Zhang Meihao's house. Today's banquet was being prepared in her courtyard and would be brought over to Zhang Meili's new home. Old Chen laughed and went in, feeling pleased. Seeing how Zhang Guoqing treated his siblings, he wanted to help however he could. Yesterday afternoon, he'd seen him constantly hauling things over, really putting in time, effort, and money. If they'd relied on Zhang Chuanming's brothers alone, everyone would be eating plain steamed buns and pickles today. His nephews had promised to help, but in the end, they just showed up for a bit and disappeared. Luckily, the cook brought a few helpers and rushed to get things done. In short, everything he said made sense, and the old men laughed heartily, saying Zhang Guoqing was right. After all, who would think their own sons and grandsons were bad? Hearing the sounds outside, Zhang Guoqing guessed the tables were set and stood up. Come on, since you elders are here, you must have a drink with my dad. We happen to have some seafood today, let's all have a taste. Dad, you and the elders take your time. I'll go get the wine. Don't worry about getting drunk, there's plenty of room to sleep here tonight. The older men from the village laughed, all secretly relieved. Some punched Zhang Guoqing on the arm, joking, no wonder the whole county says Zhang Guoqing is famous for his loyalty. You brat, you did that on purpose, didn't you? See, you guys worry too much. Our Xiao Wu is easy to talk to. Ask my big brother if you don't believe me, Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. Mother Zhang and the two daughters-in-law brought out the food. When Zhang Guoqing came out with the wine jar, he invited everyone to the table. The meal lasted until almost 3 o'clock. The children followed Shizi to Zhang Ziwen's house, wandered around, and came back to eat again when they were tired. In the end, the plates were as clean as if they'd been washed. Father Zhang drove the ox cart, with the elders and young children sitting on top, and the other men walking behind. After they left, Mother Zhang and the others tidied up the courtyard and locked the gate. Zhang Guoqing arranged for 2 horse carts to wait at the door. Mother Zhang and the 2 daughters-in-law rode in one, while the other carried their family of 3, heading back to the village in grand style. Stepping onto the earthen ground of the courtyard, Zhou Jiao made her way to her room in the west wing, her smile growing broader with every step. The heated brick bed, the coal stove, the laughter of her beloved family, the playful shouts of children, this was the life she had always longed for. Mother Zhang looked her over carefully, then gave her a skeptical glance. Not really fatter, but you do look fairer and rosier. My Jiao Jiao is getting prettier and prettier. Still, you need more rest. Don't even think about going out yet. Focus on your recovery. As she finished, Zhang Guoqing's voice drifted in. She grumbled, reminding him not to indulge Zhou Jiao. She must finish her full month of rest. Zhou Jiao touched her own face, glanced at the doorway, then took out a mirror to examine herself closely. She had gained some weight, but it wasn't obvious. Feeling her smooth, glowing skin, she was finally a little satisfied. "Who's this? Getting prettier every day. Wow, you really are looking rosier." With that, Zhang Guoqing cupped her face and planted a big kiss on her cheek. Seeing the red mark he left, he quickly snatched the mirror and, pretending to check his own reflection, said, "Not bad. Pretty handsome." He sneakily put the mirror away in the drawer. Zhou Jiao didn't notice his little trick. Distracted by him, her attention was all on him. That night, she fell asleep without realizing anything was amiss. When her two sisters-in-law smiled at her, she smiled back, thinking everyone was just happy she was home. In this way, her little black history slipped by unnoticed. Years later, she would laugh herself silly hearing about it from them. After nursing the baby, cleaning him up, and changing his diaper, Zhou Jiao organized all the clothes she'd brought back and put them in the wardrobe. Once everything was tidied up, she took out her notebook to jot down some notes. There was still much to discuss with Zhang Guoqing. Thinking and writing made her sleepy, so she put away her pen and paper, snuggled up next to her son, and soon drifted off. When Zhang Guoqing came in, he saw their son wide-eyed and looking around, while Zhou Jiao slept soundly, her cheeks flushed, her notebook not far from her hand. He noticed her slight frown and wondered what trouble she was facing even in her dreams. He played with his son for a while, then leaned against the bed and flipped open the notebook. On the first page, it clearly said they wouldn't accept gifts for the baby's 1-month celebration. Good. She was worried about the menu, but what was there to worry about? Just follow the usual customs. If things got too lively, he'd have a hard time. If it were up to him, a nice family meal and a photo of the baby would be enough. Flipping back a few pages, he saw numbers and codes. After a moment's thought, he realized it was a record of their family's assets.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
He quickly stood up and pulled out the change and receipts from his pocket. He often forgot how much a yuan could buy these days. His eldest sister's heated room wasn't even a gift, but just the subsidy had cost nearly 10 yuan. He remembered last time at Master Pang's, 2 banquet tables with all-you-can-drink wine cost just over 10 yuan. Hosting a banquet at home was even more trouble. Truly, circumstances forced their hand. As for you, just turn a blind eye sometimes. They're all born and raised by their parents. If she remembers her own parents while having enough to eat, it shows she has a good heart. If you really can't stand it, just remember our second son isn't a fool. What kind of person is he? The eldest's only shortcoming was his lack of a diploma. Now that Xiaowu wanted the eldest to go to night school in the provincial capital to get a diploma and accounting certificate, Father Zhang decided to listen to his youngest. Xiaowu might be the youngest, but he was the best judge of character and the most capable. Even his own father admired him. Since he said it was useful, it must be. The village loudspeaker signaled the end of the workday, and the 2 daughters-in-law of the Zhang family had already finished preparing dinner. These days, the Zhang family's meals had improved. Coarse cornmeal was finally off the table. With 2 new courtyards built, the family's stores of coarse grains were enough to last everyone until next spring. Originally, Old Man Zhang had planned to buy more coarse grains at the market before the new year, and to exchange the fine grains distributed at year-end for more coarse grains, so there would be no shortage of staple food next year. But with Zhang Guoqing frequently putting hearty meals on the table, none of the adults could stomach cornmeal anymore, let alone the children. Thinking about how the kids were now eating supply grains, Old Man Zhang realized they wouldn't be allocated any next year. Since the family was doing well financially, he immediately bought a good amount of both fine and coarse grains. Now, the Zhang family storeroom was packed with purchased grains and the year-end rations. The wild boar and other game Zhang Guoqing had hunted filled the cellar to the brim. There was no shortage of meat or lard. These days, the Zhang family no longer cooked just to fill their stomachs, they were gradually improving their diet. After dinner, the men gathered in the main room to listen to the phonograph and old man Zhang's stories, while the women all headed to Zhou Jiao's place to chat and do needlework. In the sitting room outside the west wing, a kerosene lamp burned brightly. The Mei sisters watched over Ping'an, who was lying on the Kong bed. Mother Zhang was busy sewing shoe soles, while Huang Suilan and her sister-in-law knitted sweaters and chatted about what they'd seen at the market. Zhou Jiao sat idly beside Mother Zhang, watching the others work. Looking at her own hands, she felt itchy to get busy. She had plenty of work to catch up on. Unable to resist, she went to her room and brought out some yarn. Lin Juhua glanced at her mother-in-law and laughed. "Getting restless, aren't you? Winding yarn is fine, but no knitting sweaters. In a few days, you'll have more than enough to do." Mother Zhang scolded her with a smile. "Silly girl. Afraid you'll run out of work? Go ahead and wind the yarn." Zhou Jiao politely declined Mei's offer to help, set a chair in front of herself, and happily started winding the yarn, listening to her eldest sister-in-law talk about the team's selection process. When she heard that Uncle Zhang's eldest son was vying for the accountant position, Zhou Jiao just smiled. She thought he didn't stand a chance and would be better off recommending Xiaodashi to earn some goodwill. As the women chatted, they suddenly heard voices at the courtyard gate and all paused to look at each other. Mother Zhang stood up, dusted off her clothes, and said, "It's Qingshan's wife and the others. They must have heard Jiao is back and came to see you." With that, she picked up her basket and headed out. Before Mother Zhang could leave, Zhou Jiao quickly hid her yarn in the inner room. She could tell there were quite a few visitors. These women were notorious gossips, so the less trouble, the better. Once Zhou Jiao had tidied up, Mother Zhang lifted the curtain and went out. Huang Suilan and the others burst out laughing. Every time Zhou Jiao hid something whenever guests arrived, it was always amusing. Their little sister-in-law was always so cautious, but everyone could see through it. Qingshan's wife led a group of women inside, laughing as they entered. "What's so funny? We could hear you from outside, but no one came to greet us. We're just happy you're here. Come, have a seat. If there aren't enough chairs, sit on the kang," Lin Juhua said, pulling her over and inviting everyone to sit. 7 or 8 young wives sat down, chattering away. Zhou Jiao greeted them and pointed to the candies and sunflower seeds on the table. "Help yourselves. What brings you all here today? We heard you were back. Was the county town fun? I figured you'd be back today. Tomorrow the men are going up the mountain, and you wouldn't want to stay in town," Yezi said smugly. Zhou Jiao honestly didn't know there was a hunt tomorrow. In fact, neither she nor Zhang Guoqing knew. They thought the men had already gone days ago. "Impressive, you even guessed that. Why didn't you bring the kids with you?" One of the wives replied, "The kids are too noisy. We can't talk with them around. Now that it's dark, we left them at home." "Jiao, you missed a lot while you were away these past few days." Zhou Jiao smiled as she listened to them gossip about village happenings. All the women here lived near Beishan, and the stories about the families in the village were their favorite entertainment. There was definitely a bit of a neighborhood divide. Lin Juhua was chatting with Wang Xiaohua, who had married around the same time as Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao couldn't believe how this one shy girl could now tell risque jokes without blushing. Qingshan's wife leaned over to Huang Suilan and asked in a low voice if the warm room was lively today. Seeing Huang Suilan nod, she looked on enviously. Not splitting up the family really had its perks. No need to worry about social obligations. As the conversation continued, the topic turned to the selection of the village women's director, and everyone looked at Yezi. Yezi glared at them, embarrassed. "Don't start. My husband says I'm not up to it. I should take care of the house first and get things straight at home. Like your husband can boss you around. Everyone knows he dotes on you. Yezi, tell us how he spoils you," one wife teased, making everyone laugh. "Oh, you're so cheeky. Just wait, I'll tear that mouth of yours." Afraid the conversation would get too risque, Zhou Jiao quickly changed the subject. Xue, has your husband's younger brother found a match yet? Everyone turned to Xue, waiting for her to spill the news. Chen Xue laughed. Last time, he complained the girl was too fat. Our whole family cracked up. He said he wanted a thin wife who wouldn't take up space on the king. Now he's set his sights on Zhou Shaoling from the next village, and the families have agreed to a wedding at year's end. I think he's liked her for a while. Once the matchmaker brought it up, he agreed right away. That girl's popular, lots of suitors. How much bride price did your family give? Chen Xue gestured. Our Zhangjia village, especially the families at the foot of Beishan, never lack for daughters-in-law. We gave 200 yuan. They liked our courtyard. Everyone knows the neighbors here get along well. Everyone nodded in agreement. As former brides themselves, they knew that when choosing a husband, the family's situation came first, then the young man himself. Compared to cramped mud houses with big families squeezed into east and west wings, their spacious courtyards were much more appealing. 200 yuan was a hefty bride price. Even girls from the county would marry in for that. Zhou Jiao kept quiet when they talked about bride prices. Her own 800 yuan bride price was famous in the county. She wished everyone would just forget about it. Actually, when Zhang's second son got married, they could have offered 500 yuan. The families had agreed to return 300, but things didn't go as planned. When Zhang Guoqing got married, her in-laws gave 800 yuan, partly because they valued her and partly because Zhou Shui from her family had gotten 500. Zhang Guoqing personally added 200 yuan, so the Zhang family's actual contribution was only 600, 100 more than the second son. Thinking of Zhou Shui's 500 yuan, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but sneer. She felt no guilt for the Wang family's misfortune. Anyone who could offer such a high bride price just for being village chief couldn't be a good person. How could a farming family save up so much? The Zhang's money came from hard work, old man Zhang and his sons toiling in the fields and taking odd jobs. Her mother-in-law had said they even had to borrow money and get help from the older sisters to scrape together enough. When money was tight, Zhang Guoqing went wild hunting game to sell, and only after 6 or 7 years of everyone working together did they manage to save up 800 yuan. The older brothers and sisters-in-law didn't object because they knew most of the family income came from Zhang Guoqing. According to her mother-in-law, their family's standing in the village was all thanks to the youngest son. No one dared say otherwise. Zhou Jiao believed her mother-in-law. Since marrying in, she'd noticed that neither the eldest brother's masonry work nor the second brother's carpentry brought in as much as Zhang Guoqing. In the early years, he handed all his earnings to the family. Only in the past year or two did he start saving some for himself. After their marriage, he gave her 300 yuan, plus 200 for the bride price, so she knew he'd earned quite a lot. Yezi asked curiously, after giving 200 for the bride price, how much do your in-laws have left? I heard your family got a big dividend this year. Chen Xue shook her head. I really don't know. The old couple should have plenty saved up. They haven't had many expenses these years. My husband's older sister doesn't need help, and the youngest brother's school fees aren't much. A wife looked at her enviously. Your husband only has one brother, and your family has money. You're living the good life. My husband has 5 brothers, and 2 are still unmarried. We have to tough it out. Qingshan's wife looked at her oddly and asked, didn't your mother-in-law say she wanted to split you and the second son out? If you do, the younger brothers are your in-laws' problem. She mentioned it. She wants my husband and the second son to move out, but didn't say anything about building us a courtyard. My husband's been worried sick. He saw Jihua and Jiao's courtyards and said it'd cost at least 100 yuan. If we really split, he wants his parents to help out. That's why I wanted to ask how much it cost them. The old folks are thinking about it, so we'd better start planning. Huang Zuilan and Lin Jihua both looked at Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao smiled. We're not too sure. It's better to have your husband ask Xiaowu directly. A few families already agreed to build together. I estimate it won't cost much, just labor. The biggest expense is the mason, then the carpenter and buying tiles. For labor, you can prepare the stone, mud bricks, and timber yourselves. If you want to start building in April or May, you should start stockpiling grain before the new year. Haha, you say you're not sure, but that's pretty clear. Now I know what to expect. When my mother-in-law talks about splitting, I'll know what to prepare. Yezi reminded her, and get the land approved early. Don't build in the village, some families are already eyeing our area. Qingshan's wife nodded. Listen to Yezi. Lots of old folks like this area. Uncle Tian's house is cracking, but he's waiting till May to build a courtyard in front of mine. The land's already approved. Good thing you reminded me. Who would have thought the foot of Beishan, where no one wanted to live before, is now so popular? Isn't the village good enough? Everyone teased her, telling her to try living in the village. Women had endless topics to talk about. Soon, they were discussing what sold at the market and how much they made, which market was busiest, and how much extra they earned selling insoles. Zhou Jiao listened with interest to their gossip, realizing there were lots of ways to make money. She wondered if she should suggest making hair accessories or selling red couplets and window decorations, so her sisters-in-law could earn some pocket money. With the current situation, there was still money to be made, but after next year, the markets might close and it would be harder. With so many markets before the new year, it wouldn't attract attention. They could make things at home, bundle up tightly in winter, and not worry about anyone bringing it up later. After seeing off the family, Zhang Guoqing tightly held on to Dr. Zhou, who was about to leave. Uncle Zhou, don't go yet. Please check Jiao's pulse for me. I just want some peace of mind. Dr. Zhou glanced at Zhou Jiao's rosy cheeks and rolled his eyes. She looks perfectly healthy. What are you worried about? Little wife, come here and let Uncle Zhou check your pulse. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave your house today. She's doing great. Her postpartum recovery has been excellent. All good now? I'm leaving. Before he could finish, Zhang Guoqing grabbed him again and said to Zhou Jiao, Jiao, open all the doors and let the air circulate. Wash your hands with soap and put on your coat before coming to the main room. With that, he pulled the secretly amused Dr. Zhou into the main room. Xiao Wu, why are you dragging your uncle around? Just say what you want. Zhang Guoqing let go, glanced around furtively, and whispered, my son is still little and has a weak immune system. Should we disinfect the room? Is there anything else we should pay attention to? Dr. Zhou burst out laughing, sizing him up, but saying nothing, and instead went to chat with Zhang's father in the main room. Zhang Guoqing pulled his mother over to sit at the table. Uncle Zhou, please check my mother's pulse too. How's her health? Anything we should watch out for? And my father, he smokes so much, it can't be good for him. Please check his pulse as well. Is there anything he needs to be careful about? Should he stop working in the fields? I really don't think he should be out there anymore. Dr. Zhou rolled his eyes again, too lazy to argue. Wasn't this just asking him to play along? After a while, Dr. Zhou nodded. They're both as strong as oxen. Their health is excellent. They'll have no problem living for decades. If they stopped working, they could live to 200. Satisfied. His words made everyone in the main room burst out laughing. Everyone teased Zhang Guoqing, but he didn't mind. As long as his parents were healthy, that was all that mattered. He just worried about missing any hidden illness and delaying treatment. All right, stop staring at me. You've already taken precautions. Just go back in tonight. Take the bedding off and wash it, dry it in the sun, and it'll be fine. It's just a cold. In the future, if anyone comes saying they're not feeling well, don't let them into your rooms, just in case. Whether it's adults or kids, best not to let anyone in. What if someone with a broken leg or arm comes in and refuses to leave? If they need medicine, give it if you have it. If not, there's nothing you can do. If they need to borrow money, go to the brigade, if the brigade has money. Okay, I really have to go now. I still have to visit someone in the neighboring village and they can't wait. If you hadn't held me up, I'd already be there. Uncle Zhou, I'll walk you over. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly followed. He owed a big favor this time. If not for Uncle Zhou's care, who else would be so blunt and honest? Zhou Jiao looked at Zhang's father and mother with guilt. Dad, Mom, I was wrong. When I heard the child had a high fever, I didn't think of these things. What should we do if someone else comes to our door in the future? Now that this has spread, Won't everyone come asking for medicine or to borrow money? Zhang's father laughed at her worry. Getting scared now? Don't worry, leave it to us. But, Jiao, let me tell you, when you're living on your own in the county, you can't be soft-hearted. I can see you're especially soft with kids. If a clever child looks at you pitifully, you can't resist. Kids are innocent, but what about the adults behind them? Zhou Jiao thought about it seriously. She really did have a soft spot for children. She always remembered how, when she was little, even a smile or a piece of candy from someone would stay with her for life, but she never had that. Back then, she made a vow, when she grew up, she would be kind to all children, because children are the most grateful, the purest, and would never use you or hurt you. A little kindness might change a child's view of the world. She didn't want them to see the world as gray, like she once did. Seeing that she understood, Zhang's father said comfortingly, "I'm glad you're kind-hearted, but we have to protect ourselves first." What will you do next time something like this happens? I believe you'll figure it out. Jiao, not all children are simple and innocent. Let me tell you a few stories, and you'll understand. Zhang's father began recounting his first trip to the provincial capital with his own father, and later encounters with children, including cases where adopted children repaid kindness with betrayal. He mentioned names, newborns, and toddlers alike. After listening, Zhou Jiao fell silent. Maybe she really had been wrong. Now she realized how naive it was to plan on giving that child rice and eggs. The boundaries of human relationships, was something no one had ever taught her in either of her lives. She'd always had to figure things out on her own, and what she lacked was more than just family affection. No wonder her father said she lacked experience. Now she wanted to talk to him about her thoughts. In this life, Zhang Guoqing doted on her, but these lessons could only come from her father. If her in-laws said it again, she'd be too embarrassed to face them. After escorting Dr. Zhou home, Zhang Guoqing went straight to his room. Smelling the faint scent of disinfectant in the air, he nodded in satisfaction. Thinking about the aftermath, he frowned slightly and paced around the room. Knowing Zhou Jiao's temperament, she was probably already reflecting on the consequences. He could imagine her blaming herself for her actions. Maybe she'd become more rational and mature in the future, but would she still be happy that way? If she became overly guarded, even toward children, would she still have any warmth left? If only his father-in-law were here, he could talk to him. Zhou Jiao's psychological issues were serious and extreme, though she usually hid them well. But at critical moments, all her weaknesses showed. When it came to children, her trust was limitless. He'd noticed that in his previous life, too. No matter how much she disliked her younger brother, she always gave in to her little nephew before he turned 5. In her eyes, once a child passed 5, it was like crossing a line she'd drawn in her heart. It hadn't mattered before, given the times. He could protect her, even if it meant spending more money. But in the future, when they returned to Beijing, things would be even more tense. He worried he wouldn't be able to protect his wife, and feared she'd get hurt. At that moment, he suddenly didn't want to go back to Beijing at all. It would be nice to just live peacefully in the county for the rest of their lives. Zhang Guoqing slumped helplessly onto the kang, turning over in his mind just how far he'd have to go to keep his beloved wife safe, and how to build a shield around her. Hearing footsteps outside, Zhang Guoqing wiped his face, smiled at himself in the mirror, and went out. He needed to pull himself together, comfort that silly woman, and handle the aftermath so that people wouldn't keep coming to her for help, making her feel even more guilty. He might not have many other skills, but he could protect his woman. As soon as he came out, his mother pulled him aside and told him about Zhou Jiao's words and reaction. He'd expected as much. He nodded and comforted her, then cheerfully led her back to the main room. When Zhou Jiao saw him, her eyes lit up with joy, but she looked at him anxiously. Seeing her looking like a child who'd made a mistake, Zhang Guoqing felt a pang in his heart. Why should his Zhao Jiao have to feel this way? He quickly gave her a thumbs up and exaggeratedly praised, "That's my wife." Amazing! Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Well done. I checked the room. It's all disinfected. You did great. Zhou Jiao beamed with joy, but her face soon dimmed. She said dejectedly, but I still didn't think things through. I'm worried there'll be trouble in the future. I should have asked Mom first, but when I heard it was a 2-year-old, I just acted on impulse. Zhang Guoqing smiled at the family in the main room. I've always felt our family's good fortune is thanks to our ancestors' blessings. I've wanted to do something for our clan, but never knew what. Jiao Jiao's actions today were a bit rash, but they gave me an idea. Dad, Mom, brothers, sisters-in-law, I have a proposal I'd like to share. Seeing everyone waiting for him, Zhang Guoqing sat down and squeezed Zhou Jiao's hand. He spoke slowly, except for a few households. Everyone in Zhangjia village descends from the same ancestor who settled here. We're closer than relatives 1,000 miles away. Now that our family is doing well, there are bound to be envious eyes. Whenever there's ancestor worship, road repairs, or any trouble in the clan, everyone looks to us. Instead of waiting for them to come to us, why not take the initiative and do something for everyone? For years, our village hasn't had a doctor. People just tough it out when they're sick, and by the time they get to a hospital, it's often too late. If someone gets badly hurt hunting in the mountains, the town or county is too far for rescue. In winter, if someone gets a fever or headache, they just have to wait it out. I want to donate some medicine and have third grandpa's grandson, Zhang Qingmu, open a small clinic in the village. Zhang Qingmu's health isn't great, but he learned some medical skills years ago. This way, the village will have a doctor. The village can pay him in work points, outsiders can pay cash, and he won't have to struggle with farm work anymore. What do you think? Father Zhang nodded repeatedly and, after hearing the cost, found out that Zhang Guoqing could buy common medicines from Aunt Yi at the county hospital, and Zhou Jiao would prepare the herbal medicines. Seeing it wouldn't cost much, he agreed without hesitation. After the family discussed it, they decided Father Zhang would propose it, with Uncle Zhang taking the lead. The medicine donation would wait until the clinic was established, and they'd first decide whether Zhang Qingmu would be paid in work points or privately. Zhou Jiao listened quietly, knowing this was Zhang Guoqing's way of resolving the potential fallout. This way, today's incident would have less impact, and if anyone came asking for help in the future, she'd have a good reason to refuse. That night, lying on the kang, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao talked softly, from Zhang Guofu's gains to the empty courtyard in the county, and finally to the events of the day. Zhou Jiao shared her reflections, starting from her childhood and up to her life before meeting Zhang Guoqing. It was the first time she truly examined herself. From her father-in-law's stories, she realized there was so much she needed to learn, so many aspects of human relationships that books couldn't teach, which left her feeling anxious. Since coming here, she'd noticed she often overlooked things and handled situations too bluntly. Many times, she forgot where she was and judged people with her old perspective and experience. The scariest thing was, she'd actually planned to give that child a bag of rice, a basket of eggs, and a few pounds of sugar that night, without thinking it was too much. Zhang Guoqing listened and could relate. He laughed under the covers, and after being playfully hit by her, shared his own story. Once, when buying things, someone gave him a basket full of goods and said it was 1 yuan. He kept asking if it was enough, and people nearby looked at him like he was crazy. Only then did he realize that 1 yuan wasn't what it used to be. Since then, he tried to be careful, but still sometimes got carried away. Last time, at Zhang Meili's banquet, he got carried away again, forgetting that cabbages cost only a few cents, and casually said he wanted 5 yuan's worth. When the sellers shook their head, he got mad, only to realize everyone was looking at him like he was nuts. It's easy to forget what year it is. The couple's life was just beginning, and there was a long road ahead. They would face many more things and meet all kinds of people. When they were old, surrounded by children and grandchildren, Zhang Guoqing would often hold his white-haired wife's hand and reminisce about those nerve-wracking early days. He'd remember this night's conversation, and from that day on, wherever he went, he'd take her with him, afraid that if he wasn't careful, he might lose her. At a little past 4 in the morning, The foot of the northern mountain in Zhang Jiao village was already bustling with activity. Today, all the members of the third branch of the Zhang family, young and old, had gathered at Zhang Heir's, old Zhang's second son, house. The reason? It was the full moon celebration for the Zhang family's grandson, little Ping'an. The men of the Zhang family were busy clearing snow from the front and backyards, building earthen stoves, setting up tents, and carrying tables. In the kitchen, 2 large stoves were steaming, and the women, Zhang's mother among them, were washing the borrowed dishes and chopsticks for the banquet, preparing the meat and vegetables, and getting a head start on steaming cornbread. Shizi led a few of the older children running errands in and out of the courtyard, while the younger ones, still bleary-eyed, wandered back inside to continue sleeping. The entire Zhang family courtyard was alive with the sounds of moving, washing, chatting, and children's shouts, all blending into a lively symphony. Zhou Jiao, half asleep, was woken up every few minutes by the noise. Lying beside her was only her son. Still sound asleep, there was no sign of Zhang Guoqing. After washing up, she peeked outside and was startled. Weren't they supposed to keep things low-key? Why were there so many people? What was all this commotion about? Yesterday morning, Zhang Guoqing had rushed to the provincial capital to pick up his mother-in-law and guests from the Qing and Lin families. After accompanying them to the military district and then back to the county, his mother-in-law insisted on staying at the county guest house, so after settling everyone in, he hurriedly took his leave. As for his mother-in-law's mention of bringing eggs to the village the next day, he didn't pay it much mind. He was far too busy notifying the barber, the photographer, and barely stopping to catch his breath. Fortunately, he had already consulted the head chef about the banquet dishes and drinks a few days prior. As soon as he got home, before he could even rest, his father dragged him out to the village to personally invite the clan elders and senior villagers to the banquet the next day. After finally finishing dinner, Zhang's mother, seeing that it was dark and every household should have finished eating, hurriedly urged her 3 sons to go to the agreed-upon homes to borrow tables and benches. The 3 brothers ran all over the village, and after finally finishing, their parents pulled them aside again to discuss how to receive the guests. He barely got to lie down and sleep for a bit before his son woke up. Before he could doze off again, the courtyard was already bustling. This was even more exhausting than his own wedding. Thankfully, only Ping'an, as the eldest son, would get such a grand celebration. This time, Zhang's father had really gone all out. Besides the return gifts of eggs and cornbread, the family had even slaughtered a pig a few days ago. Seeing all this, Zhang Guoqing, who had always advocated for simplicity and not setting up more than a dozen tables, was scolded by his father and obediently followed his arrangements. Whatever his father told him to do, he did, completely deferential. Zhang's father had a point. There was no arguing with him. Just the sons and daughters of Zhang Guoqing's eldest uncle and youngest uncle would fill 2 tables, squeezed together. Then there were the close relatives, 2 uncles, aunts, grandaunts, cousins, and several in-laws from the Zhang family, each family sending 1 or 2 people, and 2 tables wouldn't be enough, especially with children in tow. Add in the Cheng and Lin families, his godfather and wife, Zhao Dashan, Zhuo Lin, and possibly others coming to join the fun, plus close friends in the village, Zhang Guoqing's own brothers, and the clan elders. If there weren't at least 20 tables, it would be a joke. And that was a conservative estimate. If all his close buddies came, plus friends like the bricklayer, even 50 tables wouldn't be enough. Back when Zhang Guoqing got married, the banquet ran for days with dozens of tables. For the past few days, Zhang Guoqing had been hauling vegetables and meat home. When he heard they really needed 20 tables, his first thought was, the whole family would be eating nothing but cornbread again. Seeing his worried frown, Zhang's mother quietly pulled him aside and whispered, at the baby's 3-day celebration, just for the noodles, we used over 300 bowls. Last time, a lot of people couldn't come and just sent gifts. This time, there'll only be more, not less. Frightened, Zhang Guoqing hurried to find his father and the head chef to discuss the menu again. Once the dishes were finalized, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Things were really getting out of hand. As dawn broke, the Zhang family's front gate was wide open, with a steady stream of people coming and going. The main hall and right wing had several tables set aside for clan elders and maternal relatives, while the front and back courtyards were filled with tables. In the sheltered backyard, several stoves had been set up, and the chef and his assistants were already hard at work. The prepared cold dishes were neatly arranged on wooden racks, and the stoves were busy stewing and steaming. A little after 7, Lin Lishan arrived with the Chang and Lin family sisters-in-law and younger sisters in a car, followed by a horse-drawn cart carrying gifts to the Zhang family courtyard. Hot on their heels, 3 military vehicles sped up, carrying Zhao Chuangguang and his wife, as well as Zhou Xiaozheng and several brothers and their wives. The vehicles had barely stopped and the gifts hadn't even been unloaded when Zhao Dashan and his wife, with their youngest son and daughter, arrived in another horse-drawn cart at the main gate. By 8 o'clock, Ansua and 3 other women arrived one after another, carrying bamboo baskets and gift boxes wrapped in red paper. Friends and relatives bringing gifts continued to arrive in a steady stream. At the main gate, Zhang Guoqing and his eldest brother Zhang Guofu had been welcoming guests since after 7. As it neared 11, Zhang Guoqing turned away and rubbed his face. He'd been smiling all morning, and his face was numb. He had no idea how many more people were coming, but he had a feeling 20 tables wouldn't be enough. Finally catching his father, he pulled him aside and whispered, "Dad, how many more people are there?" "I don't think 20 tables will be enough." "Have you and Xiaowu figured it out?" Zhang's father chuckled quietly. Xiaowu said 5 or 6 tables would be enough, no need for a dozen. Let him handle it later. The two of them burst out laughing. Zhang's father reminded him in a low voice, "Your eldest uncle knows what to do, he'll seat the guests first. Be sharp and don't miss anyone." Seeing him nod, Zhang's father hurried off to find the chef. He still needed to check if they should add more main dishes. Xiaowu had insisted on keeping things simple and low-key, and compared to his wedding, this was already much simpler. But now, with the whole county and town showing up, he still needed to discuss things with the chef. Xiaowu was busy entertaining the male guests, his wife was handling the return gifts with their youngest daughter, and their eldest daughter was keeping the female guests company. Only he could handle the overall arrangements. Zhang's mother, with her youngest daughter, was in the east wing, Shizi and the others study. What used to be an empty room was now piled high with stuff. A few days ago, Zhang Guoqing had gone to Yangliatin to order 200 small bamboo baskets. Each basket was pasted with a red paper bearing the Zhang family name, and inside were a pound of brown sugar, 4 red eggs, and 2 cornbreads. The dainty little baskets looked exquisite and beautiful. Zhang Meihao stared wide-eyed at her mother in disbelief. "Mom, isn't this a bit much? That's 200 pounds of brown sugar. Where did it all come from?" Zhang's mother shook her head. "Ask later. For now, pack the eggs and cornbread. When your big sister comes, put the cash gifts in and write the giver's name on the red paper. Don't mix them up." This time, except for the Cheng, Lin, and Zhao families, Zhang Guoqing returned everyone's cash gifts, only accepting clothes for the baby. He had already told the family in advance. The 200 bamboo baskets were just in case, mainly for holding red envelopes. As for the brown sugar, he and his wife figured there was plenty in their private stash, and it was high quality too. Brown sugar was a valuable commodity these days, perfect for return gifts. If you return all the cash gifts, that's a big loss. Won't you still have to give red envelopes in the future? Mom, why didn't you try to talk them out of it? Even if they have money, they can't spend it like this. Zhang's mother glanced outside to make sure no one was around, then let out a sigh of relief and glared at her daughter, whispering, "You don't understand the ins and outs of this. Don't talk nonsense. Just listen to what your in-laws say when you get home, and you'll understand. For now, just do as Xiaowu says. Don't mess around." After that, she muttered to herself, "How did I end up with such smart sons? But my daughters get sillier with each one." Zhou Jiao looked at the set of bright red silk brocade jackets laid out on the king bed, nodding in satisfaction. She wasn't sure exactly what kind of fabric it was, but the red was exceptionally vibrant. Under the sunlight, the material even seemed to shimmer faintly. She had put a lot of effort into making sure none of the fabric went to waste. Just embroidering the various sizes of the character Fortune had taken her 2 days, not to mention the subtle patterns on the sleeves and edges. Even when this fabric became old, she had no intention of throwing it away. The whole outfit was beautiful, almost like a piece of art. Her son deserved the very best. Hearing voices from outside, Zhou Jiao excitedly ran to the main entrance of the outer living room, waving at the group of people outside and happily rushing out to greet them. Today, Zhou Jiao was wearing a red sweater and black pants. Having just run out from the inner room, she hadn't had time to put on her coat. She looked tall and graceful, standing there poised and elegant. Seeing her dash over, Zhao Chuanguang hurried forward to meet her. "You child, why aren't you staying inside? Hurry back in." Zhou Jiao beamed. "I'm just so happy to see everyone. All the uncles and aunties are here? You're all so busy with work. Wouldn't it be better if I visited you in the provincial city instead?" She finished with a playful wink at the women behind Lin Lishan. "The ones behind my mom must be my eldest aunt and my younger aunt, then my cousin's wife and my cousin. Godmother, am I good or what?" Huang Huimin nodded enthusiastically, pulling her inside. "You're amazing. Our Jiao Jiao is so clever. Don't worry about greeting everyone, we're all family. Let's go in and see our little baby first." Zhou Jiao smiled back at everyone, then turned to Zhao Chuanguang. "Godfather, please help entertain the uncles. My dad said you're all like real brothers, so I shouldn't stand on ceremony." "I'll listen to him. The tea is by the hot water bottle, help yourselves. I'll take the aunties and my mom inside to chat." Feng Wei, not to be outdone, nudged Zhao Chuanguang with his foot. "Jiao Jiao, since you call Uncle Guang your godfather, you should call us godfather too. We agreed before, you're our daughter. Come on, let's hear you call us godfather." The other two joined in, egging her on. Zhao Chuanguang quickly ushered her inside. "Go on in before our daughter gets snatched away by these bandits." Seeing their antics, Zhou Jiao laughed. "Uncles, you have to fight against evil to the end. Let me know who wins later." As the women all went into the inner room, Feng Wei patted his 2 brothers. "What do you think? She really takes after Brother Zhang, no wonder she's his child. But I think her personality is most like mine. Seriously, don't laugh. Uncle Guang doesn't stand a chance as godfather. Jiao Jiao is most like me, she should be my daughter. If you already have daughters, don't fight me for her." The others dragged him over, joking about his twisted logic. When Zhang Guoqing came in, he saw them all joking around, and from the laughter in the inner room, it seemed something amusing was being discussed. Noticing the empty table, he quickly went to make tea. "All right, enough horsing around. The in-laws will laugh at us." "Son-in-law, hurry and bring out our little grandson," Feng Wei said, leaving the battlefield and urging him on. When Zhou Jiao saw him come in, she pulled him over to introduce everyone. "Brother, this is our eldest cousin's wife. You met our cousin last time." "This is our cousin, isn't she as pretty as Auntie?" "This is our eldest aunt. She helped us with our marriage certificate." "And this is our younger aunt. Aren't she and our cousin both so young?" These 4 aunties are the wives of the 4 uncles outside. "This is Auntie Feng from Uncle Feng Wei's family. This is Auntie Li from Uncle Li Yong's family. This is Auntie Dai from Uncle Dai's family. And finally, this is Auntie Lao Wu from Uncle Lao Wu's family. You know the rest, so I won't introduce them." After Zhang Guoqing greeted everyone and took the child outside, Huang Huimin curiously patted Zhou Jiao's head. "Daughter, how did you know which Annie belonged to which family? Weren't you afraid of getting it wrong?" Zhou Jiao realized they hadn't introduced themselves yet. She had just observed, but didn't want to say so. "Godmother, the uncles and aunties are so close. I just took a glance and could tell, look how much they dote on their wives. It left a deep impression. Like you and Godfather, anyone could tell you're a couple as soon as you walk out together." Her words made everyone burst out laughing, all winking at the 4 couples. In those days, it was rare for men to show affection for their wives in public. They usually pretended to ignore them outside, though it was a different story at home. By 11 o'clock, Zhang's mother came in with hot water and the barber, who settled in the small living room. After greeting everyone in the bedroom, she asked Zhou Jiao to bring the baby out for a haircut. Zhou Jiao had heard about this yesterday. Carrying the baby, she and a crowd went out to watch the fun. The barber asked her to gently hold the baby's head still, then wiped the baby's scalp with a warm towel and quickly gave him a trim, placing the hair onto a red cloth prepared by Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother told Zhou Jiao to wrap up the red cloth and place it under the baby's peace pillow. Once the barber had cleaned up his tools, Zhang Guoqing came in and insisted on taking him to the main hall for a drink before he left. He had personally invited the barber from the county, and since the man had come all this way by bike, it wouldn't be right to just send him off with a red envelope. Besides, the barber hadn't come just for the money. His skills were a matter of pride. The chef, photographer, and barber invited today all received a small bamboo basket of gifts and a red envelope, so everyone could share in the good fortune. Back in the bedroom, Lin Lishan took out a set of red silk padded jacket and pants. Seeing what Zhou Jiao was holding, she immediately knew it was handmade and gave her a playful glare. Comparing the two, she had to admit Zhou Jiao's handiwork was better. After Zhang's mother bathed the baby and dressed him in fresh clothes, Lin Lishan personally put on his gold lock, gold bracelet, and gold anklet, then took out the jade pendant from Huang Huimin and placed it outside his clothes. Little Ping'an looked around with big bright eyes, breaking into a smile at something unseen. Dressed head to toe in red, his fair, smiling face looked even cuter than the children in New Year paintings. He just needed a big carp in his arms to complete the picture. Everyone marveled at him. For a baby just 1 month old, he seemed so alert, and his expressions made it look like he understood everything. They all laughed and showered him with praise. When the photographer arrived at the Zhang house, Zhang Guofu, the eldest, led him to the main hall. He declined Zhang's father's offer to rest and busied himself arranging chairs and stools in the courtyard. Once everything was ready, Zhou Jiao took off Ping'an's jewelry, tucked the jade pendant inside his undershirt, but decided to leave the gold lock on. Her father had specially prepared it, and it was thin enough not to be a bother. Zhou Jiao carried the baby outside with everyone for photos. Besides Ping'an's full moon portrait and a family photo of the three of them, Zhang Guoqing also asked for group shots, extended family photos, and portraits of his parents. Everyone took turns until the whole roll of film was used up. As soon as the photos were done, it was time for the banquet. The cold dishes were already set out on the tables, just waiting for the hot dishes to be served. Once everyone was seated and the hot dishes started coming out, Zhou Jiao greeted them and took the baby back to the room. Zhang Meili had been keeping watch in the room all along, only coming out briefly for the family photo. Now, as Zhou Jiao entered with the baby, she wanted Zhang Meili to go out and join the banquet. "Sis, give me the notebook. You go eat something." Zhang Meili shook her head. "Let me finish handling the gifts first. Once the banquet's over and everyone goes home, I'll eat. I've already recorded all the gift money, just like Xiaowu said. The cash hasn't been touched. Once I open a red envelope, I seal it back up with the name written on it. The only ones left are the 5 brothers of Uncle Zhou. How do you want to handle theirs?" Xiaowu said to let your godfather keep them for now, but now all 5 have brought similar gifts and the same amount of money. Just set them aside for now. I'll ask my mom later. Dad probably gave instructions, Zhou Jiao said, looking at the red envelopes with a headache. She hated dealing with these social obligations the most. Thinking of the return gifts they'd prepared, Zhang Meili couldn't help asking, besides relatives, if we use the small bamboo baskets for the villagers' return gifts, won't Xiaowu's gifts be a bit too generous? Some people only brought a few eggs. Zhou Jiao frowned. Where's Mom? Let's ask her. I don't know either. It was all Xiaowu's idea. We'll do whatever Mom says. Mom said earlier to see if 200 baskets are enough. She thinks they won't be. Like, your grandma and great-aunt's families each sent 2 people. You can't just give 2 baskets, right? And all the sons from our uncle's split-off family brought gifts, so they each need one too. Mom's idea is to give the villagers who brought eggs or steamed buns just that in return. For the 2 tables of clan elders, regardless of whether their families brought gifts, give each elder a bamboo basket. The rest go to relatives. Zhou Jiao nodded quickly. Okay, we'll do as Mom says. Whatever she says goes. Zhang Meili covered her mouth, laughing as she bent over the table. She knew Zhou Jiao hated this kind of socializing. Seeing her nodding eagerly before she'd even finished, she couldn't help but laugh. She must really hate these social obligations. All right, that's settled. Don't leave the room. There's too much stuff in here. If someone with no manners comes in and takes something, it'll be a disaster. I'll be right back. Just stay here and don't go anywhere. Zhang Meili checked the room again before leaving, only reassured when Zhou Jiao nodded. Zhang Meili had been keeping watch all morning, afraid something might get stolen. The gifts from Zhou Xiaozheng, the Cheng family, and the Lin family were all gold and jade, now filling an entire box. Earlier, when the villagers who came to help saw the gold lock on Ping'an, their eyes nearly popped out. If they knew what else was inside, they'd all be clamoring to get in. She still remembered the days of land reform, when people would go crazy and fight over things, even trampling people to death. If the soldiers hadn't stepped in, no one would have gotten out alive. Now she understood why Zhou Jiao was always so secretive. Today, even Cheng Hongli and the others hadn't been allowed into the bedroom, and she hadn't insisted. Seeing all this, she was genuinely afraid she'd talk in her sleep and let something slip to her husband. Just thinking about the gifts from the 3-day bath and now the big presents made her heart race. Zhang Meili decided she'd have to remind Zhang Guoqing privately, when he was out, he'd better not get drunk and let anything slip. The Zhang family's full moon banquet started a little after 11 in the morning and didn't break up until the sun was about to set in the afternoon. Most people didn't care if the dishes on the table were still hot. They took advantage of this rare occasion to raise a glass, find friends to drink with, and catch up on life. Usually, everyone was busy working in the fields every day, so a banquet was always a great chance for the villagers to gather and chat. With drinks flowing and conversation buzzing, time passed quickly. Inside the main hall and the right wing of the Zhang house, 4 tables were set up. Apart from the village elders, the guests were all close friends and family. Zhao Chuangang and his group were from the bride's side, and today they'd all been plied with plenty of alcohol. In the front courtyard, the tables for women and children had turned into an endless stream of guests. It was rare to see so much meat, and the kids from the village, who were never full on a normal day, stuck around for the excitement and refused to leave. Adults pulled adults, kids pulled kids, no one wanted to go. Only when all the food was gone and the cook showed his empty pot did the women finally drag the reluctant children away, and the feast came to an end. After the banquet, the families saw off the guests and relatives who lived farther away. As Zhao Chuangang and his group were about to leave, Zhou Jiao quickly pulled Lin Lishan and Zhang's mother aside to discuss something. In the main bedroom, Zhou Jiao looked at them eagerly. Zhang's mother saw that Lin Lishan was about as clueless about social customs as her own daughter. Since they would be family from now on, the return gift couldn't be handled carelessly. If something went wrong with the return gift, it could leave a knot in people's hearts. Little sister, I think you and the child's father will definitely keep in touch with them in the future. How about this? Just keep the few coins in the red envelope and return the rest to them. That way, you've technically accepted the gift. As for the other things, like the baby's clothes, just keep them. If you feel bad about it, prepare a more generous New Year's gift later. Lin Lishan nodded. She remembered when she got married, she accepted all the cash gifts. In her mind, it didn't matter if she kept the red envelopes. Zhou Jiao, not wanting any back and forth, secretly slipped the money into a bamboo basket. If it got lost and no one found it, that was fate. She'd consider the gift accepted. In the small living room, Zhao Chuangang was quietly talking to Zhang Guoqing. He and his wife wanted Zhou Jiao and her husband to bring the baby to the provincial capital for a visit, as a kind of formal return to the maternal family. This time, because his other brothers came along, they hadn't brought many things and were waiting for the baby to visit. Seeing Zhang Guoqing refuse, he tried his best to persuade him. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. Even if they sent a plane, not just a tricycle, Zhou Jiao wouldn't agree to stay at their house for a few days. Godfather, how about this? Aren't we going back to Beijing at the end of the year? We'll come to your place early then. Let's skip it this time. The baby is too young to be dragged around. Moving house is just a custom. We don't have to take it so seriously. Do you really think we won't visit you in the future? You think it's so easy to be my father-in-law? Seeing that he was determined, Zhao Chuangang gave up. Since the young couple didn't care much about these customs, Zhou Jiao probably wouldn't feel sad about it. He also didn't agree with taking such a young baby out and suddenly changing environments. Who knew if the child would adapt? His own son didn't visit the maternal family until after 100 days. As for the gifts, he'd have someone bring them back from the provincial capital tomorrow. Then remember to look for me when you go to the provincial capital tomorrow and visit our old folks too. I already promised them you'd be coming. Now that it's not happening, you'll have to explain it to them yourself. Seeing Zhang Guoqing agree, Zhao Chuangang checked his watch. It was time to go. His brothers still needed to hurry back and report in. They couldn't afford any delays. As they were leaving, Huang Huimin clung to Zhou Jiao, insisting she agree to bring the baby to the maternal family. In the end, it was Zhang's mother who promised that they'd visit for a longer stay when the baby was older, and only then did she reluctantly get in the car. After seeing this group off, Zhang Guoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, only his mother-in-law and the women from the Qing and Lin families were left at home. Once they were put on the train tomorrow, the long-awaited full moon banquet would finally be over. As for the baby's first birthday next year, even if they wanted a lively celebration, it wouldn't be possible. Zhang Guoqing's cousins hadn't even sat down to eat. They'd been busy serving dishes and moving wine jars. Now, they still had to help the women clean the tables and deliver them back to the village before dinner. Seeing them, Zhang Guoqing quickly pulled them into the kitchen and asked his mother to whip up something simple so they could fill their stomachs. They'd been busy since early morning and were exhausted. Hosting a banquet at home was lively, but it left a mess behind. If it weren't for his cousins, Zhang Guoqing couldn't imagine how things would have turned out. After cleaning up and returning the borrowed tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks, the Zhang family collapsed in the main hall, not wanting to move. Zhang Meili had expected this and had her husband take the kids home early. Last time, when Zhang Guoqing got married, she was so tired she slept for a whole day and night. Zhang Meili pulled Zhang Guoqing aside and whispered, "No one from the old Zhou family came today. Even their clan leader just had his daughter-in-law bring a basket over. Isn't that strange?" Zhang Guoqing had honestly forgotten about the old Zhou family. Ever since his father-in-law's background was revealed, he hadn't seen them. With so many people and things going on today, he hadn't noticed who was missing. If they didn't come, they didn't come. Let's see what Jiao Jiao says later. Sis, was there anyone else who didn't show up? I think everyone came except for our eldest aunt, right? Even people we don't know showed up. As for who didn't, our eldest aunt sent a gift for the baby's third-day celebration, but she didn't show up today. Maybe something happened? I saw Dad and the others looking worried. Don't mention her in front of them. I bet they'll go visit her in the next few days. Zhang Meili cautioned him. Seeing the whole family together, Zhang's father gave Zhang's mother a look. She took a handkerchief with money from her pocket, placed it on the Kong bed, and said to Zhang Guoqing, "Little Five, this is the money the villagers gave today. It's all for Ping'an. It's not much, just a token. Keep it for the child." Zhang Guoqing quickly waved his hands. "Mom, we agreed. The gifts from the villagers are for you and Dad to handle. Keep this money to return the favor in the future. Even if you give it to Jiao Jiao, she won't take it." Zhang's father knew his son didn't understand these customs. "You have to keep this money for the child. It's not for you too, it's for Ping'an. This is different from the usual gifts. You paid for everything today, even the pig we slaughtered at home. I didn't refuse your money. Why would I be stingy about this? This is the rule. Ask your brothers and sisters-in-law, when their kids had their full moon, didn't they keep the gifts?" He said this in front of the whole family on purpose, so the two daughters-in-law wouldn't get jealous over the youngest son's pile of gifts. Even though he hadn't accepted cash gifts today, there was still plenty of food and clothing given. His eldest daughter had said the young couple's room was so full of gifts they could barely turn around. He knew it must be a lot. He wanted to make it clear that the family hadn't split yet, and his youngest son had even paid for the family's pig. The banquet was all out of his own pocket, so there was no reason for the brothers and sisters-in-law to hold grudges in the future. Seeing his father insist, Zhang Guoqing accepted the money from his mother. As for his brothers wanting to pay him back for the pig, he just smiled and refused. It was a joke. Other than his hunting to help the family, the pig was the family's biggest source of income. He and Zhou Jiao hadn't even touched the pig. It was all taken care of by his two sisters-in-law. How could he take advantage before the family had even split? As for the grain the family contributed, since his father didn't mention it, he didn't bring it up either. He earned the most work points in the family, and with the fine grain his mother-in-law brought, he had a clear conscience. Clear accounts make good brothers. Just because the brothers got along now didn't mean things could be handled carelessly. If he hadn't organized things himself, the sisters-in-law would definitely feel uncomfortable. Why should his son's full moon banquet be so grand, while theirs were less so? It was better to keep things clear before the family split, even if it meant taking a small loss so his parents could keep the peace. With his youngest son's affairs settled, Zhang's father turned to his second son. "Second, how's your yard coming along? I know you're busy with work and can't do it yourself. Make arrangements early and ask for help if you need it. Don't wait until it's too late to move. Dad, little Five and I have already prepared the window paper, door curtains, and firewood for the main house. We'll fix up the side rooms when it gets warmer next year. Now we just need to move our things in and we can start living there." Zhang's father nodded, satisfied that his sons were reliable. After listening to the advice of the bricklayer, as soon as the 3 main rooms were built, his 2 sons started getting things ready. With a small family, the side rooms could wait until next year. He planned to ask the clan leader to pick a good day to split the family soon. As little Five's life got better, living together would only breed jealousy and arguments. Better to separate and keep the peace. Zhang Guoqing had been busy all day and was exhausted, but he was in a great mood. Comparison really did make a difference. He'd given up hope on his wife's family, but today, seeing his father and mother-in-law behave so properly in front of little Five's in-laws, even expressing guilt toward their son-in-law, was a pleasant surprise. Wow, the sun must be rising in the west. No matter how much of it was real, it was enough for him. He didn't ask for much, just that they didn't cause trouble, and he'd fulfill his duties as a son-in-law. What Zhang Guoqing didn't know was that ever since he started earning a government salary, his in-laws had been worried he'd look down on their daughter and break off the marriage. Old Lin and his wife, along with their son and daughter-in-law, had discussed it for a long time and concluded that with their son-in-law's bright future, they couldn't afford to offend him. If they kept a good relationship, he might help them out in the future. Who would be foolish enough to cut ties like the old Zhou family did? When old Lin and his wife arrived today, they were even more shocked. All the important people from the township were there, and then there was the impressive display from Zhang Guoqing's in-laws, a whole wagon load of gifts and several baskets of eggs. They'd never seen such a fuss made over a baby's full moon banquet, not to mention the few guests who were clearly military officers. Now, the whole family was gathered in the outer room, watching the women sort through the gifts with wide grins. Old Lin finally realized that after raising so many money-losing daughters, he'd finally produced a useful one. Thinking of the little gift his youngest daughter had secretly slipped him, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. As soon as night fell, Zhou Jiao couldn't wait to take out the wooden bucket, just waiting for Zhang Guoqing to help fetch water. The thought of finally being able to have a proper wash made her so happy she was practically bouncing. Zhang Guoqing had been waiting outside the whole time, urging her over 100 times before she finally came out, all smiles. If he hadn't heard her respond, he would have barged in already. Zhou Jiao felt completely refreshed. This month had been torture for her. She was even disgusted with herself, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she complained to him, "Brother, what's the rush? In a couple of days, I'll have to go to the public bathhouse again." Zhang Guoqing ignored her grumbling and quickly pulled her down to sit so he could dry her hair. Did she really think everything would be fine just because her confinement was over? If she hadn't pestered him all night last night, insisting on washing up early, he wouldn't have agreed. He'd actually planned to have her finish the full 45 days of postpartum rest. He'd often heard the elders say that if you're careless when you're young, you'll pay for it when you're old. Seeing her break the rules and wash her hair at night in this cold weather, he really worried she'd end up with headaches in the future. Luckily, his mother was busy entertaining guests and didn't see this, otherwise, he'd have gotten a scolding for sure. Seeing his stern face, Zhou Jiao didn't dare push her luck and quickly changed the subject. How many tables did we have today? It looked like all the eggs Mom prepared were gone. Thinking of his mother-in-law's several large bamboo baskets of red eggs, Zhang Guoqing couldn't keep a straight face anymore. If you hadn't mentioned the red eggs your mom brought, I would have forgotten. I've never seen anyone prepare several hundred eggs for a grandchild's 1-month celebration. Good thing they were boiled. If they'd been raw, they'd have all been crushed. Honestly, it stunned everyone. Mom even said it was too many, but with all the onlookers grabbing one, the kids taking one, and the return gifts, there was nothing left. And that was with Mom and second sister packing up the return gifts in advance. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough for those either. We set up 20 tables today. Besides the main house and the backyard, even the tables at the front gate got chaotic at the end. The head cook came to me twice, once to say that a bunch of women and kids from the village had come and sat down, and the 5 tables at the gate had turned into an open buffet. They finished eating and even helped themselves to more food, asking me what to do. What could I do? They were already there. I couldn't just kick them out. The second time, the cook came to tell me all the cornbread was gone. He only called it a day when his pots were empty. Good thing I listened to him and kept the food simple, otherwise, we'd have been eaten out of house and home. I noticed some women just sat down without giving a gift, and after eating, they stuffed meat into their pockets. The meat was so greasy, you could see it at a glance, and they still had the nerve to smile at me and ask for 2 eggs for good luck. Some only gave a dime as a gift, but brought 3 or 4 kids, all eyeing the red eggs, even secretly telling their kids to grab one, and then taking one themselves to stuff in their pockets. Honestly, there aren't that many simple, honest people in the village. I don't care about the gift money, but I do mind people treating me like a fool. Especially a few families who didn't give a gift, ate the meal, took eggs, and then left grumbling. With people like that, Mom should have bought fewer eggs. Leaving them out in the yard was just asking for trouble. Don't get upset, it's not worth it. Next time we want to host something, we'll wait until Ping'an gets married. My mom never buys too little of anything. No wonder she stayed in town last night. The cost of all those eggs is nothing, but we owe Aunt Qing a big favor. She helped buy them and even boiled and dyed them. Yuan said she cried from washing all those eggs yesterday. Uncle Dashan's family gave us so much, too, it's hard to return the favor. Next time they have a happy event, make sure we give a generous gift. Thinking of the Zhou family's situation, Zhang Guoqing reminded her, what about Grandma Zhou? None of them came today. Should we send some eggs over? It wouldn't look good not to, but if we do, it feels awkward. She probably didn't want to come herself. It's just as well, now we don't have to keep up appearances between the 2 families. I already asked Aunt Hua to take some pastries and eggs to Grandma. When we send New Year's gifts, I'll make her a cotton-padded jacket and slip her some money. That's all I can do. There's a thorn in my heart, and I can't do any more. Zhang Guoqing patted her comfortingly. He agreed with Zhou Jiao's approach. Old Lady Zhou's deliberate concealment had hurt Zhou Jiao and her father. Facing Zhou Jiao, who looked so much like Gu Mingzhu, every day, how could she not be reminded? The more he thought about it, the more he suspected that when old Zhou and his wife took Zhou Jiao back to their hometown, they'd already made some kind of arrangement with old Lady Lin. When the Gu family's property vanished, who knew if these people had been scheming? Old Lady Zhou had kept the wooden box until Zhou Jiao got married, then secretly gave it to her. Maybe she'd always known about her husband's plans. Jiao, there's a telegram for you. It's from your father. Zhang's mother's voice was loud and clear, startling Zhou Jiao so much she ran out without even grabbing her coat. Her mother had said all the paperwork had been submitted and they were just waiting for the result. It looked like things had been settled, and her father was sending word. Seeing her dash out, Zhang Guoqing grabbed a towel in one hand and her coat in the other, hurrying after her. As for their son lying in the room, the two of them had completely forgotten. Zhou Jiao, hair still wet, rushed into the main room. Without greeting anyone, she took the telegram from Lin Lishan, opened it, and read, "Double happiness. Both elders posthumously recognized as revolutionaries. Father's work is stable. Don't worry. Details in letter." Zhou Jiao pressed her lips tightly together, reading the words over and over. After a while, she let out a long breath, a smile slowly spreading across her face. It seemed her father's job hadn't been affected. Everything had turned out just as they'd expected. She and her father had agreed beforehand. Work stable meant his job was unchanged and all was well. Good news meant a positive job transfer. Bad news meant things had gone wrong and he'd been sidelined. Thinking about the letter she'd receive in a few days, Zhou Jiao was even more excited. Even without reading it, she could guess that posthumously recognized meant there'd be an official record and written confirmation from the authorities. But her father would surely explain everything in detail in his letter. She couldn't wait to see the secret codes they'd agreed on. Lin Liying glanced at her sister-in-law and winked. Today, she'd seen Zhou Jiao smiling and gracious, almost forgetting the old man's high opinion of her. When she saw Zhou Jiao's serious face just now, she was startled. It was just like Zhou Xiaozheng. Maybe this was the real Zhou Jiao. Watching Zhou Jiao's radiant smile, her face flushed with excitement, yet still composed and unhurried in her reply, Lin Liying thought. Just as the old man said, none of the girls in the family could compare to Zhou Jiao. Not just in manners and bearing, even in looks, she outshone her cousins by far. No wonder the old man said Zhou Jiao was Zhou Xiaozheng's precious one. She looked just like her birth mother, but her temperament was all her father's. How could he not treasure her? After sitting with everyone for a while, Zhou Jiao excused herself, saying she needed to look after the baby. She'd already prepared offerings and planned to sneak off with her husband to Beishan that night to pay respects to her grandparents and in-laws from her previous life, to tell them their child had reached his 1-month milestone. Now, not only could she share this happy news with her own grandparents, but also tell them they'd been officially recognized and had lived up to the Zhou family ancestors. She figured her grandparents would be busy tonight. She believed that she and her father were of one mind, and he was surely also remembering the elders tonight. Seeing her leave, Zhang Guoqing took the opportunity to pull his mother aside to the west wing, planning to have her look after the baby. When Zhang's mother entered the room, she saw Zhou Jiao already dressed, hat in hand, anxiously waiting for them. "Where are you two going? The baby's just a month old. Why go out at night? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Seeing they were determined to leave, she still tried to talk them out of it. Zhang Guoqing put on his coat and explained, "We have an appointment with someone, just something to take care of. We'll be back soon. Mom, please watch Ping'an for us. If we're late, give him some formula." Without waiting for a reply, he hurried out with Zhou Jiao. He was afraid his mother would press for details. Only the two of them could know about the night's ancestral rites. Zhang's mother stood at the door, watching them leave, wondering what could be so important that Xiaowu would take Zhou Jiao out despite her recent confinement. It couldn't be to the Zhou family. Zhou Jiao had already sent gifts to old Lady Zhou, just as they'd agreed. What could be so urgent tonight? Maybe they just wanted some fresh air? The couple left the courtyard with a flashlight, circled the village, and made their way to Beishan. In the stillness of the night, the wind in the trees sounded like wailing. Zhou Jiao, nervous, clung to Zhang Guoqing, following him up the uneven path, searching for a hidden spot to perform their rites. Finally, Zhang Guoqing found a small hollow shielded from the village. After clearing a patch of ground, Zhou Jiao took out the memorial tablets Zhang Guoqing had carved in advance and set them up. Once the offerings were arranged, the couple knelt on a military blanket and burned paper money in a brazier. Zhang Guoqing quietly recounted their unexpected journey to this place and told them about the birth of their child. He didn't know who would remember them in their old world during festivals, and as he spoke of his longing, he shed tears several times, silently praying that his family in that world could be reunited. After paying respects to the Zhang family's grandparents and parents-in-law, Zhou Jiao knelt alone before the tablets of Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu, quietly telling them of Zhou Xiaojing's trials and return after 17 years, her grandaunt's 40-year search, the Zhou family's deliberate concealment, the Gu family's branch family, and much more, whatever came to mind. She hoped the two elders would watch over Zhou Xiaojing from above, keep him safe, and bless the Zhou family with descendants so the main family line could continue. The couple knelt in silence for a while after burning the paper money, then helped each other up. After tidying up and making sure no traces were left, Zhang Guoqing led Zhou Jiao down the mountain. After the rites, they circled the village again, waiting for their eyes to lose their redness and their hearts to settle, comforting each other as they slowly walked home. Before they even reached the west wing, they saw Zhang's mother craning her neck at the door, anxiously waiting for them. As soon as she saw them, she hurried Zhou Jiao inside, fussing that she shouldn't be out in the wind so soon after confinement and scolding Zhang Guoqing for taking her out for no good reason. She blamed him for always giving in to his wife and not knowing how to say no. Listening to her mother-in-law's nagging, the couple exchanged a smile. How lucky they were to still have family by their side. In the bedroom, Lin Lishan and the others were sorting through the gifts brought by today's guests, organizing them and putting them into boxes. Hearing Mother Zhang's voice from outside, everyone couldn't help but laugh. They'd all experienced postpartum confinement themselves and understood that after being cooped up for so long, it's easy to lose track of time when you finally get out, so of course the elders would scold you a little. At the same time, they were genuinely happy for Zhou Jiao. Her mother-in-law treated her like a daughter, and their harmonious relationship was exactly what her own family most wanted to see. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Although the elders who had visited Zhang Guoqing before all said the Zhang family was well off, everyone's worries hadn't lessened at all. Far from Beijing, on the way here, all they saw were thatched huts and mud brick houses. Just thinking about a 17-year-old girl living alone in such poverty made them feel uneasy. Lin Liying, for example, felt even more ashamed and concerned. This was nothing like what she'd imagined. The two sisters-in-law from the Chang family felt even more distressed, unable to understand why their eldest brother would agree to let his daughter follow her heart. But after what they saw and heard at the Zhangs today, their worries were finally put to rest. Where did you wander off to? Next time you go out, you must let the family know so the elders won't worry. Come here and sit with me, keep me company for a good chat. I'm leaving tomorrow and it's not easy for me to see you. Lin Lishan gently pushed Zhou Jiao into a chair. Zhou Jiao smiled, clinging to her mother's waist like a child. Mom, there's always the train. If I miss you, I'll just hop on and visit. I have plenty of time now. Can't you all stay a few more days? I'd love to show you around town. Let's wait for another chance to visit. Your aunts all took time off work to come, so they need to hurry back. We'll go shopping together when you come home for the new year. Cheng family's eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Ting, chimed in, Jiao, why don't you come back with us tomorrow? Your aunt is a doctor, and with us around, little Ping'an will be just fine. Zhou Jiao spread her hands helplessly. And I'd love to go back early too, but I can't. The school made an exception to let me return, but I still have to finish my exams. Don't tempt me. I miss my dad so much. I wish I could leave with you all right now. Then let's take care of business first. We'll pick you up at the station when the time comes. Remember to send a telegram before you board the train. Don't bring anything with you, just take care of Ping'an with Xiao Wu. You can buy whatever you need once you're back in Beijing, no need to haul things back and forth. Zhou Jiao nodded. She had her own space, so she wasn't worried about having too much stuff, but she knew they meant well. They chatted about fun places and delicious food in Beijing, recommending spots for her to visit. They made plans to take her to the temple fair together during the new year. Aunt Lu Ting and Cheng Ruzhu were especially fond of Zhou Jiao. They had always longed for a daughter but never had one, and Zhou Jiao fit their ideal perfectly. As the only girl among the Cheng family's grandchildren, they hoped Zhou Jiao would stay in Beijing, so she'd have family to rely on if anything happened. Cheng Ruzhu put down what she was holding and sat beside Zhou Jiao, softly describing how nice the courtyard house Zhou Xiaozhong had moved into was, how convenient it was, what amenities it had, and what life was like in the compound, who lived there. What was popular among Beijing girls these days? In short, she made it sound like Zhou Jiao would regret it if she didn't go, and even more so if she didn't live in the compound. Listening to her gentle words, Zhou Jiao racked her brains, trying to piece together clues about her father's military rank. He hadn't mentioned his position this time, and she hadn't asked. Now, hearing Cheng Ruzhu and her aunt gossip about the compound, Zhou Jiao realized that many couples there weren't originally married to each other, that dramatic stories didn't just happen to ordinary people, and that every era had its own trendsetters and free spirits. After the gossip, they moved on to stories about certain people, repeatedly warning Zhou Jiao not to get involved with them when she returned to Beijing. Zhou Jiao had no interest in people she hadn't even met, but she could sense the underlying currents. Apparently, the madam had already made her presence felt. Lin Lishan was never interested in such gossip. She was busy tidying up, debating whether to tell Zhou Jiao about her grandmother repaying the money this time. She'd absent-mindedly accepted the task, hurriedly handed the receipts to her husband before boarding the train, but the more she thought about the amount, the more off it seemed. She couldn't even discuss it with her husband, let alone anyone else, except her daughter. When it was time for bed, Zhou Jiao accompanied them back to their room. After settling everyone in, Lin Lishan found an excuse to pull her back to the West Wing. Once inside, she frowned in silence. Zhou Jiao was startled. She quickly asked if something was wrong, or if something had happened at home that her father didn't want her to know about. Lin Lishan checked to make sure no one was around, then whispered in Zhou Jiao's ear, "It's nothing serious. It's about your grandmother repaying the money. Before I came here, she gave me a gift to bring to you." Just as I was about to leave, she stuffed 2 bankbooks into my hand, didn't say much, just said it was the money our family had left with her. I didn't think much of it, just glanced at them and handed them to your dad in a rush before catching the train. But after 2 or 3 days on the train, the more I thought about the amount, the more it didn't add up. I remember your grandmother did give me 2 bankbooks, one in US dollars, which was your dad's, and one for the money I'd saved with her over the years. But the amounts were way off. I didn't look closely or ask her at the time. The total on your dad's bankbooks was 1/3 less than it should be, and mine was only 20,000. How could it be so little after 17 years? I have a rough idea. Besides my basic salary, I also sent her bonuses and extra earnings, so she should have about 50,000. I even told her last year that when it reached 50,000, to let me know so I could give it to you for high school. She agreed at the time. Do you think your grandmother gave me the wrong bankbook? Zhou Jiao looked at her mother speechlessly. Still hoping it was a mistake? It was clearly intentional. She'd avoided her father and handed them over just before leaving. How could it be a mix-up? Thinking of her wonderful grandmother, this was exactly what she'd expect. Ever since she found out Zhao Chuangang had visited her cousin, Zhou Jiao had given up hope on the old lady who'd raised her cousin. So much for being from a wealthy family. Her vision was so narrow. With all that money in her hands, even after her father received his military compensation, she still clung to his bankbook. She and her mother were the rightful heirs. She wasn't a child anymore. She was married with a child of her own. Why should her grandmother still keep her money? If her father hadn't come back, that money would probably have been swallowed up, and no one would have known. Both she and her father knew exactly how much should be there, only her mother was in the dark. Seeing her mother's worried frown, Zhou Jiao quickly comforted her. "Mom, just treat it as being filial. Don't ask Grandma about it. She probably doesn't have any money left. Just let it go. If there's ever any dispute over money or inheritance in Grandma's family, just watch and don't say anything. If they ask to borrow a large sum, push it to Dad, let them go to him directly. I'm guessing Grandma either gave it to her own family or to second uncle's family out west. Didn't she even take big uncle's salary last time? I bet there'll be more arguments in the future. Just pretend you forgot how much money you left with her. We're not short of money, and Dad doesn't care about it either. When you get back, don't mention any of this to him, especially not the extra money you earned. Just pretend you handed it all over in a hurry and didn't check the amount. Don't worry about the money, think about the good things. Dad's back now, so what's money? We have both wealth and power now. Whether it's a lot or a little, it's just numbers. Even if you had it, it'd just be sitting in the bank. Lin Lishan was still unwilling to give up. Are you sure she didn't give me the wrong bank book? Or maybe she missed one. I still want to ask her. It doesn't make sense for her to give my money to your uncles. Zhou Jiao had no choice but to spell it out. If her mother lost her temper, it would blow up into a big issue. If her grandfather found out, he'd probably sell everything to pay it back. And if word got out, her father's money would become public knowledge and he'd be the one to suffer. At your baby's third-day celebration, Grandma didn't give you Dad's bank book because she didn't have the money. That's why she gave you a whole set of gold and jade jewelry instead. When Dad came back, why did she insist on keeping Big Uncle's salary? To scrape together the money. But she still didn't have enough, and when you and Dad came here, she didn't pay it back, hoping to wait until she'd saved up. But then, Dad's background was exposed and you had to rush back. What could she do? She had no choice but to hand it over to you. She gave you less because you're her daughter and easier to talk to. If you don't believe me, go to the bank and check, see if there were any large deposits in the last few days. To put it bluntly, if Dad hadn't come back, Grandma never intended to return the money to us. From her perspective, I'm married now, so the money isn't mine. As for you, you're her daughter, so it's only natural for her to use your money. So don't ask anymore, it's pointless. Honestly, Dad and I have known for a long time how much she'd return. We just didn't want you to worry, so we never mentioned it. And whatever you do, don't make a fuss. If word gets out, people will start questioning Dad's finances, and it'll only hurt him. Even if Grandma didn't pay us back, we couldn't tell anyone. She's your own mother, telling others would just make us a laughingstock. Let's just treat it as being filial. Lin Lishan, face full of misery, hugged Zhou Jiao and complained, I'm finished. I even bragged to your dad about how capable I was, saving so much money with your grandmother. Now I've made a complete fool of myself. Zhou Jiao covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. That's why you shouldn't boast too soon, or you'll leave yourself open. She could just imagine her mother showing off to her father. After a while, Lin Lishan suddenly stood up, shocked. Jiao Jiao, do you think your grandmother might have sold off your dowry? She didn't mention any of it when she paid us back, and we've already moved. What could she have left behind? Zhou Jiao couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Her mother's reaction was so slow. Her father had already told her to come back at the end of the year to collect her dowry. Wasn't that exactly why? Mom, don't worry. Maybe some of it was used for other things, but we'll probably get 70 or 80% of it back when we go home at the end of the year. If your cousins get married before then, who knows? But don't worry, if she'd already given it away, it'd be long gone. What can you do? Now that Dad's back, Grandma will be more cautious. She might have taken some money, but she won't dare touch the dowry. She's smart, she knows you'd make a scene if she did. Anyway, don't worry about material things, your love is worth more than any dowry. If it's gone, it's gone. Lin Lishan nodded helplessly. What else could she do at this point? Still, she planned to quietly ask the old lady about it when she got back, not to argue, just to find out where her money had gone. She was completely disappointed in her mother now. She talked a good game and claimed to support her, but had secretly spent all her savings. What kind of fate did her daughter Jiao Jiao have? Why did the Zhou family always take her things, and even her own grandmother took her money? Was there not a single elder who truly cared for their own children? Now, she didn't even dare face her husband. Even Jiao Jiao had figured it out, but her husband was still in the dark. Her mother had really left her with no way out. Platform 1, Provincial Capital Train Station. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky as Zhang Guoqing brushed the snow off his overcoat and watched the departing train. Only when the train disappeared from sight did he turn and head out. By coincidence, Lu Ming was also on this train, heading to the capital. When he saw Zhang Guoqing, he was pleasantly surprised, but upon learning that Zhang's son's 1-month celebration had come and gone without an invitation, he put on a disgruntled face, complaining that Zhang didn't treat him as a real friend. In the end, it was only after Zhang Guoqing promised to meet up for drinks at the end of the year in the provincial capital that Lu Ming finally broke into a smile. Zhang Guoqing knew that with his mother-in-law and the others arriving in the northeast with so many bags, it would be impossible to keep it from Station Master Zhang at the train station or from the military district's vehicle office. Before leaving, he'd specially packed 2 small bamboo baskets and a basket of red eggs in the car, just in case. If anyone brought it up, he'd simply hand them some red eggs to smooth things over. No one minds a little extra courtesy. After leaving the station, Zhang Guoqing carried the bamboo baskets straight to Station Master Zhang's office. After a brief chat, seeing that the station master was busy, he left the gifts and took his leave. After sending a telegram, Zhang Guoqing drove back to the military district. The soldiers at the vehicle office were already familiar with him and immediately knew he was returning a borrowed car for someone else. Once the paperwork was done, Zhang left a basket of red eggs and headed to the logistics office. He hadn't even reached Zhao Chuangong's office when he saw Zhao already running down the stairs, waving and shouting, "Xiao Wu, Godfather's here." Zhao Chuangang was a warm and easygoing man, well-liked by everyone. His booming voice drew quite a crowd. Zhang Guoqing gave the onlookers an embarrassed smile. Zhao Chuangang hurried over, proudly introducing Zhang as his godson-in-law. After a few words with everyone, Zhao pulled Zhang upstairs. "Let Godfather show you around. Next time, just come straight up. Those women have all gone back, right?" Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Zhao was delighted, saying it was about time. They'd been relying too much on his daughter to look after them. There was still someone waiting in the office for Zhao to handle some business. Zhao casually tossed a book to Zhang, telling him to make himself at home, brew some tea, and wait for him to finish up so they could go home together. When Zhao finished his work and saw it was almost time to leave, he grabbed a few things from his drawer, threw on his coat, and said to Zhang, who was engrossed in the book, "Enough reading, take it home if you want. Come on, let's go. Your godmother went out early to buy groceries when she heard you were coming. We'll eat first, then go visit the old man." They left the office and walked less than 20 minutes to the family compound. Before they reached the door, they saw Huang Huimin waiting outside with a big smile. "I figured you'd be arriving around now. Xiao Wu, come in. That crowd from the capital has gone back, right? I came straight here after seeing them off. Godmother, what delicious food are you cooking? It smells amazing." Zhang Guoqing could smell it before he even stepped inside. Huang Huimin chuckled. "You're the new son-in-law visiting, aren't you? I made chicken just for you. You'd better eat plenty." The dining table was already set with food and drinks. Zhang Guoqing gave her a thumbs up. "Looks and smells fantastic. Godmother, you're a great cook. Come, sit down and have a drink with Godfather. Don't just stand there, there's only the 3 of us for lunch. Your 2 younger brothers are eating at school. Try your godmother's cooking first." Zhao Chuangang saw him glancing at the door, knowing he was waiting for someone. Zhang Guoqing didn't refuse and poured 3 glasses of wine. Over the meal, Zhang learned that the other 4 uncles lived not far away, but they hadn't come back yet. Since they planned to visit the old patriarch in the afternoon, Zhao didn't bother to call them over. After eating and resting for a bit, Zhao and his wife took Zhang to visit the Zhao family patriarch. Old Master Zhao, Zhao Luocheng, and his wife didn't live with their sons. Every weekend, their children and grandchildren would gather at the courtyard to keep them company and enjoy family time. The Zhao family compound had clearly been renovated. Although old Master Zhao had lived in the north for decades, he still retained many southern habits. The courtyard looked ordinary from the outside, but once inside, his personal tastes were evident. In the front yard, besides some flowers and plants, there was a taihu stone standing in the courtyard. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Seeing a taihu stone in the north in the dead of winter felt odd. He wondered if there might be a rock garden or pond in the back. Hearing their arrival, old Master Zhao waited at the main house door, greeting them warmly and pulling Zhang inside. After the housekeeper brought tea and left, old Master Zhao smiled kindly and asked, "You're Xiaowu, right? I'll call you by your nickname. I didn't realize last time how fated you are with our family. Why didn't you bring Zhou Jiao and the baby?" "I heard Zhou Jiao is with her grandmother. I was hoping to see the next generation. Tell her to come visit soon." Zhang Guoqing nodded respectfully. "I'll be sure to let her know. She also wants to come pay her respects. When the baby's a bit older, we'll visit often." "That's good. You must come by often. Your father-in-law had to rush back to the capital. How did things go? Any news?" Zhang Guoqing shared the telegram he'd received from his father-in-law the day before. Old Master Zhao was visibly moved, exclaiming that heaven had eyes and that the sacrifices of Zhou Jiao and his wife had not been in vain. He reminisced about Zhou's youth, their days in Jiangnan, and lamented Zhou's misfortunes. He then spoke of the connection between the two families and the Zhou family's history. Listening to the old man's memories, Zhang Guoqing grew anxious. He'd come not just to visit, but also to learn more about the Gu family. From Zhou Jiao last night, he learned about old Lady Lin's actions and worried that there was more to the Gu family story, possibly involving Lin Lishan. Zhou Jiao was no ordinary man, and with Gu Mingzhu, whom he'd raised as a son, the couple had abandoned the Gu family and gone into hiding, just to avoid bandits? Zhang couldn't make sense of it. If it were him, with the Gu family's wealth as a shield, he'd use money to pave a way out. Even if he had to spend it all, it would be better than fleeing their homeland. What had happened back then to force the couple to risk everything and escape? Why hadn't anyone in the Gu clan stepped in to help? Old Lady Cheng had spoken vaguely, but it was clear she resented the Gu family's collateral branches. His father-in-law would surely investigate the past on this trip to the capital, but who knew if the truth would hurt his mother-in-law? Thinking of the innocent Lin Lishan, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Zhao, why did Grandpa end up leaving with Grandma? They left all their property behind. Wouldn't it have been better to donate it to someone powerful than to become exiles?" Old Master Zhao sighed deeply. After a moment, seeing his son and daughter-in-law waiting, he said, "I wasn't in our hometown at the time, so I don't know the details. I've only heard some speculation from old friends. There are many rumors. Who can say what's true? People said Zhou Jiao died back then, but who knew he was alive and took Gu Mingzhu with him? Even Lu Qinglian probably doesn't know the full story. She left with them, but as an adopted daughter, how much could she know about the Gu family's affairs? As for why they didn't donate their property to the authorities for protection, I don't think he'd ever do that. He'd rather die than curry favor with those in power. Back then, people did try to recruit the two brothers, but they couldn't stand the regime's ways and refused to become officials. If they'd had power, the Zhou family wouldn't have been destroyed. The Gu family's situation was complicated. Let your father-in-law handle it. Zhang Guoqing nodded. He could only wait for his father-in-law's findings. As the afternoon work hours approached, Zhang Guoqing declined old Master Wao's invitation to stay longer and prepared to leave. But Zhao Chuangang and his wife dragged him back to the family compound. Zhang looked helplessly at the excited Zhao Chuangang, then at the battered tricycle in the storage room. Watching Zhao stroke the vehicle, Zhang shivered. This man was a tricycle fanatic. "How about it? I assembled this one myself. I'm always busy at the military district and don't have time to use it. You take it home. It'll make getting around much easier." Seeing Zhao's proud yet reluctant expression, Zhang didn't dare accept. It was as if Zhao had treated the tricycle like his own child. He'd built it, raised it, and now worried about not having time for it. "Godfather, there's no need. I don't go out much, and a bicycle is enough. This tricycle is too flashy. I'm afraid it'll get confiscated if I take it out." Zhao burst out laughing. "Flashy, isn't it? Don't be fooled by its looks. It's fuel-efficient and sturdy. And don't worry, no one will dare confiscate it." Zhang whispered, "Godfather, is this an official vehicle or your own?" "It's mine. I built it myself. Would I hide it at home if there were any issues?" "Take it for now. When the weather's good, you can take Jiao Jiao out for a spin. If you run out of gas, don't ask anyone else. I've got you covered." "All right, I'll take it for now. If you need it, just let me know." Seeing Zhao's insistence, Zhang decided to accept for now and return it later. Huang Huimin brought out a pile of things and, seeing they hadn't come out yet, urged them to hurry up. Looking at the pile, Zhang suddenly understood. He was supposed to take all this home in the tricycle? In this freezing weather, could he just skip the gifts and ride home in comfort? He really had no interest in the tricycle, and if the gas tank froze on the way, who would he call? Godmother, don't tell me you want me to take all this back. I came empty-handed and now you're sending me back loaded. Are you trying to keep me from coming again? Huang Huimin laughed. I'll be more careful next time. But you have to take these. They're all for little Ping'an. Who else would use them if not you? Zhao Chuangang, seeing it was almost time for work, hurriedly loaded the things into the tricycle and called his wife to get ready to leave. It wasn't until Zhang Guoqing was driving out of the provincial capital that he realized what had happened. How had he been roped into this by Zhao Chuangang? Zhao had hopped on the tricycle, urged him to get in, and said he was running late for work. Zhang obediently got on, and the next thing he knew, Zhao was gone, leaving him with the tricycle and the goods. His father-in-law had told him not to stand on ceremony, but wasn't this a bit much? Wasn't this too casual? Snowflakes drifted down as Zhang Guoqing hunched his shoulders against the cold, deep in thought as he pedaled the tricycle. Watching a big truck speed past, he couldn't help but wish he could turn back time to that morning before he left home. In the sitting room outside the West Wing, Mother Zhang was chatting with her 3 daughters-in-law while their hands kept busy with needlework. Suddenly, she cocked her ear at a rumbling sound. Who's got visitors? Could someone be looking for little Five? To their surprise, as soon as Mother Zhang spoke, the noise drew closer. The 4 women exchanged glances. Mother Zhang immediately stood up, lifted the curtain, and peeked outside. Oh my, it's little Five back. Come out and see, why does he have a Japanese tricycle? The daughters-in-law all ran out into the yard. One look, and they burst into laughter. Was that really a Japanese tricycle? The vehicle only vaguely resembled one. The rest had been modified in all sorts of strange ways. Actually, the longer you look at it, the nicer it seems. Little Five, where did you get this? Lin Jihua circled around the tricycle, eyeing it curiously. Zhang Guoqing waved his hand and stretched his limbs. It's a long story. Let me catch my breath first. After a while, feeling a bit warmer, he started carrying the things from the tricycle's cargo bed into the small sitting room. Zhou Jiao handed him a cup of hot water and asked, puzzled, don't tell me you drove this thing all the way back from the provincial capital? And where did all this stuff come from? Zhang Guoqing glanced at his gossip-hungry sisters-in-law and replied helplessly, I really did drive it back from the provincial capital. All this stuff was loaded up by my godfather. You know what they say about good intentions gone wrong? That's exactly what happened. Zhou Jiao looked him up and down, even more confused. Why didn't you just ask a driver to tow the tricycle behind a car and ride back yourself? It might have cost a bit more, but there was no need to drive it all the way. Zhang Guoqing stared at her blankly. After a moment, he covered his face with both hands. No wonder something felt off. My godfather led me astray. He kept urging me to hurry up and ride back, so I really did. I even saw cars heading to the county on the way, but it never occurred to me to get towed. How embarrassing. His words made Mother Zhang and the others laugh heartily. It was rare to see little Five so muddled. Worried he'd feel awkward, Zhou Jiao changed the subject. After my mom and the others got on the car, did you send a telegram back? I did everything you asked. Mom, why is it just you all at home? Where's Dad? Your dad took the kids to your uncle's house. Your eldest brother went to a wedding banquet and will be back soon. Didn't your aunt stay home this time? Your dad tossed and turned all night, probably went to discuss something with your uncle. Mentioning her sister-in-law, Mother Zhang looked worried, afraid something serious had happened. Zhang Guoqing stood up and said to Zhou Jiao, Jiao Jiao, I'll go see what they're talking about. Seeing her nod, he headed out. At the entrance to Uncle Zhang's house, Zhang Guoqing pushed open the door and went in. The layout of the 3 brothers' courtyards was identical, so he headed straight for the main room, where he heard voices. The side rooms were closed, probably the womenfolk had gone to work. Inside, the 3 brothers sat on the king, smoking dry tobacco and chatting. As soon as Zhang Guoqing entered, his father asked, "What brings you here? Did everything go well in the provincial capital?" "All done. I just got back and heard from Mom that you're worried about Aunt, so I came to check in." "What's the plan? Who's going this time?" Zhang Guoqing pulled up a stool and sat by the king. His father pointed at his two brothers. "Your uncle and your younger uncle said to ask around first and see what's going on. Once we're clear, we'll go." Zhang Guoqing looked at him, but decided not to question his elders. If it were up to him, he'd have gone to check on Aunt first thing in the morning. Why wait to ask around? Uncle Zhang said, "Little Five, do you think we should bring your aunt and uncle-in-law here to live? I've been thinking if they live in the village, far from those people, there won't be any trouble. Being so far from her own family is a problem. If something happens, we can't help." Zhang Guoqing raised an eyebrow, unsure how to respond. "Uncle, you mean have aunt and uncle-in-law register in the village?" Seeing him nod, he continued, "But would aunt be willing to leave her children and grandchildren? Even if we build her a house, would her sons agree? Wouldn't they say the old folks have private property? And if aunt and uncle-in-law move here, what if her sons and daughters come to make trouble all the time? None of our three families would have peace." Younger Uncle Zhang nodded in agreement. "Big sis won't move here. We've brought it up before. When her father-in-law passed away, we told the whole family to move here, but they wouldn't listen." Seeing the brothers frown, Zhang Guoqing asked, "Why don't aunt and uncle-in-law just move out on their own? Wouldn't it be easier not living with their sons?" Uncle Zhang sighed. "Your aunt says if they move out, it'll affect their grandchildren's marriages." Zhang Guoqing understood. Basically, they wanted to use the excuse of returning to her family to get her to move here, away from those troublesome relatives. But things weren't that simple. Even if Anne agreed, who would take care of them in their old age? This wasn't a matter of a few days or months. Caring for the elderly is no small thing. Besides, none of the families were well off. In fact, Uncle Zhang's questions just now were probably to see if Zhang Guoqing would volunteer to take on the responsibility of supporting the old couple. He didn't mind giving some money, but who wanted to take on such a thankless task? Especially since Aunt was a muddle-headed person, and that side of the family was full of leeches. If they moved in, the house would be emptied in no time. Zhang Guoqing fell silent, quietly listening to their family talk. When the end-of-work broadcast sounded, Zhang Guoqing and his father took their leave. As soon as they left Uncle Zhang's courtyard, his father's face turned grim. Zhang Guoqing was also a bit annoyed. Seeing his father's expression, he knew he'd guessed right. He sighed inwardly and followed his father home. "Good thing you caught on. Don't let your mother know about your uncle's scheming," his father said, leaning against the kang, looking dejected. Zhang Guoqing nodded and teased, "Didn't you see me look at you before answering? Your youngest son takes after you, he's not stupid. It's not that I'm heartless. I don't mind giving money or things, but moving them in is out of the question." His father lowered his voice. "Your uncle's clever, always vague when he talks. When I suggested going to see your aunt, even your younger uncle had no objections, but your uncle said to wait until he'd asked around. Sigh. He's the eldest, so we'll listen to him. If I'd known, I wouldn't have discussed it with him, would have just gone to see your aunt. Now we're stuck waiting." "Dad, did you forget the village elections are coming up? They'll probably go after the elections." Zhang Guoqing knew his eldest cousin's election was holding things up. His father slapped his forehead. "Your uncle's been asking about your second brother. He's hinting that you should help your cousin get a job. Don't visit their families for the next few days. Once your eldest brother's job is settled, we'll spend some time in the county." Seeing Zhang Guoqing snicker, his father smacked him. "You think I don't want to help my nephews? But jobs aren't easy to come by. With so many nephews, who do I help? Either way, I can't please everyone, so I'll just pretend I don't understand." Zhang Guoqing didn't want to talk about jobs anymore. He was more concerned about supplies these days. After dinner, Zhang Guoqing and his two brothers followed their father to the East Wing bedroom. Zhang Guoqing explained in detail the job opportunities he'd lined up: assistant worker at the textile factory, sorter at the post office, sales clerk under the grain bureau, warehouse manager at the supply and marketing cooperative, and worker at the meat processing plant. Except for the textile factory and post office, which were permanent positions, the other three were temporary. He'd pulled every string he could for these jobs. Now it was up to his eldest brother to choose. The final outcome would depend on Zhang Guofu's preference. Their father was thrilled. These were all good jobs. Even city folks struggled to get in. He'd even gone to the county to ask his in-laws about it. Zhang Guofu thought for a moment, then said, "Uncle said to take whatever job I can get. If it weren't for Little Five, none of us could get into the city. I know you've worked hard, Little Five. I won't say anything polite. Just pick the one that costs you the least in favors and won't put you in a tough spot later. All five are great jobs. Any would be a step up for me. You decide." Looking at his honest big brother, Zhang Guoqing felt even more determined to find him a good job. He planned to get him in first, then have him attend night school, and later try to arrange a department transfer. The textile factory was the most reliable connection. He wouldn't face exclusion there. Uncle Chen had said there were many types of assistant jobs, so it was possible to switch to an easier one. The best fit was the sales clerk under the grain bureau. Old Chen from the neighborhood worked there, and there was room to negotiate turning a temporary job into a permanent one. Most importantly, food wouldn't be a worry, and the hours were regular and easy. After thinking it over, Zhang Guoqing said, "I'm most satisfied with the sales clerk job under the grain bureau. Turning a temp job into a permanent one shouldn't be a problem. The textile factory is also good, but the shifts are tiring. Second brother, help big brother decide which is best. We need to make a decision soon." Zhang Guoqing had no strong opinion. He'd been working for a while and knew the importance of connections. Plus, big brother was steady and capable. He'd do well anywhere. "I think either is fine. Answa is at the textile factory and Uncle Chen is at the grain bureau. Big brother, just pick one." "No need to choose, grain bureau it is. At least you won't go hungry." "Oldest, listen to your father this time. If Little Five is satisfied, it must be the best choice," their father said, making the decision for his indecisive eldest son. Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guofu exchanged smiles, relieved to have settled such a big matter. Seeing there was nothing else, Zhang Guoqing stood up. "All right, I'll talk to Old Chen in the next couple of days about making it a permanent job. Big brother, get ready to start work next week. I'll go with you. If there's nothing else, I'll head out." Their father quickly stopped him. "What's the rush? Sit down. I have something else." Zhang Guoqing sat back down, looking at him curiously, waiting for him to speak. His father glared at him and said slowly, "Your mother and I have been discussing this for a while. Our family will split up soon, and we'll divide the money early. Now that you all have jobs, having some money on hand will make things easier. There's one more thing. I need to talk to you three brothers privately, so there won't be any hard feelings." The three brothers told him to speak freely. What else could it be, except worries about an uneven split causing discord? Zhang Guofu was easygoing. He felt that no matter how much he got, it was all staying in the family. Zhang Guoqing knew he hadn't contributed much to the household. All the family's money had been earned by the eldest and Little Five. He was just glad there was anything to split. Their father looked at his sons, all smiling, and felt secretly pleased. "You three have all handed your earnings to the family, so I started keeping accounts." Looking over the books, Little Five contributed the most. "But Little Five, you and Zhou Jiao will have to take a loss. Don't say anything, I know you don't mind." He stopped Zhang Guoqing from speaking and continued, "Tomorrow night, I'll invite the clan elders and a few other seniors over. You all go home and let your wives know." With everything settled, their father sent them off to rest. Night had fallen. In the kitchen, Mother Zhang and her daughters-in-law were busy preparing the banquet in advance. The invited mediators would be arriving soon, and after the family division, they needed to be treated to a drink. The women had been listening in on the discussions, so they had to get things ready ahead of time. In the main hall of the Zhang family, 2 oil lamps were lit. On the table sat ink, brush, paper, an old yellowed ledger, and an abacus. Once the village chief, the clan elders, the old team leader, and Zhang's eldest uncle and his 2 brothers had taken their seats, Father Zhang called in his 3 daughters-in-law to listen in as well. The entire Zhang family, children included, gathered together, all sitting quietly, waiting for Father Zhang to speak. Father Zhang looked at his sons and grandchildren before him, his face beaming with a smile. He cleared his throat and said, "Since everyone's here today, let me say a few words first. As the saying goes, when a tree grows big, its branches divide. When sons grow up, the family splits. Your grandfather always said that after the children marry and have been married for a year, it's time to divide the family. Actually, the second son should have split off long ago, but for various reasons, it was delayed until now. Fortunately, you brothers are loving, and you daughters-in-law get along well. There's never been any quarrel over trivial matters. Today, I've invited the elders to act as mediators and help us divide the family. Remember, dividing the family doesn't mean dividing affection. You're brothers, bound by blood. No matter what, you must help each other and stay united. Only then can you all go further in life. Don't worry, Dad. Even after the split, we're still brothers. We'll look out for each other," Zhang Guoqing said. Father Zhang nodded with a smile. Eldest, second, and little five, you're all married with children now. From now on, the money you earn is yours to use, and the road ahead is up to you. Seeing the three of them nod, Father Zhang continued, "Before we divide the family, let me talk about our situation. This family has relied on you three brothers to help your mother and me. The eldest works from dawn till dusk, never stopping for a year. The second is clever, always finding ways to supplement the household. Little five goes up the mountain to hunt and supports the family too. Over the years, with everyone working together, we've managed to save up a bit. Speaking of savings, there's something I need to say first. What we're dividing is the parents' property. I can't count the money you handed in after getting married as family property. The money you turned in after marriage, I've kept track of in the ledger, and I'll return it all to you now. Once that's settled, we'll start dividing the rest." Father Zhang handed a few notebooks to the clan elders for inspection. The notebooks were passed to the old team leader, who used the abacus to tally up the totals. Finding no mistakes, he nodded in approval. Mother Zhang stepped forward and handed the old team leader an unlocked wooden box with 3 red envelopes on top, each sealed with red paper and labeled with a name. The old team leader pressed down on the box and nodded repeatedly. He was even more impressed by how meticulous and thoughtful the second son and his wife were. This way, no one could tell who had contributed more or less after marriage. He handed the envelopes back to the 3 brothers according to the names. Once they had put away their envelopes, Father Zhang continued, "All right, now it's time to divide the family. All the family's money is in this box. According to our Zhang family tradition, Shizi, as the eldest grandson, gets a descendant's share. I've divided the family's money into 4 parts, as per the rules. Eldest, you keep Shizi's share for him, and when he grows up and gets married, give it to him." Zhou Jiao noticed Lin Juhua staring at Shizi and quickly squeezed her hand, giving her a look. This was a crucial moment. She didn't want any slip-ups to make people laugh. The Zhang clan always divided the family this way, so she didn't want Lin Juhua blurting out that the later you split, the more the eldest grandson gets. Lin Juhua smiled back, and since no one brought it up, she silently mouthed, "Retirement money." Zhang Guoqing wasn't too concerned about the division itself. He was more focused on everyone's reactions. Seeing Lin Juhua, he realized his father had forgotten to set aside retirement money. "Dad, you haven't set aside your retirement money yet." The old team leader joked, "Other families talk about support first, then divide the money. Your dad, though, splits the money first and doesn't mention support. He thinks he's immortal and won't need you 3 to care for him. Take the money and go." Everyone burst out laughing at his words. The clan leader said, "Second brother here has 3 good sons and daughters-in-law, so he's not worried about no one supporting them. Otherwise, he'd be anxious already. So, how much are you setting aside for retirement?" A clan elder who hadn't looked at the box glanced over and was startled. "Hold on, don't rush to split the family. Second brother, why do you have so much money?" The old team leader just smiled, not saying a word. He knew the Zhang family's finances best. Years ago, Father Zhang and his brothers made good money hunting and built a big house. Now the kids were grown and all earning. Would Zhang Guoqing, who often spent days in the mountains, have no money? And if they were broke, how could all three daughters-in-law have gotten such high bride prices? Father Zhang explained, "It's not even 1,000 yuan here. Most of it is small bills, so it looks like a lot. Our family earns a lot of work points every year, and over the years, we haven't had many big expenses, so we saved up bit by bit." The clan leader wasn't interested in prying into their finances and asked, "So, how much are you setting aside?" Father Zhang had already decided. 200 yuan for each share, 800 in total, and the rest goes to the children's mother. Now, let's talk about support. He laughed as he finished. The old team leader quickly stopped him. "We haven't finished dividing yet. There's still the house, the furniture, the pigs, chickens, ducks, and household items to split." Father Zhang slapped his forehead and laughed. "I already discussed this with them privately, but I forgot to mention it now. The main house goes to the eldest, and the two side houses have already been divided. Each family gets a set of dishes, and in the spring, each gets 10 chicks. Grain will be divided per person. They can take everything from their rooms. The remaining pig is for them to use when they warm their new homes. The chickens and ducks won't be divided." "Uncle, is there anything I missed? If not, I'll talk about support." The old team leader looked at the clan leader and others, and seeing them shake their heads, said, "Nothing left to split. You really have it easy with 3 good sons who don't fuss over these things." In some families, they even argue over a single bull. Father Zhang smiled and continued, "According to tradition, your mother and I will live with the eldest. If we miss anyone, we'll stay at their place for a few days. No matter where you live, whether we visit or not, each of you must have a room ready for us." Zhang Guoqing quickly said, "Second brother, and I have already discussed it. You and Mom can live wherever you want, not just with Big Brother. You're not just his responsibility." Zhang Guoqing added, "Exactly. Are you really planning to only rely on Big Brother and ignore us? As for support, there's no need to talk about it. Little 5 and I already agreed. He'll provide money, I'll provide grain. We'll work it out together." Father Zhang shook his head. "That won't do. The division must be written clearly. Otherwise, what's the point? Besides what's written, you can do as you please later." The mediators all rolled their eyes at him. "Write it clearly?" No one is less clear about dividing the family than Zhang's second brother. It's only because his sons and daughters-in-law are so filial. Who else would leave out dividing even a dozen chickens? Father Zhang smiled at everyone and explained, "The 4 of us already discussed this. Before moving out, your mother is in charge of the household, and it's hard to split up the little things. We'll sort those out after you move." The clan leader nodded. As long as the family was happy, he had no objections. He spread out a blank sheet of paper and got ready to write the family division agreement. Seeing him pick up the brush, Father Zhang quickly said, "As for support, just follow my eldest brother's family. If I run out of money, I'll ask them for more. I'm not worried about them being unfilial." His words made the elders laugh again. They'd known before coming that this family's division would be easy, with no big issues. They hadn't expected it to be this simple, with all 3 sons and daughters-in-law smiling and happy. Everyone was glad for the old couple. "Uncle, you should add that in the future, if we get sick, the 3 brothers will share the costs, and all 3 families will take turns caring for us. When we pass away, those costs are also split." Zhou Jiao saw that they were about to write the agreement and knew the division was done. She tugged at her 2 sisters-in-law and pointed to the kitchen. The 3 women quietly slipped away to prepare the food. Zhang Guoqing noticed his mother looking downcast, not having smiled once all evening. He knew the division was a sad thing for her. Parents raise their children with so much care, only for them to grow up and leave, splitting a once whole family into pieces. For her, dividing the family meant distance. Her sons now belonged to their wives, and she no longer controlled the money. It was a loss of both people and wealth. Zhang Guoqing picked up Ping'an, took his mother back to her room, and said with a smile, "Mom, just treat this like a game, something to amuse everyone. I don't take it seriously. What's the point of dividing the family? It's just to make Dad happy. Your youngest son isn't splitting from you. We're on the same team. Big brother is already old, he doesn't need you and dad. Your youngest son is only 18, don't let dad fool you. You have to stay with me. With that, he put Ping'an down and lay on the king. Zhang Guoqing took the 2 red envelopes he'd just received from his pocket and stuffed them into his mother's pocket. Mother Zhang took out the envelopes and put them under his pillow. If I need money, I'll ask you for it. Then she whispered in his ear, your dad and I won't be penniless. We've already hidden some away. Zhang Guoqing gave her a thumbs up with a grin. How much could his parents really have saved? They'd probably sell everything they owned to help their sons buy a house in the county. Even if they had some private savings, it wouldn't be much. He didn't insist and planned to give her more before they returned to the county. Mother Zhang was cheered up by her youngest son's coaxing. After all, their family division was different from others. She wasn't worried about her old age, with her youngest son around, who would dare treat her badly. If she wasn't happy, she'd just go live with little Five. Silly boy, don't worry about me. I'm fine. It's good to split up, no more burdens. If I want to visit your uncle's house, I can go whenever I want. Zhang Guoqing nodded approvingly. That's the right way to think. Wherever you want to go, just tell me. I won't let you walk, I'll drive you. If you want to chat with your old friends, I'll bring them over to keep you company. See how nice that is? You don't have to be stuck in the kitchen all day. In a few days, we'll all go back to the county, and before the new year, I'll take you and Dad out to have some fun. Mother Zhang burst out laughing at his words. As her husband had guessed, she really did want to take them away. In the early hours of the morning, Zhou Jiao, still half asleep, instinctively reached out to the side and realized that Zhang Guoqing had already gotten up. She jolted awake. Today was the day they were splitting from the family and moving into their own home. A few days earlier, Zhang Guoqing, the second brother, had taken advantage of his Sunday off to hold a simple housewarming ceremony and move into his new courtyard. Zhou Jiao had watched the whole process with envy. Simple really was best, so much less hassle. Today, it was finally Zhou Jiao's family's turn to move. By family, it was really just Zhang Guoqing, Zhou Jiao, and their baby. Yesterday, Father Zhang had agreed with the couple that they must move in at noon. Zhou Jiao guessed that Zhang Guoqing had probably gotten up early to prepare things at their new place next door. After all the recent banquets and the chaos of Zhang Meili's move not long ago, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao were adamant this time that Father Zhang not notify any relatives. For them, it was enough just to have the immediate family together for a meal. If the relatives came, it would mean endless socializing and drinking, and in the end, their own family would be left hungry. What was the point? Still, by 8 in the morning, Zhang Meili and her husband, along with Zhang Meihao and her husband, showed up anyway. Despite Zhang Guoqing repeatedly telling the family not to let word get out, his 2 sisters had been watching closely. How could they not know? Seeing his sisters, Zhang Guoqing was actually quite happy. In his heart, his sisters were still family. The reason he didn't want his parents to notify them was just to avoid interfering with their work. By 10 o'clock, after Father and Mother Zhang had helped Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao with the moving-in ceremony, they all stood in the front yard. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms on each end, and nothing in the front yard except a flat, empty ground. It really was simple. On a whim, Zhang Guoqing had hung strings of corn, chili peppers, and garlic of various colors under the eaves, crisscrossing them for decoration. Brand new straw raincoats and bamboo hats hung on the walls, and red paper cuttings were pasted on every window, almost making it look like a newlywed's house. In fact, it looked quite a bit like a traditional folk courtyard. Zhang Guoqing had joked that if this were in the future, he could charge admission as a tourist attraction. After several days of hard work and careful decorating by the couple, the new courtyard was ready. Of the 3 main rooms, Zhang Guoqing had moved all the old furniture from their original bedroom into the west room, but the most eye-catching was the east room. The east room was for Father and Mother Zhang. This time, they had bought a brand new wardrobe, 2 large wooden chests and a Kong table, and even prepared new bedding and quilts for his parents. The central room followed local customs. Zhang Guoqing had built a heated Kong bed, hung a big red Chinese knot, brought from the old house, on the wall above it, and laid a new Kang mat. On top sat a large Kong table with a new tea set, and 3 red plaid pillows were piled up at one end. Zhang Meihao was currently hugging one, refusing to let go. Near the back door stood an 8 immortals table and 4 benches. The west room was their own bedroom, furnished and decorated exactly as before, the only place that hadn't changed. The old living room furniture had been moved into the east side room next to the kitchen and turned into a study. The 2 west side rooms, with so few people in the family, were now used as storage. After moving in, Uncle Zhang brought the whole extended family over to the new house. Zhou Jiao followed Mother Zhang and the other women into the kitchen to prepare the housewarming meal, leaving Zhang Guoqing to chat with the men in the main room. Father Zhang was in high spirits today. He led Uncle Zhang and little Uncle Zhang into the east room, smiling, as he silently pointed out the features. When they came back, Uncle Zhang patted Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder. He was so impressed with his nephew that he was momentarily speechless. This was a job well done. Little Uncle Zhang kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the Kang, grinning. Xiao Wu, you've done great, better than your brothers. You all should learn from him. Zhang Guoqing quickly replied, Uncle, don't say that. All of us brothers have people praising us wherever we go. My situation is different. I'm selfish, I wouldn't know how to live without my parents around. Hear that, Xiao Wu? You're making the rest of us look like unfilial sons. Brothers, let's get him. Zhang Qifeng called out, and the cousins all piled onto Zhang Guoqing, roughhousing and laughing. Little Uncle Zhang asked Father Zhang curiously, Second brother, don't you want to move in? They've got everything set up for you. It's even fancier than your old place. I'm used to the old house, it's more comfortable there. I told them any Kong in the west room would do, but they wouldn't listen. Jiao said I wouldn't agree to stay in the east room in the county, so here I have to have the east room. Uncle Zhang rolled his eyes. It's just a few steps away, but you're making such a fuss. I thought you were just saying the kids should keep a room for you, but you actually meant it. Father Zhang smiled. Brother, I have my reasons. Whether we live here or not, the kids have to keep a room for us. Why? So they remember that even though they have their own little family now, their parents are still their parents. Giving us some money or grain isn't enough to call it filial piety. Even if we live with the eldest, we'll still come back here. What if things don't go well at the eldest's place or we're not happy there? Uncle Zhang tapped him on the finger and shook his head with a smile. He understood his younger brother's reasoning. If he wasn't happy at the eldest's, he could always move in with another son. Not everyone had that confidence. Some old folks in the village didn't live with the eldest, but the other sons wouldn't take them in. Having a youngest son gave Father Zhang that security. Xiao Wu had deliberately fixed up the house to show off to his sisters-in-law. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mother Zhang saw that Zhou Jiao and her 2 sisters-in-law were working well together. The older generation had nothing to do, so she took her 2 sisters-in-law back to the east room. The 3 of them climbed onto the Kong, and Mother Zhang opened the Kang table drawer. Sure enough, there were pastries inside. She muttered about her daughter-in-law being wasteful, but she was secretly delighted. Big sister, little sister, have a snack first. These pastries are really good. Did Xiao Wu get these for you? Are you staying here tonight? Big Aunt Zhang took a bite, it really was tasty. Her little grandson had been gnawing on one earlier and wouldn't have eaten it if it wasn't good. Jiao and her second sister-in-law brought them back from the market for me yesterday. Just like its second brother's house, we'll stay for 3 nights. Mother Zhang didn't mention that her wasteful daughter-in-law had also brought her a pair of sheepskin boots. She'd never worn such nice shoes in her life, and now, in her old age, she was wearing a pair bought by her daughter-in-law. She really had nothing but praise for this daughter-in-law. Just a couple of days after her confinement, she'd washed the old couple's clothes and hung them in the main room, and as soon as they were dry, she'd added new cotton to them, all because she'd casually mentioned that old clothes in the village didn't draw attention. But they were getting thin. After the housewarming meal, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao saw everyone off, then walked around the front and backyards before returning to their bedroom. Zhou Jiao collapsed onto the Kang, staring blankly at the ceiling. She decided she'd better just honestly go buy supplies and not even think about tidying up the backyard. Seeing her expression, Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. Just a while ago, someone had been full of ambition, gesturing grandly as she planned what to plant next year, making all sorts of detailed plans. He'd known all along she'd be disappointed when she saw the backyard. Even after clearing out the rocks, it was still just barren land. Without a year or two to cultivate it, how could it possibly compare to the old house's backyard? Jiao, let's go up the mountain and look for something good. As soon as Zhang Guoqing said this, she immediately jumped up, eyes shining. He pointed toward their son. Zhou Jiao laughed, picked up the baby, and said, "Then hurry and find Mom to come watch the baby. I'll feed him, and then we can head out." Seeing Zhang Guoqing nod and head outside, she excitedly kissed the child. Zhou Jiao had heard Zhang Guoqing describe Dakingshan many times, and she was especially curious about the dense forest he'd mentioned, the one with the strange temperature. She'd long wanted to explore it herself and, while she was at it, gather some medicinal herbs and kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Most importantly, she now had a recipe for a knockout drug, an excellent tool for robbing and looting. She'd been itching to try it out and see if it worked as described in those martial arts novels. If her dream came true, she'd really become a legendary heroine, Zhou Jiao. Zhang Guoqing might be strong, but with just a pinch of her drug, she could blow him over in an instant. Not to mention all the game in the woods, just thinking about it made her excited, as if she could see herself waving her hand and watching animals fall all around her. When Zhang Guoqing and his mother came over, they saw Zhou Jiao already dressed in her old clothes, standing neatly in the main room, waiting. Seeing Zhang's mother, Zhou Jiao didn't say a word, she just grinned foolishly. Zhang's mother picked up the child from the Kong bed, pretended to be annoyed, and waved the 2 eager ones away with a smile. Go on, go on. Be careful. Don't go too deep into the mountains. Remember to come back early." Zhang Guoqing slung on his basket, took Zhou Jiao by the hand, and led her along the old path to the North Mountain. The couple avoided other people and quietly made their way to the foot of Dakingshan. There, Zhang Guoqing crouched down to tie up Zhou Jiao's pant legs and straighten her clothes. After a quick check to make sure everything was in order, he patted her head and grinned, "Let's go." Heading north, Zhang Guoqing told her to hold on to his clothes. He carried a hatchet in his left hand and a few stones in his right, leading Zhou Jiao slowly toward their destination. The closer they got to the dense forest, the more excited Zhou Jiao became. The resources in the mountains were beyond her imagination. She bit her lip, staring at the wild pheasants that occasionally flew out of the underbrush. As the small animals scattered and the medicinal herbs on the ground grew more plentiful, Zhou Jiao grew impatient to keep going. She tugged hard on Zhang Guoqing's clothes. "What's wrong, Jiao Jiao?" "We're almost there." Zhang Guoqing immediately turned to look around, thinking something might have happened. Zhou Jiao imitated him, glancing around cautiously, and whispered, "Can we talk now? Let me gather some herbs first. Keep an eye out for danger, will you?" Zhang Guoqing nodded and listened intently. After a moment, hearing nothing unusual, he took off his basket and gave Zhou Jiao a look. Zhou Jiao nodded in understanding. She reached into the basket, pretending to rummage, and pulled out a small trowel. After Zhang Guoqing's repeated warnings, she was extra careful about using her space. No one knew what might happen, so it was best to be cautious. As they moved along the edge of the forest, Zhou Jiao picked anything she saw. She was having a great time, while poor Zhang Guoqing stayed on high alert, gripping his stones tightly and watching their surroundings. Although Zhang Guoqing had been here several times before and never sensed anything odd, with Zhou Jiao by his side now, he was tense, worried something might go wrong. Finally, they reached the area near the creek in the dense forest. Zhang Guoqing always felt this was his lucky spot. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing told Zhou Jiao to stop picking herbs and led her quietly toward the creek. A moment later, standing under a big tree, Zhang Guoqing stared in surprise at his treasure trove. He hadn't expected that a simple outing with Zhou Jiao to pick wild fruit and herbs would turn into another windfall. He checked the tree above for danger, then gently lifted Zhou Jiao onto a branch and pointed ahead. Zhou Jiao, worried, clung to his clothes, not wanting him to leave. Zhang Guoqing smiled and shook his head, signaling that he'd be fine and she should wait for him. He picked up his bag of stones, walked a few steps, then turned back to check on Zhou Jiao. Seeing they weren't far apart, he felt reassured. If anything happened, he could get to her right away. Finding a good spot, Zhang Guoqing stopped and silently estimated the distance to the animals by the creek. He didn't plan to go any farther. If Zhou Jiao was out of his sight, he wouldn't feel safe. Crouching down, he carefully took out his bow and arrows, readied his stones, and glanced back at Zhou Jiao. Then he turned and aimed at a wild deer. With a thud, the animal fell, but he didn't pay it much attention. He immediately started hurling stones at the deer and rode deer scattering in all directions. As the rain of stones fell, the cries of the fallen animals sent the survivors fleeing. Zhang Guoqing didn't dare leave Zhou Jiao alone in the tree, so he didn't chase after them. He could only watch as the remaining animals scattered, leaving a few deer and roe deer lying on the ground. Haha, Jiao Jiao, we ran into a herd of deer. Last time I got a few, but I didn't think they'd show up again. This is my lucky spot. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Zhang Guoqing didn't even look at the fallen deer. He rushed back to the tree, lifted Zhou Jiao down, and said excitedly, "Hurry up and deal with them." "Be careful of the blood-attracting predators," Zhou Jiao urged him forward, not daring to look at the fallen deer. The chaos just now had shown her the cruelty of survival of the fittest. Strength was everything. The fastest runners got away unharmed, but the boldest died first. It was the same for animals as for people. That's why you had to keep a low profile and save your strength. She wanted to become a hunter like Zhang Guoqing, to step outside the game and watch from above. Zhang Guoqing carried her to the creek, patted her, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. Once I clean them up, it won't be scary. Look at all the grass by the creek, you can keep playing." With that, he left her in a safe spot to gather herbs while he quickly dragged the deer and other game to the creek to process them. He worked fast, gutting and cleaning the animals, then hid them in the grass. Hearing him tell her to keep playing, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't a child, after all. She noticed the creek water flowing gently, clear enough to see plenty of fish inside. Forgetting about herbs, she found a dead branch and cautiously poked at the water, half afraid some crocodile or monster fish from a novel might suddenly appear. Once Zhang Guoqing finished, he checked the area again and, seeing nothing amiss, quickly dragged the cleaned game to a hidden spot in the grass and had Zhou Jiao store them in her space. Hunters sometimes passed through the mountains, and though he trusted his eyes and ears, it was always better to be careful. After tidying up, Zhang Guoqing slung on his basket, picked up Zhou Jiao, and hurried away from the creek. After all that blood, the creek was now a dangerous place to linger. He carried Zhou Jiao to the wild fruit tree he'd noticed last time and finally let out a long sigh of relief. He realized bringing Zhou Jiao here had been a mistake. Even with the convenience of her space, his heart had been pounding the whole time. He could hear it himself, let alone feel the tension. This trip had been more exhausting than any before. But when he turned and saw Zhou Jiao happily picking fruit under the tree, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but grin. Seeing her so happy, he felt maybe this outing was the best idea after all. As the tension faded, Zhang Guoqing ran around the mountain with Zhou Jiao, picking wild fruit, gathering chestnuts, chopping dead wood, and collecting firewood under her direction. Seeing her so cheerful and carefree, Zhang Guoqing did his best to fulfill her every wish, making sure she had a perfect day. Happy times always fly by. In the blink of an eye, it was late, and seeing that Zhou Jiao was finally satisfied, Zhang Guoqing grabbed the wild pheasants they'd caught and led her down the mountain. Near the foot of the mountain, Zhang Guoqing took a deer from her space, slung it over his shoulder, and, hand in hand with the beaming Zhou Jiao, they headed home together. Yes, home, the home of their little family of 3. To Zhang Guoqing, this home meant everything. It was his root, and would be the root for generations to come. In the early hours before dawn, Father Zhang woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. He lay on the Kung bed in the east room, a soft mattress beneath him, a fluffy warm quilt over him, and his wife's gentle snoring beside him. In the darkness, he seemed to see his eldest sister, Zhang Guoqing, curled up, her thin body shivering as she tried to fend off the cold. Her white hair, sticking out from under a dingy old quilt, was shockingly conspicuous. Father Zhang's feelings toward this eldest sister were complicated. He pitied her misfortune, but also resented her lack of resolve. A weak mother raises timid sons. That was the tragedy of her family, and in a way, the result of her own choices. He had reminded her countless times to let her eldest son follow their father, not to be reluctant, but she never listened. She seemed unable to trust her own father. He told her over and over to be careful in choosing a daughter-in-law, not to believe every rumor, but she'd always turn around and forget. Thinking about seeing his eldest sister today, Father Zhang felt helpless. How was he supposed to help someone who muddled through life, convinced she was clever, and whose family was a mess of indecision and weakness? At this moment, he was even more worried that something might have happened to Zhang Guoqing. Life is unpredictable. These days, Father Zhang often thought of Zhang Guoqing in her flowery jacket. Who could have imagined that the precious daughter his parents had cherished would end up so miserable in her old age? A faint noise came from the main room. Father Zhang, half awake, was startled and quickly got up to get dressed. Stepping outside, he saw his youngest son was already up, about to sweep the yard. Zhang Guoqing saw him and asked softly, "Dad, did I wake you? It's still early, why don't you rest a bit more?" Father Zhang shook his head. "No, when you get old, you can't sleep much. I want to go out for a walk." Zhang Guoqing followed him out of the main house. Father Zhang looked up at the sky. It was pitch black, nothing to see. He could only try to reassure him. "Dad, don't worry. Just go see how Aunt is doing. If there's anything, come back and we'll talk it over. If there's trouble, your sons will help you out. There's always a way to solve things." Father Zhang patted his shoulder and smiled. "I know. You go take care of your own things. I'll go see if your uncle and the others are up. Be careful and call if you need anything. Zhao Jiao's already up. Remember to come back early for breakfast." Zhang Guoqing trailed after him, still worried. He only turned back after watching Father Zhang head toward his eldest brother's courtyard. Not long after breakfast, Father Zhang, along with his eldest and youngest brothers, boarded a horse-drawn cart they'd reserved in advance and set off for Lujiaten in the neighboring county. Lujiaten was the village where Zhang Guoqing's husband's family lived, a small village of about 200 households, close to the county seat with convenient transportation. But unlike more remote villages, land was scarce here. There were no mountains or rivers nearby. In earlier years, most villagers made a living as small traders, peddling goods from street to street. Now, stuck in the village, they could only farm the land. Zhang Guoqing now lived with her eldest son's family in the old house at the edge of the village, a fenced yard with 5 mud brick rooms. The house had been built by her father-in-law, a chef, after he returned to the village. By the time the 3 brothers arrived, it was nearly noon. Getting off at the gate, they saw that except for a narrow path, the yard, the woodpile, and even the roof were all covered in snow, piled up and uncleared. The fence was broken in several places and hadn't been repaired. It had been a long time since the 3 brothers last visited. In their memory, Zhang Guoqing's yard had always been neat and tidy, but now it was a mess. They exchanged glances, unable to hide their shock. They couldn't understand what had happened. They all knew their brother-in-law was an honest and hardworking man. Eldest Uncle Zhang took the lead, pushing open the rickety gate and calling loudly for their sister. After several shouts with no answer, he remembered that everyone was probably out working at this hour. The 3 brothers entered the yard and pushed open the outer room door. Inside, they were furious to see their eldest niece-in-law stumbling out, hair disheveled, rubbing her eyes. When she saw them, her eyes widened, lighting up at the sight of the packages in their hands. She greeted them nonchalantly, poured 3 bowls of hot water, and after a few stern looks from eldest Uncle Zhang, She glanced nervously at the packages on the kang before hurrying out to find her parents-in-law. The three brothers shook their heads. Such a greedy and lazy daughter-in-law. If she'd married into their own Zhang family, she'd have been sent back to her parents long ago. Eldest Uncle Zhang glanced around the room, then lifted the curtain to the east room. Seeing the kang neatly made, he felt somewhat relieved. At least his sister and brother-in-law seemed to be in good health. Before Zhang Danny and her husband even entered the yard, she was already calling out her brothers' childhood names. To her, it was no surprise that her brothers had come. She'd had a feeling they would. She hadn't been able to make it back for her youngest nephew's 1-month celebration, and she knew they'd be worried. Even if they hadn't come, she'd planned to visit them tomorrow. Once inside, Zhang Danny ushered her three brothers onto the kang and had her husband, Lu Dazhu, keep them company while she went to prepare lunch for her family from her mother's side. Father Zhang quickly pulled her back. "Sis, don't rush. There's no hurry for lunch. Let's sit and talk for a while." After all, this visit was all about his eldest sister. If she was leaving, the three brothers needed to talk with her. Zhang Danny turned to her eldest daughter-in-law. "You go get things ready. Remember to cook that cured meat we have." Father Zhang saw the displeasure on his niece-in-law's face and realized there probably wasn't much food at home. He didn't insist on delaying lunch. Instead, he picked up a package from the pile on the kang and handed it to Zhang Danny. "This is all food. See what you want to make for lunch." He wasn't even sure what his wife and Zhou Jiao had packed for this trip, but this particular bundle had been handed to him by Zhou Jiao herself. His youngest daughter-in-law was shrewd. She'd said this one was for the eldest niece-in-law, and the rest were for their sister. When the niece-in-law happily took the package away, Father Zhang glanced at his brothers and pointed at the remaining bundles. "Sis, put these away for now and look through them later." Eldest Uncle Zhang nodded with a smile. "Apart from these two, which your sisters-in-law prepared, the rest are from second brother. Put them away first. Big sis, there's fabric and cotton inside, all good stuff. Keep them safe," added youngest Uncle Zhang, nudging Zhang Danny to hurry. He knew that once the other nieces and granddaughters-in-law arrived, nothing would be left, whether his sister offered or not. Zhang Danny kept opening the packages, grumbling, "Why did you bring so much?" "I have enough to eat and wear. There are so many people at home, why not keep the good stuff for yourselves? No one's going to our village this time, so you can't bring gifts back. Even if you hadn't come, I was planning to visit tomorrow. I'm doing just fine, so don't worry about me." Father Zhang and his two brothers saw their brother-in-law standing nearby and felt too embarrassed to ask why their sister hadn't come over that day. They figured something must have happened that kept Zhang Danny from coming. "How about you and your husband come back with us and stay at home for a few days? Your three sisters-in-law have been thinking about you. They wanted to come along, but I told them not to," said eldest Uncle Zhang. Youngest Uncle Zhang was chatting with his brother-in-law and also encouraged them to come stay in Zhangjia village for a few days. Lu Dazhu grinned at his wife. He always listened to her, she'd been the boss for decades. Besides, he wanted her to go back to her family and get some rest. His wife was always busy, and he felt sorry for her. "We'll go back to my family's home and stay a few more days during the new year. There's too much to do at home right now, so we can't go. You can tell my sisters-in-law that I've received their gifts and thank them for thinking of me." Zhang Danny was clearly tempted but still refused. With the new year coming up, if she wasn't around, who knew what a mess her eldest daughter-in-law would make of things? After speaking, Zhang Danny suddenly remembered something. She pulled Father Zhang aside and whispered, "I heard that Xiao Wu's father-in-law didn't die and actually came back. How come so many things keep happening with Xiao Wu and his wife? It's like something out of a storybook. Everyone's talking about it, even in the county town. Tell me, what's really going on?" Father Zhang looked at her helplessly. Before coming, he'd worried she'd bring this up. Ever since it came out that Zhou Xiaozheng wasn't the biological son, everyone, family, friends, even acquaintances, had been asking him about it. Now, he dreaded being questioned about these things. Youngest Uncle Zhang found it all hilarious, watching his second brother squirm. Even eldest Uncle Zhang, puffing on his pipe, was grinning at him. Serves him right, they thought, even they'd gotten tired of being asked about it. Father Zhang was genuinely worried that the story would get twisted in the retelling. He knew that Xiao Wu and his wife were destined to walk a different path than others. Big sis, what are people saying about Xiao Wu and his wife over here? Well, at first, everyone was gossiping nonstop. They said our Zhang family's 3 households scraped together 800 yuan to ransom Zhou Jiao. If it weren't for our family protecting her, the Zhou family would have swallowed her up. People made up all sorts of reasons. Some said Jiao Jiao's father was our dad's direct disciple, that Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao were betrothed as children. Others said Jiao Jiao's father once saved our dad's life. How come I never heard about any of this? Zhang Danny couldn't help but laugh. The 3 Zhang brothers burst out laughing, leaning against the wall. Zhang Danny laughed too, then continued. After a while, people stopped talking about it. But recently, the rumors started up again. When I went to the market, people were saying Jiao Jiao's father didn't die and came back, that he's not the Zhou family's biological son. Some even said Jiao Jiao's real grandfather is a high official who brought a whole army to settle accounts with the Zhou family, saying the Zhous stole Jiao Jiao's father. Lots of people are saying the whole Zhou family is going to be executed. So, what's really going on back home? Father Zhang briefly mentioned that Zhou Xiaozheng had gone back to work. Some things weren't convenient to share with outsiders. He didn't mention that his eldest and second sons were also back at work, nor did he bring up the family division, worried she'd have too many questions. He quickly steered the conversation to her children, noting that her daughters-in-law and daughters had arrived later than usual, probably because they hadn't finished work and couldn't leave freely. Eldest Uncle Zhang looked thoughtfully at Father Zhang, then said to Zhang Danny, "Everything's fine at home. If you have time, come back and see for yourself. The package Dio brought earlier is full of gifts from Xiao Wu and his wife for you. Don't be reluctant to use them. If you and your husband ever run into trouble you can't handle, just come home." He truly hoped his big sister would understand and come home more often. As long as she visited regularly, not to mention the 3 brothers, even just the gifts from Xiao Wu and his wife would be enough for her and her husband to get by for a month. Father Zhang understood his elder brother's meaning. He was happy to take care of his only sister. He smiled and said, "That's right. If you and your husband need anything, just come home. Even if you don't, come visit more often. The 4 of us siblings are getting old. If we don't get together now, there'll come a day when we can't, even if we want to." Outside, Lu family's eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Liwa, had been eavesdropping by the east room. Hearing that they were only talking about trivial things, she curled her lip and went to the kitchen. Opening a bag, she got excited, stood up, and hurried into the west room. Inside, she stuffed everything into a wooden chest. After closing the lid, she hesitated, then opened it again and took out some meat to cook for dinner. Before the end of the workday, Zhang Danny's daughters-in-law and daughters finally arrived, all coincidentally meeting in the courtyard. They looked each other up and down. The second daughter-in-law lifted her chin and said to her 2 sisters-in-law, "You 2 sure have long legs, getting here faster than us." "Second sis-in-law, your legs aren't short either, especially your nose," retorted Zhang Danny's youngest daughter, rolling her eyes and pulling her sister inside ahead of the others. The second daughter-in-law was about to curse, but her sister-in-law tugged her sleeve and pointed inside. She angrily kicked the fence and muttered under her breath that she'd show them who was boss. Before they even entered the main room, the smell of meat wafted out. They exchanged glances, and the second daughter-in-law quickly lifted the curtain and ran to the stove. The youngest daughter-in-law shot her a look of disdain and followed her sisters into the east room. The eldest daughter-in-law saw her sister-in-law open the pot and was about to say something, but after glancing toward the east room, she shot her a fierce glare. Shameless. She didn't want to look at her anymore and ignored her, focusing on the sounds from the east room. "Big sis, make more food. My husband and kids will be over soon," the second daughter-in-law deliberately called out loudly, acting as if she didn't notice her sister-in-law's displeasure. She didn't believe her sister-in-law would dare refuse. After all, her husband was the old couple's son, not eating from the eldest's pot. Father Zhang lowered his head, unable to watch. Earlier, when the two nieces came in, they'd greeted their uncle warmly, but their eyes were scanning the room. When they saw only one small package, their faces immediately fell. Especially the younger niece-in-law, who kept staring at his new cotton-padded jacket, eyes unmoving, as if she wanted to strip it off him. In all his years, he'd never felt so awkward. Seeing her three brothers uncomfortable, Zhang Guoqing quickly said, "If you're not busy, don't crowd in here. Go out and help your eldest sister-in-law make more dishes." Once her daughters and daughters-in-law left, Zhang Guoqing gave her brothers a helpless smile. She suddenly remembered how they always quarreled when they met, so she stood up and said, "Kid's father, you keep them company. I'll go check outside. The road is long, so let's eat early and head back early." Lu Dazhu saw her hurry out and smiled apologetically at the Zhang brothers. "Sorry to let you see this joke. These girls always butt heads when they're together. If their mother's not around, they'll be arguing in no time. Let's just ignore them. Here, take a look at these tobacco leaves. Take some home with you later." "Sure, they're really good," eldest Uncle Zhang said, steering the conversation away from family squabbles and talking about the village's harvest. Hearing that the Lu family got a good share of grain this year, they felt relieved. After lunch, the carriage they'd arranged arrived. Seeing that Zhang Guoqing was doing well, the three Zhang brothers finally felt at ease and, though reluctant, bid her farewell and headed home. Recently, a new trend has swept through Zhang Jiao village. The young men of the village have been busy, secretly earning money before the new year. Ever since Zhang Guoqing started taking them up the mountain, they've all developed a keen interest in hunting. Everyone knows in their hearts that this whole thing relies on Zhang Guoqing taking the lead. So, the new courtyard has become the gathering place for all the young men in the village. Whether they have something to do or not, they all head there, coming and going every day. The commotion in the village hasn't gone unnoticed. The old team leader has started keeping an eye on the area, wandering all around Dakingshan. The saying goes, live off the mountain if you're near the mountain, live off the water if you're near the water. In Zhangjia village, aside from a few elders who inherited some hunting skills from their ancestors, hardly any of the younger generation can even catch a rabbit. The old team leader has never forgotten that the mountains have sustained their ancestors for generations. He doesn't know what the future holds, but he worries that some of the ancestral skills will be buried with the elders. If that happens, there will be no more hunters in Zhangjia village, and it will become a purely farming village. After wandering around for a few days, the old team leader finally gathered with the village chief, a few elders, and the experienced hunters like Zhang's father in the ancestral hall for a discussion. They made a decision. In the short term, the old hunters and Zhang Guoqing would form teams to pass on their skills, while the newly established village clinic would handle any injuries. Any male in the village between 15 and 30 could sign up voluntarily. As soon as the news spread, the village was in an uproar. Seeing so many people sign up, the old team leader became concerned for everyone's safety. He split the group into several batches, with about a dozen old hunters, including Zhang Guoqing and his father, taking turns leading the teams. So, the young men of Zhangjia village have been busy every day learning new skills and secretly earning money. Zhang Guoqing greatly admired the old team leader's decision and threw his full support behind it, leading several teams in a row. Along the way, he overheard his fellow clansmen and relatives happily discussing building new houses next year and saw the village women joyfully shopping for New Year's goods. This filled him with genuine happiness. As long as the men in the village learned some hunting skills, they'd be able to weather the coming crisis. Watching Zhang Guoqing grow thinner from his daily trips up the mountain, Zhou Jiao became anxious. When she finally caught him taking a break, she happily pulled him onto the heated bed, saying, "Go to sleep. Are you heading up the mountain again soon?" "Heh, no, not anymore. My dad and the others will lead the teams from now on. I can finally get a good night's sleep. How have things been at home these past few days?" Zhang Guoqing asked, barely taking time to wash up before speaking. He'd been so busy he hardly had time for home, always rushing in and out. The only thing he noticed was that there seemed to be more women and children around the house lately. Zhou Jiao instinctively wanted to frown, but seeing his tired face, she smiled and said, "I'm doing fine at home. Every day, Mom and my sisters-in-law are here. Lots of the village women come over to chat with Mom, and I do needlework with my sisters-in-law and some of the young wives, gossiping about village news." Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. He could imagine that gossip was the last thing Jiao Jiao wanted to hear, especially when the young wives started talking crudely. Even he would blush. Seeing her trying to hide it, he changed the subject. "Jiao Jiao, all the land from the north foot of the mountain to the village entrance has been approved for building. The old team leader told me himself. Now you don't have to worry about the North Mountain area drawing too much attention. Why are so many people building houses? Is there enough stone?" Zhou Jiao frowned. All this digging had its pros and cons. She worried about things like landslides. "We've had good harvests from the mountain trips. What else would a farmer with money do but build a house? Besides the families in good shape who want to build, about a dozen households near Dakingshan are moving over here. There's a small valley behind their homes with plenty of fertile land. The old team leader submitted a report to the township to blast a road through, and it's been approved. There's enough stone there for everyone's houses, no need to worry about quarrying from the North Mountain." Zhang Guoqing knew she was worried about people recklessly digging up the back mountain. She was very cautious about such things. But she was probably overthinking the risk of landslides. The local elders had their own ways of protecting the environment. The old team leader, for example, was always planning ahead. This decision to develop the fertile land was a wise one. The village gained over 50 mu of good land, and fields could be opened up along the new road, increasing overall income. Seeing him so proud, Zhou Jiao had to admit the old man was shrewd. He'd calculated everything, and with him in Zhangjia village, the township would definitely approve. Zhou Jiao laughed out loud, admiring the old man as well. If they could use his influence, so be it. Since he acted for the public good, she was happy to help. "I'm going to sleep for a bit. I'm really exhausted," Zhang Guoqing said, taking off his clothes and hugging his son. He fell asleep instantly. Seeing him already snoring, Zhou Jiao knew he was truly worn out. She left the room, locked the door and lowered the curtain for peace of mind, and didn't even dare stay in the main room. She took her needlework basket and headed to the kitchen. Her hands flew as she knitted wool pants, her mind quickly calculating the time. If she was right, someone would be dropping by to chat any minute now. A few days ago, Zhang's mother had been happily chatting with visitors, but lately she'd started hiding out at the second son's house. Zhou Jiao had been busy making excuses to deal with the constant stream of visitors since Zhang's eldest brother started working. Whether people came out of genuine concern or with other motives, she had to face them since she was home with the child. Hearing that Zhang Guoqing was home, Zhang's mother brought her 2 daughters-in-law over. While Zhang Guoqing had been up the mountain, the old couple had been staying at their place. Even though the family was technically split, it was as if nothing had changed. Wherever she and Zhang's father stayed, both sons and their families would gather there after work. "Where have you two run off to? Come on in," one of the older women in the kitchen called out to Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother smiled wryly, surprised to see so many people in the kitchen. "We just came over from the second son's house. What are you all chatting about so happily? What did you buy at the market these past couple of days?" Everyone started talking at once about their purchases. Zhou Jiao and her 2 sisters-in-law exchanged smiles and kept their heads down, working on their knitting. With her mother-in-law present, Zhou Jiao didn't have to join in the conversation. She'd gotten used to the loud voices of the village women, no longer feeling dizzy and overwhelmed as she had at first. Zhang Guoqing was woken by the sound of people saying goodbye outside. He blinked in confusion, realizing he was at home. Turning to his child, he saw the boy was already awake, staring at him with wide eyes. "Son, are you hungry?" Zhang Guoqing checked his watch and saw that Ping'an had just woken up. He felt the diaper, it was still dry. After helping the boy relieve himself, he carried him into the main room just as Zhou Jiao came in. Seeing them, Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up. She put down her basket, smiled, and took the child. "Brother, you're not going back to sleep?" You keep Mom company, I'll take the baby to feed him. We'll eat when Dad gets back. No, if I sleep any more I won't be able to sleep tonight. Are the women gone? I'll go find Mom. Zhang Guoqing was a bit intimidated by all the older women and breathed a sigh of relief to see they'd left. When Zhang's mother saw him coming, she quickly got up and led him to the main room. The kitchen was filled with smoke from the women's pipes. She knew her 3 sons, despite their usual smiles, really disliked women smoking. The only requirement they had for a wife was that she didn't smoke, a condition she never dared mention to others, since every young woman in the area carried a big tobacco pouch at her waist. She herself had loved smoking as a girl. But after the world turned chaotic, she'd spent every day anxiously searching for food to raise her children. She couldn't afford the extra expense and gradually stopped using her long pipe altogether. The weather was getting colder by the day, and time passed as Zhou Jiao dragged Zhang Guoqing up the mountain to search for supplies. With the first heavy snow about to arrive, Zhang Guoqing began packing up the family's everyday belongings. On a sunny day, they entrusted the new courtyard to Zhang's parents, who had already moved back to the old house. They hired a horse-drawn cart, loaded Zhou Jiao, their son, and a pile of luggage, and headed for the county town. As soon as Zhang Guoqing returned to their small courtyard in the county, he breathed a sigh of relief. Living in the village, their house was always bustling with visitors, the main room constantly filled with smoke. Whether they were close or not, people would grab him as soon as they saw him, endlessly talking about favors, relationships, and trying to get close, which left him deeply troubled. What he couldn't stand most was how some women would barge into his room without warning, sit on the cane smoking dry tobacco, and even grab Zhou Jiao's hand, their voices so loud they'd wake the sleeping child. Regardless of how distant their relationship had been before, they'd shout and gossip, spraying saliva everywhere, while their kids rummaged through cabinets and drawers. Thinking back on those chaotic days, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but shake his head. For the time being, the family had no plans and, frankly, no courage to return. In the living room, Zhou Jiao placed the child in the cradle that Zhao Dashan had given them, then pulled Zhang Guoqing aside and said, "Let's stick to our original plan. Time for the furniture swap game." Zhang Guoqing chuckled. Finally, they were making full use of the space. As soon as the carpenter notified them a couple of days ago, he and Zhou Jiao had stashed the new furniture in their space, just waiting to swap everything out once they got to the county. They'd even prepared their excuses and discussed how to deal with Zhang's parents. Zhou Jiao took him to the bedroom, lightly touched the furniture, and in an instant, the room was empty. Like a fairy with a magic wand, she set out the new pieces, arranged the clothes, and in the blink of an eye, the place was spotless and transformed. Even though Zhang Guoqing had seen it many times, he still couldn't help but feel a chill. Better not use the space unless absolutely necessary. If anyone ever caught wind of it, it would spell disaster. He looked with satisfaction at the 2 new rows of closed bookshelves in the study. They'd cost a pretty penny, but once closed, they didn't draw attention. Now that they'd be living in the county for a while, there'd be more visitors and more jealous eyes. Best to avoid trouble where possible. What he feared most was people digging up the past. "Do you think we should tell my dad about the furniture swap?" he asked. "We might fool others, but not him. He knows how much I love those old things. He'll definitely suspect something's up and might even rush over." Zhang Guoqing nodded. Their official story was that they'd given away the old stuff because they didn't like it anymore, but that wouldn't fool his father-in-law. "We have to explain it to Dad," Zhou Jiao agreed. "Uncle Dashan and Godfather won't believe our story either, and they'll definitely mention it to Dad. Let's stick to what we told your parents. The new stuff is too valuable, and with so many jealous people around, we secretly put it away for safekeeping. Dad will understand and cover for us." Once the study was set, Zhou Jiao led Zhang Guoqing back to the living room, nodding in agreement. She needed to write her father anyway to let him know they'd moved to the county and update their address for letters and telegrams. Seeing her distracted, Zhang Guoqing reminded her, "Whatever you do, don't touch the baby's cradle. If the cradle gets put away in the space, our son will fall. This isn't a joke." Zhou Jiao shot him a look, then covered her mouth and laughed. She remembered how she used to dream about accidentally putting him into the space, waking up in a cold sweat. After tidying up the main rooms, they went to the kitchen to swap out the table. Smelling the burning coal, they exchanged a glance and pointed to the next room, which had a real earthen Kong connected to the kitchen. It used to be the nanny's room, but now they could use it themselves. Zhang Guoqing looked around with satisfaction. The room had already been cleaned and was spotless. I'll wipe it down with disinfectant again. From now on, we can let the baby nap here while we cook and eat. If he cries, we'll hear him right away. Zhou Jiao added, and if we have unexpected guests, we can just change the bedding and let them stay here. Zhang Guoqing fetched a bucket of hot water, added some disinfectant, and wiped everything down, then opened the doors to air the place out. After a while, Zhou Jiao laid out new mats and quilts, checked that everything was fine, and set out pillows and blankets. They had plenty of bedding now, worried that next year the cotton rationing would get even stricter. Last time they'd had some old quilts refurbished, they'd asked Master Fong to buy a few more, and with the military blankets from Zhao Chuangguang, they'd have enough even if they had more kids. The couple returned to the living room, looked around from inside out, and shared a smile. Nothing was more important than safety. Next, Zhang Guoqing would need to borrow a truck to keep up appearances. Otherwise, people would wonder how all their things had vanished into thin air. After lunch and a short rest, Zhang Guoqing wasted no time heading out to take care of business. With the end of the year approaching, he made sure to attend every market fair. Over several trips, he'd managed to connect with a few major resellers. There were always clever people in any era. Some bought up grain from acquaintances to resell at a profit. This time, he was heading out to finalize the delivery time and place. He'd already picked a spot in the woods east of town, just waiting for the other party to deliver the goods that night. He and Zhou Jiao would go with a handcart, and no one would suspect that the grain would end up hidden in Zhou Jiao's space. Better safe than sorry. Even though things weren't tense right now, he worried that if famine struck and their secret was exposed, it would be dangerous. He planned every precaution carefully. At a mud brick house surrounded by a bamboo fence, Zhang Guoqing, bundled up in a cotton jacket and hat with only his eyes showing, arranged to meet the seller at 8 that night in the woods. After paying a deposit, he hurried off. After finalizing the deal, Zhang Guoqing left the village to visit Zhao Dashan at the militia office. Since he and Zhou Jiao were back, he needed to check in. Plus, he wanted to see if Zhao Dashan still planned to go to the neighboring province to buy grain. If not, he could introduce him to local grain sellers. If so, he'd need Zhang's mother to help watch the baby. He couldn't go without Zhou Jiao's help. Zhang Guoqing arrived at Zhao Dashan's office. It was the end of the year and things were slow. Zhao Dashan, seeing him, knew he was just there to hang out and shot him a glare. After explaining, Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. He hadn't expected that Zhao Dashan and his wife were still set on going to the seaside, even in this cold weather. Hearing that they'd already bought plenty of fine grains at the market, Zhang Guoqing was relieved. He hadn't realized they'd been waiting for him to have time to go together. They agreed to set out early with their families if the weather held over the weekend, and excitedly discussed the route and supplies they'd need. Before leaving, Zhang Guoqing borrowed a truck. When he got home, with Zhou Jiao's help, he deliberately drove the tarpaulin-covered truck around town, then out to a remote village. Only after making sure no one was following did he feel safe enough to return home and finish up. After dinner, Zhang Guoqing washed the dishes, told Zhou Jiao he was heading out, and walked over to his eldest sister's house. Zhang Meili's family was still eating. Seeing him arrive, Zhang Chunming hurriedly pulled him over to join them for a drink. Zhang Guoqing quickly waved his hand. "Brother-in-law, I just ate. I'm actually here to ask my sister for a favor, to watch over Ping'an for a bit. We have something to do tonight. We'll be out around 7 and back by 8:30. "I'll come over with you now," Zhang Meili said, quickly shoveling the last few bites into her mouth. Knowing his brother-in-law had to work the night shift, Zhang Guoqing hurriedly stopped her. "No rush, there's still plenty of time. You can come over after you've tidied up." Zhang Ziwen's face flushed with excitement, but he hesitated to put down his chopsticks. He'd been looking forward to visiting his uncle's house, and if he didn't speak up now, he might miss his chance. He nudged his younger brother, Ziwu, and secretly pointed at Zhang Guoqing. Ziwu nodded, quickly finished his food, and ran over to Zhang Guoqing, tugging at his sleeve. Zhang Guoqing patted his head. "In a bit, you three brothers will protect your mom and Yaya on the way to my place, okay?" The kids cheered loudly at that. Seeing Zhang Meili object, Zhang Chunming quickly persuaded her. He was on duty tonight and didn't feel comfortable leaving the kids at home, so he suggested she bring them all along. Zhang Meili had no choice but to agree, repeatedly reminding the kids to behave, not to ask for things, and listing off a string of rules. Zhang Guoqing quickly herded the three kids out the door. If he listened any longer, the kids wouldn't get to go at all. He wasn't worried about making his brother-in-law feel awkward after all that. Just as they stepped outside, they ran into Zhang Meihao, who was bringing her kids over to visit. Hearing that they were going to look after the children, she quickly sent Ziwen to her house to let them know. The group dawdled their way back to Zhang Guoqing's courtyard. By then, it was getting late. Zhou Jiao had already prepared Pingin's formula and snacks for the kids. Zhang Guoqing pulled her along, and they headed out together. They weren't in a hurry, so they strolled down the street. Zhang Guoqing glanced around, then picked Zhou Jiao up and set her in the pushcart, pushing her along as he quietly told her about their weekend plans to visit the fishing village with Zhao Dashan's family. He planned to have his mother come over to watch the kids for a day so he could take Zhou Jiao out for some fun. Looking at Zhou Jiao's star-bright eyes and the dimples on her cheeks, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. He guessed she was already thinking about combing the beach for seafood. He was starting to look forward to seeing how Cheng Hongli and Zhou Jiao would act that day. Hopefully, the winter wind wouldn't dampen their enthusiasm. As they neared the woods on the eastern outskirts, the kerosene lamp hanging from their cart illuminated someone ahead. The other person, surprised to see a little girl in the cart, hesitated, then pulled a cart out from the woods. Zhang Guoqing checked the goods one by one and nodded in satisfaction. The two of them loaded the grain onto Zhang Guoqing's cart, paid the remaining balance, and watched as the other person hurried off. Zhang Guoqing pushed the cart full of grain back home, leaving only 2 bags on top to cover up the rest. Just as he reached his gate, Wang Dashing from next door opened his door and called out with a grin, "You're finally back. I saw your lights on and guessed it was you." He strode over and pointed at the bags on the cart. Zhang Guoqing smiled and said quietly, "It's grain. I just bought it from a farmer." "Uncle, you're still up? Where's Auntie? Want to come in for a bit?" Wang Dashing waved his hand and whispered, "Your aunt's inside cleaning pig offal. She sent me to ask if you want any bones. They're not the best cuts, but it's the staff price. Your Uncle Chen already bought 20 pounds at noon. If I'd known you were back today, I would have told you earlier." Zhang Guoqing nodded eagerly. "Uncle, I'll take whatever you have. Perfect for stewing on the stove in winter." Wang Dashing called out, "Wife, I'm taking Xiao Wu to the factory. Hurry up, or there'll be none left." "Come back early," came a loud voice from the left courtyard, echoing in the night. Wang Dashing shouted back, then pointed at the grain on the cart and gestured toward Zhang Guoqing's yard. Zhang Guoqing carried 2 bags into the yard and said to Zhou Jiao, "I'm going to the factory with Uncle." With that, he hurried after Wang Dashing, who was already pushing the cart ahead. Old Chen from the right courtyard came running out, putting on his coat as he shouted, "Hey, wait for me." "Old Wang, why didn't you call me?" "I only realized when I heard your wife's loud voice." Wang Dashing replied, aggrieved, "Hey, didn't you already go at noon? I thought you had enough. I gave some to relatives, so there's barely any left. I just told my wife I'd go again tomorrow, but when I heard you were taking Xiao Wu to the factory, I jumped up and almost missed you. Xiao Wu, buy more this time, stock up and eat it slowly." Watching them leave, Zhou Jiao decided not to go back inside. She told Zhang Meili, who was watching the commotion, that she was heading over to the Wangs. After all, it was only polite to say a few words. The Wang's front yard was piled high with firewood. Every time Zhou Jiao visited, she was afraid a rat or bug would jump out. The Wang's courtyard was about the same size as Zhou Jiao's, but the layout was different, 5 rooms with the kitchen in the middle. Only the outer and west rooms were lit, and the yard itself was pitch dark. Zhou Jiao remembered that the Wang family had a dog who lived better than the humans, chewing on bones every day, ignoring visitors, and often glancing at people with disdain before turning away. As a dog in a family where both parents worked at the meat factory, it lived better than most people, a happy, proud dog. Even more pampered were the Wang family's hens. They could spit and relieve themselves anywhere, never worrying about their territory being taken. They roamed freely from the east room to the west. Zhou Jiao wondered if they'd still be so free come summer. Carefully stepping over the mess on the ground, Zhou Jiao finally reached the outer room. As soon as she entered, she was hit by the rich aroma of meat. The big pot on the stove was bubbling away. "Auntie, it's Jiao Jiao. I'm coming in." Aunt Wang was squatting alone, washing pig intestines and other offal. There were voices from another room. Her children were clearly well cared for. Aunt Wang looked up and smiled. "Come in, I can't get away right now." She pointed to a stool for Zhou Jiao to sit. Zhou Jiao glanced at the stools, all covered in grease and grime, and winced. She quickly walked over to Aunt Wang's side. She'd rather put up with the smell than sit down. Maybe it was because both Wang's spouses worked at the meat factory, but the whole house was greasy. Zhou Jiao had never seen either of them in clean clothes. Even their only daughter's face was scrubbed clean, but her clothes were always dirty. Zhou Jiao quietly moved to a spot where the smell was less intense. "Auntie, thank you so much. If you hadn't told us, we wouldn't have had a chance to buy any. Food is so scarce these days, let alone stuff like this." Aunt Wang waved her off. "No need to thank me. As soon as I saw your lights on, I knew you were back. The factory got a batch of pigs from somewhere, and after the quotas were filled, they sold the bones and offal to staff at a discount. The price is great, and there's still meat on the bones. The workers all tried to keep as much as they could. Look at the meat on the table, that's what I trimmed off. Not bad, right? You're too skinny, you need to eat more. Boil the bones into soup and drink it like water, you'll definitely put on weight. When I was a girl, I only weighed 70 or 80 pounds. Now I've doubled that, all thanks to drinking soup." Aunt Wang kept working and talking, urging Zhou Jiao to drink more soup, occasionally glancing up at her. Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded, responding with the occasional hum. She listened as Aunt Wang talked about the factory's annual benefits, who was the shrewdest, who bought the most, and so on. After gossiping about the factory, she moved on to the neighbors, who to avoid, who was easy to get along with, who pretended to be rich, and who was so poor they were about to lose their pants. Then she asked if Zhou Jiao had collected this month's grain rations, told her what would be supplied at the end of the month, the best time to go, how to cut in line, and how to get the best cabbages. From cabbages to sauerkraut, from how to stew pork with sauerkraut, to pork prices, and finally to making smoked bacon. Zhou Jiao's legs were getting tired from standing, so she quietly shifted her position. Watching Aunt Wang gossip nonstop, she thought, what a warm-hearted person, just a bit too chatty. Could she leave now? Suddenly, Aunt Wang exclaimed, "Oh, look at me, I lost track of time. You should head back. Not that I don't want you to stay, but you can't leave the kids alone at night. Come by any time during the day. Your mom asked me to look after you, so don't be shy. If you need anything, just call me." Zhou Jiao felt like she'd been saved by a bell. Aunt Wang's loud voice was music to her ears. After a few polite words, she took the bowl of meat Aunt Wang insisted she bring and hurried out of the Wang's yard. Back in her own courtyard, Zhou Jiao looked at the bowl piled high with fatty meat, let out a long sigh, and glanced at the left courtyard, giggling behind her hand. She washed her hands in the kitchen and stared blankly at the bowl of meat. After parting ways with Wang Dashing and the others, Zhang Guoqing pushed the cart home. The kids, hearing the gate open, all ran out and cheered when they saw him, excited about the meat. In the kitchen, Zhang Guoqing poured the contents of the bag into a wooden tray. Seeing Zhang Meili and the others tidying up, he grinned. "We really lucked out tonight. Old Chin next door took all the offal I don't like. I bet they won't get any sleep tonight." Lots of people don't want pig's feet or tails because there's not much meat, but I took them all. Zhou Jiao nodded. They really were lucky. With so many bones, she might end up doubling her weight too. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobin's voice called from outside. Zhang Ziwen went to open the door and brought him into the kitchen, chattering about how their uncle had brought back lots of meat and bones. Zhang Guoqing teased him, worried about my second sister, huh? Come, have a seat. Just wanted to check in. If everything's fine, we'll head back. When our parents come up in a few days, we'll get together again. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. Seeing it was getting late, he didn't try to keep them. He picked out some things, put them in a bamboo basket, and sent them home. It was just after 5 on a weekend morning. The county town was only just waking up, with lights flickering on here and there. On the main roads and small squares, a few early risers could be seen out for exercise. 2 military vehicles pulled out from a street corner onto the main road, a small car in front, followed closely by a large truck covered with an army green tarp. The few people out at this hour instinctively glanced over as the vehicles passed, raising a cloud of dust before vanishing from sight. People exchanged puzzled looks, but no one voiced the question on everyone's mind: what could be happening so early on a weekend that required 2 vehicles to head out? At this moment, Zhao Dashan, accompanied by his wife, was driving the truck at the rear, closely following Zhang Guoqing, who was behind the wheel of the car in front. The 2 vehicles sped toward the neighboring province. Inside the car, Zhao Yuanyuan was chatting away with her best friend Zhou Jiao, gossiping and plotting her own little schemes. From the moment they left the county, Zhao Yuanyuan had been chattering nonstop about the latest rumors, school gossip about teachers and classmates, tidbits from the neighborhood. She shared her thoughts and feelings as she went. Changing the subject, Zhao Yuanyuan began to complain about the hardships of school life, leaving early, coming home late, and showed Zhou Jiao the chilblains on her hands as proof of her suffering. Zhou Jiao just looked at her with amusement, saying nothing. Jiao, don't you think I'm pitiful? Zhao Yuanyuan asked. Could be better, could be worse, Zhou Jiao replied with a smile. There are plenty of people who wish they could go to high school, but end up disappointed and have to pick up a hoe instead. Others get a job early and enjoy the benefits. Compared to them, your hardship is all a matter of perspective. Zhao Yuanyuan grabbed Zhou Jiao's arm and started shaking it, putting on a pleading smile. Zhou Jiao quickly turned away. She knew this girl was about to make things difficult for her again. Jiao, don't be like that. Wouldn't it be great if I could stay home and study with you? I could cook, clean, help take care of the kids. If you just tell my parents I'm taking time off to study with you, then, oh, my happy life would finally begin. Zhang Guoqing chimed in, are you sure your parents would agree to that? Zhao Yuanyuan immediately slumped against Zhou Jiao, acting spoiled. That's why I'm discussing it with you guys. We're siblings, aren't we? We should share our blessings and our burdens. I don't care, I'm leaving it to you. We might hire an auntie to help next year, Zhang Guoqing said. Jiao will be going to school more often then. Don't rush to take time off, let's see how things go. By the way, why didn't Humping come along today? Zhang Guoqing knew full well that his and his wife's situation was different from Zhao Yuanyuan's. He wasn't about to give her bad advice, knowing her temperament. Self-study would be a disaster, better to just stick with school. Having listened to her chatter all morning, Zhang Guoqing quickly changed the subject. If he didn't, she'd keep pestering them all the way until they got out of the car. Haha, he's sleeping like a log. Zhao Yuanyuan laughed. My dad kicked him, and he didn't even react. My second brother even asked me to wake him up last night. She launched into a story about her brother Zhao Hongbing's legendary sleeping skills. Zhang Guoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and stepped on the gas. Yesterday, Zhang's parents had been urged to come to the county. Zhang Guoqing had planned to take them out for a stroll today, even roping Zhang Meili into looking after the kids at home. But his parents refused to go, his mother worried about her grandson, and his father complained about the cold. Worried that his parents would just make do with a simple lunch while they were out, Zhou Jiao had gotten up before dawn to prepare breakfast and cook several meat dishes, leaving them warm on the stove. Before leaving, she even took Zhang's mother to the storeroom to check the food supplies, worried they'd be too frugal to eat well. After all this, Zhou Jiao was seriously sleep-deprived. Listening to Zhao Yuanyuan's chatter now was like a lullaby, making her drowsy, especially since Zhao Yuanyuan not only talked, but liked to shake her as well. At the turnoff to the provincial capital, following his father-in-law's directions, Zhang Guoqing finally spotted a horse-drawn cart on the empty road. He asked the driver for directions to the village, confirmed his planned route, and thanked him. The two vehicles set off again, heading toward their destination village. After driving for some time, Zhang Guoqing figured they were close and honked a few times, slowing down and pulling over. He got out to discuss with Zhao Dashan, and they both decided to wait by the roadside for someone to guide them to the village. Before long, a few villagers passed by. Zhang Guoqing approached two of them, and after some conversation, finally found someone from the village they were headed to. The villager enthusiastically gestured the way, and Zhang Guoqing invited him to ride along, to the man's delight. With their guide, they soon arrived at the village. Zhao Dashan and Zhang Guoqing left the women behind and followed the villager to find Captain Lu. When Captain Lu learned they were family of Lu Sanyuan and Zhou Xiaojing, he quickly gave a few instructions to the villagers, then led them to the edge of the village, inviting Cheng Hongli and the others to come along. At Captain Lu's house, after everyone was seated, he asked what brought them here, jokingly, was it another grain-buying trip like last time? Zhao Dashan nodded and praised Captain Lu's sharp eye. Captain Lu looked at the group in surprise. He hadn't expected they'd already used up all the fine grains from last time. He thought for a moment and said, "Our village distributed everything at the end of the year. I'll ask around and see if anyone's willing to part with their fine grains for you. Zhou mentioned to you that our village has a private agreement with the fishing village, right? As for the neighboring villages, you'll have to ask around yourselves. I can't go with you. If I show up, they'll just say they don't have any." Zhao Dashan nodded with a smile, thanked him, and asked if anyone in the village made homemade liquor or vermicelli. Captain Lu immediately understood their intentions and, happy that his villagers could earn some money without leaving home, readily agreed to help arrange things. They agreed to meet again in an hour or two. Zhao Dashan's group would check out other villages in the meantime, leaving Captain Lu to make arrangements. Back at the vehicles, they decided to split up. Zhao Dashan told Zhang Guoqing to note down anything the car couldn't carry, and after 2 hours, they'd regroup at this village and load up the truck. Everyone burst out laughing. It was true. With liquor and vermicelli, they'd definitely need the truck. Zhang Guoqing deliberately chose a direction with fewer villages. He and Zhou Jiao said goodbye to Zhao Dashan's family and sped off. Zhou Jiao grinned. "You're so sly. I'm finally going to be useful. I'm excited." "No choice," Zhang Guoqing replied. "We have to split up, or Zhao Yuanyuan would insist on sticking with you. We'll head farther out. Fewer villages doesn't mean less stuff." They stopped at every village they passed, buying mostly coarse grains and vermicelli. Unfortunately, they really had come too late. Many people said that aside from what was handed over as public grain, all the rice and white flour had already been distributed and exchanged for cash. Those who got any had already swapped it for coarse grains. Worse still, many villages were so remote that the dirt roads were too rough for cars. Only handcarts could get through. Not wanting to give up, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao parked and went in on foot to buy what they could. Luckily, Zhang Guoqing was strong enough to haul everything back to the car with a handcart, saving precious time. Otherwise, the whole 2 hours would have been wasted slogging through muddy ruts. As the 2 hours were almost up, Zhou Jiao regretfully checked her watch. "If only we'd agreed to meet at noon." Zhang Guoqing turned the car around and laughed. "You look exhausted. Let's head back and see how the others did. I bet Uncle Dashan's truck is already full. After we finish with the villages we've already arranged, let's work together, no more splitting up." Zhou Jiao slumped in her seat and nodded weakly. She wasn't physically tired, but the tension and excitement had her heart still pounding. She was too drained to say much. After the first 2 villages, she just bought whatever she saw. Back at Captain Lu's village, right on the tower mark, Captain Lu was already waiting at the drying yard, with several villagers moving wine jars, sacks, bamboo baskets, and hampers. Zhang Guoqing saw the mountain of sacks, rows of wine jars, and stacks of baskets, and realized just how resourceful Lu Sanyuan was. Captain Lu's village was clearly the wealthiest around. He was tempted to buy a lot of coarse grain, but thought better of it. He didn't want villagers to sell off their reserves just for cash. Captain Lu glanced around and asked, "Just you two back? Where are the others?" "We split up. Everyone agreed to meet back here in 2 hours. They'll be here soon. Could you start weighing things for us, Captain? We'll load up when they arrive." Captain Lu nodded and told the villagers to start weighing. A while later, Zhou Jiao drove up, shaking his head with a wry smile. "It's all vermicelli and liquor, hardly any fine grains. Some villages are so remote, you can't even get a car in." Captain Lu laughed. "There was never much rice or flour to begin with. Most of it goes to the public stores or the fishing village. Even the coarse grains are in demand. How could there be much left for outsiders?" Once everything was loaded and paid for, they said their goodbyes to Captain Lu, then headed to the other prearranged villages to load up before making their way toward the fishing village. Along the way, both families had gotten the hang of things and managed to find quite a few good deals in the villages they passed. As noon approached, the 2 cars finally arrived at the fishing village where the fishery was located. Passing by the fishery, they saw a row of sizable buildings close to the main road, with several trucks parked at the entrance. Zhang Guoqing slowed down to take a look, then turned his head and continued driving slowly forward. Even before entering the village, he could already smell the strong scent of fish in the air. Following the plan he discussed with Zhou Jiao, Zhang first stopped the car to ask for directions and soon found the house of Old Wang, the crab seller that his father-in-law, Zhou Jiao, had mentioned. When they arrived, Old Wang's family had just finished lunch. Upon learning that they were relatives of Lu Sanyuan and Zhou Jiao, Old Wang was delighted. These were big customers. He quickly invited them to sit down. Zhang Guoqing went back to the car and carried in 10 jin of rice and a pack of vermicelli, placing them inside the house. He smiled at Old Wang, who was trying to refuse the gifts, and said, "Uncle Wang, don't bother stopping me. For lunch today, you have to let Auntie prepare a real seafood feast. We're here to taste her cooking." Old Wang immediately understood. It was just like when Lu Sanyuan's wife and her friends had come in the summer, city folks looking for something fresh, enjoying themselves, and taking some seafood home afterward. He hurriedly asked his wife to start preparing, saying, "Have some hot water to warm up first. By the time we finish eating, the tide will be out. I'll have my eldest son take you out then." Seeing that lunch wouldn't be ready for a while and his wife and daughter were already eager to go out, Zhou Jiao discussed with Zhang Guoqing and decided that the 2 of them would stay and have Old Wang help them buy seafood, while Cheng Hongli took Zhao Yuanyuan and Zhou Jiao to see the sea. After lunch, both families would go clam digging together. Old Wang, overhearing this, told his younger son to take the 3 women to the seaside and to watch out for their safety. Cheng Hongli and the others excitedly rushed out. Zhang Guoqing quickly grabbed Zhou Jiao, making sure she was dressed warmly before letting her run off with Zhao Yuanyuan, reminding her not to take off her coat and to come back early for lunch. Zhou Jiao and Old Wang burst out laughing at the scene. Old Wang reassured him, "Don't worry. The sea breeze is strong, but it's not cold if you're running around. When lunch is ready, I'll have my wife call them back." Zhou Jiao got straight to the point. "My wife just finished her confinement. Old Wang, we'll need your help buying some seafood." "No problem. We've got time before lunch. I'll take you to a few neighbors. Take a look, and if you see anything you like, have them send it over and settle up together," Old Wang said, leading them out as they stood up. Zhang Guoqing planned to check out the fishery that his father-in-law had mentioned. Since the warehouse manager was willing to sell privately, he was confident he could persuade him. Unlike others, he wasn't short on money and didn't mind the heat. He could store things in his space and use them slowly. On the way, he casually asked Old Wang about the fishery. Old Wang brought them to a courtyard. According to him, this family always came back from fishing with a full load. After handing over the required quota to the fishery, they still had plenty left. The old lady and her daughter-in-law dried a lot of fish and sold them at the market. Their house had the most seafood in the village. In the yard, the women were mending nets. Seeing old Wang bring two strangers, they immediately realized he was bringing customers. The old lady quickly gave her daughter-in-law a few instructions, then put down her work and came over to greet them. Old Wang called out, "Sister-in-law, what seafood do you have left?" The old lady cheerfully led them to the storeroom and opened the door. "It smells a bit strong in here. Take your time looking. If you see anything you like, I'll bring it out for you." As soon as Zhang Guoqing and Zhao Dashan entered, the strong fishy smell hit them. No wonder she'd warned them. Inside, there were bundles of dried kelp, several hanging bamboo baskets filled with dried shrimp, shellfish meat, and large dried fish hanging from wooden racks. On the floor, a few broken bamboo baskets were full of assorted dried fish. After checking the prices, Zhao Dashan asked Zhang Guoqing, "How about we each pick what we like?" "You go first, uncle." "I'll pick after you," Zhang Guoqing said, stepping outside. The smell was overwhelming, and with some items costing only a few cents per jean, there wasn't much to fuss over. He figured he might as well buy everything, it wouldn't cost much anyway. He was determined not to go back inside. Once Zhao Dashan was done, he'd just take the rest. If he didn't eat it himself, he could give it away. After making their selections and leaving the courtyard, Zhao Dashan laughed and pointed at Zhang Guoqing. "You really are Lin Lishan's son-in-law, always buying out the whole lot." Thinking of his mother-in-law's habits, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh too. "I have a big family, so it's easy to share. You should buy more too, Uncle Dashan. They make great gifts during the holidays." As he spoke, he secretly gestured about the low prices. With old Wang there, he didn't want to say it out loud. Zhao Dashan quickly caught on. These things were cheap here, but in their county town, prices were much higher. Especially in his hometown, seafood was rare. After visiting 2 more houses, old Wang protested and dragged them back home. "Come on, if you're just going to buy everything, why bother going door to door? I'll have my wife tell everyone to bring their stock to my place. You can decide how much you want, and I'll pick a few suitable families." When Zhang Guoqing and the others returned, they saw the main room table piled high with seafood, fish, crabs, shellfish, and old Wang's wife was still bringing out more from the kitchen. Zhao Dashan quickly said, "Sister-in-law, that's enough. There's already plenty." Old Wang's wife smiled. "It's not too much. Shellfish look like a lot, but there's not much meat. Just 2 more dishes to go. You men have some drinks first. By the time the food's ready, the ladies should be back." Seeing old Wang pouring drinks for Zhao Dashan, Zhang Guoqing quickly said, "Uncle, I'll go find them. You two drink first." With that, he slipped out. He avoided drinking whenever he could, and besides, he wanted to check if his wife was cold. Listening to the sound of the waves as he hurried to the beach, Zhang Guoqing soon spotted the group having a blast, still shouting and playing after all this time, surrounded by a bunch of local kids. Even some people on the fishing boats beached on the sand were pointing and laughing at them. When Zhou Jiao saw Zhang Guoqing approaching, she ran over and pulled him, "Come with me to the rocks. We're too scared to go over there. The kids say that's where the best stuff is, but we have to wait for low tide." Zhang Guoqing quickly grabbed her. She was so excited she almost dragged him along. He felt her hands. "Look at your hands, they're freezing. Let's go back for lunch first. We can come back when the tide's out this afternoon." But Zhou Jiao kept tugging him toward the beach. Seeing he had no choice, Zhang Guoqing followed, wrapping her hands in his to warm them up. "Auntie Chung, lunch is ready. Let's head back and come out again later." Without looking up, Chung Hongli replied, "Give me 5 more minutes. We'll leave soon." Watching the mother and daughter stubbornly chasing after tiny crabs, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. These little ones weren't even edible. Looking at the group of kids around them, they really did look like the leaders of the pack. Zhou Jiao pulled him toward the sea, pointing at the rocks that hadn't yet been fully exposed by the tide. "That's the spot. It'll be ready soon. The water's already halfway out." Zhang Guoqing lifted his foot to show her and said softly, "Once we finish lunch, the tide will be out. We'll come back then. For now, let me take you somewhere less crowded. Let's see what we can find." Seeing his military boots, Zhou Jiao realized it would be hard to go any further. She nodded helplessly. Zhang Guoqing led her slowly to the left. The further they got from the crowd, the more things the waves had washed up on the sand. The tide was just going out, and soon the village kids would come with bamboo baskets to collect seafood. Listening to the news Zhou Jiao had gathered, Zhang Guoqing nodded. Seeing how excited she was, he didn't mention that just 1 yuan could buy a lot of the seafood the kids collected. Watching Zhou Jiao crouch down and sneak some finds into her space, Zhang Guoqing happily stood in front of her to shield her. His woman, after all, her happiness was all that mattered. 5 minutes passed. Zhang Guoqing pulled up Zhou Jiao, wrapped most of his coat around her, and, holding her close, walked over to the mother-daughter pair of Cheng Hongli, who were still engrossed in foraging by the sea. Without even looking up, Cheng Hongli said, "Just a bit longer." Zhang Guoqing smiled wryly at them and urged them to hurry up. He really couldn't wait any longer. No matter how warm his wife's fur coat was, it couldn't block out the biting wind. All the way back, Zhang Guoqing kept Zhou Jiao in his arms. They attracted quite a few teasing glances, and some young wives even snuck looks at them. Zhang Guoqing just nodded and smiled at everyone, keeping a calm face as he walked on. Worried that Zhou Jiao might feel shy, he whispered to her that after lunch, he'd go check out the fishery and try to get some good stuff. He asked her to think about how she could help him out. Back at Old Wang's house, everyone sat down to eat, stomachs rumbling with hunger. Zhao Yuanyuan, however, found her hands so frozen she couldn't hold her chopsticks steady. In her frustration, she just grabbed a crab with both hands, making everyone burst into laughter. Old Wang's wife brought over some ginger soup. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "It's fine. Crabs are easier to eat with your hands anyway. Girl, have some ginger soup to warm up first. Hold the bowl with both hands and sip slowly, careful, it's hot. Your hands will be fine in a bit." Cheng Hongli quickly thanked her and went to get a bowl of ginger soup. She noticed Zhang Guoqing had already picked up a bowl, tested the temperature, and handed it to Zhou Jiao. Cheng Hongli couldn't help but glare at Zhao Dashan, then glanced at her own silly daughter. She secretly wondered if she should start looking for a few more potential suitors for her daughter and check them out in advance. After the three of them had their ginger soup, it wasn't long before Zhao Yuanyuan exclaimed that she felt warm all over and her hands were no longer stiff. Cheng Hongli, Zhou Jiao, and the others thanked Old Wang's wife again and again. The seafood feast put everyone in high spirits. Thoughtful as ever, Old Wang's wife, knowing Zhou Jiao had just finished her postpartum confinement, specially prepared a big bowl of local seafood porridge for her. During the meal, more and more people dropped by. Several families brought over fresh frozen fish and dried seafood, but seeing the group eating, they quickly dropped off their goods and made excuses to leave. Old Wang tried to get them to stay for a drink, but couldn't persuade them, so he just shouted for them to come back in an hour or so to weigh their goods. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly finished his meal and told Zhou Jiao to stay behind and handle the payment. He shot a look at Zhao Dashan, ignoring Zhao Yuanyuan, who was anxious to know where he was going. With a smile, Zhang Guoqing told everyone he had something to discuss with someone. As soon as he left Old Wang's yard, he drove straight to the fishery. At the fishery gate, Zhang Guoqing told the guard he was looking for Old Chen in the warehouse, claiming to be his cousin's son. He said he was just passing by today and wanted to chat with his uncle. The guard glanced at the car, handed Zhang Guoqing a slip of paper, pointed him toward the warehouse, and told him to park in the lot right in front. Zhang Guoqing hadn't expected it to be so easy to get in. He glanced back to see the guard heading into the duty room, then looked at the slip of paper. There was no name, no reason, just the date and nothing else. Just a plain little note. Shaking his head with a smile, he slowed down and drove toward the warehouse, soon spotting 2 other cars already parked on the open lot. Getting out, Zhang Guoqing strolled toward the warehouse, listening in on the conversations of passers-by and a couple of obvious outsiders nearby. Quickly figuring out which one was Old Chen, the warehouse manager, he seized an opportunity to pull him aside. Old Chen looked at Zhang Guoqing's smiling face, puzzled. Had they met before? Was his memory really going? Uncle, I'm Lu Sunyuan's nephew. Last time, Uncle Sanyuan and my father-in-law came, and you helped us buy some fish, remember? We finished it all, so I came to see if you could help me out again. Old Chin slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. I thought I was getting old, couldn't remember who you were. So you're Lu Sunyuan's relative. But without a note from him, how would you get out of here? Wait a bit, I'll find someone you can tag along with. Not only can you buy seafood at the public price, but you can also leave with him. See over there? That's the finance office. If you don't buy too much, no one will mind. With that, Old Chin went to find a man and quietly told him his nephew wanted to buy a few boxes and would pay him later. The man smiled at Zhang Guoqing and said to call him when he was ready to leave. These drivers often took a box or two home, and as for how it was recorded, they had their ways. But if Old Chin hadn't asked, he wouldn't have bothered. Fewer boxes meant less extra income for him. With everything arranged, Old Chin learned Zhang Guoqing's car was in the lot and went with him, telling him to drive up to the cold storage entrance. Inside the cold storage, Old Chin visibly relaxed. He pointed to some broken boxes and said, "Want these too? Take them all later. Your father-in-law told you, right?" Zhang Guoqing nodded with a grin and slipped 5 yuan into Old Chin's pocket. Old Chin was delighted. He liked dealing with smart, straightforward people. He pulled out 3 burlap sacks from the corner and said, "Pack these up first. I'll go look for more. With the year-end coming, we're clearing out the cold storage. I remember there's still some left. Think about what kind of seafood you want by the box, and I'll pick out some good stuff for you." Zhang Guoqing quickly said, "Uncle, I don't want to trouble you. However many boxes you think is appropriate, I'll take them. I'll leave it up to you." Old Chin was even happier. "All right, pack these up first." Then he headed deeper inside. People Lu Sanyuan brought were always generous, handing over a pack of cigarettes or money without even checking the goods. He'd go find some good stuff. While Zhang Guoqing was busy packing, he grew more and more anxious. Maybe he should give more money. But seeing Old Chin keep tossing fish his way, he decided not to. Instead, he'd have Zhou Jiao give Old Chin some wild game later. Too much money would be inappropriate, but too little would feel wrong. When he finished with the sacks, Old Chin pointed to 4 boxes. 2 boxes of prawns, 1 of yellow croaker, and 1 of ribbon fish. Take these first. Too many people get jealous. I'll do as you say, Uncle. Old Chin expertly opened the warehouse door, brought over a cart, and had Zhang Guoqing load the 3 sacks onto his car, then added the 4 boxes. Afterward, Old Chin took Zhang Guoqing to the entrance, where they loaded the sacks into the car. The 4 boxes stayed on the cart, and Old Chin called over the man from earlier. After the man checked the boxes, Zhang Guoqing paid for them. After a while, the man went to the finance office to pay, then drove off with Zhang Guoqing. At the gate, the man laughed and waved goodbye before driving off. Zhang Guoqing looked at the gate in disbelief. He couldn't believe how smoothly things had gone. He drove slowly back toward Old Wang's house. Before he got there, he saw Zhou Jiao waving at him from the roadside. His wife was great at playing along, but if only she wouldn't stand out in the cold wind, she'd be even smarter. He stopped the car beside her. As soon as Zhou Jiao got in, Zhang Guoqing pointed to the 3 sacks and a box of prawns, telling her to put them in her space. The 3 sacks were part of the under-the-table deal. He didn't plan to tell Zhao Dashan about them, since it involved Old Chen's job. Zhao Yuanyuan's loose lips could get everyone in trouble if word got out. As for the prawns, he kept a box for Zhou Jiao because she liked them. A bit of selfishness. The stuff they brought back openly would be split up by his parents and siblings, and after Zhao Dashan took his share, there wouldn't be much left. Zhang Guoqing had Zhou Jiao take out a dried rabbit and 2 cured meats from her space, then turned the car around and headed back to the fishery. The guard was surprised to see him again, but Zhang Guoqing explained he'd forgotten to give something from his elders to his uncle. With a new slip, Zhang Guoqing found Old Chin and handed him the gifts before leaving. Old Chin hadn't expected Zhang Guoqing to come back just to deliver meat. As Zhang Guoqing was about to leave, Old Chin hurried after him. "Why are you giving such a heavy gift? Take it back." Zhang Guoqing replied, "It's not heavy, it's just your nephew's way of showing respect." A colleague nearby chimed in, "Old Chin, your nephew came all this way to give you something. Just accept it. If you feel bad, ask the director for some staff rations and let your nephew take some fish home." Old Chin laughed and agreed. He pulled Zhang Guoqing toward the director's office, quietly reminding him to ask for more if he saw anything he liked. Zhang Guoqing left with 2 sacks, politely refusing Old Chen's offer to see him off. Half an hour had passed already. As soon as he got in the car, Zhou Jiao started asking questions, but he just drove off in a hurry. Once they were out the gate and on the way to Old Wang's house, Zhang Guoqing finally laughed. "I left in a hurry because I was afraid Old Chin would chase after us. When we brought the gifts, he dragged me to buy staff rations, but wouldn't let me pay. The first time, I gave him 5 yuan, and he spent it all just now. When we left, I slipped another 5 yuan into his coat pocket. If I hadn't left quickly, we'd still be arguing about it. Put these 2 sacks in your space, and don't mention Old Chin in front of Uncle Dashin." Zhou Jiao glanced back and, seeing they were far from the fishery, breathed a sigh of relief. She hated all the social niceties and small talk. After putting the sacks away, she remembered that Zhao Dashin's family must be getting anxious by now. As for the payment, Uncle Dashin and I each paid our own share. I didn't check too closely, the smell was too strong. Anyway, Uncle Dashin took what he wanted, and I bought up the rest of the seafood as you said. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. The smell was even stronger in the warehouse. Buying it all didn't cost much, just store it and eat it slowly. If there's something you don't like, just give it away to someone you like. Or keep it for later, it might come in handy. That's all I can do. What I really need now is fresh vegetables and fruit. Mom says we'll have to wait until autumn to see the wild fruit on the hills." I was speechless. Zhang Guoqing laughed. "Just finish the fruit you have in storage. You don't have to wait until next autumn. Once spring comes, I'll get you more. For special tropical fruit, I'll find a way. Don't bother. It's too much trouble to get fruit from far away, unless I go myself. Otherwise, it'd cost a fortune." Zhang Guoqing just smiled and didn't say more. There's always a way. He refused to believe he couldn't manage it. Every summer, his wife struggled with the heat, so he had to prepare in advance. When they got back to Old Wang's house, just as Zhou Jiao expected, Zhao Dashin's family had gone to the beach. Old Wang laughed and pointed outside. "Old Zhao said if I saw you too, to tell you to head to the beach. Once it gets cold after 3, you should go too." With that, he handed Zhang Guoqing a bamboo basket, a wooden bucket, a small basket, and a folding shovel. Zhang Guoqing nodded, said goodbye, and took Zhou Jiao outside with him. Living off the sea is an old saying often heard among coastal fishermen. In fishing villages, generation after generation goes clamming, and even 7- or 8-year-old children know the best times to head out to the shore. Now, the tide has receded, exposing patches of reef and making the beach and mudflats appear even larger. Compared to a few hours ago, there are now quite a few elderly women, aunts, and children scattered about, all busy collecting seafood. A few locals nearby saw the couple approaching with smiles on their faces and pointed out some dangerous spots to them. Maybe it was the charm of their smiles, or maybe because it was just a rare occasion, but no one seemed to mind sharing their resources with outsiders. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing chatted amiably with the old ladies, throwing out a few compliments that made them all laugh. Only then did he pull Zhou Jiao away to say goodbye. Everything before her eyes was completely different from the leisurely scene Zhou Jiao had imagined, carrying a small bucket and spade, digging for clams, catching crabs, and fishing for little fish. At this moment, on the beach, the mudflats, and the reefs, everyone was showing off their clamming skills. The tools they used were all sorts of oddities: iron shovels, iron spades, iron hooks, and even hoes. The youngest children were using bamboo tongs to quickly grab mantis shrimp, or using sharpened bamboo sticks to dig out cockles and clams. Perhaps because they were used to it, the fishermen, young and old, showed no particular joy at their harvests. The value of everything is measured by its rarity. When there's a lot, it's worth little. Seaweed and kelp, even sea cucumbers, were scattered all over the beach, washed up by the waves, yet the locals left them lying there, not bothering to pick them up. Everyone, even the youngest children, understood the importance of maximizing profit. The slightly older kids were searching the reefs and mudflats for the most valuable seafood. When they found Zhao Dashan and his family, they were bent over a dugout hole, working hard with iron hooks and shovels. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao walked over, but the family was so focused on their work that they didn't even notice. In the cold weather, all three of them had their red hands plunged into the icy water, fishing things out, real perseverance. Zhang Guoqing joked, "Found any gold yet?" "No gold, but there's plenty of stuff." "What took you so long?" Zhao Dashan looked up, startled, and pointed to a bamboo basket overflowing with seafood. Zhang Guoqing laughed. "We found a driver and bought 3 boxes from him, but he took forever settling up in the finance office. We had to wait quite a while. When you're done with this spot, want to move somewhere else? I've already asked Old Wang to tell everyone to bring anything they want to sell to his place. Don't go too far, it's not safe. Just play around nearby." Zhang Guoqing nodded. Seeing that Zhou Jiao had finished chatting with Zhao Yuan, he pulled her about 100 meters to the left, where there was a reef to block some of the sea wind. The sea breeze felt like knives against their faces. Zhang Guoqing tried to shield Zhou Jiao from the wind, digging several holes with his iron spade as quickly as he could. Whenever he found something, he tossed it into the bamboo basket. His goal was simply to fill the basket, regardless of quality. If they stayed out any longer, he worried Zhou Jiao wouldn't be able to handle the cold. Gradually, he realized something was off. No wonder the basket never seemed to fill up. His wife was smuggling things away. Treat your wife like your daughter. That was the secret a senior had once shared with him in his previous life. He'd even treated that person to a Western meal for the advice, spending a whole year's scholarship. If she wanted to smuggle things, so be it. He had plenty of strength. As long as his Jiao Jiao was happy, that was all that mattered. Zhang Guoqing picked a new spot, deliberately choosing a sheltered place at the base of a reef, and had Zhou Jiao stand guard over the basket. He quickly got to work with his spade, rinsing off what he found in a wooden bucket before tossing it in. Zhou Jiao, bored because she couldn't help, looked at the oyster-covered rocks behind her and secretly climbed up. She soon discovered that this reef connected to another one across a large tidal pool. Many sea creatures washed up by the waves had been stranded here, giant swimming crabs as big as pot lids, sea cucumbers crawling everywhere, sea urchins, starfish, octopuses, all kinds of small fish. Everything was scurrying about, and some were already making their escape. Zhou Jiao, not caring if she'd get scolded, bent down and waved for Zhang Guoqing to hurry over. The rocks were covered in sharp oyster shells. One careless move, and you'd lose a layer of skin. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing panicked, dropped everything, and rushed over. "Jiao Jiao, when did you get up here? I just saw you behind me. Come on. I'll hold the basket, you catch the crabs before they get away. Hurry, or someone else will see and they won't be ours. Wait, be careful not to get pinched. You stay here and guard the basket, I'll be quick." Zhang Guoqing hurriedly hugged her. Even after she nodded, he still glanced back at her, not quite trusting her. Zhou Jiao pushed him, signaling that she'd stay put, urging him to hurry. If they waited any longer, the tide would come in. No doubt about it, if you asked who was the fastest and most capable, Zhou Jiao would definitely pick her husband. With Zhou Jiao constantly swapping out baskets, the two of them soon cleared the tidal pool of all its sea creatures. Afterwards, Zhang Guoqing set his sights on the marine worms among the oyster beds. These were just as nutritious as sea cucumbers and even more effective medicinally. He glanced at Zhou Jiao, knowing she was squeamish about such things. "Jiao Jiao, let me carry you down first. I need to grab some marine worms. They're great for your skin." Sure enough, at the mention of beauty, Zhou Jiao nodded eagerly. Once she was down, Zhang Guoqing told her to stay put and wait for him. After she agreed, he grabbed the bucket and got to work. When he came back down from the reef, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but sigh, then burst out laughing. There she was, squatting by the half-dug hole, working hard with the iron spade. He quickly pulled her up, told her to jump in place to warm up, and got back to work himself. "Jiao Jiao, What's Xiaowu laughing so loudly about? Did he find something new? Zhao Yuan called out from a distance as she ran over. He's just laughing at how weak I am. Watching Zhou Jiao and Zhao Yuan giggle and jump around, running tirelessly back and forth between him and Zhao Dashan, Zhang Guoqing picked up the pace, one hand dragging the basket, the other grabbing seafood as fast as he could. Finally, with a basket, a bucket, and a small back basket all full, Zhang Guoqing stood up, stretched, and brought everything over to Zhou Jiao. He glanced at the pile of seaweed and miscellaneous items in front of her, knowing these were things the locals didn't want. He smiled. Jiao Jiao, let's go. Let's get home early to be with our son. At the mention of their son, Zhou Jiao lost interest. The couple quickly gathered their things and headed back to where Zhao Dashan was. Zhao Dashan picked up the basket and bucket ready to go. He couldn't get his wife and daughter to move, so he just dragged the stuff along. Let's see where they'd put it all. By the time Zhao Dashan and his family were some distance from Cheng Hongli and her daughter, the two finally caught up. Once they got to the Wang family's house, Zhao Dashan discussed with Zhang Guoqing and asked old Wang to tell the villagers to send over some dried shrimp, dried squid, and clam meat. These made for practical and respectable gifts. After old Wang's wife went out to notify the villagers, Zhao Dashan started by picking out 50 jin of crabs. When Zhang Guoqing reported the quantity, Zhao Dashan clutched his head in mock despair. Old Wang, you take the male crabs and the small females, and we'll take the rest. Everyone burst out laughing. At this rate, they really were going to buy up everything. Zhou Jiao explained, Uncle Dashan, each female crab weighs about a jin, so it's not that many by count. Plus, there are 5 uncles in the provincial capital. Xiaowu has 4 older sisters and brothers and a few close friends. Since you drove the truck over, we might as well stock up. Zhao Dashan nodded in understanding. Then take more of the seafood you collected today, it's cheaper. Don't give only the best stuff as gifts, mix it up. Zhou Jiao beamed and nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. Zhao Dashan asked Zhang Guoqing, are you planning to deliver them tonight? We'll take them over while we have the truck. On your way to the city, stop by my place. There are some things I'd like you to take for me. As he spoke, Zhao Dashan started thinking about what to send, deciding to wait until he got home to see. At 4 p.m., the group finally bid farewell to old Wang's family, happily setting off on their return journey with a truck full of supplies. They sped all the way back without stopping, and by the time the 2 vehicles arrived in the county town, it was already past 6 p.m. outside Zhao Dashan's house. Both vehicles came to a stop. Under the glow of the lights, after unloading Zhao Dashan's seafood, Zhang Guoqing invited Zhao Dashan and his wife to pick out whatever they needed from the supplies. After a few rounds of polite refusal, Zhang Guoqing simply went ahead and gave them 2/3 of the fine grains, splitting the rest of the goods evenly. Soon, he had moved the sacks and bamboo baskets to the front of the storage room. Before Zhao Dashan and his wife could react, Zhang Guoqing had already put on his coat, pulled Zhou Jiao along, and dashed back to the truck. As the truck started up, Zhang Guoqing called out to Zhao Dashan and his wife, who were busy tallying up the goods, I'll take care of these things first. I'll come back later to swap for the small car and head to the provincial capital. Uncle Dashan, if you have anything you want me to deliver, get it ready quickly. Halfway there, Zhang Guoqing stopped the truck in a secluded spot. He took a flashlight and led Zhou Jiao into the truck bed, turned off the light, and, after making sure there was nothing unusual outside, had her transfer everything into their space in the dark. Once Zhou Jiao was done, he turned the flashlight back on and saw that the truck bed was indeed empty. Standing together in the middle of the truck, Zhang Guoqing turned off the flashlight again and had Zhou Jiao follow their prearranged plan, taking things out one by one and placing them back in the truck. When Zhou Jiao finished, Zhang Guoqing turned the flashlight on again, carefully checking to make sure nothing was out of place. In this pitch darkness, he really worried Zhou Jiao might accidentally take out the box with the valuables. The 10 jars of liquor were left out in the open, both for show and as a gift for his father. Filial piety was for his parents, Zhang Guoqing thought, and as for his siblings, he felt he'd already done enough. Now that the family had split up, it was time to draw the line. People's greed knows no bounds. Since neither he nor his wife had any income, they would gradually cut back on the support to his siblings and return to normal family relations. Aside from the liquor, the couple also kept some fresh seafood, dried salted fish, and coarse vermicelli for themselves. The only people they planned to give gifts to were his 4 siblings, Zhou Lin, Li Qinglin, and Zhang Yuntao. As for other relatives, the couple had no intention of giving anything more. The rest was reserved for friends in the provincial capital and Beijing, especially over 100 jin of live crabs. He planned to give 20 crabs to Zhao Chuangguang, 10 each to the other 4, totaling about 50 jin, with the rest left at home for appearances. He'd add some from their space and send them to his father-in-law in Beijing as a gesture. This time, since Zhang Guoqing's parents were at home, he told Zhao Dashan in advance that he'd handle some things before going home, to save the elders the trouble. Everyone was smart. Zhao Dashan understood immediately. Now that the family had split, Zhang Guoqing had already done enough for his 2 older brothers. Since he and his wife had no income, there was no need to keep subsidizing his siblings. Back in the car, the couple exchanged smiles, both relieved. They drove straight home. As soon as they opened the gate, Zhang Guoqing told Zhou Jiao to go check on their son, while he took off his coat and started hauling things in and out. His father came to help, and Zhang Guoqing greeted him but didn't have time to chat. Once everything was in the yard, Zhang Guoqing straightened up and said with a grin, "It's all ours. If you want details, ask Jiao later. I still need to move things to the storage room. Sis, pick out whatever you want later. Mom, I'll bring the rest when I get back from the provincial capital." Zhou Jiao came out after checking on the child and overheard, "Don't move things to the storage yet. Eat something before you head to the provincial capital. It's over 4 hours round trip. How can you manage on an empty stomach? I'll discuss with Dad and Mom what to give away. Besides our own siblings, it's just Lin and the neighbors, right? I'll deliver those. Drive carefully, there's no rush." Zhang's father nodded. "Listen to Jiao. Your mother and I will take care of things here. You 2 go eat first, then get on with your business." Zhang Guoqing thought about it and decided to eat before leaving, so he pulled Zhou Jiao into the kitchen. Zhang's father closed the gate, returned to the yard, and paced happily among the liquor jars, saying, "Little Five picked good liquor. Old lady, remember to take 5 jars back to the village and bury them in Little Five's backyard for the wedding. Little Five doesn't like to drink. This is for you. Is our spendthrift son planning to let you bathe in the stuff? No way, I'm going to ask him how much he spent." Seeing his wife and daughter heading to the kitchen, Zhang's father shook his head and started moving the vermicelli to the storage room. He didn't even need to check. He knew the grains and vermicelli wouldn't be given away. In the kitchen, Zhang Guoqing said to his mother, "Mom, it wasn't expensive. Some of it's sweet potato liquor, I marked it. The older the liquor, the better it tastes and it won't spoil. Don't give any away. Let Dad enjoy it slowly." His mother, getting nowhere with him, turned to Zhou Jiao. "Jiao, you tell me." Zhou Jiao blinked and said, "Uncle Dashan also bought a lot of liquor. It's all homemade in the village, not expensive. We're not short on money. Put a ginseng root in, it'll be good for Dad's health." Zhang merely laughed. "Mom, don't ask anymore. The more you ask, the more it costs. It's not expensive, your brother has ginseng." Even Zhang's mother laughed, pointing at her, "Silly girl. Didn't I tell you to save it? Don't waste it all on your dad's liquor, keep some for emergencies." Zhou Jiao glanced at Zhang Guoqing, who nodded. The 50-year-old ginseng was perfect for soaking in liquor. She'd give it to Zhang's father later. As children, being filial and making their elders happy was what mattered. After hastily finishing his meal, Zhang Guoqing got up and went outside. In the storage room, he took out 5 bamboo baskets, filled them with fresh sea snails, added 20 crabs to one, 10 to each of the others, then put in fresh squid, leaving space for 2 yellow croakers and some prawns. He then bundled up dried salted fish, dried cuttlefish, and kelp with rope, making 5 bundles. Once everything was ready, Zhang Guoqing stood up, checked over the goods, and, satisfied, ran to the living room to give his son a couple of kisses, then returned to the yard with a smile. After loading the baskets onto the car, Zhang Guoqing said to his father at the gate, "Dad, go inside. I'll be back soon. Some of the stuff in the yard is heavy, don't try to move it." His father waved him off, "Go on. I know. Drive carefully and don't rush. I'll wait for you." Zhang Guoqing hopped in the car, waved goodbye, and headed to Zhao Dashan's house. When he arrived, he called out loudly into the yard and started moving things to the small car. By the time Zhao Dashan and his wife came out, he had already opened 3 cardboard boxes on the ground and was placing 2 yellow croakers, 2 ribbon fish, and 8 prawns into each of the 5 baskets. "Uncle, I'll take the rest. There's a little something in the boxes for you and Aunt. The rest you already have, so I won't give you more this time." Zhang Guoqing sorted the boxes, leaving half of each kind for Zhao Dashan, poured the fish together, and used the empty box for the remaining fish and prawns, loading them onto the car. Zhao Dashan hurriedly said, "That's too much. After splitting it up, you won't have any left for yourself. We can't finish it all, listen to your uncle and take some back." When Cheng Hongli saw him about to get in the car, she pulled him back and said to Zhao Dashan, "Give what you want to send to others to Xiao Wu to take." Zhao Dashan quickly put 2 jars of liquor in the car. Cheng Hongli and Zhao Yuanyuan carried the bamboo baskets over and said, "Xiao Wu, tell Zhao Chuanguang that there's no more room for liquor. If he wants to drink, he'll have to come to the county. As for the stuff in the baskets, let your godmother share some with the others." "All right, drive safely and don't rush." Zhang Guoqing nodded, organized the goods in the car, got in, waved goodbye, and drove off toward the provincial capital. As it neared noon, the 2 cars finally arrived at the fishing village where the fishery was located. Passing by the fishery, they saw a row of sizable buildings right by the main road, with several trucks parked at the entrance. As soon as they arrived, Old Wang's family was just finishing their meal. When Old Wang learned they were relatives of Lu Sanyuan and Zhou Xiaozheng, who had visited last time, he was overjoyed. These were big customers, so he hurriedly invited them to sit down. The smell was overwhelming, and some things were only a couple of cents per kilo. There wasn't much point in picking, he might as well buy it all, it wouldn't cost much anyway. He was determined not to go back in. Once Zhao Dashan finished choosing, he'd just take the rest. If he didn't eat it himself, he could give it away. After settling on their purchases, they hadn't gone far from the courtyard when Zhao Dashan burst out laughing and pointed at Zhang Guoqing. "You really are Lin Lishan's son-in-law. You like to buy everything in sight." Zhang Guoqing thought of his mother-in-law's ways and couldn't help but laugh. "I have a big family. Once I share some out, there's not much left. Uncle Dashan, you should buy more too. These make great gifts for New Year or other occasions." He subtly gestured with his fingers to indicate counting money, not wanting to mention how cheap it was with Old Wang present. Zhao Dashan suddenly realized these could indeed be used as gifts. Things were cheap here, but prices in their county were much higher, and seafood was even rarer in his hometown. After visiting 2 more houses, Old Wang had had enough and dragged them back home. "Come on, if you're just going to buy everything, why bother going door to door? I'll have my wife tell everyone to bring their stock to my place. You can decide how much you want, and I'll help you pick a few good families." Zhang Guoqing quickly held on to her. She was so excited she was almost pulling him off his feet. He touched her hands. "Look, your hands are all red from the cold. Let's go back and eat first. We'll come back when the tide's out this afternoon." He shook his head with a smile, slowed down, and drove toward the warehouse. Soon, he saw 2 other cars already parked in the open lot. Getting out, Zhang Guoqing walked slowly toward the warehouse, listening to the conversations of passers-by and a couple of obvious outsiders nearby. Before long, he figured out which one was Old Chin, the warehouse manager, and quickly found an opportunity to pull him aside. With that, Old Chin found a man and quietly explained that his nephew wanted to buy a few boxes and would pay right away. The man smiled at Zhang Guoqing and told him to call when he was ready to go. These drivers often took a box or 2 home, and they had their ways of handling the paperwork. But if Old Chin hadn't asked, he wouldn't have bothered. Fewer boxes meant less side income for him. Once everything was arranged, Old Chen learned that Zhang Guoqing's car was parked nearby and went with him to drive over to the cold storage entrance. Old Chen pulled out 3 burlap sacks from a corner and set them down. "Pack these up first. I'll go see what else I can find. It's almost year-end, so the cold storage is being cleared out. I remember there's more. Think about what kind of seafood you want by the box. I'll pick out some good stuff for you." Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing was busy packing the sacks, growing increasingly anxious about whether he should give more money. Seeing Old Chen keep tossing fish his way, he decided it was best not to. He'd have Zhou Jiao send over some wild game later. Too much money wouldn't be appropriate, but too little would feel wrong. Once the sacks were packed, Old Chen pointed to 4 boxes. 2 boxes of prawns, 1 of yellow croaker, and 1 of hairtail. "Try these first. Too many people get jealous if you take more." "I'll do as you say, uncle." Old Chen, clearly familiar with the place, opened the warehouse door and brought over a cart, helping Zhang Guoqing load the 3 sacks and 4 boxes onto his car. Afterward, Old Chen led Zhang Guoqing to the entrance, where they loaded the sacks into the car. The 4 boxes went onto the cart, and Old Chen called over the man from earlier. After checking the boxes, Zhang Guoqing paid him. Zhang Guoqing laughed. The smell was even stronger in the warehouse. "It didn't cost much to take the rest, just store it and eat it slowly. If there's anything you don't like, give it away to someone you like. Or just keep it for now, you never know when it might come in handy. That's all we can do. What I really need now are fresh vegetables and fruit. Mom says we'll have to wait until autumn harvest to see wild fruit all over the mountains." I was dumbfounded. Zhang Guoqing laughed. "Just finish the fruit you've got in storage. No need to wait until next autumn. When spring comes, I'll help you restock. I'll see what I can do about some special tropical fruits too. Don't go to all that trouble. It's not worth bothering people for a bit of fruit, and it's too far away. Unless I go myself, it'd cost a fortune." Living by the sea, living off the sea, this is an old saying often heard among coastal fishermen. In fishing villages, generation after generation have gone to the shore to gather seafood, and even children as young as 7 or 8 know the best times to do so. On the beach, the tide had receded, revealing patches of rocks and expanding the area of sand and tidal flats. Compared to a few hours ago, there were now many more elderly women, aunts, and children scattered about, all busy gathering seafood. At this moment, on the beach, tidal flats and rocks, everyone was showing off their skills at gathering seafood. The tools they used were all sorts of strange things: iron spades, shovels, hooks, and even hoes. The younger children used bamboo tongs to quickly grab mantis shrimp, or bamboo splinters to dig out cockles and clams. Zhang Guoqing grinned. "We found a driver and bought 3 boxes of seafood from him. But he took ages settling the bill at the finance office, so we had to wait quite a while. When you're done with this spot, want to try somewhere else? I've already told Old Wang to let everyone know anyone willing to sell should bring their catch to his house. You two shouldn't wander too far, it's not safe. Just stick to the areas nearby." Zhang Guoqing nodded. Seeing Zhou Jiao had finished chatting with Zhao Yuan, he took her about 100 meters to the left, where there was a rocky outcrop that offered some shelter from the sea wind. The wind felt like knives on their faces. Zhang Guoqing did his best to shield Zhou Jiao from the wind, quickly digging several holes with his iron shovel. Whenever he found something, he tossed it into the bamboo basket. His only goal was to fill the basket, regardless of quality. If they stayed out in the wind any longer, he worried Zhou Jiao wouldn't be able to stand it. Zhang Guoqing changed positions, deliberately choosing a spot sheltered from the wind at the base of a rock, and had Zhou Jiao stand guard over the basket. He quickly got to work with his shovel, rinsing off his finds in a wooden bucket before tossing them in. Watching him work so hard while she couldn't help, Zhou Jiao grew bored. She glanced at the oyster-covered rocks behind her and, unable to resist, climbed up. She soon discovered that this outcrop was right next to another, with a large tidal pool between them. Many sea creatures washed up by the waves had been stranded here, crabs as big as pot lids, sea cucumbers crawling everywhere, sea urchins, starfish, octopus, and all kinds of small fish. There, beside the half-dug hole, Zhou Jiao was squatting, digging away with an iron shovel. Zhang Guoqing quickly pulled her up, telling her to jump in place to warm up, while he hurried to finish the job. Back at the Wang house, after discussing with Zhang Guoqing, Zhao Dashan asked old Wang to notify people to bring over some dried shrimp, dried squid, and shellfish meat. These made practical and respectable gifts. As the vehicle started up, Zhang Guoqing called out to Zhao Dashan and his wife, who were busy tallying up the goods. "I'll take care of these things first. I'll come by later to swap for the small car and head to the provincial capital. Uncle Dashan, if you have anything you want me to deliver, get it ready quickly." Besides the liquor, the couple also kept some seafood, dried salted fish, and coarse vermicelli for themselves. The only people they planned to give gifts to were the four siblings, Zhuo Lin, Li Qinglin, and Zhang Yuntao. As for other relatives, the couple no longer intended to send anything. The rest was reserved for friends in the provincial and capital cities, mostly over 100 jin of live crabs. He planned to give 20 crabs to Zhao Chuangguang, 10 each to the other 4, which was about 50 jin. The rest would be kept at home as a cover, and the rest from the space would be sent to his father-in-law in the capital as a gesture. Since Zhang Guoqing's parents were at home, he had already told Zhao Dashan that some things needed to be dealt with before returning, to spare the elders any trouble. Father Zhang closed the gate, returned to the courtyard, and paced around the liquor jars, laughing. "Xiao Wu bought good wine this time. Old lady, remember to take 5 jars back to the village and bury them in Xiao Wu's backyard for the wedding. Xiao Wu doesn't like to drink. This is for you. Is my spendthrift son planning to let you bathe in wine? No way, I'm going to ask him how much he spent." After a quick meal, Zhang Guoqing got up and went outside. In the storage room, he took out 5 bamboo baskets, filled them with fresh sea snails, put in 20 crabs, 10 of each of the other items, and added fresh squid, leaving space for 2 yellow croakers and some prawns. He then bundled the dried salted fish, dried squid, and kelp into 5 bundles with rope. In the Zhang family kitchen, after finishing her meal and tidying up, Zhou Jiao said, "Mom, you take care of the rest. I'll wait for your instructions." Mother Zhang replied, "Your eldest sister will be here soon. I still need her help cleaning up. I'll go deliver food to the 2 families next door first." With all the commotion here, they've probably heard everything. Better to send it over early. Seeing Mother Zhang head out with the food, Zhou Jiao quickly ran into the house, took out the ginseng and Xiaoduo's lingji, and handed them to Father Zhang. She winked at Zhang Meili, who was stifling her laughter, and said to Father Zhang, "Dad, let's move the jar of sorghum liquor to the living room. The sooner we soak it, the sooner we can drink it. Don't waste it. Save it for later when it'll come in handy." "Oh, Dad, help me out. It's fine if I just toss it in the wine jar, right?" Father Zhang burst out laughing. This silly girl just can't hold onto anything. The century-old ginseng is still with old Wang waiting to be mixed, and now she's already giving away the freshly prepared stuff. Zhang Meili picked up a jar of sorghum liquor and headed to the living room. "Dad, hurry up and come in. I can't carry this much longer. Be careful. Don't drop it," Father Zhang said, quickly moving to help her when he saw her wobbling with the jar. Zhou Jiao hurried to the living room, lifted the curtain, and as soon as she set down the ginseng and lingji, she dashed back out. Watching Zhou Jiao slip away, Zhang Meili couldn't help but sigh. "Dad, you and Mom have nothing to worry about for the rest of your lives. With Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao, you're truly blessed. Just thinking about it makes me happy." It's wonderful." Father Zhang smiled, but didn't reply. He knew it himself without his eldest daughter saying so. Whose daughter-in-law would buy a house and give her in-laws a full set of keys? And today, when they had to go out, she got up at dawn to prepare breakfast and kept several hearty dishes warm in the pot. Once she finished, she pulled her mother into the bedroom to tell her where the money and tickets were, afraid they'd be too frugal to use them. What other daughter-in-law could be so thoughtful? Following Zhang Guoqing's example, Zhou Jiao dragged out 2 bamboo baskets and started filling them. They filled up quickly, so she brought out 2 more, this time carefully arranging things to maximize the space. When Mother Zhang came in, she saw Zhou Jiao squatting in the yard, packing the baskets, and quickly pulled her up. She glanced around to make sure no one was in the storeroom or yard, then whispered, "Don't pack too much. Save some." With that, she quickly put some things back. She shot Zhou Jiao a look. "Learn from this. Don't give everything away." Zhou Jiao glanced nervously toward the living room, earning a glare from her mother. "I know you want to give more since it's your own sister, but your brother-in-law is an outsider. If you give too much, he'll send it all to his own parents. It's right to be filial to your in-laws, but why to your eldest brother-in-law's family? If you give less, your sister can use it to cook for her in-laws, so the elders actually get to enjoy it. If you give too much, her sister-in-law will send it back to her own family, and the other sisters-in-law will get jealous. Your eldest sister doesn't understand these things, she's a bit naive." "Mom, but if I give my second sister something different from what I give my eldest sister, won't their husbands overthink it?" Mother Zhang asked, "Since you moved here, has your second sister ever brought anything to your house?" Seeing Zhou Jiao shake her head, she continued, "Do you remember what I told you before about social exchanges?" Zhou Jiao smiled at her, understanding the meaning behind her words. "This time, let me handle it. In the future, just follow my example. If you feel bad for the kids, wait until they come over and give them a good meal. As for your second sister, stop sending things to her all the time. Her in-laws are well-off and decent people. If you give too much, it'll just make things awkward between relatives." With that, Mother Zhang pointed at the things in her hands, then at the neighboring yards. Zhou Jiao nodded, understanding her mother's meaning. From now on, when dealing with neighbors on either side, just give 2 fish and a big bowl of seafood as the standard. As for the neighbors farther away, forget it. Her mother-in-law was frugal her whole life and always thought of her and her husband, so Zhou Jiao didn't argue. In the future, she'd find excuses to send things to Aunt Wang, who had often sent over whole bowls of meat and fresh food. She couldn't take her mother-in-law's words too literally. Mother Zhang nodded in satisfaction and quickly headed off to Wang Daxing's house. Thinking of the talkative Aunt Wang, Zhou Jiao figured her mother would regret making that trip. Meanwhile, Zhao Chuangguang looked at the cardboard boxes on the ground, shaking his head with a smile. That kid spent so much time on this, and now he's giving it all away. Yuan, split it in half and give 1/2 to Jiao Jiao. Don't say anything else, just say Xiao Wu went to the provincial capital and asked you to bring it over. Cheng Hongli chimed in, remember to bring the money and the list to Jiao Jiao. The couple had already settled the accounts. Most of the expenses on this trip were paid by Zhang Guoqing. It was best to give the share to Zhou Jiao while Zhang Guoqing wasn't home, or else they'd just keep pushing it back and forth. Zhao Yuan came over and saw Zhou Jiao squatting in the yard, laughing. "What's got you so happy? Tell me so I can be happy too. What are you doing here? Aren't you tired today? Why are you bringing seafood to my house? Haven't you seen the whole yard is full?" Zhao Yuan tossed the box aside and squatted next to her. "Didn't your Xiao Wu go to the provincial capital? These 3 boxes are already sorted. He left them at my house, and I'm just delivering them." Zhou Jiao picked up a fish, did a quick count, and squinted at her. "You're lying. I may not know how much Xiao Wu took, but I can still count how many fish are in a box. Did Xiao Wu give a big share to your parents and you're sending most of it back? Take it back or we can't be good sisters." "I don't care. I'm not taking it back. Here's the money and the list. My mom's afraid she missed something and said she'll make it up to you if she remembers." Hearing this, Zhou Jiao wiped her hands with a cloth and pulled her into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Zhou Jiao looked over the list, took out a pen from her pocket, made some corrections, took what she was owed, and pushed the remaining money and the list back to Zhao Yuan. "Give this list to Auntie. I corrected a few mistakes." "All right, it's late, and it's not safe for girls to be out. I'll walk you out." "It's still early, why walk me out? I'll take the money and list home." "If I gave you too little, I'll have my mom come find you," Zhao Yuan said, standing up to leave with her. "Take these back. When Xiao Wu comes home, he'll just send them to your house again. What a hassle. Let's wash up and get to bed early. Don't argue. Just listen to me." After she finished, Zhou Jiao leaned in and whispered, "Even if you give them to me, I can't eat them right now. Giving them to his two sisters is worse than giving them to your family. Think about it, isn't that true? Zhao Yuanyuan was left a bit dazed by her words. It really did make sense. She picked up the boxes and carted them home. When Cheng Hongli saw her come back absent-mindedly carrying the boxes, she asked, "Didn't you go to Jiao Jiao's?" "What happened?" "I did, but she sent me back." "Mom, Dad, Jiao Jiao whispered to me that she can't eat this stuff right now, and giving it to Xiaowu's sisters is worse than giving it to us, so she told me to bring it back." "Oh, here's the bill. She said you got it wrong and made corrections." With that, Zhao Yuanyuan put the money and list on the table. Cheng Hongli glanced at the list and handed it to Zhao Dashan. Looking at the corrected numbers, Zhao Dashan burst out laughing. He hadn't expected Zhou Jiao to remember everything so clearly just from listening once. It wasn't photographic memory, it was perfect auditory memory. Cheng Hongli glared at him and asked, "Are the quantities right? Should I get the notebook to check?" "They're all correct. You always round up when you do the accounts. For example, if it's 582 Jean, you just write 600, but she remembers it was 582 at the time." "All right, you two keep this to yourselves. Especially you, Yuanyu and Jiao Jiao only tells you because she trusts you. Don't spread it around. Your Uncle Zhou hates it when people mention Jiao Jiao's memory. Don't let it slip." "Dad, but isn't this a great thing? Why do Uncle Zhou and Jiao Jiao like to keep it secret?" "I suspected she had a great memory back in middle school. She learned everything so fast, and the teachers all said she drained them of everything they knew. But she'd never admit it." Zhao Dashan didn't want to talk about it. Who likes to hide their talents? The father and daughter had had hard lives. Don't be fooled by how well they're doing now. They suffered plenty in the past. Luckily, they made it through. "All right, go to bed early and get up early tomorrow. If you have any questions, ask Jiao Jiao. My daughter's going to try for college, just to show her old man. Doesn't have to be a top school, any college will do." In the kitchen, firewood burned in the earthen stove, with two pots going at once, one boiling, one steaming. Zhou Jiao sat on a small stool, occasionally looking up to check or sniff the food, while her hands never stopped cleaning fresh squid. At that moment, Zhou Jiao thought of the several baskets of seafood still waiting outside to be dealt with, and she felt like crying. Why had she only thought about getting a good deal at the time? In the courtyard, old Zhang and Zhang Meili had just finished moving the wine jar and were now carrying up vermicelli noodles when they saw Mother Zhang hurrying in. Old Zhang, surprised, asked, "What's going on? Why were you gone so long?" "Oh, that daughter-in-law is just too chatty. She kept pulling me to talk and wouldn't let me leave." Seeing that father and daughter were almost done moving things, Mother Zhang headed to the kitchen. As soon as she saw Zhou Jiao still working, she quickly pulled her away, telling her to go inside and take care of the child. There was no need for extra help in the kitchen, especially with the fire, and it made more sense for someone to look after her grandson. As for the seafood, once her eldest daughter finished moving things, the two of them could handle it easily. There was no need for her. Zhou Jiao washed her hands, sniffed her clothes and frowned at the smell, then took off her outer garment. After a quick wash, she felt better and hurried back to the living room. She hadn't held her son all day, and now, cradling him in her arms, Zhou Jiao felt a pang of guilt. Taking the child back to the bedroom, she fed him, and when she saw her son clutching tightly at her clothes, her heart ached even more. She hummed a lullaby and gently patted him. After a while, seeing he was asleep, Zhou Jiao finally dared to lie down on the bed with him in her arms. Lying there, she immediately felt the ache in her back and waist. Closing her eyes, she thought of the supplies stored in her secret space, which brought her some comfort. Her child would never have to suffer as she did in her own childhood. Thinking about how Zhang Guoqing would go to see Lu Ming tonight, she couldn't help but worry whether Lu Ming would be able to catch the train tomorrow. If the crabs died, they wouldn't be worth much. If she hadn't remembered that the company always preserved the crabs in seawater-soaked sawdust for their annual welfare packages, her father wouldn't have been able to receive live crabs at all. Zhang Guoqing sped all the way to the provincial military district, drove straight to Zhao Chuangang's house, knocked on the door, and quickly explained things to the couple before unloading everything. He didn't have time to chat and hurried off to the provincial station to find someone to help. Around 10 o'clock at night, Zhang Guoqing finally parked the car at home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw that all the things piled up before he left had been moved, and the ground was spotless. When old Zhang heard the sound of the car, he hurried out and saw him coming in. Did everything go well? Why do you still have so much stuff? All done. Uncle Dashan also asked me to bring a lot for them. Since he didn't separate his things, I just left everything with Godfather and told them briefly who each part was for, then rushed off. They were so enthusiastic. As I was leaving, Godmother tossed this package into the car, saying it was for Zhou Jiao, and she didn't have time to deliver it herself. I haven't even looked at what it is. This box here is the leftover seafood from our house. Zhang Guoqing chatted with his father as they walked. When they entered the kitchen, they saw his mother and eldest sister busy at the two stoves. The table was piled high with cooked sea snails, mantis shrimp, clams, and all sorts of seafood. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. So much of this could be frozen. There was no need to rush to cook it all. Mom, you and Sis don't need to cook anymore. This is plenty for us. I've already planned it out. This stuff is cheap and perfect for giving away. Mother Zhang immediately said to Zhang Meili, "Don't cook any more once this pot is done. You have work tomorrow, so head back early. Take some of the cooked seafood with you." Zhang Guoqing picked up an empty wooden tray and grabbed a handful of each kind of seafood. Once it was full, he carried it straight to the car. Then he went to the storage room and saw 3 bamboo baskets on the floor. He hesitated, then picked up a big bamboo basket and filled it himself, adding 10 crabs, some prawns, yellow croaker, and ribbonfish from the box. Zhang Guoqing quickly carried it to the car, deciding it was best if his mother didn't see this batch. At a certain level, gifts like these weren't just about simple exchanges anymore. His mother wouldn't understand, and he had to make up for Zhou Jiao not delivering the gift to Zuolin herself. It wouldn't be easy to explain to his mother. He then went back and carried out 2 more baskets to the car, leaving his sister's baskets untouched, as his mother wished. After all, what mother doesn't dote on her daughters? She must have her reasons. Zhang Guoqing called Zhang Meili over and drove her home. Mother Zhang went back to the storage room to turn off the light, only to find another bamboo basket on the floor. After turning off the light, she stood at the gate waiting for Zhang Guoqing to return. After dropping off Zhang Meili and finishing his errands, Zhang Guoqing returned home and saw his mother waiting alone at the door. He was startled. Was she angry? Locking the car, Zhang Guoqing hurried over and led his mother inside. "Mom, why are you waiting outside in this cold?" "Xiao Wu, you didn't take Zuolin's share? Was it not good enough?" Seeing her watching his expressions so carefully, Zhang Guoqing quickly reassured her, "Mom, you prepared everything just fine. It's just that my brother and sister-in-law really owe a lot to Aunt Zua this time, and my second brother works under Uncle Zua too. They gave us a big gift for the baby's full-month celebration. For everyday gifts, it's no big deal, but this time Uncle Dashan must have sent something over early. If he mentions what he bought, and then Uncle and Aunt Zua see what we gave, they might feel awkward. When in doubt, it's better to give more. Apart from Uncle Zua and Uncle Dashan, we should pay special attention to Yun Tao and Qinglin's families. For everyone else, your arrangements are just right. As for Qinglin and Yun Tao's families, I won't send anything over for now. In a few days, they'll come by and can pick out what they want. If we deliver to them now, others might get the wrong idea." Mother Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. "So, what about all those crabs? You should deal with them soon, or they'll die and go to waste." Zhang Guoqing thought about how to explain it so she wouldn't feel bad. "Mom, my father-in-law just started his new job, and you know my mother-in-law isn't very worldly. I thought, since I got them cheap, I'd send some by train to my father-in-law in Beijing. He doesn't usually socialize much with the higher-ups' families, but with this gift, he'll have an excuse. If he's doing well, it's good for me too. Besides, he's spent so much money on Zhao Jiao and me, and even left us a wad of cash before leaving. I just want to show my appreciation. Mother Zhang nodded approvingly. That's how it should be. Be filial. Did you find someone reliable? In this cold, the sea crabs could freeze to death. Have you figured out how to handle it? I went to the provincial station tonight and found someone who agreed to help take them tomorrow. We've already figured out how to keep them alive. Zhao Jiao and I will pack them up later. You and Dad should go to bed early. Zhang Guoqing quickly pulled his mother away before she could prepare more gifts. When he entered the bedroom, Zhou Jiao and the baby were fast asleep. He quietly closed the door and went out to the yard to sort things out. By 11 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing had no choice but to wake Zhou Jiao. So much of the stuff was in her secret space. Late at night, with the house quiet, the couple started preparing to cook the crabs, planning to pack everything up after Mother Zhang and the others were asleep. By 1 in the morning, the couple had washed their hands and looked at the packed cooked and live crabs, as well as several boxes of seafood. They both breathed a sigh of relief, quickly washed up, and went to bed, just in time to catch their son waking up. The next day, Zhou Jiao wrote a letter and sealed it carefully inside a sweater. She handed it to Zhang Guoqing with great solemnity, watching as he drove away. This time, the letter contained not only her usual greetings, but also a secret code she and her father Zhou Xiaozhang had agreed upon. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but wonder if her father was only sharing good news and hiding the bad. Every letter he sent said he was doing well, which only made her more anxious. Lately, she had been especially vigilant, but hadn't noticed any strangers approaching or any suspicious people around her. Did that mean she and her father were just being overly cautious? After all this time, had her father uncovered any clues about what happened back then? Would the Gu family's affairs end up implicating her mother? As she watched the car drive off, Zhou Jiao wished she could turn herself into a parcel and be delivered straight to the capital. Although this trip had been costly, Zhou Jiao was happy not just because of the seafood she was sending, but more so because she wanted her father to see that she was living well, so he wouldn't have to worry about her all the time. More importantly, she hoped she could help him a little. Her father had been out of the public eye for so long, it was time for him to get out, socialize, and improve his relationships. At the Zhou family home in the military compound in Beijing, Zhou Xiaozhang got out of the car, carrying a package straight into the house. The guards and driver behind him glanced at the secretary, only to see him already picking up another parcel and heading into the Zhou home. They exchanged smiles and quickly followed with the rest of the packages. Lin Lishan had been waiting at home since she got off work. Even when old Master Lin had asked her to come over earlier, she'd refused. She wanted to hear news from Zhou Jiao as soon as possible. Thinking of her own mother, Lin Lishan's face fell. Not long ago, the old lady had wanted to throw a banquet for family and friends to celebrate her son and son-in-law's glorious return. She'd even talked about booking a big restaurant, but Lin Lishan had put a stop to that idea with a stern talking to. Celebrate what? Showing off for no reason. Life hadn't been easy for her lately. Others said she wasn't fit to be a mother, but she felt she was much better than her own mother. What kind of grandmother secretly dips into her granddaughter's money? Even now, her mother was still holding on to Zhou Jiao's dowry, claiming she wanted to hand it over to Zhou Xiaozhang and Zhou Jiao personally, so they wouldn't be shortchanged. Lin Lishan suspected her mother had already sold it off. The sound of a car outside interrupted Lin Lishan's thoughts. She immediately stood up and, seeing Zhou Xiaozhang walking briskly toward the house, ran over happily. "Zhangji, you're back? Why are you late again? Did the conductor say anything about our Jiao Jiao? Is he Lu Ming? If not, that could be a problem. Xiao Wu would be scrambling to find someone. Next time, let's not have the child send things over, it's such a hassle." "Say, did you?" Zhou Xiaozhang didn't have time to answer her barrage of questions. He just said, "Help them sort out the packages first. We'll talk later," and headed straight into his study, closing the door behind him. Lin Lishan glared at the closed door, muttering, "Really now? How could he do this? Jiao Jiao isn't just your daughter. Hiding in there to enjoy the letter all by yourself, not even letting me see it. Stingy man. Let's see if I show you the next letter I get from Jiao Jiao. Serves you right." Turning around, Lin Lishan saw Aunt Chin, the housekeeper, and said happily, "Aunt Chen, my daughter sent us some things. Come help me. Why is my Jiao Jiao so silly? She even asked the train conductor to bring it home. How much can her father and I possibly eat? This child always thinks of her dad whenever she gets something. That's a filial child. You should be happy. So, how should we sort this?" "There's quite a lot," Aunt Chen said, hurrying over to take a look. In the study, Zhou Jiao sat in his chair, looking at 2 sets of wool sweaters and pants and several pairs of wool socks, gently caressing them. After a while, he took a letter out from inside the sweater. Recognizing Zhou Jiao's handwriting, Zhou Xiaojing's lips curled up in a wide smile. He examined the handwriting with satisfaction, then opened the letter. Sure enough, he found the secret code. She was still worried about his safety. The letter described how everything was normal on her end, and he let out a long sigh of relief. As he read on, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He never expected his daughter to give him such clear instructions. The Lin family's share was less, and her mother should distribute gifts to the elders in the compound herself, regardless of their rank. The rest he should take to the cafeteria for everyone to enjoy a free meal. She really was thoughtful to the extreme. At the end of the letter, she even switched to formal script. "Mom, I often hear Grandpa mention how his old friends in the compound are all happy about Dad's return. Please thank these elders for me in person. It's not much, just a token of appreciation." Switching handwriting styles in one letter, only his Jiao Jiao would do such a thing. She'd made sure her mother would see that part, probably to make sure he followed her wishes. How could Zhou Xiaozheng, who'd raised such a clever daughter, not understand these social niceties? He carefully reread the letter. On the surface, there was nothing unusual. The wording was just right. Smiling, he nodded, then neatly folded the sweaters, pants, and socks on his desk. Once everything was tidy, he happily patted the top sweater, took the letter, and left the study. "Shan, there's a letter from Jiao Jiao. You read it first." Lin Lishan immediately put down what she was doing and rushed over to snatch the letter. "I knew there'd be a letter. Did Jiao Jiao knit you another sweater? She must think my knitting is terrible and is afraid you'll be embarrassed." Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head, thinking to himself that at least she was self-aware. Lin Lishan quickly finished reading the letter and said with a smile, "As long as she's doing well, I'm at ease." This child really goes all out, sending things from so far away. It must have been exhausting. "Zheng Ji, come help me decide what to give to the elders." She folded the letter and handed it back to Zhou Xiaozheng, then pulled him toward the kitchen. Zhou Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the packages scattered in the living room. By now, the guards had already left, leaving only Aunt Chen to help sort things out. Aunt Chen, later, takes him over to Xiao Wang and the others. "Tell them they don't need to come by again today," Zhou Xiaozheng said, letting his wife pull him into the kitchen. By Xiao Wang, he meant the guards. He planned to visit the elders later and didn't want the guards tagging along. Every time he went out with a group trailing behind, he felt stifled. If it weren't for the logistics department assigning them, he'd have gotten rid of everyone except Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen saw him head into the kitchen and shook her head with a smile. The guards would probably be sulking again. She'd never seen such a laid-back officer. In the kitchen, Zhou Xiaoying noticed there were still quite a few live crabs. He raised his eyebrows, touched the wood shavings in the box, and smelled the salty sea air. He grinned with pride. His Jiao Jiao was truly clever. No wonder she was his daughter. Live crabs in the middle of winter, what a rarity. These will make great gifts. Give each elder 3 live crabs and 2 yellow croakers so they can have a taste. Since everyone's home now, deliver them early. If they ask, just explain as Jiao Jiao did in her letter. I'll take care of the rest. Zheng Ji, some families have 2 elders, others just 1. How should I divide them? Lin Lishan looked at him expectantly, waiting for guidance. Remember, Jiao Jiao said the thanks are for the old gentleman Grandpa mentioned, not the old ladies. Watching his wife happily head out with the basket, Zhou Xiaowang chuckled and shook his head. He started packing up the rest himself. Since he was already giving gifts to the elders in the compound, He had to make sure those who'd looked out for him got theirs too, especially that one elder who should be the first to receive a gift. It wasn't about the value, but the sentiment. As for gossip, his daughter had gone to such lengths to make sure he delivered gifts to the elders. Who would dare criticize him? Better to keep everyone united. Driving alone, Zhou Jiao made the rounds and returned home, a broad smile on his face. His Zhou Jiao still wanted to keep a low profile? Back when his parents' old friends heard he had a daughter just like their old acquaintance, they'd all urged him to bring her to Beijing. And now, even more so. In the Lin family's bedroom, old Madame Lin, Gu Rui, glanced expressionlessly at her eldest brother. Gu Chaoqing, the eldest son of the Gu family's fourth branch, was now 69 years old. His hair was silver, but his complexion was rosy and well-maintained, making him look energetic and spirited. At this moment, he was glaring angrily at his younger sister. According to the custom of not celebrating the 9th, but the 10th, Gu Chaoqing planned to use this opportunity to get close to his niece's husband, Zhou Jiao, so that the two families could reconcile during the birthday banquet. But he never expected his little sister to disagree. Ever since she married into the Lin family and her husband's status rose, she'd forgotten the kindness of her birth family. She wouldn't even help with such a small favor, truly an ungrateful wretch. Now that Zhou Jiao was surpassing old man Lin and had limitless prospects ahead, if he, the maternal grandfather, didn't get close now, when would he ever get another chance? Even though the Gu family had fallen so far, he didn't believe Zhou Jiao would ignore Gu Mingju's debt of birth. As long as Zhou gave the Gu family a little support, they could still be a prominent family in Jiangnan. Old Madame Lin glanced at the clock and said, "You're not young anymore, so stop daydreaming. Zhou Xiaojing's surname is Zhou, not Gu. More importantly, have you forgotten about Lu Shiji? Do you think she won't tell Zhou Xiaojing how the clan leader and you all bullied the legitimate wife back then?" Gu Chaoqing immediately shot her a venomous look and hissed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't pretend to know what you don't. Bullying? If I hear even a whisper of this outside, just see what I'll do to you. You just got lucky bumping into a lowly orphan. Don't think being a general's wife gives you the right to talk nonsense." At these words, old Madame Lin immediately stood up. "It's getting dark, big brother, you'd better go home. That lowly orphan in my house doesn't want to see you." Outrageous. Simply outrageous. "Fine. Gu Rui, you've got guts. Don't bother coming back to your mother's house again." With that, Gu Chaoqing stormed out. Old Madame Lin silently followed him out, standing at the gate and watching him leave in a huff. After standing there for a while, she shifted her feet unconsciously. Just as she was about to turn back inside, she saw Lu Shiji from the Chung family walking slowly under the streetlight. Their eyes met, and she saw the contempt in the other woman's gaze. Old Madame Lin lifted her chin and turned away. She was seething inside. Contempt? Who was Lu Shiji to look down on her? Just a foster daughter, a little wretch abandoned by her birth mother in a garbage heap. Just as her brother said, a lowly orphan. She told herself not to get angry, not to stoop to the level of this wretched woman. Standing in the courtyard, old Madame Lin heard someone outside call out, "Auntie," and her face darkened with rage. She really had given birth to a fool, always grinning like an idiot. What was there to be so happy about? Auntie? Since when was Lu Shiji anyone's aunt? That old tramp was getting all the benefits and still playing the victim. "Auntie, where are you going?" "Jingji just left." "Haha. I was just eager to find out what our Jiao Jiao said, so I came to ask you. Tell me, who does little Zheng take after? Why does he answer every question so honestly?" Our Jingji is good to you." Usually, he barely says a word to anyone. But with Jiao Jiao, he can talk for hours, making up for 40 years of silence. Old Madame Lin stood in the courtyard, not wanting to hear Lu Shiji's shrill laughter, but unable to move her feet. After listening for a while, she didn't hear any useful information. All she learned was that her foolish daughter had brought something over as a gift. She wondered what it was that made that old woman laugh so exaggeratedly. As the footsteps faded away, old Madame Lin went into the living room and saw the housekeeper peeking around. She frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" Did Shanshan just bring something over? The maid was startled by her sudden question and waved her hands. And no, not at all. Other than Mr. Gu this afternoon, no one else has come by. Old Madame Lin glanced outside in surprise. After a moment, she said, "It's nothing, go back to your work." Old Master Lin came in to find his wife resting on the sofa with her eyes closed. As soon as she heard him come in, she opened her eyes. He laughed heartily. "We're an old married couple now, you don't have to wait up for me. If you're tired, just go to bed." Old Madame Lin smiled faintly, not bothering to explain that she'd just been lost in thought. "Today, our Zhou Jiao really made me proud. That child is so thoughtful." Old Madame Lin handed him a cup of tea. She didn't need to smell it to know he'd had too much to drink again tonight. When the lid was lifted off those crabs, every single one was full of roe. And the yellow croaker, so big. That child is really generous. I wonder where she found such a source. Old Madame Lin shot him a look. "That's enough, don't get carried away. It's not like these things are rare. There are plenty at the seaside every year. Just because people praised her a bit, you take it all to heart. That child is too scheming for her age. You'd better keep an eye on her. She's my own granddaughter, what do I need to watch out for? I wish for nothing more than her success." You haven't even heard what I wanted to say. Crabs aren't rare, but isn't it special to see live crabs at home in the middle of winter? Haha. What really delighted us old men tonight, besides the kids' thoughtfulness, was seeing a real skill on display. What a clever trick. Could an ordinary person have thought of it? Even those fishermen who've made a living at sea for generations couldn't come up with it. Isn't our Zhao Jiao smart? Tonight, a few of the cultured folks like Old Cheng were saying that if this method could be applied to the fishing industry, it would really benefit the fishermen. When ordinary people have money, the economy will develop. See? When someone's smart, there's nothing they can't come up with. Old Madame Lin frowned deeply at his words. These people were so boring, why drag the economy into everything? Still, it seemed she had underestimated Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter, especially that little girl. She really knew how to handle things. At this moment, far away in the northeast, Zhou Jiao could never have imagined that this mix-up would bring her and her husband into everyone's view and make old Madame Lin wary of her. Late at night, as her husband snored beside her, old Madame Lin opened her eyes. In the darkness, she stared silently at the eaves, thinking of Gu Mingzhu and Lu Shiji, recalling her own elder sister, and let out a long sigh. How many years had it been since she last thought of that eldest sister, forgotten by the world and abandoned by her family? Her brother Gu Chongqing's words today struck a chord, making her remember her unfortunate sister. She too had once enjoyed the most precious sisterly bond in the world. But later, what made her avoid the sister who secretly loved and cared for her? It was cowardice and jealousy. She envied her sister for living the life she dreamed of, unrestrained and passionate, full of integrity and wild love, everything she herself lacked, and it made her afraid. Fine. Gurui, you've got guts. Don't bother coming back to your mother's house again. Her brother's words reminded her of that summer, when their father had shouted the same thing at her sister. The difference was, she was now an old woman, while her sister had been in the prime of youth. After that, her sister really did leave, never looking back. And her? She couldn't leave. With all the Gu family's mess, if Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhou Jiao ever learned the truth, it would be an earthquake. Her brother still wanted to get close? Reconcile? Impossible. Ever since that night when something happened to Zhou Xiaozheng, and she saw the smile on her brother's face, she'd suspected the truth. The legitimate eldest uncle had died an unjust death. Now, she wished more than anything for the truth to disappear forever. Still want to get close? Still want to use them? Who's the fool here? She wasn't worried about Zhou Xiaozheng no matter how much he ignored her. He was too much like Zhou Jinyu in character. But then, unexpectedly, Zhou Jiao appeared, and everything spun out of her control. That child hadn't even come home yet, but she could already sense it. She was another Gu Mingzhu. What to do next? She needed to think, and think hard. It was a rare, beautiful day. Zhou Jiao went out for a stroll, humming a tune as she made her way back. In high spirits, she had just reached the street corner when she heard there was a telegram for her. What a double dose of good news! Zhou Jiao hurried forward, took the telegram from the postman, and opened it. As expected, it was from Zhou Xiaozheng. After reading it, her face lit up with joy. She stood there, radiant with happiness, the very picture of a young woman in her prime, dressed in a brown cashmere coat and a bright red scarf, her smile as lovely as a flower. The postman couldn't help but glance back at her several times, and even Mother Zhang, who had just stepped outside, felt delighted at the sight. Mother Zhang knew that whenever a telegram arrived at home, it was almost always from her in-laws. Seeing her daughter-in-law grinning so widely that her dimples showed, she knew it must be great news. Zhou Jiao beamed and said, "Mom, my dad says he's doing really well, like really, really well. As long as everyone's doing well, that's what truly matters." What she didn't say was that the real reason for her happiness and excitement was that this meant her father was safe, and her grandmother's affairs had gone smoothly. "Mom, where are you going? Where's Dad?" Hearing this, Mother Zhang smiled along. "Your dad went off to chat with someone. I didn't go anywhere, just came out to see if you and Xiaowu were back." "Mom, do you want me to ask my brother to invite your old friends over to keep you company?" Zhou Jiao walked inside with her. Her mother-in-law spent most days indoors. The county town didn't hold much appeal for her, and she was always thinking about returning to the village. Now that Zhang Guoqing was working at the grain station, earning a good salary every month, things were different. He'd landed this official job thanks to Zhang Guoqing's behind-the-scenes maneuvering and clever tactics. With the recent internal recruitment, Zhang Guoqing got in fair and square, which made the neighbors, Old Chin and his wife, often come to Zhang Guoqing for advice. These days, Shizi and his brothers were regulars at her house during the day, sometimes even staying overnight. She had to tutor the three brothers to help them keep up with their studies. After all, Shizi would be transferring schools next year, and the younger ones would be starting school in the county. To keep up with the county's education standards, the three brothers had to spend a lot of time at her place. Luckily, they were well-behaved and liked being there. With these kids around, the house was much livelier. With them looking after Ping'an, she could slip out for a stroll now and then. No need. They're all busy with their own things. If I call them over, it's a hassle for everyone. I just miss home, that's all." Zhou Jiao smiled and said, "Isn't this your home? Even sure too is here, why go back? In a couple of days, I'll have my brother take you and Dad to the provincial capital for a visit. Didn't you say there's a night market at the Old Goods Market in the provincial capital? You can check it out for me first and then take me next time. Just the two of us, mother and daughter-in-law, having fun together." Mother Zhang was a little tempted, but after thinking it over, she shook her head. "I can't stop worrying about your two sisters-in-law at home. Who knows how things are going these days?" She didn't really want to go back. Life here was comfortable, with good food and sleep. But she worried that her two daughters-in-law, running the household for the first time, might not handle social matters well. She was especially worried that the second daughter-in-law might take advantage of her son's things. If she stayed away too long, her own relatives might start showing up at her house. Last night, she and her husband had discussed what to do about the family courtyard once all three kids were in the county. The two of them would have to stay in the village to look after the house. "It's fine. Just go back every few days to check on things, then come back. I'll arrange a car for you." "Mom, there's a big market tomorrow. I'll stay home with the kids. Why don't you and Big Sis go see if there's anything you like?" The two of them entered the living room and saw Shizi writing, even the youngest, sure too, flipping through comic books and asking Xiao Zhua if he didn't understand something. My Miao was looking after Ping'an in the cradle. Zhang Guoqing had specially prepared lots of comic books for them, so they wouldn't sneak out and wander the streets. He also found newspapers for Shizi to practice calligraphy every afternoon, believing that practicing calligraphy would help the kids develop patience and focus. For 2 days now, Shizi had been practicing in the study every afternoon. Zhou Jiao picked up her son and went to the bedroom to nurse him. She'd come back just in time for his feeding. As long as she could breastfeed, she never used formula. Her health was getting better and better. Every morning, Zhang Guoqing would take her out for a jog and some martial arts practice, just as Ping'an was waking up. At first, she worried that her taekwondo skills would attract attention, so she switched to a set of traditional boxing. Her technique was still lacking, but luckily, an elderly man had noticed and given her a few pointers these past couple of days. That was actually Wing Chun, which she learned while working at a martial arts school in her previous life. With the advantage of memories from 2 lifetimes, it was truly a blessing from above. After nursing, Zhou Jiao put her son back in the cradle in the living room. Seeing him staring at her, she smiled and said, "Mommy's going to cook now. Be good and play with your brothers and sisters. I'll be back soon." She kissed his little face, and when she saw he was still staring at her, she couldn't help but kiss him a few more times before heading to the kitchen. Mother Zhang saw her come in and knew she'd settled the baby. Every day, when it was time, her daughter-in-law would personally cook. As long as she could spare her mother-in-law from chores, she would. This daughter-in-law was outstanding in every way, except she wouldn't raise chickens because she hated the mess. If only she didn't mind getting dirty, she'd be perfect. She and Xiaowu were a match made in heaven. Her son hated fertilizing the fields, and she hated raising chickens. A perfect pair. Thinking of this, Mother Zhang shook her head with a smile. "Mom, why are you here again? The coal stove is quick, I don't even need to light a fire." Mother Zhang pointed to the kitchen. "Can't help it. It's a habit. If I don't spend some time in the kitchen every day, I feel restless. Old habits die hard. Not hearing chickens or pigs these days just didn't feel right." Her husband always said she was born to work. Wasn't that the truth? Now her husband didn't even need her to mend his old clothes, and she felt at a loss with nothing to do. When she started making cloth shoes, Xiaowu would immediately bring her several new pairs from the market the next day. Sigh, she was bored out of her mind. "Mom, did you see the family that just moved in across the street? They didn't even have a housewarming, just set up 2 tables in the yard. Don't you think that's a bit too simple?" Mother Zhang shook her head. "Everyone has their own way. Some people don't care about those things." When Xiaowu's grandfather was alive, he didn't believe in those customs either. He cared about feng shui. He said there are books and experts on feng shui, so it must be real. But have you ever heard of a customs expert? Just in the 3 northeastern provinces alone, every few villages have their own customs. He said customs are just to fool or comfort people, and some are just for making money. He told us not to worry about all that, just do what feels right. That's why, with Xiaowu's cousins, aside from hiring a feng shui master to pick the site, the rest was left up to the uncles to handle however they wanted. Zhou Jiao laughed at that. What an interesting old man, no wonder he raised someone like Zhang Guoqing. Just then, Aunt Wang from next door rushed into the kitchen, making such a commotion that Zhou Jiao nearly dropped a plate. She grabbed Mother Zhang and pulled her outside. "When did those 2 get so close? Hurry, come with me to the Chens. Huang Wan is waiting for us. All the defective goods this time are actually really good stuff. Bring more money." Zhou Jiao quickly pulled some money from her pocket and stuffed it into Mother Zhang's hand. "Don't refuse, I know you have money. I'll watch the house, you and Aunt Wang go ahead. If you see something you like, just buy it." With that, she slipped back into the kitchen. Aunt Wang pulled Mother Zhang along toward the Chens, chatting as they went. "Sister-in-law, just stay here, don't go back. In a few days, bring your ration book and we'll all queue up together. Once you get to know more people, you won't even want to go back to the village. Besides, what's the point of going back? Your youngest son and both daughters are here. Xiaowu and Jiao Jiao won't let you leave. Back in the village, everyone's out working. Who's there to keep you company? If you go out to work, your Xiaowu will throw a fit. And don't bother staying at your other sons' houses, just stay with your youngest. If you want to see your other sons, just drop by for a visit. Take my advice. From now on, you and your husband should just live with Xiaowu." Mother Zhang had heard this speech so many times lately that she could recite it. It made sense, but what about the new house her youngest had in the village? With her 2 daughters-in-law running the household for the first time, she felt she needed to keep an eye on things. Now she was starting to worry about what to do with the 3 family courtyards in the village. now that her eldest and second sons had bought houses in the county. She was embarrassed to bring it up. But after spending more time with the other two families, she realized they were very well off, especially the Chen family, who seemed to have everything. They all held important positions at work and were quite capable. The fact that her youngest son could earn their respect meant he was capable too. She couldn't let people think she was clinging to the village house and look down on her son for it. Not far from the Zhang family courtyard was the Chen family. Huang Wan put on her coat, grabbed her wallet, and hurried out the door. She had just run back home to get some money and to let the Zhang family know. She happened to bump into old Wang's wife, so the three families could go together. With so many defective goods, it didn't matter who bought them. Never mind the Zhang family's connections, even just Zhang's mother herself was someone Huang Wan liked to associate with. The other woman was kind-hearted, the Zhang family was well-mannered, and their children behaved properly. Don't be fooled by their rural background. Zhang's mother didn't smoke and was very clean, which appealed to Huang Wan, a southerner. She especially disliked those older women who smoked and came over as guests. As soon as Huang Wan stepped out, she heard Auntie Wang chattering loudly. She frowned slightly, then smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, let's hurry over. If we're late, all the good stuff will be picked over." It's almost the end of the year, and every department is preparing for the new year. Before restocking, they clear out the defective goods. But honestly, the quality is still great, just some uneven coloring in the fabric, nothing that affects use. "Oh, I really have to thank you. You're so thoughtful to remember to bring me along. I know most people can't buy these. Are you sure it's okay for you to take us? If it's going to cause you trouble, don't worry about it. And let me know if there's anything I should be careful about." Huang Wan's smile deepened. She liked people who weren't greedy. She whispered, "It's fine. They say it's for staff only, but who doesn't have siblings? Just take whatever you like. If you don't have enough money, I've got some. I'll ask Zhao Jiao for more if needed." Auntie Wang chuckled, "Of the three of us, I've got the fattest wallet. Zhao Jiao just stuffed me with cash earlier." "You and your husband are really blessed," Huang Wan replied sincerely. She meant it. How many families have an 18-year-old son as capable as Zhang Guoqing? The most impressive thing was that he'd taken care of all his parents' worries. It's not easy to find a good job these days. Zhang Guoqing had spent money, effort, and owed people favors to get it done. He was a shrewd man. He knew this was a losing deal. No matter how close you are to your brothers, it's never the same as looking out for yourself. But for his parents, he didn't hesitate at all. Zhang's mother followed Huang Wan into the supply and marketing co-op's back warehouse, where a few people were already picking through the goods. Huang Wan quickly pulled the two women inside and, seeing her colleague, asked with a smile, "How's it looking this time? Are the defects bad?" "About the same as last time. Hurry up, more people will be here soon," a female colleague around Huang Wan's age called out. They immediately started picking. Zhang's mother glanced at the quantities in everyone's hands and knew the prices wouldn't be high, otherwise, who would buy so much? She didn't bother asking Huang Wan, just moved over to the fabric and yarn pile and started picking. She knew Zhou Jiao had been knitting sweaters lately, so they must be low on yarn at home. As for the fabric, if Zhou Jiao didn't want it, she could give it to her eldest daughter. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Huang Zuelan came in with her older brother, Huang Yaozing, and was startled to see her mother-in-law. Huang Yaozing tugged at her and grinned, "Auntie's here too." "Oh, would Xiaowu let you buy these?" He nudged Zuelan forward and pointed at the defective goods. Zhang's mother's face darkened at his words. What did he mean by, "would Xiaowu let you buy these"? Was he mocking her youngest son? Or just making fun? He really didn't know how to talk. He was about to be a grandfather, yet still so careless. She'd misjudged him. The things Xiaowu gave them might as well have been fed to the dogs. Especially the eldest's family, Xiaowu had worked hard to arrange her husband's job without costing them a penny. Yet when there was a good deal, she didn't even think to tell Zhou Jiao, not even as good as a neighbor. Zhang's mother noticed a few women nearby eavesdropping and watching them. Imitating Zhou Jiao, she smiled slightly and said, in a calm tone, "My Xiaowu isn't some big shot. Why wouldn't I be allowed to buy these? I'm only able to buy them thanks to my sister's help." With that, She ignored them and focused on picking things out, fuming inside. No wonder he'd never been promoted after a lifetime of work. People like him deserve to be held down. Huang Cuelon edged over uneasily, glanced at her mother-in-law's face, and, seeing no change, smiled. "Mom, I was thinking of buying some yarn for Zhou Jiao. What color do you think she'd like?" Zhang's mother didn't want to be laughed at, so she replied, "Don't buy for Zhou Jiao. If you do, she'll just return the favor with even more. She already gave me money earlier. I'll pick some things to take back." After that, whatever Huang Cuelon said, Zhang's mother just responded with a non-committal Huang Wan and Auntie Wang exchanged glances, sped up their picking, and tried not to laugh. They'd finally seen a real simpleton. Wait until old Wang's wife, the chatterbox, told Zhou Jiao about this. Let's see how protective Zhou Jiao would deal with her. Huang Wan quickly picked out what she needed. Seeing that Zhang's mother and the others were done, she said, "Sister-in-law, let's go. Zhou Jiao is waiting for us for lunch." The three paid and hurried out. Seeing her mother-in-law leave, Huang Cuelon glared at her brother. He was going to be the death of her. He thought he was just joking, but her mother-in-law took it seriously. Even though she was still smiling after so many years in the Zhang family, Cuelon knew her mother-in-law well. She was easygoing, but you absolutely couldn't make fun of her 5 children, especially Xiao Wu, her youngest, who was her lifeblood. Huang Yaozong glanced at her but said nothing, lowering his head to keep picking. He'd just misspoken, but he really wasn't happy. Zhang Guoqing had brought his brothers into the city, but left his sister at home to look after the elders. He really wanted to ask what that was about. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing was chatting and laughing with someone, not realizing that his eldest brother had carefully kept their father's instructions secret, specifically, not to help their 2 sisters-in-law find jobs, causing their mother to be upset for nothing. As for Huang Yaozong's resentment, who cared? Uncle has always remembered your kindness. Later, my brother-in-law told me you helped him again. If you ever need anything, come to me first. Whether I can help or not, I'll try. If I can't, then you can look elsewhere. Uncle, if you keep talking about this kindness, I'll get mad. It was just a coincidence, a small favor. It's just fate between us as uncle and nephew. You and Auntie should come visit us sometime. Zhao Jiao always talks about Auntie, says you're too polite. Since she got pregnant, you've sent so many gifts. She wanted to visit, but can't leave the baby for long. Next time she's in the provincial capital, she'll definitely visit. You already returned the red envelope, didn't you? It wasn't much, just a token. And now you're being polite with me. All right, I won't keep you. Go home and spend time with your wife and son. I have to head back too. Let's meet in the provincial capital as planned. Keep the address safe. If you can't find me, just come to my workplace and give your name. Zhang Guoqing didn't leave right away. He waited until the other man drove off before heading back. He hadn't expected Lu Zhang to have such a powerful background. He was used to rustic names, so when he saw Lu's, he just thought his parents must be educated. Who'd have guessed this young master would be working at a rural grain station? Even more unexpected was that, during those few days with old Master Lin, a casual gesture of his had helped Lu's brother-in-law. He just thought the man seemed upright and unassuming, so he'd chatted a bit more. Who could have guessed that old Master Lin would invite them to sit and chat, and they'd run into Lu's boss at the restaurant? This favor had come out of nowhere. Now, let's raise a glass and wish / good people a peaceful life / who can get drunk with me / year after year. We remain close / no matter how far apart. Fate brings us together / this warmth fills the world. Zhang Guoqing hummed a tune, beaming as he walked into the kitchen. Oh my youngest son is in such a good mood today. Did something good happen? Mother Zhang asked with a smile when she saw him come in. It's good news for them, and I suppose it's good news for our family too. Zhao Jiao, Lu Zhang has been transferred. He's going back to the provincial capital. Father Zhang, seeing his youngest son had come home, finished the wine in his bowl and said, "Wife, call Shizi and the others over for dinner. Their uncle is back." Dad, no need to call them. They'll come as soon as they finish tidying up their books. Zhao Jiao, just put the things on the bed. Later, check if it's what you were looking for. Zhou Jiao nodded, thought for a moment, then asked, "Has there been any good news from the township grain station in the past 2 years?" "I haven't heard anything. He was transferred internally anyway. I just happened to run into him at the station today." Zhang Guoqing finished speaking and gave her a meaningful look. He trusted his wife would understand. Zhou Jiao caught on and glanced at Mother Zhang again. She'd only been out for a short while, but her mother-in-law was acting odd when she got back. Seeing she'd bought a pile of things, it shouldn't have been any trouble. But as soon as she returned, her mother-in-law pulled her father-in-law aside to mutter, looking furious. Who could have offended her? For her mother-in-law to be this angry, it had to be someone she knew well. Normally, with her temper, she'd just argue and be done with it, not keep stewing and complaining to her husband. The supply and marketing cooperative, Huang Yaozong, internal defective goods, her eldest sister-in-law must have come by, didn't look for her, and ran into her mother-in-law instead. That's it, a familiar person had offended her. Zhang Guoqing watched Zhou Jiao curiously. Why did his wife keep sneaking glances at his mother, looking thoughtful and then suddenly enlightened? Meeting his questioning gaze, Zhou Jiao silently mouthed 3 words and discreetly pointed toward the main road. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing's expression darkened, and he shook his head gently. He felt as if he'd just swallowed a green-headed fly, utterly disgusted. Since his mother wasn't telling them, it must have something to do with the two of them, or even with his eldest sister-in-law. If it were just about Huang Yaozong, his mother wouldn't have kept silent. And hearing her and Jiao Jiao discussing the defective goods from the supply cooperative, what else was unclear? It was simply that his eldest sister-in-law had a chance to buy defective goods, but didn't tell Jiao Jiao, who lived just a few steps away. His mother got angry, and maybe at the time, the Huang family's eldest said something unpleasant, which made her even angrier. Since his mother didn't want to talk about it, they'd just pretend not to know. He'd never expected any benefit from helping his brother, nor did he expect gratitude from his sister-in-law. He did it for his parents and his brother. As Confucius said, women and petty men are hard to deal with. If you get too close, they become insolent. If you keep your distance, they complain. How true that is. Zhang Guoqing felt more and more that his recent approach was right. Even with close brothers, accounts should be settled clearly, no need for extra handouts. His father-in-law was right. Maybe it was time to start looking for an aunt, nanny/housekeeper. He could already imagine that if there were conflicts or arguments in the future, his 2 sisters-in-law would definitely say that after the family split, their parents always favored his family. He'd rather support his parents himself than let them get involved. Looking at Jiao Jiao, who hadn't stopped for a moment lately, always busy, his parents had come, brought a bunch of kids, and the house was in constant chaos. He'd finally come up with a way to keep them quiet, but it only made his wife busier. Why bother? He was really just asking for trouble. With Jiao Jiao's personality, she was probably already fed up with the Huang family, and even his eldest sister-in-law's actions would make her turn things over and over in her mind, once again doubting human nature. Knowing his wife, next time, not only would she refuse to help, she wouldn't even want to talk to his eldest sister-in-law, and at most would keep up appearances. She'd probably even lose interest in her nephews and nieces. Thinking of this, he gave up on his original plan to have the kids skip a grade and catch the last train in 65. Better to forget it. If anything went wrong with the kids in the future, they'd blame him as their uncle. When Zhang Guoqing saw Shizi and the others come in, he said with a smile, "Wash your hands and eat. Your little aunt has made your favorite dishes. Do you want to stay at your uncle's house tonight?" "Uncle, I'm taking my brothers to my uncle's place tonight. He said he's got something ready for us. I'll come over tomorrow." Zhang Guoqing nodded and smiled. "Looks like you kids are living a busy life. Be careful when you go out. Let the adults know where you're going so they don't worry." Shizi and the others laughed heartily. Their uncle always spoke so interestingly. He never treated them like little kids, never lied or scolded them. At the Huang family's house, the 3 Huang siblings had gathered with their children to celebrate Father Huang's birthday. The 3 brick houses were packed with family. Mother Huang and her 2 daughters-in-law were busy cooking, while Father Huang stood outside chatting with the neighbor. He was happily telling the neighbor about his son-in-law working at the grain station when he saw his daughter riding on the back of his eldest son's bicycle, looking glum. Father Huang paused, thinking it was almost dinner time. Could it be that his son-in-law and grandchildren hadn't come because of a quarrel? Distracted, he chatted a bit more with the neighbor, then went back inside. In the east room, Huang Yaozing and his younger brother Huang Yaoguo were sitting on the king, heated brick bed. Father Huang glanced at his wife in the outer room and saw she hadn't noticed their daughter's odd mood. He turned and patted his eldest son's shoulder, asking in a low voice, "Your little sister looked upset when she came in. Did something happen? Where are your brother-in-law and the kids?" "Brother-in-law will come after work. The kids are eating at Zhang Guoqing's place and will come over later," Huang Yaozong replied evasively. He didn't dare admit he'd angered his in-laws. Father Huang saw him lower his head and fall silent, so he tapped the king with his pipe and said, "Come on, what foolish thing did you do to upset your sister this time?" Huang Yaoguo, seeing his brother didn't even dare look up, chuckled, "Dad, it's nothing. Maybe sis just got scolded and is upset. We siblings always mess around." Huang Yaozong, seeing his brother help him out, smiled and pulled his father to sit down. "Dad, how about I go to Xiaowu's house later tonight and visit the in-laws? Xiaowu should be home in the evening. I think if little sis wants to work, her in-laws need to agree first. Xiaowu is very filial. If his parents say something, he'll definitely find a way." Father Huang thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Let's wait until after the new year. They just split the family, so let's not bring it up now. I think they have their own plans. Didn't Shizi and the others say their little aunt is tutoring them so they can go to school in the county after the new year? Let's not meddle in their family's affairs and make things hard for your sister." Huang Yaozing braced himself and said, "Second brother, let's go a bit later. I think I might have offended Xiaowu's mother today." Seeing the two of them staring at him, he continued. He laughed awkwardly. "I went with little sis to buy defective goods and happened to run into Xiaowu's mother. I blurted out, 'Would Xiaowu let you buy these?' Maybe my tone was off, but she seemed pretty angry. She didn't even say goodbye when she left." Father Huang shook his head, half amused, half annoyed, and tapped his son's head with his pipe. "You fool. The in-laws dote on their youngest son. She must have thought you were making fun of her precious boy. The supply co-op is right in front of Xiaowu's house. Why didn't you ask your sister to invite her mother-in-law and Xiaowu's wife along? You missed a chance to build goodwill." "Who did Xiaowu's mother go with?" "With our work unit's accountant and a plump woman. The three of them went together." Huang Yaoguo was silent for a moment, then said, "Your accountant, Huang Wan, lives next door to Xiaowu. Her husband works as a supervisor at the grain bureau. Think about your brother-in-law's job. How long has it been since Xiaowu bought his house, and he's already connected with that couple? Do you really think your brother-in-law got his job purely on merit?" To be continued.